Chapter 1, Everyone's Cable Car Survival. Welcome to the Everyone's Cable Car Survival game. 10 billion people on Blue Star, ages 16 to 60, all transported at once. Everyone has a cable car of the same quality. The cable cars have no end. The cable car is your most important survival support here. Collect supplies, strengthen the cable car, survive. When Sumu woke up, he found himself in a cramped space. To be exact, it was a cable car about 1 square meter in size. All around were glass walls, with a tightly closed door on each side. Sumu looked outside, and his pupils shrank suddenly. High above the ground. Extremely high. Below was a dense forest, the trees tiny like sesame seeds. He roughly estimated at least 100 meters to the ground. Front and back about 10 meters apart, he could see similar cable cars hanging on the same line, stretching endlessly. Having read many tomato novels, Sumu instantly understood the situation before him. The legendary survival game. The whole world had been thrown into it. But cable car survival? He had seen road survival, train survival, island survival, even giant fish survival. But a cable car? Survival games usually require searching for supplies, which it said to do. But the cable car keeps moving, how could he get off? Sumu withdrew his gaze and carefully examined the tiny space. On the left wall hung a fire axe, on the right wall a climbing backpack. Nothing else. In front, under the glass, there should have been a seat, but now it was like a game machine console, though the screen was off, with a manual on top. On the cover, for large characters, survival rules. Sumu reached for it and opened it. 1. In the cable car, no one can enter without your permission. Also, if the cable car is intact, no creature can harm you. 2. When no operation is done, the cable car enters idle mode. Idle mode consumes no energy, speed is balanced, averaging 5 kilometers per hour. 3. The cable car initially has a space of 1 by 1 by 2 cubic meters. Strengthen it to gain more space and stronger protection to face deadly dangers. 4. Along the way, you can choose one area per day to land, search for supplies, then find a retreat point to evacuate. After evacuation, you will return to the cable car. Please try to use this chance during the day, as night is extremely dangerous, and the cable car may be attacked, needing your control. Of course, if you are confident your cable car is strong enough and you are powerful enough, you may ignore this rule. 5. Everything here is digital. Anything you see can be strengthened. Call and the system interface will appear. The moment he finished reading, the manual turned into points of light, forming a virtual interface before Sumu. On the left side of the interface, a standing humanoid outline with arms stretched. Several empty slots on each side, obviously for equipment. Below was a stats panel. Name, Sumu. Level, 1. Race, human. Hunger, 80. Strength, 8. Constitution, 7. Agility, 8. Spirit, 16. On the right side, a cable car model. Vehicle, cable car. Level, 1. Armor, 10. Load capacity, 2 tons. Space, 2 cubic meters. Iron roller, durability 100. Fuel, 0. External weapon, none. Sumu looked at the cable car model, noticing the top where it connected to the cable. It was not welded like normal cable cars, but a roller. So, with fuel, the roller could slide? He frowned. If it slides, won't it crash into the cable car ahead? While thinking, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Cable line number 886 area announcement, supplies and treasure chests along the way have been assigned. You may choose to land any time. Note, choose your landing point carefully, it will affect your chance of finding supplies. Did it begin? Sumu didn't rush to make a decision. There was too little information at the moment, he needed to know more. He reached out and tapped the flashing area channel. Cable number 886 area channel, people, 1000/1000. The chat interface instantly popped up, and the messages scrolled rapidly. Holy crap, is this real? Help! I don't want to die. I want to go home. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why am I so high up? Damn it, no more playing that shitty Earth Online game, this is about survival now. At least it's fair this time, everyone is a cable car rider. Once a day we drop down, collect supplies, and evacuate? This feels a bit like Delta Force? Can anyone see me talking? Is anyone next to me? Stop yelling upstairs, there's a 10-meter gap between each cable car, who can you see? Sumu skipped over the panic and meaningless cries for help, focusing on a few relatively calm discussions. Do you guys think this game is about us fighting each other? I've got a military-grade shovel. Is everyone's starting equipment the same? Not the same, I got a skinning knife. I got a sickle. I've got a hoe here. It doesn't feel like we're supposed to fight, they gave us all tools for support. We're collecting supplies. As long as we don't fight each other, this game isn't dangerous at all, right? That's true, but do you understand the jungle law? People are hard to predict. Let's make an agreement: if anyone tries to kill someone, they have to send the other person's name before they die. This chat interface clearly shows everyone's profile picture and name, there's no escaping. Yes. Now, the only way to survive is to cooperate. I suggest we all land in the same place so we can look out for each other. I'll take the lead. I'm Luo Lijun, and here are my stats. A message was sent, followed by a profile share. Name, Luo Lijun. Strength, 13. Constitution, 11. Mentality, 6. I'm a PE teacher. Anyone who trusts me can team up, we'll move together. The channel immediately exploded. 13 strength? I only have 6. I have 8, but 13 is terrifying. Teacher Luo, take me with you. I'll join. Sumu looked at these messages, didn't speak, but quickly analyzed. Everyone's starting items were support tools, not weapons. This design seemed not intended for everyone to kill each other. And if it was just about jungle law and mutual suspicion, then this survival mode would be too simple. Yes, too simple. Everyone was living in peaceful times, especially the people from China. They might be wary of strangers, but it wasn't to the point where they'd kill on sight. So, there must be another threat. Monsters? Or something else? And just as someone in the channel said, the idea of collecting things and evacuating was a lot like Delta Force. He had played Delta Force before. It wasn't just about player versus player, there were also NPC enemies. Though those NPCs weren't strong, they were still enemies. If the design here was more intense. Thinking about this, Sumu quickly typed a message on the public screen. Just a reminder, based on my guess, this game may have monsters or other hostile creatures. Being wary of people alone won't help. The message was sent, and soon someone responded. Yes. I think so too. What survival game wouldn't have monsters? I've read many tomato novels, these survival types always have monsters, otherwise, the difficulty would be too low. Wait, now that you mention it. When I looked down just now, I think I saw some strange figures. What figures? It looked like a person, but definitely wasn't a person, and it wasn't an animal either. It was too fast, I couldn't get a good look. I saw it too. It was in the jungle below the cable car, it flashed by. Holy crap, don't scare me. So we need to form a team. Teacher Luo, I'm with you. I'm joining too. In an instant, messages of joining Luo Lijun's team flooded the screen. Sumu watched for a while and didn't speak anymore. He shifted his gaze to the window. 100 meters in the air, below was dense jungle. The glass only opened a small gap to let air in. I couldn't poke my head out at all, I could only look down through the glass. I really couldn't see anything clearly. He lifted his head again and looked forward and backward. The range he could see was about 1 kilometer. Further away, thick gray fog completely blocked everything, and nothing could be seen. This fog. Sumu was observing when suddenly a notification sounded in his ears again, but unlike the previous announcement, this time the voice was closer, as if it rang directly in his mind. Detected host soul match, talent awakening in progress. Talent awakening successful. Host possesses the only talent, level 1, pick one of 3, unique. Your current level is 1, please draw your first talent. Chapter 2, Cable Car level also has 3 choices. Hearing this, Sumu's eyes brightened involuntarily. Awakening talent? That should be his golden finger. While he was thinking, 3 Gilded Edge cards suddenly appeared in front of him, then the cards flipped one by one. 3 options were clearly listed before his eyes. Option 1, information randomly receive 1 piece of intelligence each day. 20% chance to get 2, 10% chance to get 3. Option 2, personal permanently increase strength by 50%. Option 3, building when making buildings, equipment, or other items, the required time is reduced by 10%. Can't I take them all? Sumu stared at the 3 options, each of them seemed useful. However, the I want them all joke from online stories did not exist here. He had to choose seriously. After a moment of thought, he first ruled out option 3. Early on, he was broke and had no resources at all. What could he use to build buildings or equipment? Reducing time by 10% sounded good, but with 0 resources, this effect was meaningless. And according to normal building game logic, early building times were already short, this bonus only becomes useful in mid to late stages. Then Sumu shifted his gaze between option 1 and option 2. Option 2, personal type, strength permanently increased by 50%. It looked tempting. But after careful calculation, he only had 8 strength now, increasing by 50% was just 4 points. 12 points is stronger than now, but not decisive. Percentage bonuses are huge later, but early on, fixed numbers are more practical. And option 1. Intelligence. Here, he knew nothing. What is around? How strong are the monsters? Where are the resources? What do the retreat points look like? Everything was unknown. At least one piece of intelligence every day. This advantage, early on, is absolutely bug level. Even later, the value of intelligence would not decrease. Sumu no longer hesitated and reached out to select option 1. Selection successful. With the prompt, the gilded card immediately turned into a light point, merging into his body. Acquired talent, daily intelligence. Current level, LV1. Effect, randomly receive 1 piece of intelligence each day. 20% chance to get 2, 10% chance to get 3. Current available uses, 1. Use now? Sumu nodded. Use successful. Intelligence 1, at 22.53 kilometers from your cable car, in the small shop of Peacetown, there is a bronze treasure chest. No danger nearby, you can safely obtain the resource. Intelligence 2, at 27.32 kilometers from your cable car, in the backyard of the police station, there is a silver treasure chest. Note, LV3 mutant creatures patrol the area. 2 pieces? Sumu was slightly stunned. 20% chance, and he hit it? Looks like he was lucky today. Then, after reading the 2 pieces of intelligence, 2 green coordinate points suddenly appeared in Sumu's eyes, marked in the foggy area ahead. Although he still couldn't see through the gray thick fog, these 2 coordinates accurately showed distance and direction, as clear as map markers in a game. Sumu quickly began analyzing. First, it could be confirmed that there was a town more than 20 kilometers away. At the cable car speed of 5 kilometers per hour, it would take over 4 hours to reach there. This time was acceptable. 2 treasure chests, 1 bronze, 1 silver. According to normal game logic, bronze is certainly not as good as silver. But there is a LV3 mutant creature wandering near the silver chest. LV3. He still did not know the monster strength ranking standard of this world, but since it clearly marked level 3, and he was only level 1, it meant this monster was not something he could casually deal with now, at least very dangerous. Take the bronze chest first, then observe the real strength of the monster there, and decide whether to try silver. Sumu quickly made the judgment. And in just these few seconds while he was thinking, a prompt sounded again in his mind. Your cable car is currently LV1, gain 1 talent choice of 3. Cable car level also counts? Sumu's eyes lit up. The next moment, 3 gilded cards appeared in front of him again, but this time slightly different. On the second card a flame icon appeared, and inside the icon were the words luck. What is this? Sumu was a bit puzzled. And the next moment, the cards flipped one by one. Option 1, information type obtain monster compendium. When observing mutant creatures with your eyes, you can get a more detailed monster attribute panel and automatically record it. According to compendium unlock progress, slightly increase corresponding attributes. Option 2, personal type any of your attacks will lock onto monster weak points. Rule. Option 3, construction type when crafting equipment or buildings, resource consumption is reduced by 10%. Rule. Is this the difference that luck brings? After reading this one, Sumu read the other 2. This time, Sumu almost did not hesitate. Option 3, construction type, directly eliminated. Reducing 10% consumption is of course useful, but compared to the other 2 options, obviously not enough. Option 1, monster compendium. This ability is very practical. Being able to see detailed monster attributes means he can judge in advance whether he can fight and how to fight. And he can also increase attributes according to compendium unlock progress, a growth type ability. But his gaze fell on the parentheses behind option 2. Rule. He had read many novels, naturally understanding the terror of rule-type abilities. Rules are iron laws, no reason, no argument allowed. Any attack will lock onto monster weak points. This means even if he swings blindly with eyes closed, every strike will hit the vital point. No need to know where the weak point is, no need to judge timing, not even need to aim. At the moment of attack, the weak point automatically comes to him. This ability may not be as straightforward as directly adding attributes early on, but the later it goes, the more insane it becomes. And the monster compendium of option 1 said, when observing mutant creatures with your eyes, you can get a more detailed monster attribute panel. Does the word more detailed mean that just observing can also get monster attributes, only not detailed? And what is the purpose of obtaining monster attributes? It is to compare and judge monster strength. The simple attribute can roughly judge. And more detailed is more about judging how to fight, what the weak points are. Attacks automatically locking weak points, isn't that equivalent to knowing? Obtaining information by observing with eyes, and attacks automatically locking weak points, are essentially two different dimensions. Sumu reached out and pointed to option 2. Selection successful. The gilded card also turned into light points, merging into his body. As last time, Sumu felt nothing. It should only show when encountering monsters, right? Sumu thought silently, he can try it later when possible. After finishing selection, there were still more than 4 hours to reach Peacetown. Sumu did not idle, directing his gaze to the chat channel. He had just awakened a talent, and it was awakening not binding system. This meant others could also awaken talents. He wanted to see if anyone shared information on this. This 4-hour gap was just enough to collect some intelligence from the chat channel. Although this channel is not very efficient, it is currently the only way. Just like playing a game, the information one person gets alone is never as good as the group sharing. Sumu opened the chat channel. It was obvious that the messages were scrolling much slower than before, and even the 99+ sign was gone. The whole channel seemed to fall into a kind of silence. Just as Sumu was puzzled, a message from someone called Luo Lijun broke the calm. Those who haven't joined the team, join quickly. In 3 minutes, I will decide to go collect supplies. Also, I have news for you, I just activated my 13-point strength, and now I have awakened a D-level strength type talent, increasing my strength by 50%. Once the message came out, the channel instantly exploded. Awaken talent? You can still awaken talent? Whoa, I thought I was the only one awakened, didn't expect you to. But mine is an E-level talent, increasing speed by 20%. I got D-level fireball skill. Why don't I have it? Master Luo, are you going down so fast? Not waiting a bit longer? Luo Lijun Master, please take me with you. Luo Lijun replied, I didn't eat breakfast today, hunger value has already started dropping. The longer I wait, the worse my stamina, so of course, the faster the better. Sumu looked at these messages and frowned slightly. The enthusiasm Luo Lijun showed was a bit too high. Normally, if someone awakens a talent, wouldn't they hide it at first? This person is either stubborn or has big ambitions, wanting to use this early gap period to build his own power. But anyway, Luo Lijun saved him a lot of trouble. From these discussions, Sumu confirmed 3 things. First, awakening a talent is not his own exclusive. A certain proportion of people triggered awakening just like him. Second, according to the current discussion in the channel, the awakening rate is about 5%. Of course, it could be higher because many people probably choose to hide like him. Third, his talent is different from others. Luo Lijun's is D-level, saying 50% strength bonus, some people are E-level, 20% speed, some got D-level fireball, all have levels. But his talent has no level sign. Fourth, his 3 choices per level, though without a grade, can be compared horizontally with others' talent levels. For example, option 2 in the first level's 50% strength bonus corresponds to a D-level talent, while the building option with 10% time reduction, he saw someone in chat with 5% reduction is D-level, so 10% should reach C-level. As for the first option in the first level about intelligence, if it were rated, it would definitely be above S-level. It seems, his talent mechanism is completely different from others. Others can only get 1 talent, but he can choose 1 for himself and 1 for the cable car each time he levels up. What does this mean? It means that as he levels up, his number of talents will increase, his abilities will get stronger, and the gap with ordinary people will widen. But Sumu did not get arrogant. First, this regional channel has only 1,000 people, and the highest level shown is D-level. Who knows if anyone is hiding a higher level? Second, the population of Blue Star is several times larger than the Earth of his previous life, as many as over 400 billion. Even if high-level talent has only a 1 in 10,000 chance, that still means 4 million people can get it. More importantly, the people he has to deal with are probably not these ones. And the higher the talent of these people, the more terrifying the danger of this world itself. Otherwise, it would not be survival. Sumu withdrew his thoughts and continued to watch the chat channel. At this moment, Luo Lijun had already organized a group of people and was doing the final mobilization in the channel. Ready, meet at the private chat location. Master, what exactly is going on below? Please live stream. Please share. Brother Luo, come back alive. Messages in the channel were increasing, but Luo Lijun did not reply at all. Sumu was also waiting. He wanted to see this action of Luo Lijun. Can you provide some valuable intelligence? But just when he was thinking this. Announcement, Cable Line 886 area, player Luo Lijun has been killed by a LV-1 mutated creature. The cold voice echoed through the entire channel. As the message popped up, the chat interface seemed to have been paused. Everyone froze in place. After a long while, everyone finally reacted. What the hell? Luo Lijun is dead? Isn't he D-level talent? Strength 13 points, with a 50% boost, that's almost 20 points. Almost twice as much as me. How long has it been? Not even a minute? A LV1 monster is this strong? The channel exploded with noise. Sumu also furrowed his brows. LV1 monster, a talent with almost 20 points of strength, and he's gone just like that? He looked again at his target area. There were LV3 mutated creatures there. He had to be more cautious now. What exactly happened? Where are the people who went down with Luo Lijun? Speak up. Someone started tagging those who had previously responded to the team invitation. But there was no reply. Only then did everyone notice that the number of people in the top right corner of the channel, originally 1,000, was now 999. Just one person died. But what about the people who were in the same team as Luo Lijun? Luo Lijun called so many people to team up, and only he jumped? Damn, all old snakes. Don't tell me none of you went down? Exactly. Let someone else lead, and you're all hiding? Luo Lijun trusted you all so much. Accusations began to fly. But those who were in the team remained silent. Sumu looked at these comments and frowned slightly. He had always believed that human nature was selfish, and such behavior wasn't surprising. When facing the unknown, it's the most rational choice for some to step up as the trailblazer, while others wait and observe. But the problem was, so many people had responded to the team invitation before. Even if most were just observing, at least a few should have followed, right? The channel was filled with cursing, yet the team members remained silent. This was abnormal. Unless. A flash of insight hit Sumu. The cable cars were 10 meters apart, and there were 1,000 people in the channel, meaning the cable line team stretched for 10 kilometers. And the game didn't have a team drop function. The so-called team was just a verbal agreement. This meant that, unless incredibly lucky, with two people coincidentally close to each other, it was impossible to land in the same place at the same time. Sumu then remembered Luo Lijun saying that he would jump in 3 minutes. Why 3 minutes? Sumu didn't believe it was just because he hadn't eaten breakfast in the morning. Even if that was the reason, it was probably the least important one. The bigger possibility was that he had set his sights on a particular landing point, and after communicating privately with these people, he decided to meet there. And these team members probably hadn't reached that point yet when they heard about Luo Lijun's death. They naturally didn't dare to jump anymore, and then everyone began to hesitate, discuss, and had no words to say, so they simply chose to remain silent. After analyzing this, Sumu didn't hesitate and typed directly in the channel. Is it possible that those who teamed up with Luo Lijun haven't reached the point where he landed yet? The cable cars are spaced 10 meters apart, and while not far, we have 1,000 people here, so we should pass by the same spot in sequence. The farthest could be 10 kilometers apart. Perhaps Luo Lijun and the others are still several kilometers away from that point and simply couldn't jump together. Ask the team members if you haven't reached that spot yet? As Sumu sent this message, the suspicious atmosphere that had hung over the channel eased a bit. Damn, this makes sense. We overlooked this point. The cable cars aren't side by side, there's a front and back. The next moment, someone replied. That's right. Luo Lijun privately messaged us, saying he found a village with the highest water tower in the middle, and asked us to land and gather there. But I'm still at least 3 kilometers away from there, and at the speed of the cable car, it'll take more than half an hour to get there. I'm also in that team, too. I'm farther away, probably will take more than an hour to get there. Yeah, I'm also in the group. We hadn't jumped yet, then we heard he died. Someone said, we can actually see a town over here, but I'll say first, I'm not teamed with him. Another person replied, here it's all wasteland, seems we really are very far apart, everyone sees a different scene. With these explanations, those who doubted gradually accepted the statement. The shadow and distrust in the channel faded a lot, everyone started chatting normally again, topics turned to monster strength and team necessity. Looks like this game is really dangerous, must team up. According to game rules, choosing the right landing point is important. Towns have richer resources, but definitely more monsters. I see the cable cars have numbers front and back, can we team up by cable car numbers? This way at least our landing times are similar. Yes. Cable car numbers should be in order, people next to each other can act together. The channel atmosphere gradually returned to normal, everyone started discussing how to team up more effectively and handle monsters. Sumu didn't speak anymore. The reason he pointed this out wasn't out of any grand morality. On the contrary, he always thought he was a selfish person. The main reason he told everyone what he discovered was just to avoid the whole channel falling into mutual suspicion. Because in the current situation with monsters, it's best if everyone unites against them. If they doubted each other, the whole atmosphere would worsen, then not only would they have to watch out for monsters, but also each other. Though this caution is correct, it's not the kind where people fight on sight, completely untrustworthy. That would make the environment extremely harsh, nightmare-level difficulty turning into hell level. Who wants to make things harder for themselves? Just with a few words he brought trust back, why not? Also, Sumu thought, in the survival novels he had read before, supplies could be traded or exchanged. He couldn't always gather perfectly satisfying supplies, he would definitely need to trade with others. The more people die here, the fewer things he could exchange, also bad for his own development. Shaking his head, Sumu withdrew his thoughts, eyes turned to the window. The cable car kept moving at a steady speed. Not far ahead, a dense jungle suddenly opened a gap. There was a cluster of green-tiled houses, a typical southern village look. In the center, a water tower standing taller than other buildings was very obvious. Luo Lijun had jumped here. The cable car soon slid above the village. Sumu looked down hard, through the glass, faintly saw figures moving below. Green. It wasn't hiding in the jungle, moving in the open space of the village, easy to spot. A little faster than a normal person. One person might be in danger, but a few working together could handle it. Sumu shook his head. Still, avoid trouble if possible. The cable car passed the village and continued. For the next 4 hours, Sumu kept watching the chat channel. Many people died during this time. The number in the top right dropped from 999 to 921. But a lot of information was collected. He finally figured out the identity of the green monster, Goblin. Someone shared the observed status panel. Goblin, LV1. Strength, 18. Constitution, 15. Agility, 9. Spirit, 5. Strength close to 3 times a normal person, other stats about twice. And this thing is a social creature. But fortunately, the number of goblins around here is not too many, usually when encountered it is 2 to 3, more often it is a single one left alone. Another piece of news is, although goblins have very high stats, there is still a chance to kill them. Because the auxiliary tools given by the system at the start, such as axes and hoes, can cause massive damage when attacking the other side. There are already teams that have killed goblins. And after killing them, some living supplies can drop. But it seems no other special things have dropped. Of course, there are not many people in the channel who killed goblins and spoke about it, and it is also possible that some people hid the items that dropped. These people also reported that the resources obtained in the wild are relatively few, most of them are wild fruits obtained in places where the forest is dense. Those with good luck can pick up treasure chests, but most of them are mainly gray treasure chests. What comes out when opened are mostly some canned food, mineral water, and similar basic supplies. Of course, this data is not complete, and it is also possible that some people got good things but did not say it. But collecting this information, Sumu is still quite satisfied. At least he understood one point, that silver treasure chest, he does not need to think about it for now. Even level 1 goblins have such high attributes, requiring several people to deal with, level 3 he absolutely cannot defeat. And just when he made this judgment, the distance to the first green coordinate point, the small shop in Peacetown, was already only about 100 meters left. Sumu lifted the backpack hanging on the cable car, picked up the axe, and began to prepare. Mountaineering backpack, can carry 20 kilograms of supplies. Fire axe, armor break 10, durability 100. Note, the greater the strength, the higher the damage caused. Holding this fire axe in his hand, Sumu's heart finally became a little more steady. Immediately, he opened the system panel. Current landing times available, 1. Whether to consume times to land? Sumu did not rush to press confirm, but stared firmly downward through the glass. As the cable car moved forward slowly, the scene below gradually became clear. That is a typical town layout, with several rows of low buildings scattered unevenly. In the center there is a narrow street, with all kinds of shops on both sides. And his target, that small shop, is located in the middle section of the street at an inconspicuous position. From above it looks very blurry. If he did not know the information that it is a small shop, he would not be able to find it at all. And at the same time, he carefully observed whether there were green figures wandering on the street. No. At least within the visible range of the naked eye, no moving thing was seen. The whole town is quiet to a somewhat strange degree. But the intelligence says no danger around, can safely obtain resources. Sumu can only choose to believe the accuracy of this talent for now. The green coordinate point is getting closer and closer. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 0 meters. Right now. Sumu pressed confirm. The door of the cable car opened automatically, and a black vortex appeared out of thin air. Dark purple light flowed along the edge, and it was bottomless. Sumu took a deep breath, gripped the fire axe tightly, and stepped in. Chapter 4 Level 2 Armor. From walking into the vortex to leaving the vortex, it was almost a moment of blindness, then immediately recovered. Sumu held the axe tightly in his hand, ready to enter a state of alert at any time, his eyes quickly adapting to the change in light. Although the information shows that there is no danger around, Sumu did not completely relax his vigilance. Very soon, he found himself inside a small shop with extremely simple decoration. Only more than 10 square meters, with shelves similar to courier racks displaying some snacks. With one glance, the whole place can be scanned. No abnormality was found. Only then did Sumu let out a breath. After a brief relaxation, he immediately searched inside the room. Very soon, at the corner of the wall, he saw an iron box about 1 meter wide emitting a bronze color. Bronze treasure chest. Sumu walked forward without hesitation. The treasure chest was not locked, it opened directly with one pull. Inside, there was something that resembled a bulletproof vest lying quietly. Acquired, simple bulletproof vest, white. Grade, level 2 armor. Armor value, plus 15. Durability, 100/100. Weight, 1.5 kilograms. Seeing this, Sumu didn't hesitate and immediately put it on. In the next moment, a piece of armor appeared on the character model in the system panel, and the detailed information was displayed beside it. Upper body, 75% damage reduction from level 1 creature attacks, 50% from level 2 creatures, and gradually decreasing for level 3 and above. Ineffective against level 5 and above creatures. Note, this damage reduction effect only applies to ordinary mutated creatures. The effect decreases by 50% for higher quality mutated creatures, elite, boss, etc., and increases gradually. Seeing the note that effect reduced for high quality mutated creatures, Sumu furrowed his brows. This was not good news. Not because the armor didn't work well against high quality mutated creatures, but because this meant that within the same level, higher quality creatures would definitely be much stronger in combat, with a huge gap compared to ordinary creatures. Otherwise, the damage reduction wouldn't be so greatly reduced. However, his thoughts lasted only a moment. Sumu quickly scanned the shelves here. It was clearly a small shop in the town, much like those in rural areas, selling mostly snacks, spicy strips, and things like milk and gift boxes that were given during holidays. These were obviously not the kinds of supplies to stockpile for survival. But fortunately, Sumu did find some instant noodles and biscuits on the shelves. He quickly stuffed them into his backpack. He also found a box of chocolate. Then he grabbed a few bottles of water. As for the spicy strips, Sumu shook his head. Those things would make him very thirsty after eating them, wasting water. At least in the early stages, he wouldn't prepare them. Soon, Sumu filled his backpack to the brim. As he passed the tobacco and alcohol counter, he stuffed a few packs of cigarettes into his pants pocket, 3 or 4 packs. Although he didn't smoke, cigarettes were definitely very important for some smokers. They could be used for trading later. Then, he put on his backpack. Once it was on, Sumu felt the weight on his back. His current load had reached 12 kilograms. Sumu glanced at his character panel, where it showed that his maximum carrying capacity was 80 jin, or 40 kilograms. Once he reached 40 kilograms, he wouldn't be able to run, and at 20 kilograms, his speed would be severely affected. 80 jin should be related to his 8 points of strength. But thankfully, 12 kilograms was still within the bearable range. After packing up the items to take, Sumu opened the system panel. When he had landed earlier, a map had popped up in the lower right corner. He had been busy collecting supplies, so he hadn't looked at it carefully. Now, it was time to observe. He opened the map, and a transparent map appeared in front of him, with Peacetown written clearly on it. At this moment, the entire Peacetown was shrouded in darkness, with only the small shop he was in lit up. It seemed that he had to walk around to light up the map's contents. What caught Sumu's attention, however, were the retreat icons on the top right and top left corners of the map. The meaning was clear, he could retreat back to the cable car by reaching these points. Go right. Without thinking, Sumu quickly made his decision. Because the one near the top left corner was the side where the second silver chest coordinate had been given earlier. If he went there, he might pass through that coordinate. There was a level 3 monster there. He was not strong enough to deal with it now. As for observing or waiting for action, Sumu didn't even think about it. He had a cheat, so as long as he developed properly, he would eventually grow strong. Now, it was safest to move forward step by step. So, without hesitation, Sumu chose the retreat point on the right. After doing all this, Sumu picked up his axe and, through the glass door, slightly opened a crack to look around. In front of him was a street. But what surprised him was there were no monsters around. But he still proceeded cautiously, feeling his way out slowly. Along the way, he didn't encounter any monsters. This made Sumu frown, because it was too quiet, which didn't make sense. It was known that even in the wild, the chances of encountering monsters were quite high. But it was better not to encounter any monsters. Sumu didn't want to fight at this time. Along the way, Sumu passed many houses. If following normal game logic, one would search them all. After all, these houses might also have supplies, maybe even treasure chests. But Sumu didn't dare to go inside. If he encountered a mutated creature inside, that would be really dangerous. He kept moving forward, and soon, he reached the designated location. However, he encountered something strange. As he got closer to this area, he could vaguely hear what seemed like the sounds of a battle. But it wasn't very clear, and it seemed to be far away. Sumu had no intention of exploring it. He even wondered if someone else had landed nearby. But regardless of whether it was someone else or not, he had no intention of looking. Then he arrived at the designated retreat point. It was a 4-story small building. In this town, it was a rather out-of-place structure. Most buildings had gray tiles, and the rare ones were small 2-story buildings. Sumu then surveyed the area, frowning. The retreat point is actually on the top floor. Sumu looked at the map, where the retreat's teleportation vortex was clearly marked at the top of the building. But right now, there was no other choice, he had to explore inside. He shook his head and refocused on the building ahead. The first floor had a rolling shutter door, but the door was open, so it didn't make much noise. The first floor seemed rather empty, probably used for parking. Sumu glanced around, seeing no immediate danger, and slowly made his way toward the stairs. He soon reached the foot of the stairs. He looked up from the bottom, hearing no sounds and seeing nothing unusual, so he proceeded up the stairs. The hallway was somewhat dark. There were light switches on the walls, but Sumu didn't dare to turn them on, afraid that if there were monsters inside, they might be startled. He moved quietly, making his way up. In the darkness, all he could hear was his own breathing. Fortunately, no danger appeared. However, just as he was about to reach the corner of the second floor, suddenly, he saw a green figure ahead. Sumu didn't even have time to react. He felt a tremendous force hit his chest, and his internal organs seemed to churn. Only after taking such a heavy blow did Sumu notice the figure ahead. It was green, and much smaller than him. After the heavy strike, Sumu's adrenaline surged. The blow seemed to have drained some of the creature's strength, giving Sumu a chance to retaliate. But since it was dark, he couldn't see very clearly, so he just swung his weapon wildly. At this moment, Sumu felt that no matter how randomly he swung, every strike seemed to land on the target. Blood splattered on his face. When he finally snapped out of this intense state, the figure in front of him was already a bloody mess. Killed level 1 Elder Goblin, experience +1. Hearing this sound, Sumu took a deep breath. His hands were still shaking, but Sumu forced himself to calm down. Only then did he get a clear look at. It was a hunched-over goblin, its skin wrinkled like dried bark, but its muscles were extremely thick. Judging from the bulge in its chest, this should be a female goblin. Old, ugly, yet filled with strength. After killing the goblin, he noticed a wooden box on the ground. Sumu didn't immediately pick it up. Instead, he scanned the entire hallway once more. Be prepared. After waiting for a while and confirming no other creatures appeared, Sumu gently touched the spot on his chest. It still faintly hurt there. This was a level 1 goblin, and it was with a 75% damage reduction. If it hadn't been for the secondary armor, one hit from it could have likely killed him, and the tree also thanked the fact that the attack wasn't aimed at his head or other parts of his body, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He collected his thoughts a bit. Only then did Sumu open the wooden box. Obtained, chocolate ×1. Obtained, mineral water ×1. Sumu picked up the chocolate, stuffed it into his pocket, and casually took the mineral water, drinking a few gulps before gently placing the bottle next to the stairs. Then, he prepared to continue going upstairs. At that moment, he heard strange noises coming from inside the door on the second floor. The sound was somewhat harsh. Sumu frowned. Another monster? Without thinking, Sumu rushed up the stairs. He had to get to the rooftop quickly to teleport away. He ran all the way to the 4th floor. No sounds of pursuit came from below. However, Sumu didn't relax, because when he reached the 4th floor, he noticed that the door was open. A strong sense of unease washed over him. And from inside, the same strange noises were still coming. The tension was palpable. Sumu could only grip the axe tightly in his hand. There was no choice but to charge forward. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, already preparing for battle at any moment. However, when he reached the 4th floor door, no attack came. What was even more unbelievable was the sight inside. The ones making the noises were indeed goblins. But they were goblins' babies, crawling, rolling, and playing on the ground like infants. Some wobbled as they tried to walk, while others curled up in corners. The room was filled with a strong, bloody stench. Some of the little ones were gnawing on something. It was an arm. Internal organs. Dried human hands. Chapter 5, Goblin Babies. Sumu fought back the nausea, carefully observing these small goblins, none of them even reaching his knee. The next moment, their stats appeared in front of him. Goblin Baby, LV1. Strength, 4. Constitution, 3. Agility, 5. Spirit, 1. Note: juvenile goblins, their combat power is only 1/5 of that of adult individuals. As expected, there was a difference even between level 1 and level 1. At this moment, the little goblins also noticed Sumu standing at the door. A few of the bigger ones stopped their actions, tilting their heads to look at him, blood still smeared around their mouths, drool dripping from their chins. Others, much smaller, just blinked in confusion, making the same strange sounds, as if they were wondering something. Sumu looked at them and then at the human remains on the floor. No pity. He gripped his axe and walked inside. While dealing with these goblins, Sumu took the opportunity to test his ability. Any attack will lock onto the monster's weak spot, to see how it really worked. Earlier, when fighting that old goblin, his adrenaline had spiked, and he basically swung his axe blindly, not paying attention to how the effect actually worked, especially in the dark. Now he had a chance to verify it. Sumu walked toward the nearest baby goblin. The little creature, seeing someone approach, even opened its mouth as if to bite, treating Sumu like food. Sumu swung his axe casually, aiming without targeting any specific area. But just as the axe was about to strike, it felt as if something was guiding it, and it met the goblin's head perfectly. Splat. Green blood splattered. 1 strike, 1 kill. Sumu frowned and moved to the next one. He deliberately swung towards the opponent's leg. But just as the axe was about to make contact, that pulling force came again, and the axe blade directly struck the opponent's head. Another one down. Sumu's eyes slightly narrowed. The third one. He no longer held back, swinging casually. Each strike was met with the dull thud of the axe blade sinking into flesh, and every time, it was to the head. Whether the little goblins were running, crawling, or trying to fight back, as long as they were within the attack range, their heads would mysteriously appear in the path of the axe. Sumu even tried a horizontal sweep. Normally, such a wide-range attack would be hard to precisely hit the vital points, but the result was, 3 little goblins had their heads sliced in half at the same time. All hits. This talent. Sumu took a deep breath, feeling shaken. Rule-based abilities really defy logic. Only one left. Sumu didn't approach directly, but stood 2 meters away, weighing the fire axe in his hand. He wanted to try throwing it. He swung with force. The axe spun through the air, its path not precise, even a little off course. But at that exact moment, the little goblin lifted its head and took a step forward. That step brought its head perfectly into the path of the axe blade. Thud. Again, to the head. It even predicted it. Sumu was stunned. The power of the rules was truly unreasonable. He suppressed his shock. Sumu walked over, picked up the axe, and looked at the green blood and corpses scattered across the ground, his stomach mildly churning. But thankfully, he was slowly getting used to it. Especially when he saw that each corpse had a wooden box beside it, and the constant notifications ringing in his mind. The discomfort gradually faded. Killed LV1 goblin spawn, XP +1. Killed LV1 goblin spawn, XP +1. Killed LV1 goblin spawn, XP +1. There were a total of 13 little goblins in this room. 13 experience points earned. Then Sumu quickly opened all 13 boxes they dropped. The first few boxes contained ordinary living supplies, biscuits, chocolate, bottled water, bread. Until the third box, his movements paused. Obtained, Universal Level 2 Cable Car Upgrade Blueprint. A yellowed blueprint, with a diagram of the cable car's structure, marked with various data and material requirements. Sumu quickly examined it. Universal Level 2 Cable Car Upgrade Blueprint. Required materials, iron ingots, high-strength glass essence. Sumu frowned, realizing that the number of required materials wasn't specified. Maybe the specifics would show up on the cable car? Sumu shook his head, not wanting to guess, and continued opening the boxes. In the 5th box. Obtained, iron ingot ×1. A palm-sized chunk of iron, heavy, about 1 kilogram. Note, material for cable car upgrade. Good stuff. Sumu's eyes brightened. Iron ingots were needed for the cable car upgrade. Though he didn't know the exact quantity, it couldn't hurt to gather them early. The 7th box. Obtained, high-strength glass essence ×1. A transparent piece about the size of a billiard ball, also weighing about 1 kilogram. Another upgrade material. Sumu was energized and opened the boxes with more enthusiasm. Biscuits, water, chocolate, iron ingots, glass. Sumu glanced at what he had opened so far. For iron ingots, 3 pieces of glass. Iron ingot ×4. High-strength glass essence times 3. Biscuits, bottled water, chocolate, enough for several days. And most importantly, upgrade blueprint. Sumu looked at the pile of supplies, his backpack was full. He had no choice but to pull a blanket off the bed in the room. The blanket reeked of urine and blood, but Sumu didn't care. He wrapped everything up in the blanket. And then placed it at the door of the 4th floor. At this moment, he didn't immediately retreat. He remembered hearing similar sounds before he went upstairs, and after all this time, nothing had come up. This proved that the lower floors were likely in the same situation. Only the spawn remained. There were no adult individuals. Sumu gripped the axe tightly and cautiously made his way to the 3rd floor. The door on the 3rd floor was also slightly ajar. He pushed the door open, and the scene inside was just like the 4th floor. Dozens of little goblins were playing, biting, and crawling. Without any hesitation, Sumu stepped inside and began cleaning up. 3 minutes later, the floor was covered in green blood. Experience +1. Experience +1. Experience +1. Obtained, high-intensity glass essence times 1. Obtained, iron ingot times 1. Obtained, 1 L of fuel. He quickly collected everything and wrapped it in another bedsheet. Then he continued down to the next floor. 2nd floor. The same scene. Experience +1. Experience +1. Experience +1. Obtained, high-intensity glass essence times 1. Obtained, iron ingot times 1. Obtained, 1 L of fuel. After collecting everything, Sumu glanced at his current experience. Current experience, 54 out of 100. He was 46 points away from leveling up to level 2. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that, after cleaning all the way down, he now had experience, 54 out of 100. And enough food and water to last half a month. Of course, the most important thing was the large amount of materials he'd obtained. However, Sumu didn't clean up here for long. This place was obviously the monster's lair. Although he didn't know why only one elderly goblin was guarding it, staying longer meant more danger. So, he quickly packed all the supplies in the bedsheet and carried them upstairs. 1 floor up. 1 floor up. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, his load had reached 38 kilograms. He could feel the difficulty in every step, and he had to catch his breath with every step he took. But thankfully, the evacuation point was on the rooftop of the 4th floor, not far away. Although it was heavy, he could still make it by gritting his teeth. Sumu carried 3 large bundles, along with his backpack, and moved up 1 step at a time. When he finally reached the rooftop, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He put down the bundles and supported his knees, breathing deeply. At that moment, the sounds of battle from afar became even clearer. The sounds he'd heard downstairs, which had been faint, now rang in his ears as they were no longer blocked by the building. The noise was deafening. Bang! Bang! Boom! Mixed with the roars and screams of monsters. Sumu instinctively looked in the direction of the noise. Then, his pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 6, Silver Chest. In the distance, about a kilometer away, was the direction of the police station, a relatively open parking lot. At this moment, a chaotic battle was happening there. At least 100 green figures, goblins, adult goblins. They were holding wooden sticks and stone axes, surrounding and frantically attacking a massive creature in the center. And those massive creatures were minotaurs. This was Sumu's first time seeing such creatures. They were at least twice the size of an average human, their bodies covered in brown or black fur, with a pair of curved horns on their heads, wielding huge stone hammers or wooden mallets. There were 7 or 8 minotaurs, surrounded by hundreds of goblins, but they were still holding their ground. Especially the one in the middle. It was at least 3 times the size of an average human. It was pitch black, its fur standing upright like steel needles. Every charge could knock away 4 or 5 goblins, and its massive stone hammer swept across, clearing a wide space. The goblin's wooden sticks hitting it felt like scratching an itch, not even breaking its skin. And every time it retaliated, it claimed the lives of several goblins. Dozens of goblin corpses already lay on the ground, green blood flowing into small streams. But the goblins still bravely charged forward. Sumu stared in shock. He finally understood why the goblin lair had only young goblins and one elderly goblin who could hardly move. It turned out that all the adults were off fighting the minotaurs. Do monsters fight each other too? Sumu deeply engraved this information into his mind. But soon, he withdrew his gaze and prepared to head into the whirlpool to evacuate. As for looting? He hadn't even considered it. Without any hesitation, dragging 3 wrapped packages, he quickly moved forward. However, just as he was about to step into the vortex, his gaze caught a glimpse of something in the corner ahead. Then, as if frozen, he stopped right in his tracks. In the corner of the rooftop, near the water tank, lay a quiet box. Its silver-white sheen faintly glistened under the sunlight. It was a silver treasure chest. Without hesitation, Sumu took 2 steps at once, rushing to the corner, squatting down, and pressing both hands on the silver-glossed box. It wasn't locked either. The lid opened easily. The moment the 3 items inside caught his eye, Sumu's vision instantly brightened. The first thing that caught his eye was a pitch-black firearm. Its design was sturdy, gleaming with a cold metallic shine. The grip had anti-slip grooves, and the barrel was slightly longer than a normal handgun, with the sight and rear sight clearly visible. The whole weapon exuded a violent aesthetic feel. Next to the firearm, a thumb-sized glass bead lay quietly. No, it wasn't an ordinary glass bead. In the center of the bead, one half was a burning crimson, flames seemed to dance endlessly, the other half was a frozen frost white, emitting a chilling aura. 2 completely opposite energies were imprisoned within the transparent sphere, making it look incredibly beautiful. The final item was a potion. A test tube, about the thickness of a finger, filled with deep blue liquid that glowed faintly under the setting sun. Sumu didn't linger to examine it. After all, this was definitely the lair of monsters, and staying any longer would mean more danger. He quickly picked up the 3 items. Beep. Beep. The prompt sounded in his ears. Obtained, M500 revolver, green. Obtained, dual element seed, green. Obtained, small power enhancement potion, green. With the items in hand, Sumu didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around, grabbed the 3 wrapped-up bed sheets from the ground, gritted his teeth, slung them over his shoulder, and took large steps toward the retreat point. The purple-black vortex spun quietly in the center of the rooftop. As he stepped in, a 10-second loading bar appeared in front of him. When the loading bar ended, the familiar feeling of weightlessness hit him again. In the blink of an eye. When Sumu opened his eyes again, he had already returned to that small 1 square meter space. The cable car. The familiar glass, the familiar walls, the familiar axe, and backpack hooks. Sumu let out a long sigh, unloading the 3 large packages on his shoulder and the mountain climbing bag from his back. The already cramped cable car was instantly packed full. The 3 bedsheet packages were piled up at his feet, almost occupying half of the space. The mountain climbing bag squeezed into the corner. Sumu could only curl up his legs, sitting on top of the packages, unable to even turn around. But at this moment, he couldn't care about that. He first began to count his gains. Sumu unwrapped the 3 bedsheet packages one by one, and the supplies inside tumbled out, forming a small mountain. As he organized them, he silently counted in his mind. First, the cable car upgrade-related items. Universal Level 2 Cable Car Upgrade Blueprint ×1. Iron Ingots ×11. High-Strength Glass Essence ×8. Then the daily supplies. Chocolate ×24 bars, enough for several days of eating. Instant Noodles ×22 packs, various flavors. Mineral Water ×34 bottles, 500 milliliters each. Bread ×32 portions, vacuum-packed, long shelf life. Cigarettes ×3 packs, soft Zhenghua, unopened. These supplies, if eaten sparingly, would be enough for him for about 10 days. The only problem was the space was too small. Sumu looked at the supplies piled up at his feet, shaking his head helplessly. Originally, the space was only 1 square meter, and now there was almost no room to stand. He could only sit cross-legged on the packages, his back nearly pressed against the glass. The cable car had to be upgraded as soon as possible. Sumu took out the upgrade-related materials and placed them separately to the side, while trying to stack the daily supplies neatly in the corner. After doing this, he took out the 3 items he had obtained from the silver treasure chest. First was the gun. M500 revolver, green. Level, LV3. Type, ranged weapon. Base firepower value, 22. Magazine capacity, 5 rounds. Current bullets, 7, including loaded. Fire rate, single action, about 0.3 seconds per shot. Optimal range, 50 meters, best accuracy, effective within 100 meters, beyond 100 meters damage drops sharply. Recoil, high. According to gun stability, after aiming, affects crosshair shake, breathing shake, including firing shake and hit shake none. Hipfire accuracy, affects bullets not aimed through scope 65, within 50 meters. Firepower value 22. Sumu did not have much concept of firepower. But judging by the damage he caused before using the axe, this thing should be similar to reality. For example, looking at a very strong goblin. It cannot survive a single axe strike. Especially the weak points, it dies immediately. And firearms, as long as they hit the weak point once, also kill immediately. Of course, this should still be a little different from reality, so Sumu immediately equipped it. He prepared to see if it would have detailed data like armor. And as Sumu equipped it. The next moment, on the character model in the system panel, a gun appeared in the right hand, and detailed information showed beside it. Chapter 7, Level 2 Cable Car Upgrade Blueprint. Handheld weapon LV3, green attack level 4 elite mutant, damage reduced by 25%, attack level 5 elite mutant, damage reduced by 50%, and so on. Attack level 1 elite mutant, damage increases by 50%, attack level 2 elite mutant, damage increases by 25%. Note, this weapon is green quality, corresponding to elite level equipment. When attacking, extra damage bonus to lower quality creatures, effect decreases on higher level creatures. After seeing this attribute, combined with the armor obtained before, Sumu roughly judged the general effect of this equipment type. Equipment has levels and quality. The higher both are, the higher the damage increase. Simply put, his current pistol against LV3 green quality, probably elite monsters, is evenly matched, but against lower than level 3 or below elite monsters, it has extra damage. Of course, it is possible the monster is higher than level 3 but below elite, or below level 3 but above elite. There should also be a formula, but he did not know. Even so, the gun's power is undeniable, at least for now it is definitely enough. The only pity is that he only has 7 bullets, and no way to get more. He can only wait and see if there are related clues on the channel. Thinking for a while, Sumu put the pistol aside, then picked up the glass bead. Icefire Twin Cotton Seed, green. Type, Special Plant Seed. Effect, after planting, it can grow into Icefire Twin Cotton. The cotton picked when mature can be used to make thermal clothing. Thermal clothing effect, when worn, can adjust extreme temperatures from -15 degrees to +40 degrees, also has slight physical protection. Growth cycle, 15 days. Growth condition, must be planted in at least 1 cubic meter of soil, watered once a day, keep in light. Note, this plant has high environmental requirements, may wither if not taken care of. Sumu looked at this description, frowning slightly. Clothes that resist extreme temperature? The usefulness of this thing is unquestionable. If he encounters extreme cold or heat later, the value of this clothing is incalculable. But the problem is how to plant it. Water every day, keep light. That is easy. The cable car has glass on all sides, plenty of sunlight during the day. Watering can be done with mineral water. The problem is the soil. He looked at his cable car. Not to mention 1 cubic meter of soil, he does not even have a flower pot to put it in. Even if there is enough space, transporting the soil would waste at least 2 landings. After all, 1 cubic meter of soil is not light. Sumu shook his head, carefully storing the seed. Cannot use it now, but must keep it. When the cable car upgrades, space increases, resources are sufficient, then consider planting. Finally, he picked up the bottle of blue potion. Small strength boost potion, green. Type, consumable. Effect, permanently increases strength by 10 points after use. Note, this potion only works the first time for each person, repeated use is ineffective. Permanently increase strength by 10 points? Sumu's eyes lit up. After this trip, he deeply understood the importance of strength. Carrying weight, attack power, even pressure in close combat, all depend on strength. He originally had only 8 points of strength. And this potion would add 10 directly. Without any hesitation, Sumu twisted open the cap and drank the potion in one gulp. The liquid went down his throat, carrying a slight coolness, then quickly spread through his limbs and bones. The next second, a warm feeling rose from his stomach, quickly flowing through his whole body. His muscles tightened slightly, his bones made faint cracking sounds, as if something was growing and strengthening inside him. After about 5 seconds, everything returned to calm. Sumu clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that his strength had become stronger. Before, carrying those 3 packages upstairs, each step left him gasping. Carrying 38 kilograms was already near his limit. But now, Sumu reached down and grabbed a sheet-wrapped package at his feet, containing about 10 bottles of water and some food, weighing at least 10 kilograms. Easy. Effortless. He then tried to stack the 3 packages together and lift them at once. Though still a bit heavy, it was obviously much easier than before. 18 points of strength. Sumu opened his personal panel, the data had already updated. Name, Sumu. Level, 1. Race, human. Hunger, 65. Strength, 18. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 16. Strength jumped from 8 points to 18, and carrying capacity became 90k. More than doubled. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. And 18 points of strength already matched those adult goblins. With the talent, every attack target's monster weakness, close combat would be much more controllable. But now was not the time to be proud. He glanced out the window. the sky was already darkening. According to the survival rules, nighttime is extremely dangerous, and the cable car could be attacked. The cable car must be strengthened as soon as possible. Sumu took out the Universal Level 2 cable car upgrade blueprint. Now that the blueprint was inside the cable car, the data indeed changed. The previously blurry values on the blueprint now clearly showed 4 upgrade directions. Direction 1, defense type, consume 10 iron ingots. After upgrade, cable car armor increases to 40, space expands to 4 cubic meters, can carry 4 tons. Direction 2, balance type, consume 7 iron ingots, 3 high-strength glass essences. After upgrade, cable car armor increases to 30, space expands to 4 cubic meters, can carry 4 tons. Direction 3, view type, consume 2 iron ingots, 8 high-strength glass essences. After upgrade, cable car armor increases to 20, space expands to 4 cubic meters, can carry 4 tons. Gain featured panoramic view, glass ratio greatly increases, observation range wider. Direction 4, special type, consume 7 iron ingots, 3 high-strength glass essences, 1 icefire twin cotton seed. After upgrade, cable car armor increases to 20, space expands to 4 cubic meters, can carry 4 tons. Gain feature warm winter cool summer, automatically adjust cable car temperature between -15 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees Celsius, can handle non-extreme weather, greatly reduce impact of heat and cold. Sumu almost did not hesitate and chose direction 4. Armor was according to the highest standard. He could not plant the icefire twin cotton seed anyway, there was not even a handful of soil in the cable car, let alone a cubic meter of soil. Better to use it on the upgrade than waste it. And the warm winter cool summer feature was extremely practical. Chapter 8, the role of fuel. Choice successful. Cable car upgrade begins, estimated time, 2 hours. Please wait patiently. Current upgrade progress, 0%. 2 hours. Sumu glanced out the window, the sky had already darkened. When the upgrade is done, it should be completely dark by now. A little helpless, but from the previous choice of 3 options, it was clear that construction types always need time. He naturally knew this would take time. It was just that after the upgrade, he would get to choose a talent, which made him a little excited. Fortunately, the time wasn't too long. He withdrew his gaze and picked up the fuel he had just scavenged from the goblin nest. A total of 6 liters. On the right wall of the cable car, the previously empty spot now had a small fuel intake port. Sumu twisted the cap and slowly poured in the fuel. A system prompt appeared. Fuel detected, current fuel amount, 3L. Cable car power system activated. Operations available, accelerate/decelerate. Current maximum speed, 20 km per hour. Note, a full tank, 3L, supports a maximum speed for 300 km. 3 liters of fuel can go 300 km? Sumu raised an eyebrow. So, with a full tank, at the maximum speed of 20 km per hour, he could travel for 15 continuous hours. However, what he was more concerned about was another issue. If he accelerated, would he crash into the cable car ahead of him? Sumu looked ahead through the glass. About 10 meters in front, another cable car was swaying gently on the same cable line, traveling at the same speed as him. If he accelerated now, the 10 meters would disappear in an instant. Unless this cable line itself had some rule that prevented the cable cars from crashing into each other? Sumu thought for a moment but did not rush to try. Since the game designed the acceleration feature, it must have its use. Perhaps it was needed to escape quickly in case of danger, or maybe the cable cars just couldn't collide. He would verify it later when the opportunity arose. He carefully stored the remaining 3 liters of fuel. Fuel seemed even more precious than food at the moment. He would try not to use it unless necessary. After doing all this, Sumu sat back down on the pile of bags and opened the chat channel. It had been over 5 hours since he crossed over. The number of people in the top right corner of the channel had dropped from 1,000 to 903. 97 people had died. The death rate was almost 10%. And this was only the first day, with most people not even attempting to land yet. Sumu scrolled through the chat history, trying to gather more information. At this moment, the tone in the channel was completely different from during the day. Many people were beginning to feel hunger, frantically spamming the screen in search of supplies. Can someone kindly lend me a bottle of water? My hunger level dropped to 40, if I don't eat soon, I'm really going to die. Is there any big shot who can spare some food? Even half a piece of bread will do. Please, give me a can. I'll definitely repay you when I'm successful. Anyone can spare food or drink, may you live a peaceful life. Sumu glanced at these beggars but didn't respond. Based on the information he saw on the screen, it was clear that almost everyone who had gone out searching had at least a little bit of supplies. These people begging for supplies were either trying to get something for free, or they had never even gone out. He glanced at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock, and the sky was beginning to darken. At this point, landing would most likely mean groping around in the dark. The survival rules clearly stated that the night was extremely dangerous. These people hadn't even dared to try landing during the day for the first time, now they were relying on others to spare them? Sumu shook his head and swiped past. He had already thought this through. He was not some noble hero. With resources being so scarce, he couldn't afford to give anything to these people. Besides, in this survival game, being soft-hearted often led to the quickest death. But aside from these beggars, there were some legitimate trades going on. Selling wild fruit ×5, in exchange for a bottle of water or 1 serving of food. Freshly picked berries, just a simple trade for a piece of biscuit. These wild fruit-based trades were not needed by Sumu for now. He had enough food reserves and didn't need to trade main food for fruit. There were also some trades involving iron ingots and glass essence. Iron ingot ×1, in exchange for 5 bottles of mineral water or 5 servings of food. High-intensity glass essence ×1, exchange for 6 portions of food, no bargaining. Sumu glanced at these prices and frowned slightly. 5 portions of food in exchange for an iron ingot? Based on his harvest today, killing a goblin baby and opening its box, the luck could give him an iron ingot or glass, but the probability was about 1/3. It would also drop food and water. So, in terms of cost, exchanging 5 portions of food for an iron ingot wasn't too outrageous. But the problem was. He glanced at the food he currently had. Sumu opened his backpack and looked at his supplies. 34 bottles of mineral water, 22 packs of instant noodles, 32 portions of bread, 24 bars of chocolate, 3 packs of cigarettes. Actually, it wasn't much, just enough to last about 10 days. And he wasn't really lacking these materials right now. After reaching level 2, who knew what would be needed for level 3? What if it wasn't these things? If he exchanged them now, it would be harder to get them later. And now, with supplies running low, the next drop might not be as lucky, finding a place with food like today. If he landed in a monster nest, just surviving would be a victory, not to mention scavenging for supplies. After thinking it through, Sumu decided not to exchange for now. Even if he traded, he would need more useful materials than food. He continued to scroll down. The messages in the channel were scrolling fast, requests to buy, offers to sell, complaints, wails, all mixed together. But none of them caught Sumu's attention. Helpless, Sumu decided to post a request himself, offering food in exchange for blueprints. Unfortunately, there was still no response. The private messages he received were mostly people asking for supplies, borrowing food, or even calling him cold-hearted. Sumu ignored them all. But there was not a single person asking to trade blueprints. He wasn't sure if the blueprints were hard to come by, and those people hadn't gotten any, or if they were holding on to them, unwilling to trade and waiting for a better offer. But Sumu thought for a moment. The process to obtain these blueprints should only involve 2 possibilities, either killing monsters or opening treasure chests. If someone had the ability to kill monsters, they would naturally gain food, and wouldn't need it. And if they got a blueprint from opening a chest, it would show that they had a certain amount of luck. Of course, maybe the first day wasn't that difficult. As long as you landed with decent luck, you might encounter monsters face to face. If you were in a team, finding supplies or food wouldn't be too hard, so maybe those people who had blueprints didn't trade them. Sumu couldn't force them. He continued watching for a while. Still no results. The sky was growing darker. Just as the sun was about to set completely, a message suddenly caught Sumu's eye. Chapter 9, Level 1 Strength Type Breakthrough Talisman. Selling, Level 1 Strength Type Breakthrough Talisman, exchange for 20 portions of food or water. Can also be traded for blueprints, 1 blueprint can deduct 10 portions. Sumu's gaze instantly froze. Level 1 Strength Type Breakthrough Talisman? He clicked on the details of the message, and the talisman's properties appeared right before him. Level 1 Strength Type Breakthrough Talisman. Type, Consumable. Effect, when LV1 experience reaches 100/100, use it to break through to LV2 and force the attribute points gained after leveling up to be biased towards strength. Sumu frowned slightly after reading it. Level 1 to level 2 still needed this item? This was too much. He originally thought that accumulating experience would automatically level up, but now it seemed much more complicated. And from the boxes dropped by monsters, he had only ever gotten food, water, iron ingots, and glass essence. He had never seen such a talisman. The drop rate for this thing should be very low. But from the description, this item not only influenced whether he could level up but also determined the direction of his attributes after leveling up towards strength. This meant that without this talisman, the attribute growth direction after leveling up would be random. If he was lucky, he might randomly get the attributes he needed. If he wasn't. But with this talisman, at least he could control the direction. Sumu looked at his panel, where his experience was 54 out of 100. He looked at the sale post again. Must get it. He clicked the avatar of the person who posted the message. It was a girl named Lin Yue. Her avatar looked like she was in her early 20s, long hair on her shoulders, appearance pleasing to the eye. Sumu did not hesitate, he opened a private chat. Private, Sumu, hello, is that breakthrough talisman still available? The reply came quickly. Private, Lin Yue, yes, do you want to buy it? Private, Sumu, can the price be negotiated? 20 portions of food and water, no one can provide this at this stage. Although Sumu could provide all that food at once, the price was negotiable. Private, Lin Yue, do you have blueprints? Blueprints can cover 10 portions. Private, Sumu, I don't have any. Private, Lin Yue, do you have warm supplies? Clothes, blankets, these can cover 3 portions. Sumu raised his eyebrows at this message. Warm supplies cover 3 portions? This price Sumu actually thought it was quite reasonable. After all, the weather during the day at this stage seemed like early summer or early autumn, the night temperature difference would not be large, these things should not be valuable. But since she wanted them, it shouldn't be so simple. After all, at this time, food was the most scarce. Thinking of this, Sumu cautiously asked. Private, Sumu, I do have warm supplies, but I need the food and water myself, really cannot give much. I have 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 portion of bread, plus 3 warm supplies, can we exchange for your talisman? Private, Lin Yue? Private, Lin Yue, your bargaining is too harsh. 3 warm supplies only cover 9 portions, plus water and bread is 11 portions, I asked for 20 portions. Private, Sumu, early on everyone struggles, food is too important at the start. She was silent for a few seconds. Private, Lin Yue, you know food is important, why are you willing to exchange? Are you about to level up? Private, Sumu, impossible, I run away from monsters now. I just think this thing will definitely be useful later, so I stock it first, to avoid being stuck when leveling up. Again, a few seconds of silence. Private, Lin Yue, fine, add 1 more portion of food, deal. Sumu looked at this message, not happy about getting a bargain, instead he thought. This price is obviously unreasonable, yet she accepted. Early food and other resources are so important, yet she is willing to exchange for warm supplies. Unless she knows tonight will be very cold, and not normally cold. So she urgently wanted to stock warm supplies, even willing to use a rare breakthrough talisman to exchange. Sumu did not ask further. This kind of information gap, asking her wouldn't help. Should he do this trade? He subconsciously looked at the 3 sheets at his feet taken from the goblin nest, packed as supplies. They were covered with green blood, strong smell of urine and stench, the whole cable car filled with an indescribable smell. He originally thought of throwing them out, but the cable car windows were too small, he couldn't throw them out. Forget it, these blankets were useless to him, food was much more useful, couldn't give so much. And this thing was too stinky. After a brief hesitation, Sumu typed again. Private, Sumu, I really cannot add more. How about this, I add half a portion of bread, no more. Private, Lin Yue, deal. Sumu found a portion of bread, divided it into 2, then opened the trade interface, put a bottle of mineral water, half a portion of bread, and the 3 rolled up sheets. Clicked confirm. The other side also clicked confirm. Trade complete. Next second. Sumu had a yellow talisman in his hand, palm-sized, with complicated patterns drawn in cinnabar, faintly shimmering light flickering. Level 1 power type breakthrough talisman, white. Type, consumable. Effect, when LV1 experience reaches 100/100, using it will break through to LV2 and force the attribute points gained to favor strength. Sumu carefully put away the talisman. He currently had 54/100 experience, 46 points short. Once he reached level 2, this talisman would come in handy. Just as Sumu felt secretly pleased, the private chat suddenly exploded. Private chat, Lin Yue? Private chat, Lin Yue, where did you get this quilt? Private chat, Lin Yue, oh my god, this is way too stinky. Private chat, Lin Yue, did you fish it out from a toilet? Private chat, Lin Yue, reply. Sumu stared at the stream of messages, his mouth twitching. He could imagine the girl's expression on the other side, probably pinching her nose, typing with disgust, fingers trembling. But this question. He had no way to answer. He couldn't exactly say, I just killed over 10 goblin pups in their nest and used their sheets to pack supplies, right? Exposing supplies was a minor issue, but if someone with ill intentions noticed, it would be trouble. Sumu silently closed the private chat. No matter how much she bombarded him, he firmly refused to reply. Chapter 10, Cooling Down. Meanwhile, in the cable car on the other side. A long-haired young girl stared at the 3 suddenly appearing quilts. Her smile hadn't even bloomed before a wave of overwhelming stench almost made her faint. The smell. It was a mix of blood, urine, sweat, and some indescribable rot, fermented in sealed conditions for hours, now fully erupting. Ugh. Lin Yue covered her mouth, forcing herself not to vomit, and kicked the 3 quilts into a corner. She opened the small window of the cable car, letting cold wind in, barely catching her breath. This bastard. She grit her teeth and opened the private chat, finding he no longer replied. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Yue gradually calmed down. She looked at the 3 quilts again. Although smelly, they were real quilts. From the material, they were the old-fashioned rural type, thick and warm. Most importantly, she glanced at the night already falling outside the window, feeling the increasing chill in the air. Tonight would be very cold. Extremely cold. Forget it. Lin Yue pinched her nose, lifting the quilts with 2 fingers, trying not to touch them. For the sake of selling them at a high price later, I won't bother with you. She carefully folded the quilts and placed them in a corner of the cable car. That guy Sumu, thinking he had the advantage? It actually made me feel no guilt. Just wait, when the temperature drops below 0 tonight, you'll be the one crying. Let's see what you beg me with then. Sumu naturally didn't know any of this. After closing the private chat, he continued browsing the channel. As the sky darkened, the channel's atmosphere grew more restless. Messages asking for food, water, rolled in like a flood. Some tried to trade materials like iron ingots or glass essence, but few were willing. These items couldn't feed or warm anyone, now just useless metal in hand. Sumu looked at his supplies and then at the iron for food requests, hesitated, but didn't act. Except for blueprints and special items, he wouldn't trade anything for now. As for those too scared to try even the first drop, Sumu shook his head. He wasn't a saint, had no duty to save them. After scrolling a bit more, Sumu noticed a pattern. Those truly strong enough to kill monsters rarely spoke in the channel. Occasionally someone shared experience, just saying useless things like goblins are strong, form a team, never revealing drops, treasure locations, or monster weaknesses. That was the proper survivor mindset. Quietly making a fortune. Sumu withdrew his gaze and was about to close the channel when a sudden chill washed over him. Instinctively, he looked up towards the window. The sky had turned completely dark. But it wasn't the usual night darkness. Outside the window, there was only pure, thick blackness, with no moonlight. The layer of gray fog had thickened in the night, enveloping the entire world, so dark that he couldn't see his own hand. And the cold was seeping in through the cracks of the glass. Sumu glanced at the temperature displayed on the system interface. Current temperature outside the cable car, 8 degrees Celsius. 8 degrees? He remembered that during the day, it was at least 20 degrees outside. It had barely just turned night, and the temperature dropped by over 10 degrees? And the cold was still intensifying. Sumu tightened his clothes and adjusted the window crack to the smallest. But it was useless. The cold wasn't just a simple drop in temperature, it was an eerie chill that seemed to penetrate the bones. It felt like something was watching from within the thick fog, making his very soul shiver. The channel exploded with activity. Damn, it's so cold. What time is it? It's gotta be below freezing by now, right? Does anyone know what the hell is going on with this weather? It was over 20 degrees during the day, and now it's below freezing? Help! I don't have warm clothes. I'm gonna freeze to death. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up. Lin Yue, selling warm supplies. 3 blankets. Top-notch warmth. 10 portions of food or 1 blueprint, no bargaining. Sumu raised an eyebrow when he saw the message. 10 portions? Earlier, he had traded 3 portions of warm supplies for 9 portions of food, along with a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread, in exchange for a talisman. And now, Lin Yue had flipped it around, pricing 3 blankets at 10 portions of food each or 1 blueprint. With this flip, she was making at least double the profit. Sumu looked at the message again, then glanced at the increasingly cold sky outside. She must have known it would be cold tonight. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically asked if anyone had warm supplies during the trade, nor would she be selling them at such a high price at this exact moment. But how did she know? Sumu fell into thought. The first thing that came to mind was a talent. She might have awakened the ability to sense the weather. But upon further thought, the possibility seemed slim. If her talent was just sensing the weather, how did she obtain that level 1 strength-type breakthrough talisman? After all, he had killed dozens of goblin pups, and none of them dropped a talisman. The drop rate for this item was ridiculously low. Either a good treasure chest was required, or stronger monsters had to be killed. Could a person with only the ability to sense the weather have this kind of strength? Unless she had other teammates, or maybe lucked out with an extraordinary treasure chest. Forget it. Sumu shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the guessing. You can't guess it, and no one would tell you anyway, just like how your own talent isn't something you'd share with others. But there was one thing he was sure of: Lin Yue was no ordinary person. She had brains, information, and the guts to make moves. In the future, he'd have to keep his guard up when dealing with her. As for holding a grudge? Sumu didn't feel that way. A trade is an agreement made willingly by both parties. He got what he needed, and she used the information gap to make a profit. Everyone just did what they could. If anything, he should thank her. If she hadn't urgently needed warm supplies, she wouldn't have traded his things for the talisman. As for now, going to get warm supplies. Sumu glanced at the upgrade progress bar. Cable car upgrade progress, 87%. Almost there. Just a little more, and it'll be done. Chapter 11, Cable Car Level 2, New 3 Choices. The temperature outside continued to drop. 8 degrees Celsius. 6 degrees Celsius. 4 degrees Celsius. Sumu curled up inside the pile of supplies, trembling all over. His hands and feet were turning purple, and his breath was condensing into a thin frost on the glass. Those without warm supplies in the channel were already beginning to wail. It's so cold. I feel like I'm gonna die. Is anyone out there to help me? I don't want to die. If I had known, I would have gone down during the day. I'd rather have been killed by a goblin. Better than freezing to death. Damn, I regret it. I shouldn't have hesitated. Under Lin Yue's sales post, the number of buyers had already surged into the hundreds. But her stance remained firm: 10 portions of food or a blueprint, no other exchanges, no bargaining. Someone tried to trade with iron ingots, but was ignored. Someone else offered glass essence, but was also ignored. One person tried the pity card, claiming they were about to freeze to death and begged her to have mercy, but was still ignored. Sumu watched all of this and couldn't help but admire the woman. She's tough, decisive. In this environment, soft-hearted people don't last long. It was getting colder. Thankfully, the outside temperature had stopped fluctuating once it hit 4 degrees Celsius. This temperature was very low. But if one's physical condition wasn't too poor, it should be survivable, though some suffering tonight was inevitable. At this moment, Sumu was rubbing his hands while watching the progress bar. 98%. 99%. 100%. Ding. Cable car upgrade complete. In an instant, the entire cable car underwent a drastic transformation. The thin metal sheet that once covered it had now become thick and sturdy, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. The surrounding glass had become clearer and tougher, clearly twice as thick as before. The entire cable car now had a more rectangular shape, and red and white paint covered the rusted metal surface. The most striking feature was that a transparent film seemed to envelop the car both inside and out, faint yet undeniably present. The next moment, the coldness vanished. A warm breath surged from all directions, instantly driving away the chill from Sumu's body. He looked down at the system prompt. Cable car upgraded to LV2. Current armor, 40. Current space, 4 cubic meters. Current weight capacity, 4 tons. New feature: winter warmth, summer cool. The cable car's internal temperature automatically adjusts to a comfortable human range, 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, able to resist external temperatures from minus 15 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. Comfortable. Unprecedented comfort. Sumu let out a long breath, stretching his stiff limbs. And at this moment, the familiar prompt sound rang in his ears again. Your cable car is now LV2, you've earned 1 talent choice from 3 options. It's here. Sumu's spirit lifted. In the next second, 3 golden cards appeared before him. What surprised him was the second card once again showed the flame icon, with the word luck written inside. Another luck option? Sumu was delighted and looked at the 3 options after flipping the card. Option 1, information type. When investigating others' information, you can detect their talent. If the target has a shielding type talent, it will be undetectable. When used on monsters, you will gain more detailed attribute information. Limited to 3 uses per day, up to a maximum of 10 uses. Option 2, personal type. Any attack you make will trigger an additional attack. Option 3, construction type. When constructing or forging equipment, there is a 1% chance of a random mutation. Is my luck really this good? Another rule-based option. Sumu immediately focused on option 2. The last time, the option, any attack will lock monster weak points, had already shown him the terrifying power of rule-based abilities. Even with his eyes closed, every strike was a critical hit, and every throw was a prediction of the monster's movement. This kind of unreasonable ability was practically a bug. And this one, each attack will trigger an additional attack. If interpreted literally, his single slash would be like 2 slashes. A gunshot would be like 2 shots. And this additional attack, would it also benefit from locking weak points? If so, Sumu took a deep breath. Then his output would directly double, maybe even more. As for options 1 and 3, the information type ability was indeed useful. Being able to see others' talents would be a huge trump card when encountering people with ill intentions in the future. But the problem is, 3 uses per day is too limiting. And when used on monsters, it only gives more detailed attribute information, which seems much less impressive compared to locking leak points. The cost-performance ratio is too poor. Option 3's 1% probability of a quality change, it's purely a gamble. Though if it triggers, it would be quite thrilling, but that 1% chance is simply too low, completely uncontrollable. There was no hesitation. Sumu reached out and selected option 2. Selection successful. The gilded card turned into light spots and fused into his body. Like last time, there was no sensation at all. But Sumu knew that his strength had just risen another level. He tried swinging a fist into the air. There was no reaction. Looks like he needs to actually attack a target to trigger it. Sumu withdrew his hand and looked out the window. The thick fog was still there, and the darkness remained unchanged. But inside his cable car, it was as warm as spring. In the channel, those still shivering in the cold wind were still wailing, begging for help, and cursing. Under Lin Yue's selling message, someone had already gritted their teeth and exchanged a quilt for a blueprint. Sumu glanced at it and then looked away. He looked at the window again, the thick fog was swirling. Vaguely, something huge seemed to be slowly moving through the mist. Sumu glanced at it and then paid no more attention. That kind of thing, he couldn't deal with at all. Rather than staring outside in fear, it was better to just pretend it didn't exist. At the same time, Sumu also stopped looking at the chat channel and forced himself to sleep. After all, maintaining good physical condition and rest meant he'd have more energy tomorrow to search for supplies. He quickly fell asleep, whether because he had been mentally tense all day or because searching for supplies had drained him of energy. Chapter 12, The Nighttime Attack. In his sleep, Sumu vaguely heard the sound of raindrops tapping against the window. At first, he didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just rain outside. But as time passed, the rain outside grew louder, more intense, as if countless raindrops were crazily banging on the glass. Sumu slightly opened his eyes and took a look. However, that single glance instantly made him fully awake. He suddenly rolled over and sat up. That wasn't the sound of rain. Outside the window, something was violently smashing into his cable car. Due to the darkness and thick fog, Sumu couldn't see clearly what was hitting, but he could vaguely make out its outline, something about the size of a fist. He instinctively glanced at the cable car's armor value. Current armor, 40/40ths. Durability, 99%. There was no damage at all. The fist-sized objects crashing into the glass couldn't even leave a scratch. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. He recalled the earlier hint, nighttime is extremely dangerous. But this danger didn't seem as terrifying as he had imagined. However, soon Sumu felt something was wrong. His cable car was level 2, with armor as high as 40 points. What if it was a level 1 cable car? Could the 10-point armor and glass withstand this continuous pounding? Sumu quickly opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the channel had exploded. What the hell is that thing outside? It's smashing into my cable car. Help! My cable car is swaying, it feels like it can't hold much longer. Does anyone know how to deal with them? There are dents on my glass. We're done for. If this continues, if the cable car breaks, will I fall from the sky? I tried using an axe to hit the glass and scare them off, but it didn't work. Who can save me? I don't want to die. My glass already has cracks. Does anyone have a solution? Sumu looked at these messages, then glanced at the number in the top right corner. It was around 2 a.m. now. But the number had dropped from 903 people before he went to sleep, to 812 people. In just a few hours, nearly 100 people had died. It was unclear whether the deaths were due to the cold, the attacks from these monsters, or if some people couldn't hold on and chose to descend in the middle of the night, but whatever the reason, it showed that the cruelty of this world was far beyond imagination. A sense of desolation spread through the channel. This life is unbearable. It's so cold and dangerous. I can't even see what's happening outside, it's pitch black, I don't even know who to fight if I want to resist. It's so hopeless, I really want to go home. Sumu looked at these messages, his heart understanding everything. The reason why he felt the monsters were no threat was because he had already raised the cable car to level 2. Those still stuck in the level 1 cable car were now struggling on the edge of life and death. At this moment, he noticed that there were many messages flashing in the private chat. He clicked it open, and the top flashing profile picture was none other than Lin Yue. There were several unread messages. Sumu thought he had read all the messages before going to bed, so clearly, even if she was angry, she wouldn't have sent him more insults, right? He clicked to open them. Private chat Lin Yue, 113, are you there? Private chat Lin Yue, 115, I need to talk to you about something. Private chat Lin Yue, 124, hey? Did you fall asleep? Private chat Lin Yue, 137 wake up and reply, I have a deal. Sumu looked at the time, and the monsters started hitting the cable car at around 1 o'clock. He typed a reply. Private chat Sumu, what's the matter? The reply came almost immediately. Private chat Lin Yue, you finally replied? I thought you froze to death or got hit by a monster. Sumu frowned. Private chat Sumu, get to the point. Private chat Lin Yue, do you have any fuel? If you do, I'm willing to trade with you. Sumu raised an eyebrow. How did she know he had fuel? But then he realized, she must be testing him. After all, fuel was something many people were asking for in the chat, but hardly anyone was actually selling it. Sumu thought for a moment, then replied. Private chat Sumu, what will you trade? Private chat Lin Yue, so you do have it. I'll trade food with you. Sumu glanced at the pile of supplies by his feet: instant noodles, bread, bottled water, and chocolate, enough to last him for 10 days. Private chat Sumu, I don't lack food, not interested. There was a few seconds of silence. Clearly, the person had previously said food was not enough. Private chat Lin Yue, then what do you want? Private chat Sumu, blueprints. If I remember correctly, you've traded quite a few blueprints. Before going to bed, he had noticed that after Lin Yue sold the 3 blankets, she seemed to have taken out some warm supplies for trading. With her sharp mind, he was sure she made quite a profit from the blueprints. Private chat Lin Yue, are you trying to take advantage of me? Sumu didn't reply. A few seconds later, she sent another message. Private chat Lin Yue, what kind of blueprint do you want? Sumu didn't rush to answer, instead asking. Private chat Sumu, before we trade, I want to ask, why do you need fuel right now? Because of the warm supplies issue earlier, Sumu realized she might have some information channels. Now she was urgently collecting fuel, so there must be a reason. She replied quickly. Private chat Lin Yue, what else could it be used for? There are monsters attacking the cable car outside right now. Fuel can increase the speed of the cable car, naturally speeding up the escape from this area. Sumu was stunned. So this was how the cable car fuel was used? Upon thinking about it, it made sense. Using fuel to speed up an escape from the area dense with monsters would naturally avoid the attacks. It was just that since he hadn't been harmed, he didn't think in that direction. Private chat Lin Yue, no, wait, you don't know this use? Then you have fuel, which means you must have a better way to deal with these monsters. Private chat Lin Yue, could it be that the person who upgraded the cable car to level 2 in the channel is you? Sumu's brows furrowed. They've talked about this in the channel? He searched through the chat history using the term level 2, and sure enough, he saw people discussing it. I think I saw the cable car in front suddenly grow bigger? Am I seeing things? I saw it too. It suddenly changed, it was twice as big as before. Damn, has it leveled up? Someone leveled up so fast? Big boss, please carry me. Please take me alone. Sumu remained silent. His cable car had upgraded to level 2, its space doubled, and its appearance changed. It was impossible to keep it a secret. Even though it had turned dark by the time of the change, the cable cars were so close to each other that someone had definitely seen it. However, he didn't have the obligation to answer the other person's question. Fortunately, Lin Yue didn't press further and directly sent over a few blueprints. Chapter 13, Animal Trap. Private chat, Lin Yue, these are all the blueprints I have, take a look and see which one you want. Sumu opened it and saw a total of 5 blueprints. Roller blueprint, white, makes a regular cable car roller. Animal trap blueprint, white, makes an animal trap, LV1. Materials required, iron ingot ×1. Can be placed in the cable car's external weapon slot to capture small mutated creatures. Can also be placed on the ground as bait. It has strong gripping power, and the probability of escape depends on the captured target's level and quality. Planting platform blueprint, white, makes a planting platform, LV1. Materials required, iron ingot ×2, wood ×5. Can be suspended below the cable car or placed on top, occupying an area of 1 square meter. Used for planting plants. Gathering skill book, after learning, gain the skill gathering. Can gather common flowers and herbs, increasing the probability of gathering white or higher quality materials. Gathering success rate depends on target quality and personal skill level. Decomposition skill book, after learning, gain the skill decomposition. Can decompose regular items to increase the probability of decomposing white or higher quality materials and obtain corresponding materials. 5 blueprints. Sumu couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. How much did this person earn using those warming supplies? Private chat, Sumu, a barrel of fuel for these 5 blueprints. Private chat, Lin Yue, are you crazy? You want to trade a barrel of fuel for 5 blueprints? At most 1. Private chat, Sumu, 4 blueprints. Private chat, Lin Yue, you're taking advantage of me. At most 1, but if you have 2 barrels of oil, I can give you 3. Private chat, Lin Yue, this is the bottom line, I can wait and see if others have any fuel. Private chat, Lin Yue, if it really doesn't work, will you trade or not? Sumu looked at the messages and quickly calculated in his mind. From the other person's messages, it was clear that she must have other ways to deal with this attack. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so confident. This person was indeed no simple character. The things she had obtained on the first day seemed to be more than what he had. As for the 4 blueprints he mentioned, that was a huge ask, just a bargaining chip. Trading 2 barrels of oil for 3 blueprints was probably the maximum. Sumu didn't hesitate and began selecting. First, the animal trap blueprint. This was a trap-type item, and it could be placed on the cable car. He wanted to try using the animal trap to catch the monsters that were crashing into the cable car and see if he could gain experience. If that worked, maybe he could level up to level 2 tonight. This was definitely worth exchanging for. Next was the gathering and decomposition skills. The gathering skill would be useful if he encountered white-quality materials but didn't have the skill to gather them. That would be such a waste. Decomposition was even better. It allowed him to break down regular items into materials. This was likely one of the main ways to obtain materials. The drop rate for items like iron ingots was too low when killing monsters, and with the strength of these monsters, who could kill them like he did? But with decomposition, it was different. If he found a regular glass window in a house, he could decompose it into glass essence. If he found a car or iron door, decomposing it would give him iron ingots. This was a huge source of materials. As for the roller blueprint, it wasn't urgent. His original cable car's roller durability was still full, so there was no need to rush. The planting platform wasn't needed either. He didn't have any seeds, and getting soil was troublesome. Even if he obtained it, it would probably take some time before he could use it. Private chat, Sumu, the animal trap, gathering, and decomposition, these 3. 2 barrels of fuel. Private chat, Lin Yue, you sure know how to pick. Sumu tentatively replied. Since you took it out, it should not be all your belongings. There should be better things on you, or maybe these things are not very useful to you now? Private message, Lin Yue, don't test me. I won't test you either. Peaceful trade. Sumu agreed with this sentence. Private message, Sumu, deal. The two opened the trading interface. Sumu placed 2 barrels of fuel, Lin Yue placed 3 blueprints. Click confirm. Trade complete. Sumu had 3 yellowed blueprints in his hand. He first opened the gathering skill book and disassembly skill book. Learn gathering? Learn disassembly? Confirmed one after another. 2 faint lights flashed, and the skill icons appeared on his system panel. Gathering, LV1, 0/100. Disassembly, LV1, 0/100. Seeing the experience points behind this, Sumu's eyes lit up. These 2 skills can be upgraded. It should be like other games, as long as you gather enough, when experience is full, it can upgrade. But Sumu worried most, will these need breakthrough scrolls to upgrade later too? But now is not the time to think about this. He opened the 3rd blueprint. Trap blueprint, white. Make trap, LV1, requires iron ingot ×1. Can be placed in cable car external weapon slot to lure mutant creatures. Can also be placed on the ground to lure other mutant creatures. Has strong grip, escape probability depends on the level and quality of target. Note, this blueprint can only make 1. But when you have a crafting station, you automatically master this crafting plan. Sumu looked at this information and frowned slightly. Can only make 1? But thinking that it is a blueprint, it makes sense. Also, when he has a crafting station, he can directly master the plan, no need to learn it again, that is okay. Of course, Sumu noticed another item, crafting station. It seems that making equipment in the future will also need this. Not sure if it can drop, does Lin Yue have it? Sumu hesitated, did not ask. Even if she has it, he has nothing to trade now. He looked at the last blueprint in his hand, roller blueprint. This was the preview Lin Yue sent him. Although not traded, he noted the attributes. Roller blueprint, white. Make cable car roller, requires iron ingot ×2. Improves cable car travel stability. This will definitely be useful later. But the most important now is... Sumu turned his gaze to the window. Those fist-sized flying creatures were still hitting the glass crazily. Tap 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 tap. Dense as rain. Sumu took out an iron ingot, opened the trap blueprint. Make trap, LV1. Consume iron ingot ×1. Confirm. Next second, the iron ingot in his hand turned into flowing light, merging with the blueprint. About 3 seconds later, a half-meter metal clamp appeared in his hand. Trap, LV1 white. Type, trap. Capture range, small creatures. Escape rate, normal creatures cannot escape, LV1 mutants 1%, LV2 mutants 50%, LV3 99%, elite quality extra plus 50% per level. Durability, 30/30ths. Current state, not placed. Sumu held the trap, opened the cable car operation interface. The cable car external weapon originally had only one on the roof, but when upgraded to level 2, another appeared above. Place trap? Confirm. Next moment, a slot appeared above the cable car, the trap fitted firmly. Through the interface, Sumu vaguely saw the metal clamp hanging above the cable car, faintly glowing in the dark. And those flying creatures were still hitting the cable car crazily. Outside the cable car, those fist-sized flying creatures were still hitting the glass madly. Tap 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 tap. Dense as rain. But for the level 2 upgraded cable car, this level of impact was nothing. Armor 40 points. Durability has only decreased by 1%. Sumu could even leisurely sit on the pile of packages, observing the blurry figures through the glass. But it was impossible to see clearly. It was too dark. With the thick fog blocking the way, those flying creatures appeared as clusters of moving shadows in his eyes, occasionally diving, sometimes circling, and wildly crashing into the cable car. Sumu withdrew his gaze and shifted his attention to the trap he had just set. Whether this trap could catch something purely depended on luck. He waited for almost 10 minutes, but nothing happened. The creatures outside were still flying around wildly, but none came close to the location of the trap. Sumu was not in a hurry. He opened the chat channel, browsing through messages while waiting. The channel was still filled with wails. My glass is cracked. Cracked. Help. Does anyone have a solution? I can't hold on much longer. Those damn things are still crashing. Aren't they tired? Who can lend me some fuel? I'll pay you back. Sumu watched for a while before quietly closing it. There was nothing he could do. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding. The trap has captured a creature. Sumu's spirit lifted, and he immediately opened the cable car's interface. The screen switched to the roof. The metal trap he had just placed was now closed, with a fist-sized creature stuck in its jaws. The creature struggled desperately, its wings flapping wildly, but the steel teeth of the trap were firmly biting into its body, not budging an inch. Trap status, prey captured. Looking at the captured prompt, Sumu didn't rush to retrieve the creature. He didn't even know what this thing was. Even if it was caught, he wouldn't bring it in. What if it breaks free later? Plus, who could say if this thing had any special abilities? He would wait until it died. So Sumu continued waiting. The crashing sounds outside were still intense, but the creature caught in the trap was struggling less and less, its flapping frequency slowing down. About 3 minutes later. Ding. Killed LV1 creature, experience +1. It was indeed level 1. Only then did Sumu click, retrieve prey. The next second, the trap on the roof disappeared, along with the creature's corpse, and appeared inside the cable car. The trap fell to the floor at Sumu's feet with a dull metallic clang. Sumu looked down. The creature was indeed dead. Its size was about the same as an adult's fist, and its overall shape resembled a bat, wings, claws, and a round, plump body. But upon closer inspection, it was completely different from a bat. First, the face. That face, it looked too much like a human. Not exactly like a human, but the twisted outline of a human face. It had a nose, eyes, a mouth, but the proportions of the facial features were all wrong. One eye was much bigger than the other, the mouth stretched back to the ears, filled with sharp, fine teeth. At this moment, the mismatched eyes were wide open, staring at Sumu without closing, dead and unblinking. Next, the skin. It wasn't like the thin, membrane-like texture of a bat's wings, but... Sumu poked it with the axe handle. It was hard. Very hard. It felt like dried soil, or some sort of keratin layer. When knocked, it even made a faint knock-knock sound. Finally, the color. Gray-brown, almost the same color as dirt. No wonder its outline was barely visible in the dark. Overall, this thing, how should he put it? Eerie. Just looking at it made Sumu feel a chill in his heart, a kind of indescribable discomfort, as though something was trying to burrow into his brain, making him instinctively want to look away. Sumu took a deep breath and opened the system to check the detailed information. Eerie bat, LV1. Species, Eerie. Attribute? Remarks, the lowest level creature of the Eerie species, social, nocturnal, likes to collide with moving objects. Attributes cannot be viewed, need to obtain related illustrations or talents. Cannot view? Sumu frowned. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. When he had looked at goblins before, although he needed to get close to see their attributes, he could at least see them. But this eerie bat just showed question marks. The Ghost Tribe. Not only are there mutated creatures in this world, but there is also a race called the Ghost? Sumu etched this name into his mind. Then, he tried to use the decompose skill. Do you want to decompose Ghost Bat? Confirm. A faint light flashed. Decompose failed. You have gained nourishment times 1. Decompose experience plus 1. Decompose failed? Sumu was slightly stunned. He carefully looked at the system prompt decompose failed, but he gained nourishment and experience. This means, even if decomposition fails, he can still get something, just not the usual decomposed items? Nourishment, white. Type, special material. Effect, can be used to cultivate ghost plants or shade-loving plants, speeding up their growth. This thing. Sumu thought of his fire and ice cotton seed. That thing needs to be planted in soil, watered daily, and exposed to light. And the nourishment's effect is to accelerate growth, especially noted for shade-loving plants. Is fire and ice cotton a shade-loving plant? Not sure. But even if it can be used, he has no place to plant it now. He wasn't planning on dealing with soil in the early stages. Sumu stored the nourishment and looked at the box on the cable car's attributes, the wooden box dropped by the ghost bat. He didn't know if it would last until daylight. As he looked out, the ghost bats were still crashing wildly. Though the frequency was lower than before, it was still happening. He'd have to wait until they calmed down before he could collect it. Sumu withdrew his gaze and continued focusing on the trap. After the initial success, his expectations for this trap were sky-high. Sure enough, within a few minutes. Ding! The trap has caught a prey. Killed LV1 ghost bat, experience plus 1. Another one. Sumu clicked, collect prey, again, repeating the process, checking the corpse, trying to decompose, gaining nourishment, then seeing the box still couldn't be collected. But this time, he noticed a detail, the trap's durability had decreased. He opened the status bar and looked. Trap, LV1 white durability 28/30. It lost 1 durability per capture. Sumu frowned slightly. At this rate, a single trap could capture up to 30 times before breaking. But thinking about it, it was reasonable. After all, it was a white-quality, basic trap. The fact that it could catch anything was already good. How much longer could he expect it to last? In the following time, Sumu fell into a kind of mechanical, repetitive rhythm. Every few minutes, the trap would trigger again. Ding! The trap has caught a prey. Killed LV1 ghost bat, experience plus 1. Ding! The trap has caught a prey. Killed LV1 ghost bat, experience plus 1. Chapter 15, Crafting Table. The experience points were slowly but steadily increasing. 5457616570. At the same time, the trap's durability was steadily decreasing. First trap, 29282726. This continued until around 3 a.m. It seemed that the cable car was gradually moving out of the area densely populated with ghost bats. Sumu glanced at the trap's durability, only 14 points left. Kill count, 16. 16 points of experience earned. Unfortunately, not every ghost bat dropped a box. Of the 16, only 4 boxes dropped. Sumu took another look at the cable car's durability. 99%. It had decreased by 1%. Though not much, it was a signal. If it kept being hit like this, the ghost bats might indeed wear down the cable car's durability. He couldn't be careless. He had to upgrade the cable car as soon as possible. Taking advantage of the slower attack frequency, with only 1 or 2 hits every 10 seconds, Sumu tried clicking on the wooden box on the cable car screen. It could be collected now. But he had to click on them one by one, which was a bit troublesome. He clicked 3 times, and the 4 wooden boxes were teleported directly into the cable car. Sumu opened them one by one. Gained, Ghost Crystal times 1. Gained, Ghost Crystal times 1. Gained, Ghost Crystal times 1. Ghost Crystal? Sumu picked one up and carefully examined it. Ghost Crystal, white. Type, basic material. Effect, a basic material needed for crafting, upgrading, or strengthening equipment. This was completely different from the things obtained from killing goblin pups during the day. What drops are food, water, iron ingots, glass essence, and other practical materials. And at night, killing the demon bats drops demon crystals, materials related to the demon race. No food, no water, and no fuel. 2 different systems? Sumu kept this discovery in his mind. When he opened the 4th box, his movements paused for a moment. Inside the box wasn't a demon crystal, but a yellowed blueprint. Acquired, crafting table blueprint, white. Sumu's eyes brightened. Crafting table? Earlier, when he saw the animal trap blueprint, the system had said, once you have a crafting table, you can automatically master this crafting plan. He had been wondering where to get it from, but he didn't expect it to drop now. Sumu quickly checked the blueprint's properties. Crafting table blueprint, white. Crafting table, LV1. Required materials, iron ingot times 3, high strength glass essence times 1, demon crystal times 2, wood times 5. Occupied area, about 1 square meter, normal table size. Function, can craft all basic items you've mastered, some blueprints must be completed on the crafting table. Demon crystal? It should be the demon crystal, right? What? Sumu furrowed his brows. He had iron ingots, he used 7 to upgrade the cable car, 1 to make the animal trap, leaving 3. He also had glass essence, used 3 to upgrade the cable car, leaving 5. He had just acquired 3 demon crystals, which was enough. But wood, he didn't have any. He hadn't gotten any from killing goblins during the day, nor from the demon bats at night. Sumu opened the trade channel. He quickly searched for it. Luckily, someone had wood. 5 pieces of food for 5 pieces of wood. He also spent 3 pieces of food for 1 iron ingot. With the materials completed. Originally, the price could have been a little lower, but Sumu didn't bother arguing. Right now, he needed to quickly build the crafting table in a short amount of time. Because there were still some leftover monsters. Although the attack intervals had lengthened, there were still a few. He would make another animal trap. The more experience he gained, the better. He knew such a good opportunity to farm experience wouldn't come often. He didn't think he would be as lucky as the time he encountered goblin pups. Wood, gray. Type, basic material. Source, trees, wood items decomposition. Sumu didn't waste time and immediately opened the crafting table blueprint. Do you want to craft crafting table, LV1? Consumes iron ingot times 3, high strength glass essence times 1, demon crystal times 2, wood times 5. Confirm. The next second, all materials disappeared from the backpack. A fade light gathered in the cable car and slowly took shape. About 10 minutes later. A metal table, about 1 meter square and half a meter high, appeared in front of Sumu. It was dark gray, the surface smooth and flat, with fixed slots at the corners. It looked like some sort of workbench. Crafting table, LV1 white. Function, craft items you have mastered. Craftable list, animal trap, LV1 white. Required materials for upgrade, demon crystal times 20, steel times 5, bulletproof glass blocks times 2, demon wood times 1. Sumu looked at the introduction and frowned slightly. The upgrade of the crafting table didn't rely on experience, just on meeting the material requirements. That was good news. But steel, bulletproof glass blocks, and demon wood. He guessed that steel and bulletproof glass blocks could be dropped from daytime monsters, or maybe obtained by using the decomposition skill on some items. But demon wood. That name was clearly related to the demon race. It was probably dropped by these monsters at night, or obtained in some special way. But thinking about these things now was too far off. Being able to make a crafting table was already satisfying. Sumu pushed the crafting table into the corner. The cable car, already full of stacked materials, became even more cramped. For cubic meters of space seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was just a space about 2 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter high. With the crafting table, more materials piled up, and with himself included, it was almost impossible to turn around. But Sumu didn't care about that. He opened the crafting table interface. Sure enough, now there was only animal trap as an option. Do you want to craft animal trap, LV1 white? Consumes iron ingot times 1. Confirm. 2 minutes later, a brand new animal trap appeared in his hands. Sumu placed it into the external weapon slot of the cable car. Then, he took out the bodies of the deceptive bats he had previously killed, one by one, and tried to break them down. Breakdown failed, gained nourishment times 1, breakdown experience plus 1. Breakdown failed, gained nourishment times 1, breakdown experience plus 1. Breakdown failed, gained nourishment times 1, breakdown experience plus 1. 16 bodies, all breakdowns failed. But Sumu instead let out a sigh of relief. Even if the breakdown failed, gaining nourishment and experience is already pretty good. Nourishment, this thing can't be used for now, but eventually, I will need to plant, maybe it will come in handy. And the breakdown experience has also increased by 16 points. Sumu opened the skill panel. Breakdown, LV1, 16/100. Gathering, LV1, 0/100. Only 84 more experience points needed to reach level 2. I wonder what will change at level 2 for breakdown. Just as Sumu was thinking, the sound of collisions outside the window suddenly became dense again. Tap 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 tap. It was denser than ever before. Chapter 16, Let It Crack. Sumu looked up at the window. Although it was still unclear, the overwhelming sense of pressure could be felt even through the glass. He opened the cable car status. Animal trap, triggering. Animal trap, triggering. Ding. Animal trap caught prey. Ding. Animal trap caught prey. The two notifications sounded almost simultaneously. Sumu's spirits lifted. This is the final push? The crashes outside the window grew more frenzied, as if those deceptive bats were launching their last charge. Sumu stared fixedly at the status of the two animal traps. Animal trap, caught LV1 deceptive bat, escape chance 1%. Escape failed, killing. Animal trap, caught LV1 deceptive bat, escape chance 1%. Escape failed, killing. Ding. Killed LV1 deceptive bat, experience +1. Ding. Killed LV1 deceptive bat, experience +1. Another hour passed. Experience, 91 out of 100. Then, it became quiet. The crashing sounds outside the window were gone. The black shadows gradually disappeared into the thick fog, as if they had never appeared. Sumu stared blankly at the experience bar. 91/100. Only 9 points left. Sumu took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Forget it. You can't force things. He glanced at the time, it was 4:20 a.m. There were still a few hours until dawn. Sumu retrieved the two animal traps. The second trap still had 18 durability left, and the first one only had 8. Then, he clicked to collect the dropped boxes. This time, luck was on his side, 7 boxes. Sumu opened them one by one. Obtained, deceptive crystal ×1. 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 7 deceptive crystals. No blueprints. Sumu wasn't disappointed. Blueprints have a low drop rate anyway. Getting one for a crafting table is already lucky. He collected all the deceptive crystals and then looked at his nourishment count, 37 portions. Adding the harvest from killing goblin offspring on the first day, his current resource situation was as follows. Food, 33 bottles of mineral water, 22 packs of instant noodles, 25.5 portions of bread, 24 pieces of chocolate. Materials, glass essence ×4, deceptive crystal ×8, nourishment ×37, fuel 1L. Special items, level 1 strength breakthrough symbol ×1, M500 revolver ×1, 7 bullets. Blueprints, planting table blueprint, unlearned. Skills, gathering LV1, breakdown LV1, 37 out of 100. Experience, level 1, 91 out of 100. Sumu looked at the 91, his heart itching. Only 9 points left, if another wave came, he could level up to level 2. But unfortunately, Sumu shook his head, forcing himself not to think about it anymore. Although his heart itched, he could only accept the result. After all, to have gained 37 points of experience overnight was already a pleasant surprise. He knew that during the day, he had fought hard to kill so many goblin offspring, and he had only gained 54 points. He was about to close his eyes and take a nap when suddenly, Pa-gee. A muffled crash. It was not the same kind of dense tap-tap sound from before, but felt like someone had thrown a big lump of wet mud hard against the glass. Sumu's eyes snapped open. What was that? Outside the window was still pitch black, the thick fog rolling, nothing was visible. But he could clearly feel that this impact was completely different from the previous deceptive bats. The previous crashes were light, fragmented, and dense. This crash was heavy, muffled, and forceful. Sumu instinctively looked at the cable car status panel. Current armor, 40/40ths. Durability, 98%. It's fine. The previous series of intense impacts only wore down 1% of the durability after an hour. These two heavy hits didn't cause any additional damage. Sumu let out a small sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, Pa-chee. 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 3 consecutive sounds. The frequency was much higher than before. Sumu furrowed his brow, staring intently outside the window. But all he saw was darkness, nothing else. He could only hear the sounds. The Pa-chee sound continued non-stop, each one coming every few seconds. Sumu kept counting, while keeping an eye on the durability. The 5th. The 8th. The 12th. When the Pa-chee sounds accumulated to more than 20, the durability dropped from 98% to 97%. Sumu frowned even tighter. In about 5 minutes, 1% durability had worn down. At this pace, with 2 or 3 hours left until dawn, it would be impossible to wear out the durability completely. But the problem was, he hadn't found a way to repair it. He couldn't let it waste like this. Sumu reached for the pistol at his waist, but then slowly put it back down. In this darkness, he really wouldn't hit anything, even with the rule-breaking weak point attack. He had tested this before in the goblin nest. For example, there was a small goblin behind another obstacle, and he knew it was there. But the axe he threw couldn't hit it. Sumu guessed that the enemy had to be in his line of sight. And there was another problem: if the axe he threw was too far, although it could still hit the enemy's weak point, the damage would be reduced. So he speculated that if the enemy was outside his attack range, it wouldn't hit. Now, outside the window, it was pitch black. He couldn't even see the shadow of the thing, so firing would just be wasting bullets. And he had a vague feeling the attack range of this thing might exceed his effective shooting range. Otherwise, with his talent, any attack will lock onto the monster's weak point. Even if he blindly fired with his eyes closed, the bullet should automatically fly to hit the weak point. Sumu could only helplessly sit there, listening to the patchy sounds outside the window, watching as the durability dropped slowly. 97%. 96%. After about 10 minutes of patchy, the durability dropped to 96%. Sumu had become numb. Forget it, just consider it like being bitten by a few mosquitoes. He'd deal with it when dawn comes. But just then. Ka-cha! A crisp metal snapping sound. Sumu froze for a moment, then quickly looked toward the cable car operation interface. Animal trap, prey caught. Struggling, intense. Escape chance, 50%. 45%. 40%. Sumu's pupils shrank. Elite phantom bat? He quickly switched to the rooftop view. Though it was pitch dark, through the system interface, he could vaguely see a blurry outline. The creature was much larger than an ordinary phantom bat. If an ordinary phantom bat was the size of a fist, this one was the size of a basketball. And it was struggling violently. The ordinary phantom bats that had been trapped before also struggled, but their movements were small and couldn't break free. But this one was obviously different. Sumu could see through the system interface that the steel teeth of the animal trap were trembling slightly, and the trap's durability was rapidly decreasing. Animal trap current durability, 8/30. Struggling, durability -1, 7/30. Struggling, durability -1, 6/30. Sumu's heart raced. Is it really going to break free? He almost reflexively grabbed his axe, while his other hand reached for the pistol at his waist. Then he stared intently at the struggling shape on the screen, and in an instant, clicked retract prey. He had only one thought in his mind. Let's see if you can pachi me for long. Sumu wasted no time and immediately clicked retract prey. Chapter 17, Surge of Power. The next second, both the animal trap and the creature's body appeared inside the cable car. The trap hit the ground with a dull metal clattering sound. Sumu gripped the axe tightly with one hand, while his other hand remained on the pistol's trigger, the barrel pointed at the shadow, his whole body in a state of full alertness. Is it dead? He took 2 steps forward and swung the axe wildly at the thing's head, hitting it again and again. Take that! Take that! Take that, you bastard! The dull sound of the axe blade sinking into the flesh echoed repeatedly, as green blood splattered everywhere. He didn't use the gun, as every bullet was now incredibly precious to him. It wasn't until he received the notification, killed Elite Trick Bat, LV1 Green, experience +10, that Sumu stopped his actions. Once his eyes adjusted, he could finally see the outline of the creature clearly: its basketball-sized body, dark cyan skin, and twisted human face. It was 3 or 4 times the size of a normal trick bat, about the size of a basketball, but its overall shape still resembled the twisted bat form. But its appearance was even more hideous. The human face was even clearer now, not just a vague outline, but you could clearly make out the features. One eye was huge, taking up almost half its face, while the other was squeezed into a thin slit. Its mouth stretched to the ears, filled with 3 layers of sharp teeth, stacked on top of each other, like blades in a meat grinder. The skin wasn't the usual gray-brown, clay-like texture of a regular trick bat, but instead had a dark cyan sheen. Sumu poked it with the handle of the axe. It was hard. Very hard. Like stone. No wonder it made such a loud crack sound outside. Sumu opened the system to check the detailed information. Elite Trick Bat, LV1 Green. Race, Trick. Attributes? Note, a low-level creature of the trick species, evolved from the regular trick bat. Attributes cannot be viewed, relevant illustrations or talents are required. Same as before, still unable to view it. Sumu didn't rush to dismantle it. An elite green monster, he thought it would be better to wait until his dismantle skill reached level 2, maybe he could break down some valuable materials. Then he looked at the ground. Apart from the corpse, there was a box. It was also a wooden box, but different from the usual ones dropped by regular trick bats. This box had dark cyan patterns along its edges, making it look a bit more high-class. Sumu reached out and opened it. A yellowed blueprint quietly lay inside. Received, small arrow box blueprint, white. Sumu's eyes lit up. An arrow box? He quickly checked the detailed information. Small arrow box blueprint, white. Type, external weapon blueprint. Create small arrow box, LV1. Required materials, trick crystal times 5, wood times 10. Arrow box attributes. Height, 0.5 meters. Attack method, automatic loading, automatic aiming, automatic firing, ignores the gray mist. Loading time, 10 seconds per shot. Attack range, 100 meters times 100 meters, centered around the cable car. Base firepower value, 15. Note, must be equipped with wooden arrows to use. Wooden arrows can be crafted at the workbench. Sumu's mouth twitched when he saw the note. Wooden arrows need to be crafted by himself? An iron ingot 0.1, meaning 1 iron ingot can craft 10 arrows. The consumption isn't that big, but the problem is, where's the blueprint for wooden arrows? The system didn't provide it. Sumu rubbed his temples. Great, another thing to search for. But for now, he decided to make the arrow box first. After all, its firepower value was only 7 points less than his gun. And that gun was a green level LV3. He wasn't sure if it was because it was a vehicle weapon or for some other reason. Also, this arrow box was an active attack weapon, unlike the animal trap that could only wait passively. With this, next time he was attacked at night, he wouldn't just have to sit and listen to the crack sounds. Of course, before that, he would need to level up to level 2. With the 10 experience points from just now, his experience had overflowed, missing exactly 1 point. So, he took out the level 1 strength breakthrough charm. But Sumu didn't use it immediately. Instead, he pulled out a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, poured a little into his palm, and washed the blood off his face. He used the rest to wash his hands and adjusted his blood-stained jacket. It wasn't that he had a cleanliness obsession, but this card drawing process needed a little ritual. After cleaning up, Sumu picked up the charm and took a deep breath. Do you want to use the level 1 strength breakthrough charm? The rune turned into a golden light, merging into his body. Sumu originally thought that leveling up would be a simple flash of golden light, with the panel data jumping once, and that would be it. However, the next moment, he realized he had underestimated it. A warm sensation rose from his abdomen, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones. Immediately after, the 100 experience points he had accumulated seemed to turn into solid white light, wandering and moving inside him, like countless tiny rivers, washing through every inch of flesh and every bone. The sensation was strange, there was no pain, but he could clearly feel a drastic change happening inside his body. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible stench began to emanate from his body. Sumu looked down and saw some gray-black sticky substance seeping from his skin, with a faint fishy smell. It was like detoxification? He had no time to think about it when he suddenly felt his skin tighten. His muscles, which had been somewhat loose due to long hours sitting at the computer, were now as if grasped tightly, stretched, and reshaped by an invisible hand. He could feel his chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and arm lines becoming more defined, his skin tightening so much that even his shirt, which was already a bit loose, now looked a little tight. Within just a few seconds, everything returned to calm. Sumu clenched his fist. It was different. Completely different. Before, after drinking the strength potion, it felt like my strength increased. But now, it was that fresh, renewed feeling from the inside out. It was definitely more than just an increase in numbers. He moved his shoulder a little. His previously somewhat thin figure now looked much more balanced. While not a muscular powerhouse, he at least looked sharp and strong. Sumu opened his personal panel. Name, Sumu. Level, 2/200. Race, human. Hunger, 75. Strength, 26. Constitution, 8. Agility, 8. Spirit, 17. A total of 10 attribute points had increased, with 8 points going into strength, and constitution and spirit each receiving 1 point. Sumu pondered for a moment. The effect of the breakthrough rune was to force the attribute points gained after leveling up to lean towards strength. But it didn't specify how they would be allocated. Now, it seemed these 10 attribute points were distributed randomly, though with a weight towards strength. The ratio of 8 to 1 to 1, whether fixed or random, was still unclear. He couldn't judge just yet and needed more samples to compare later. However, the increase of 10 attribute points was equivalent to more than a quarter of his total original attributes. The 8 points added to strength alone raised his strength by a third. This kind of boost in actual combat power was not as simple as just numbers. Especially with the talent any attack will target monster weak points. Sumu's mouth curled slightly. Now, if he encountered that old goblin again, one swing of his axe could probably solve the problem without the need to be as tense as during the day. Just then, a familiar prompt sound rang in his ears. Your current level is LV2. You have earned a personal talent selection from 3 options. Here it comes. Sumu closed his eyes, slowly exhaled, then reopened them. 3 golden cards appeared before him. On the first card, the fire icon appeared again, with the word luck written inside. Another lucky option? Sumu felt a surge of joy. Had it not been for the first card draw not having this icon, he might have thought it appeared every time. Now, it seemed that either he was just lucky, or the probability of this luck appearing was simply high. He didn't think much more about it and looked at the 3 options revealed after the card flipped. Option 1, information type. When you face an unknown blind box event with both good and bad outcomes, you can always observe and obtain the best part of it. Rule. Option 2, personal type. Your carrying capacity is permanently increased by 100%. Option 3, construction type. When crafting items, there is a 10% chance that no materials will be consumed. Sumu's gaze immediately fixed on option 1. A rule type option. Another rule type. He quickly understood the meaning of this talent. It was like opening a blind box or a lottery, a game of luck, where he always ended up with the best prize. For example, when opening a treasure chest with multiple random items, the best one would always be what he received. For a lottery, if there were chances of different rewards, he'd always get the highest tier. This kind of ability. Though he hadn't encountered any luck-based events yet, since this talent existed in the game, there would definitely be corresponding scenarios in the future. Moreover, he had already experienced the value of rule-based abilities through locking weakness. There was no argument, no rebuttal. Then he looked at the other 2 options. Option 2, weight capacity increased by 100%. This one was also quite practical. With his current strength of 26, his weight capacity limit was 130 kilograms, calculated based on 5 times his strength. Earlier, it was said that with strength 8, the weight limit was 80 jin, or 40 kilograms, so roughly 1 point of strength corresponds to 5 kilograms of weight. Increasing by 100% meant doubling the weight capacity, allowing him to carry more items when he went out to collect resources. Option 3, 10% chance of not consuming materials. When crafting equipment, there was a 1 in 10 chance to get the materials for free. If he had to make a lot of consumables, like wooden arrows, this talent would save him quite a bit of material. All options were great. But rule-based abilities were eternal gods. Without hesitation, Sumu pointed to option 1. Selection successful. The gilded card turned into light spots, merging into his body. Everything returned to calm. After handling that, Sumu opened the trade channel. This time, naturally, he was buying the wood needed to craft arrow quivers. But this time, he wasn't in a hurry. After the elite trick bat was slain, the clack sound from outside the window completely disappeared. The regular trick bats seemed to have retreated as well, and never appeared again. Dawn was approaching. He could take his time to negotiate. Sumu posted a buying message in the channel. Looking to buy wood, 5 portions of food for 10 portions of wood. Message me privately if interested. As soon as the message was sent, someone immediately replied. However, most were asking, can I exchange something else, or can you raise the price, to which Sumu paid no attention. Until a familiar ID popped up. Private chat, Shinjun, big boss, are you buying wood again? Sumu smiled when he saw it. Wasn't this the person who sold him wood earlier? Private chat, Sumu, yes, 10 portions of wood for 5 portions of food, do you want to trade? Private chat, Shinjun, yes, yes, yes. Big boss, wait a moment, I have more. Private chat, Sumu, where did you get so much wood? There was silence for a few seconds, then a long message came through. Private chat, Shinjun, hey, don't ask. The spot where I landed yesterday was terrible. I searched for ages but found nothing, just a forest. At that point, I thought, in a game like this, isn't it always about chopping trees to get rich? So I tried chopping down a tree. Private chat, Shinjun, I chopped down 2 trees yesterday and got 20 portions of wood. I sold you 5 portions earlier, and now I have 15 left. I was worried I couldn't sell it, especially since everyone is short on food. Who would trade food for my crappy wood? But I didn't expect that big boss still wanted it. Sumu read the message thoughtfully. Chopping trees could get wood? That was an interesting idea. Though dangerous, if he were careful and chose a relatively safe spot, he could indeed gather wood steadily. But Sumu didn't plan to do this himself for now. He had more efficient ways of gaining experience and didn't need to risk being surrounded by monsters to chop trees. But he had to admit, Shinjun was lucky. The situation didn't seem to attract any monsters. After all, Sumu had chopped trees before, and it caused quite a commotion and wasn't easy. Private chat, Sumu, are you still going to chop trees in the future? Private chat, Shinjun, if you'll buy, I'll chop. Anyway, I'm not good at much else, and there are plenty of trees. Rather than risking it in the towns looking for resources, it's better to chop trees safely. At least it's stable. Private chat, Sumu, alright, I'll buy all your wood in the future. 10 portions of wood for 5 portions of food, but don't chop more than 10 portions a day. Also, be careful, don't let the monsters target you. Private chat, Shinjun, thank you, big boss. Thank you, big boss. I will be careful. The trade finished quickly. Sumu exchanged 5 portions of food for 10 portions of wood. He had 8 shards of trick crystal, enough materials. Sumu opened the crafting table and selected, small arrow box. Do you want to craft small arrow box, LV1 white? Consumes trick crystal times 5, wood times 10. Confirm. A faint light appeared on the crafting table, all materials floated from nowhere, starting to combine automatically. About 15 minutes later. A small arrow box about 0.5 meters tall appeared inside the cable car. It was dark gray overall, the base was metal, above it was a mechanical structure, and the top had a rotatable launching device, looking a bit like a simplified ballista. Sumu retracted one trap, then moved the small arrow box via the interface to the external weapon slot on the top of the cable car. Do you want to place the small arrow box? Confirm. In the next moment, the arrow box fitted steadily into the slot on the roof. Sumu glanced at the interface. The arrow box stood quietly, the launching device rotated once automatically, seeming to scan the surroundings. Unfortunately, there were no arrows. Sumu opened the crafting table again to check the wooden arrow crafting option. Empty. No blueprint. He opened the trade channel and sent a new purchase request. Looking to buy wooden arrow blueprint, can exchange with food, price negotiable. After sending it, Sumu began thinking again. Wooden arrows were simple, made of probably just 2 parts, wood and iron. He rubbed his head. Later he would need a large amount of wood, but he certainly could not chop it himself, because wood is too heavy and obtaining it is dangerous. So he could buy it from Chunjun, mainly needing the blueprint for wooden arrows. But he decided not to think about this for now. He had been busy most of the night and needed to rest, otherwise in the daytime he would be too tired, very dangerous. So he closed his eyes. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 19 New Information, Lucky Wheel. When sunlight pierced his eyelids, Sumu instinctively tilted his head. Too bright. He frowned and opened his eyes, seeing a dazzling golden light. Sunlight streamed through the cable car glass directly, lighting up the whole cabin. Sumu raised his hand to block it and slowly sat up. Last night he slept curled in a pile of packages, the posture uncomfortable, neck a little sore. But his body felt good, and he was full of energy. After reaching level 2, his whole state seemed to have improved. He glanced at the system time. 9:34. Slept more than 4 hours. Sumu rubbed his temples and habitually checked the number of people in the top right corner of the channel. 892 people. This number made him slightly startled. He remembered there were 903 people before his first sleep. After the second half-night's bad attack and cold, he thought at least 100 or 200 would die. After all, level 1 cable cars only have 10 armor points. The bat's hits are small but add up, enough to break the cable car overnight. Not to mention the elite bat. How come only 11 people died? He frowned. It could not be that the second half-night bats were only targeting him? He just upgraded the cable car, did nothing terrible, why attract hatred? But thinking again, the appearance of the elite bat was indeed strange. Ordinary bats are everywhere, but elite level should have a reason to appear. Maybe the cable car upgrade attracted them somehow. Sumu shook his head, could not figure it out, and did not bother to probe. He turned his attention back to the channel. After last night's torment, today the channel atmosphere had clearly changed. Yesterday everyone was panicking, confused, observing. Today they began to organize actively. Team up. We plan to land in villages or towns, can keep warm and gather supplies. Anyone with me? I see a town, not small, teaming up is much safer. Brother Zhou, can you organize? We follow your orders. The veteran named Zhou Xinghua has clearly become the opinion leader of this area. He sent a long message. Zhou Xinghua, listen to me. We must go out to collect supplies today, or it will be even harder to survive the night. But before we go, there are a few rules that must be followed. First, try to team up with people who are close to you. The cable car numbers are consecutive, and the people near you will descend at similar times, so you can look out for each other. Second, try to land in the same area. If you can see clear landmarks like a water tower, tall buildings, or a chimney, use that as a gathering point. Third, once you have enough basic supplies, don't be greedy. Leave and head back to the cable car before it gets dark. Fourth, if you encounter monsters, don't panic. Everyone knows the goblin's attributes: high strength but low agility. They can be defeated with teamwork. If you can't win, just run. Head toward the retreat point. Those willing to team up with me, report your number and location. I'll try to organize everyone. Under this message, there were hundreds of replies. Some responded eagerly, others asked for more details on how to proceed, while some offered different opinions. Brother Joe, I think it's better not to go to the town? The wild has fewer supplies, but it's safer. Yesterday, I just picked wild fruits in the forest. Although there wasn't much, at least I made it back alive. Can wild fruits keep you warm? It was so cold last night. You didn't freeze to death because you were lucky. If we don't go to get clothes and blankets today, how are we going to survive tonight? Exactly, there are no clothes or blankets in the wild. We must go to places where people live. But if there are too many people, won't that attract more monsters? Goblins are social creatures. Gradually, the discussion split into three factions. One faction prioritized safety and suggested searching for wild fruits or chopping trees in the wilderness. Although the supplies were few, the risk was low. Another faction advocated taking risks for greater rewards, suggesting going to the town to look for clothes, blankets, and more valuable items. The third faction was more neutral, agreeing with parts of both sides but unsure which direction to follow. Zhou Xinghua didn't force a decision, but said, Zhou Xinghua, everyone has their own circumstances, no one is forced. Those who want to go to the town, report your number, and I'll try to organize everyone in the same area. Those who want to go to the wilderness, form a team and watch each other's backs. No matter where you go, the most important thing is to come back alive. Sumu watched the discussion without interrupting. The overall atmosphere was indeed quite good. Although there must be some people with bad intentions, at least on the surface, everyone was still trying to cooperate and survive. This was a good thing for him. A stable environment was key to focusing on development. Otherwise, if there were people who needed to be guarded against, it would be troublesome. While he wasn't afraid of one or two people, what if there was a group organizing to harvest others' resources? However, Sumu hadn't lowered his guard against others. After all, when the forest is large, all kinds of birds could appear. After watching for a while, Sumu turned off the channel and began his main task for the day. He opened the daily information interface. Current available uses, 1. Do you wish to use it? Confirm. The familiar prompt sound echoed. Information: there is a bronze chest and a level 1 lucky wheel under the pirate ship amusement facility at the Hongdo Resort, 7.23 kilometers away from your current cable car. Please note, there is a LV2 mutated creature wandering in the area. 2 pieces of information? Sumu was momentarily stunned. Wait, looking more closely, this wasn't 2 pieces of information but one, containing 2 things, a bronze chest and a level 1 lucky wheel. Sumu's eyes lit up. A lucky wheel? He had just selected the talent, when facing a mystery box-like event where the outcomes are mixed, always get the best part, yesterday. And today, he encountered the wheel? It was the perfect opportunity to test this new talent's power. But soon, his attention was drawn to the second part of the message: a LV2 mutated creature was wandering. Level 2 monster. If it was an ordinary level 2 goblin, with his current strength of 26, combined with the target weakness and extra attack, close combat should be manageable. But if the opponent is a green quality elite? Sumu touched the pistol at his waist. M500 revolver, LV3 green quality, base firepower 22. Against a level 2 monster, according to the damage rules seen before, it should have a damage bonus. But the problem is, there are only 7 bullets. And he didn't know what type this level 2 monster actually was. A goblin? Or something else? More importantly, the information only said there is one, but that does not mean there is really only one. Just like yesterday's silver chest, the information only marked a LV3 mutated creature, but around it were hundreds of goblins and nearly 10 minotaurs. Of course, it is also possible the goblins attacked later. But at least there was more than one minotaur there. Chapter 20: Red Bean Resort. Sumu took a deep breath and began analyzing. Red Bean Resort, from the name, should be a tourist spot. The pirate ship amusement facility should be inside a playground. Places like this have large crowds, many buildings, and complex terrain. If monsters are there, there are likely more than one. But on the other hand, open spaces offer wide views, making it easier to observe and retreat. Go, or not go? Sumu barely hesitated. Go. He had already experienced the value of bronze chests. That level 2 bulletproof vest saved his life. The silver chest even gave a pistol, seeds, and a strength potion, doubling his power directly. And the lucky big wheel, just by the name, sounded like a place where good things could come. As for the risk, there is pre-warning information, a pistol for self-defense, and a new talent bonus. If he didn't dare to go with this, the game would just eliminate him. Sumu made up his mind and started preparing. He glanced at the time, now 10 o'clock. At the cable car speed of 5 km per hour, it would take nearly an hour and a half to reach Red Bean Resort. Time was enough. Sumu first counted his supplies. Food and water were enough, no extra needed. He checked the axe again, durability was still 87, enough. Then he looked at the 2 animal traps. One had 18 durability left, the other 8. Sumu hesitated a moment, then put both traps into his backpack. Although he didn't know if he would need them today, carrying them could not be wrong. Then he also put a bottle of water, a loaf of bread, and some chocolate in the backpack. The axe was at his waist, the pistol on the other side. After that, Sumu looked at the private chat on the screen. Last night before sleep, he had requested to collect wooden arrow blueprints. He sent a buying message and didn't check again. Now opening it, the private chat indeed had many red dots. He clicked in and browsed. Most were people trying to get things for free. Boss, please give me some food, I am starving, no blueprints at all. Can you lend me some food first? I will pay back 10 times later. Please, just give me a bottle of water, a lifetime of peace for good people. Some tried to trade other things. Iron ingots for food, want to trade? I have 2 ingots. Glass essence for food, 3 for 1, okay? Sumu looked at them one by one, ignoring all. No one had the wooden arrow blueprint. He exited private chat and glanced at the trading channel. Still no one was selling other blueprints. Makes sense, yesterday passed, today they can gather resources again, those who had blueprints would have traded already, not left until now. But Sumu looked at the lively team-up discussion in the channel. So many people are going down today, returning tonight, maybe more blueprints will circulate. He would see later. Looking a bit more, time passed quickly. The cable car continued forward, getting closer to the green coordinate point. Sumu stood by the window, looking outside through the glass. The scene ahead gradually became clear. There was a colorful cluster of buildings, red roofs, white walls, villas scattered in disorder but neat. In the center, a huge amusement facility could be vaguely seen, like a pirate ship, or like a Ferris wheel. The roads were painted in bright colors, and on the signs the words Red Bean Resort welcomes you could be faintly seen. Sumu glanced at the system map. The green coordinate was inside that cluster of buildings, about 2 kilometers from his current position. According to his plan, he did not intend to land directly in the village. Instead, he would go around from the outside, because there might be more monsters in the village, going straight in could easily lead to danger. From the outside, he could observe the inside situation and make a specific judgment. So, after glancing and seeing no trace of moving monsters under the cable car, he pressed confirm. The next moment, the cable car door opened automatically, and a purple-black vortex appeared out of thin air. Sumu took a deep breath, slung his backpack, held the axe in one hand and the pistol in the other, and stepped into the vortex. When his vision returned, Sumu found himself in a bamboo forest. Calling it a bamboo forest was not entirely accurate. Bamboo sparsely scattered, mixed with some broadleaf trees, the open spaces in the forest were quite wide, with a good view. Sunlight poured through the gaps of branches and leaves, casting mottled light on the ground. Sumu scanned around him. No trace of monsters. But he did not relax, gripping the axe tightly, eyes slowly sweeping every shadow, every bush. After confirming safety, he began to observe the terrain. In the distance ahead, the outlines of sparse houses could be seen. Red roofs, white walls, exactly the resort buildings seen from the cable car. That should be the tourist center or lodging area. Farther away, those colorful amusement facilities were faintly visible. After confirming no danger around, Sumu first checked the map to determine retreat points. Looking at the 3 retreat points, Sumu frowned. These 3 points, one in the direction of the town ahead, one farther back from the town, and the other opposite to his current target. So the retreat points he could choose were only the ones in the town and the one far ahead of the town. Which 2 to choose would depend on the situation, but both would require moving forward. Thus, Sumu judged the direction and began approaching the house area. He walked very lightly. Every few steps, he would stop to observe around, confirming no abnormality before continuing. Walking like this for several minutes, no danger appeared. The forest was very quiet, eerily quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the wind could be heard clearly. Sumu frowned and continued forward. After walking a while, a faint smell of blood floated into his nose. He immediately stopped, slightly crouched, eyes scanning around cautiously. No movement. The smell of blood came from ahead. Sumu gripped the axe, lowered his posture, and slowly approached. After about 20 meters, he found that thing by his feet. A cat. Or rather, half a cat. The corpse lay in the grass, torn in two at the waist by something. The front half remained, the back half was missing. The organs were spread on the ground, dried and blackened. Fur covered in dirt and blood, it could barely be recognized as an orange domestic cat. Sumu squatted and carefully looked at the wound. It was not cut by a knife, nor struck by a blunt object. It was bitten and torn. The wound edges were uneven, muscle fibers violently ripped, clear teeth marks on the bones. It was like something had bitten it in one bite, then ripped it in half alive. Sumu stood up, his expression a bit graver. Chapter 21 Extra Attack. This thing looked like it had been torn and eaten alive. The cat's body was not big, but whatever could bite it in half in one bite. At least it must have the bite force of a large dog. And from the marks left by the gnawing, the creature's teeth are very sharp, not like those of a regular beast. Sumu didn't stay too long, bypassing the corpse and continuing forward. However, his steps grew lighter, and his vigilance heightened. After walking for a few more minutes, suddenly, a sound came from ahead. It wasn't a monster's roar, but footsteps? Sumu quickly dashed behind a tree, turning sideways to observe. Through the sparse trees, he faintly saw a figure ahead. The figure was moving toward him, not fast, but its movements were strange. The walking posture was unnatural, with one shoulder higher than the other, and the steps somewhat staggered. Sumu furrowed his brows. Other players? It was possible. Just ahead was the town's boundary, so it was likely that someone who had taken the cable car before him might have landed after seeing the buildings, choosing to enter from the outskirts like him. Anyone able to move alone should have some strength. Sumu had no intention of approaching. Firstly, he was cautious about other players, secondly, he hadn't planned on teaming up, and thirdly, since the other person was alone, they must be equally cautious. It was more likely they would just pass each other by, wary of one another, without any meaningful interaction. However, the next moment, his frown deepened. It seemed the figure had noticed him. And the other person didn't choose to bypass or ignore him, instead, they directly ran toward him. Fast. Much faster than a normal person running. Sumu's pupils constricted. Something was wrong. That running posture, too twisted. The shoulders swung violently up and down, one leg dragged behind, while the other leg hopped forward like a spring. The arms swung with exaggerated movements, as if the joints had dislocated. Not a human. Sumu made his judgment in an instant. He didn't turn and flee but instead gripped his axe tightly, keeping his gaze fixed on the figure that was getting closer. The two of them were originally several hundred meters apart. Because of the poor light between the trees, he hadn't been able to see clearly earlier. But now, as the figure closed in, the distance was only around 100 meters, and the appearance of the creature finally became clear. It was a male corpse. Or rather, it had once been a man. Its clothes were torn and ragged, barely recognizable as the uniform of a resort worker, a blue shirt and dark pants, but they were so stained with blood and dirt that the original colors were unrecognizable. The face was pale, tinged with a bluish-black hue, the skin shriveled tightly against the bones, resembling dry jerky. The eye sockets were sunken, the eyeballs murky, and the pupils were so dilated they had lost shape. Half of the lips were missing, exposing the blackened gums and a few remaining teeth. The most horrifying thing was the body. The abdomen had been hollowed out. From the chest down to the lower abdomen, there was a huge hole. All the internal organs were gone, leaving only an empty abdominal cavity. Several ribs had broken, and the sharp white bone ends poked through, with dried blood hanging off them. One of the calves had been gnawed away, revealing the blackened bone underneath, which was why it dragged that leg when running. The other leg was intact, but the knee had twisted backward, making each step appear like a bounce. The arms were the same. The left hand was gone below the elbow, the break jagged as though it had been bitten off by something. The right hand, however, was intact, but all the fingers were bent backward at unnatural angles, like claws. It was charging toward Sumu. That twisted face even wore a smile. Not a facial expression smile, but purely a biological one, the half-missing lips stretched back, exposing the gums, making it look as though it were smiling. Sumu felt his blood start to boil. Not fear, but tension. He had killed goblins before, but mostly juveniles, posing little threat. Even the elderly goblin was dealt with in a panic, with adrenaline spiking and a flurry of random hacks to finish it off. But this time, he was watching this thing charge at him with his own eyes. Fierce. Twisted. Bloody. The kind of visual shock was completely different from facing a goblin. Sumu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. At the same time, the information about that thing appeared before his eyes. Zombie, LV1. Strength, 17, Constitution, 12. Agility, 8. Mental, 0. Its attributes were quite similar to that of a goblin. Strength slightly lower, Constitution a bit lower, agility about the same. It can fight. Sumu gripped the axe tightly, not pulling out his gun. Based on his previous experience with zombie games, guns should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Gunshots attract more zombies. While there were none around now, what if there were hidden ones? And when a gunshot goes off, it's like saying to everyone, I'm here. More importantly, he shouldn't need it. That thing was getting closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Sumu didn't move. He was waiting. Waiting for the right distance. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Just as the thing was only about 10 meters away from him, Sumu suddenly swung his arm and hurled the axe with all his might. He didn't aim. Or rather, there was no need to aim. The axe spun through the air, drawing an arc that wasn't precise. But at just the right moment, the creature lunged forward, its head extending. Thud. Thud. The axe blade buried deep into its skull. It wasn't a mere graze, it wasn't a simple chop, it went straight in. The entire axe sank into the zombie's head, splitting its twisted skull in two. The zombie's momentum carried it forward, taking 2 more steps before collapsing with a crash. It twitched twice. And then, it was still. One-hit kill. Sumu wasn't surprised by this outcome. His strength had already reached 26 points. The thrown axe, combined with a direct hit to the weak point, made the one-hit kill expected. But the reason Sumu stood still for a long while was that, just before he threw the axe, he noticed something strange. His axe seemed to have a shadow. He was sure he wasn't hallucinating. And also, he heard. The sound of the axe striking the zombie's body was 2 distinct sounds. Even though he threw the axe fast enough to blur his vision, his ears couldn't have been mistaken. So, it must have been his talent kicking in, triggering an additional attack after the initial strike. Chapter 22, The Difference. An additional attack triggered. So that's what it was. Originally, Sumu had thought the additional attack would simply trigger a normal attack damage, just like his regular attack stats. But right in front of him, there were 2 axe shadows, with 2 distinct sounds. The damage was the same, seemingly matching what Sumu had expected. But the reality was far different. Imagine if he were to coat the axe in gasoline and set it on fire to create a fire axe, throwing it to cause continuous damage. A normal additional attack would only deal his regular damage, with no continuous damage. To put it simply, the attack's special effects would carry over too. Or, let's not use an axe as an example, what if he threw an atomic bomb? That would be like throwing 2 atomic bombs. This shift from a normal attack is huge. Killed LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. The system prompt sounded in his ears, bringing Sumu back to his senses. Hearing the prompt, Sumu froze for a moment. 0.1? He instinctively opened the system panel and checked the experience bar. Level 2, 0.1/200. It really was 0.1. Sumu furrowed his brows. Was it because he leveled up to level 2? Did he now earn less experience from killing lower-level monsters? But this was too ridiculous, his experience had been reduced by 10 times. Before, killing a level 1 goblin pup gave him 1 experience point. Killing a level 1 bat also gave him 1 point. Now, killing a level 1 zombie only gave 0.1? Does that mean, after reaching level 2, he had to hunt monsters of the same level to earn normal experience? Sumu felt a bit helpless. But there was nothing he could do. That's just how the rules were. Complaining wouldn't help. He walked forward and pulled the axe from the zombie's head. Green blood and grayish-white brain matter splattered across the axe, the stench overwhelming. Sumu held back his disgust and wiped the axe on the zombie's clothes. Unfortunately, there was no second axe. Otherwise, this talent would be even more terrifying. He then looked at the wooden box that had fallen beside the body. He opened it. Acquired, mineral water ×1. Acquired, sweet potato ×1. Sumu picked up the sweet potato and examined it carefully. Sweet potato, white. Type, food/seed. Effect, edible, can replenish hunger. It can also be planted as a seed, and after it matures, you can harvest 3 to 5 sweet potatoes. Edible, and can be used as a seed? Sumu thought for a moment, then stored the sweet potato in his backpack. Planting wasn't needed for now, but maybe later. Plus, it could be food, so it wasn't a loss. Next, he tried using decompose on the zombie's body. Decompose failed, obtained nutrient ×1, damaged cloth ×1, decomposition experience +1. As expected, more nutrients. Sumu looked at the extra nutrient in his hand, but didn't bother picking up the one that had fallen on the ground. Nutrients, he still had over 30 on his cart. And each one weighed nearly a kilogram, taking up space and weight. Anyway, as long as he kept decomposing monsters, he'd get more, so it wasn't a rare resource. But the cloth. Sumu looked at the ragged piece of cloth in his hand, likely from the zombie's clothes after decomposition. It was only the size of a palm and nearly weightless. Still, he kept it. He turned around and continued walking. After just a few steps, a sudden noise came from behind. It wasn't the roar of a zombie. It was the sound of a battle. Bang bang, mixed with shouting and cursing. Sumu paused, then looked in the direction of the noise. The sound came from the right front, about 200 or 300 meters away. Through sparse trees, he could vaguely see some figures moving. He hesitated for a moment but didn't avoid it. Instead, he crouched low and quietly moved closer. At the edge of a relatively open space in the woods, Sumu saw the group. 5 people. 3 men and 2 women. They were currently besieging a zombie, the same kind of ordinary zombie as the one earlier. But their situation. The zombie was furiously lunging at one young man. The man was holding a hoe, his face pale, his hands shaking violently. Every time he swung the hoe, it seemed like he was just wildly flailing. The zombie charged at him, and he swung the hoe, missing. The zombie kept coming, and he staggered backward, nearly falling. "Help me," he screamed. A fat man rushed up, swinging a shovel and hitting the zombie hard on its back. Bang! The zombie stumbled forward, then turned and lunged at the fat man. The fat man was so scared he shrank back, almost losing grip on the shovel. Another tall, skinny man took the opportunity to rush in from the side, holding a sickle and chopping down on the zombie's neck. The sickle cut in. But only halfway. The zombie's neck was split open, black blood spurted out, but it didn't fall. Instead, it twisted its head and opened its mouth to bite at the tall man. The tall man jumped back in fear, forgetting to pull out the sickle. Fireball! Use the fireball, someone shouted. Behind the crowd, a young man with glasses clasped his hands together, chanting something under his breath. The next second, a fireball the size of a fist formed from his palms and shot out with a whoosh. It hit the zombie's chest directly. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the zombie staggered back 2 steps. Its clothes caught fire, and its skin sizzled as it burned. But it still didn't fall. It kept charging forward, heading toward the fat man closest to it. What the hell, it won't die. The fat man was so scared he turned to run, but after 2 steps, he tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. The zombie lunged at him, opening its mouth to bite. At that moment, a girl beside him suddenly rushed up, swinging a fire axe and striking the zombie hard on the back of its head. Crack! The axe went in. The zombie twitched twice, then finally collapsed. The clearing fell silent. Only the heavy breathing of the people could be heard. Is it dead? The fat man who had fallen asked as he lay on the ground. His voice trembled. Dead. The girl with the axe panted, sitting down heavily on the ground. The others also collapsed one by one, some knelt and gagged. Sumu hid behind a tree, quietly watching the scene. That zombie was exactly like the one he had killed earlier. 5 people, with weapons, teamwork, and one who could cast fireball, yet it was so hard to fight. Almost someone got bitten. But he himself solved it with one axe. Sumu looked down at his hand. At this moment, he truly realized how far apart he was from ordinary people. Killing zombies for him was like killing chickens. For these people, killing zombies was like risking their lives. Sumu didn't continue watching. He quietly stepped back and turned to leave. The noise these people made killing zombies was too loud. Shouts, running, fireball explosions could carry far in this quiet forest. He didn't know how many zombies were nearby, but caution was priority. Leaving this area quickly was the main task. Chapter 23: The Hidden Effect of Decomposition. At this moment, after Sumu left, the 5 people on the clearing were still panting. That was close. The girl sitting on the ground patted her chest. Luckily your fireball helped a lot, or the fat guy would be finished. Thanks to Xiaoyu. The glasses-wearing boy who could cast fireball seemed to be the core of the team. Wiped sweat from his forehead. She warned us about monsters nearby, so we could prepare. Everyone looked at another girl in the team. She had a ponytail, delicate face, looked just over 20. At this moment she stood at the edge of the clearing, gazing into the distant woods, seeming distracted. Xiaoyu? What are you looking at? Someone asked. Nothing, probably just someone else. Lin Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze. Let's search for supplies first, these zombies should drop things. Everyone nodded and began checking the boxes dropped by the zombies. Lin Xiaoyu also walked over, pretending to help, but her mind was still on that glimpse earlier. Her talent was Danger Sense Beginner, able to sense dangerous creatures with hostility within about 300 meters. During the fight, she vaguely sensed a presence. Very dangerous. More dangerous than any monster she had seen. But strangely, that presence had no hostility. It was just there, quietly staying, watching. Then it left. Lin Xiaoyu looked in that direction again. Nothing. A human? If human, they could give her that very dangerous feeling. She glanced at the glasses boy picking up boxes. His name was Zhang Mingyuan, the strongest fighter in the team, fireball talent, at level 1 strength reached 7 points. But Zhang Mingyuan didn't give her a feeling as strong as that presence. That person, at least level 2, right? Someone reached level 2 so fast? And alone. Xiaoyu? Zhang Mingyuan came over. You said there was someone over there? Lin Xiaoyu snapped out of it, nodded. Yes, probably someone like me who chose to land in this area from the cable car mountain, no hostility. Good. Zhang Mingyuan sighed. This area is a town, many who landed around. But now, those who can kill monsters alone are few. Let's take advantage while these zombies have no reason and are scattered, to get more experience and supplies. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, looked in that direction again. Nothing. But she mysteriously remembered that direction in her mind. Sumu continued on his way. After about 10 minutes, the forest ahead became sparse, the view gradually opening up. Dense houses appeared. Red-roofed, white-walled villa-style buildings, in neat rows. Some were lodging areas, some dining areas, and small shops with signs. Further away, colorful amusement facilities could be seen clearly. Ferris wheel, carousel. And that huge pirate ship. The target is right there. Sumu stopped walking, carefully observing the surroundings. Along the way, he met several groups of people. Some were 3 or 5 together, fighting zombies. Some were 7 or 8, carefully moving between houses. Some were obviously weak, turning around and running away as soon as they saw zombies, not daring to get close. Sumu ignored them all. No matter if they could kill or not, he had no thought of helping or teaming up. Of course, these people were not his competitors. On the contrary, seeing so many people come to search for supplies, Sumu was quite pleased. The more people, the more blueprints would be found. As long as they had something, he could exchange it with food or materials. Rather than fighting each other, it was better to each take what they needed and develop together. This was his long-standing idea. But now there was a problem. Sumu looked at the building cluster ahead, slightly frowning. To reach the amusement park, he had to cross this residential area. Around were steep slopes and cliffs, impossible to climb. If he went around, it would take at least another hour, maybe more. Every extra minute here meant an extra minute of risk. He had to go through. Sumu observed carefully again. At the edge of the residential area, there were indeed a few zombies wandering. But not many, and they were spaced far apart, at least 100 or 200 meters. With caution, he could completely bypass them. And also, he glanced at the tightly closed house doors. Since he had to pass through the town, he might as well search along the way. On this journey, he had not touched even a single grey chest. The drop rate in the wild was really low, relying on it to get rich was impossible. But inside the houses it was different. Maybe some drawer in a room hid supplies. And these zombie monsters had little intelligence, perfect for practice. Thinking this, Sumu made up his mind, tightened his grip on the axe, and moved toward the nearest house. Sumu stood at the edge of the residential area, carefully watching the street ahead. Scattered zombies wandered, the nearest about 150 meters away, wandering aimlessly at the street corner. Further away, a few more, spaced out. He could go around. He gripped the axe, lowered his body, moving along the wall quietly. The target was the nearest row of houses. A 2-story small building, red brick walls, rolling shutter closed, windows with anti-theft bars. Next to it, several buildings with similar structure, some rolling shutters, some wooden doors. Sumu did not rush toward the monsters. Though here to practice, level 1 zombies gave only 0.1 experience, very low cost effectiveness. And fighting would make noise, possibly attracting more, not worth it. He needed to adapt to this environment, in a town full of dangers, stay calm, make correct decisions. That was enough. Sumu bypassed the first zombie, sticking close to the wall, arriving at the small building door. Rolling shutter. Silver aluminum alloy, fallen to the ground, locked. Sumu frowned. This kind of door, breaking it violently would make a lot of noise. And looking around, this row of houses mostly had rolling shutters closed, only a few wooden doors slightly open. Go to the open ones? Sumu shook his head. Open doors were likely already searched. And open meant the person inside either died or left. Neither was worth it. He needed untouched houses. Then he had to pick the lock. Sumu stared at the rolling shutter. Suddenly an idea flashed. Disassemble. His disassemble skill, besides disassembling corpses, could disassemble ordinary items. This door, could it be disassembled? Sumu put his hand on the rolling shutter, focused his mind. Disassemble aluminum alloy rolling shutter? Disassembly takes 3 minutes, cannot move during. After disassembly, corresponding materials will be obtained. It really worked. Sumu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he chose to confirm. In the next moment, his hands pressed against the door, and a faint light spread from his palms, covering the entire rolling shutter door. Hiss, hiss. A faint sound came from the door, as if something was slowly peeling off. The sound was not loud, much quieter than banging on the door, but still audible in the quiet street. Sumu vigilantly scanned his surroundings. The nearest zombies were still wandering about 100 meters away, seemingly unaware of this side. He sighed in relief and continued pressing on the door, waiting for the decomposition to finish. 3 minutes. Not too long, not too short. Sumu stared at the decomposition progress bar, counting every second. During this time, 2 zombies passed by the edge of his vision, but neither turned this way. 100%. The rolling shutter door suddenly turned into a faint light and disappeared from Sumu's hands. In its place was a metal block the size of a palm. Acquired, aluminum alloy ×1. Chapter 24, Collection. Sumu. That's it? A door, and it decomposes into a palm-sized aluminum block? He weighed the aluminum alloy block in his hand, probably a little over a pound. If he decomposed an entire house, how much material would he get? But then he thought about it and understood. The decomposition in the game must not be based on actual weight, but on extractable materials. A rolling shutter door, as far as the system is concerned, probably has only this much material. The good news was that this method worked. Compared to violently breaking down the door, decomposition made much less noise. From now on, for any tightly shut door, just decompose it. Sumu put the aluminum alloy block into his backpack and looked up at the doorframe. After the rolling shutter door disappeared, the inside was revealed. A typical rural style, cement floor, whitewashed walls, with a few plastic stools and a wooden coffee table against the wall. On the table were a few disposable paper cups, with dark tea stains at the bottom. In the corner of the wall were several brooms and mops, and on the wall hung an old-fashioned calendar, with the date stuck in some unknown month. A small car, and that was it. It was obvious that the first floor was used by this family as a parking area. He took a deep breath, gripped his axe tightly, and with his other hand, reached for the handgun at his waist. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he focused on the car in front of him. Decompose. Without hesitation. But when he saw that the decomposition would take 6 hours, he completely lost interest. That was a huge waste of time. Besides, the stuff he'd get from it would probably be heavy, and he didn't have anywhere to store it right now. Shaking his head, Sumu walked to the stairs of this house. Sumu quickly scanned the surroundings. No monsters. But he didn't let his guard down. His experience in the goblin nest taught him that in such residential houses, monsters are often upstairs. He took quiet steps, passed through the hall, and arrived at the staircase. He looked up. The second floor door was slightly ajar, with faint light leaking through the gap. It was eerily quiet. Sumu tightened his grip on the axe and carefully stepped up, one step at a time. His steps were light. Very slow. He paused after every few steps to listen for any sounds. No sounds. But just as he was about to step onto the second floor platform, a faint sound came from behind the door. Very light. If it hadn't been for his body strengthening after reaching level 2, making his hearing sharper, he wouldn't have been able to hear it at all. Sumu immediately stopped, pressing his body against the wall. The sound continued from inside the room. Oh, like something was slowly moving, or like dragging something. There was something. Sumu didn't act immediately. He listened quietly for a moment, confirming that there was only that one sound, no other movements, no breathing, no growls. 1. That's easier. Sumu gently reached out and grasped the doorknob. It wasn't locked. He slowly turned the knob, extremely slow, extremely gently, ensuring no noise would be made. The door opened just a crack. Inside was a bedroom. Light leaked through the curtains gap, casting half-dark, half-light shadows across the room. The bed was messy, and clothes were thrown on the floor. The wardrobe door was half open, a few coats hanging inside. And in the middle of the room, a zombie was spinning in circles. No, it wasn't spinning. It was pacing in place, taking 2 steps, stopping, tilting its head as if listening to something, or perhaps thinking about something. It looked like a middle-aged man, wearing pajamas and barefoot. There were no wounds on its body, its face pale with a hint of dark blue, the skin shriveled, and its eye sockets deeply sunken. Just like the zombie encountered earlier, this one was a naturally formed zombie, no external wounds, no bite marks, just mutated directly. Sumu observed quietly for 2 seconds. The zombie seemed to sense something, suddenly stopping, turning its head, and staring towards the door. Its murky eyes locked with Sumu's. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, the zombie opened its mouth and let out a hoarse growl, rushing toward the door. Sumu didn't hesitate. He suddenly pushed the door open, his right hand swung the axe, and he struck the rushing zombie hard. The axe spun through the air, cutting a sharp arc. Thud. Thud. 2 muffled thuds almost overlapped. The axe blade hit precisely into the zombie's head, splitting it in half. Black blood and grayish brain matter splattered everywhere. The zombie's forward momentum continued, stumbling 2 steps before crashing to the ground. Kill LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. Another 0.1. Sumu walked forward, pulled the axe out of the zombie's skull, and wiped it on its pajama. Then he looked at the wooden box that had fallen beside the corpse. He opened it. Obtained, mineral water ×1. Obtained, iron ingot ×1. Not bad. Sumu put the items away and didn't rush to leave. He first checked the entire room, under the bed, inside the wardrobe, behind the curtains, even lifting the blanket to check. Confirming there were no other monsters hiding, he began looting for supplies. First, on the bed. The bedding. Thick cotton blankets, 2. Pillows, 2. Bed sheets, 2 sets. Sumu felt them, they were quite warm. But he hesitated, not taking them. In the extreme cold weather last night, warm items were indeed valuable. But today? Many people already knew it would be cold tonight, and there would definitely be people collecting clothes and blankets. Those who didn't dare to go down yesterday would be forced into a corner today, and would have no choice but to take a chance. When everyone knows how important warm supplies are, their value will drop sharply. Just like Lin Yuwei, who made a profit from the information gap, because she knew earlier than others. But now, that information gap no longer existed. Rather than wasting backpack space carrying these, it would be better to search for more food and special supplies. Sumu made his judgment and turned around, walking out of the bedroom to search other places. The second floor, aside from this bedroom, had 2 other rooms. One was a children's room empty except for a small bed and a few toys, the other was a bathroom, with a toilet, sink, and showerhead, nothing valuable. Sumu quickly scanned through, confirming there were no supplies, and then turned to go downstairs. On the first floor, aside from the living room, there was also a kitchen and a storage room. He first entered the kitchen. There were a few pots and bowls thrown on the stove, unwashed dishes soaking in the sink, and the trash can by the stove already smelling bad. Sumu opened the fridge. In the fridge, a few eggs, already rotten, half a cabbage, wilted, a half-eaten jar of fermented tofu, and 2 cans of beer. In the freezer, a bag of frozen chicken legs, 2 bags of frozen ribs, and a box of frozen dumplings. Sumu looked carefully. The frozen meat hadn't spoiled, the freezer was cold enough, and it seemed there had been no power outage, as the meat was still firm. Meat. That's a good thing. Although not as convenient as instant noodles or bread, as long as there's a way to heat it up, this is a great source of protein. As for how to heat it, well, for now there's no direction, so Sumu had no choice but to give up and search for ready-to-eat items. Unfortunately, there were only a few packs of milk that hadn't expired. He shook his head, ready to leave. Then he looked at the fridge itself. Could this fridge be dismantled? He reached out and placed his hand on the fridge. The materials obtained are 1 iron ingot, 1 refrigeration element, several copper wires. Sumu's eyes lit up. Refrigeration element? This thing could be useful. Maybe it can be used for the cable car in the future, perhaps to make a simple fridge or something. Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice. 5 minutes later, the fridge transformed into a soft glow and disappeared, replaced by obtained, iron ingot ×1. Obtained, refrigeration element ×1. Obtained, copper wire ×3. Sumu looked at the 3 new items in his hands. Iron ingot, about the size of a palm. Refrigeration element, a palm-sized metal block with several connectors on the surface, like a mechanical part. Copper wire, 3 thin wires about the length of 3 fingers, rolled into a ball. None of them were heavy. Sumu put them away and turned to leave the kitchen. Next, it was the utility room. Inside were some messy items, old newspapers, empty cardboard boxes, a few plastic basins, a broken broom. Sumu flipped through them but found nothing. Finally, he looked at the zombie. He had been so focused on searching the house that he hadn't searched the body yet. Sumu crouched down and began to rummage through the zombie's clothes. In the pocket of the pajamas, he pulled out something. A phone. A Huawei phone, the screen was cracked, but the body was intact. The back was covered with black bloodstains, and the buttons had dried fingerprints. Sumu pressed the power button. No response. Out of battery? No, this phone looked like it had fallen after mutation, it should still have power. He held the power button down. The screen lit up briefly, showing the Huawei logo, then. Enter password. Sumu frowned. Password. He didn't know the password. And the owner of the phone, before the mutation, was definitely dead. Even if he knew the password, there was no way to ask. Sumu thought for a moment, then clicked on Decompose. Do you wish to decompose Huawei phone, damaged? Decomposition will take 30 seconds. After decomposition, you will receive Snapdragon chip ×1, battery block ×1, camera module ×1, speaker ×1, aluminum alloy times several. Sumu. Snapdragon chip? This thing can be decomposed too? He was momentarily speechless but hesitated for a moment before confirming. 30 seconds later. Obtained, Snapdragon chip ×1. Obtained, battery block ×1. Obtained, camera module ×1. Obtained, speaker ×1. Obtained, aluminum alloy ×1. Sumu looked at the small parts in his hand. The chip was about the size of a fingernail, with the words Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 printed on it. The battery block was thin, marked with a 5000 mAh capacity. The camera module was a small piece of glass and metal. The speaker was a metal circle the size of a soybean. These things, what use are they? Sumu couldn't figure it out. But his intuition told him that since they could be decomposed, they would definitely be useful later. Maybe related to the cable car assembly or certain special equipment that needed these precise parts. He decided to keep them. Sumu carefully put the parts away and placed them in his backpack. Then he stood up and took one last look at the room. Almost done. Food was collected, the fridge was decomposed, the body was searched. It was time to move to the next house. Sumu walked outside and glanced at the street. The few zombies were still wandering in their original spots, not noticing his movement. He let out a sigh of relief and continued to sneak toward the next house. For the next few hours, Sumu repeated the same process. Find a tightly shut house, decompose the door, carefully enter, search the first floor, be cautious on the second floor, kill zombies, if any, search the entire house, decompose household appliances, leave. Most houses had zombies. Some had a whole family of mutated zombies, some had only one, some were empty, maybe the people had escaped before mutation, or they wandered elsewhere after the mutation. Sumu collected everything. Each zombie gave 0.1 experience, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. And every zombie dropped a wooden box, which randomly contained food, water, iron ingots, glass essence, and occasionally special items. Though the chances were low, the quantity made up for it. After searching through over a dozen houses, Sumu finally found something he had been waiting for in the drawer of a nightstand. A gray treasure chest. About the size of a palm, it looked dull and unnoticeable, just lying there beneath a few old magazines and a pile of clutter. Sumu's eyes brightened, and he quickly stepped forward, opening it. Obtained, bottled water ×1. Obtained, iron ingot ×2. Is that it? Sumu felt a bit disappointed. No blueprint, no special items, no equipment. But then he thought about it. The gray treasure chest was the lowest level anyway, and getting iron ingots was already pretty good. After all, iron ingots were the core material for upgrading the cable car, and getting 2 iron ingots might require killing 7 or 8 enemies if luck wasn't on his side. Of course, this also made him appreciate just how overpowered the daily intelligence talent was. You see, based on the information he had gathered from the group chat so far, most of the people who had opened treasure chests were those who had gray chests. Only a few really lucky ones had encountered white chests. And anything above white, like bronze, he hadn't heard of anyone opening. Without the intel guiding him, he would never have been able to find a bronze chest and a silver chest on the first day, nor would he have the equipment and supplies he had now. Information was, without a doubt, the most valuable thing. Sumu stored the iron ingots and continued searching the next house. After searching a few more rooms, he came across a small building with much better decoration. Behind the rolling shutter was a spacious living room. Leather sofas, a marble coffee table, a flat-screen TV on the wall, and a standing air conditioner in the corner. Sumu first searched the first floor as usual. In the kitchen, the fridge was even larger than the previous one, a double-door model. He opened it. It was packed full. But it was all frozen meat, frozen fish, frozen shrimp, frozen dumplings, frozen rice balls, and some other frozen foods. Feeling a bit helpless, he could only dismantle the fridge. Obtained, iron ingot ×2. Obtained, cooling components ×2. Obtained, copper wire ×5. Good stuff. Next, he moved on to the living room. Flat-screen TV? Dismantle. Obtained, display screen times 1. Obtained, chip times several. Obtained, speakers times 2. Obtained, aluminum alloy times 2. Standing air conditioner? Dismantle. Obtained, iron ingot times 2. Obtained, cooling components times 1. Obtained, motor times 1. Obtained, copper wire times 3. Computer? Dismantle. Obtained, RTX 5060 graphics card times 1. Obtained, CPU times 1. Obtained, motherboard times 1. Obtained, RAM times 2. Obtained, hard drive times 1. Obtained, power supply times 1. Obtained, aluminum alloy times 2. Sumu looked at the pile of extra parts in his hands, his mouth twitching. RTX 5060 graphics card? What use would this have in a game? Could he play games on the cable car in the future? But he still put the graphics card away. After all, anything that could be dismantled must have a purpose. Even if it wasn't useful now, maybe it would be later. And right now, he didn't have anything better to pack. Second floor bedroom. A zombie was wandering around the room. Sumu solved it with an axe, then searched the room and found a box and a phone. The phone was an Apple. Dismantle. Obtained, a 17 Pro chip times 1. Obtained, battery pack times 1. Obtained, camera module times 1. Obtained, speaker times 1. Obtained, titanium alloy times 1. Titanium alloy? Sumu looked at the silvery white metal, which was much heavier than aluminum alloy and felt better to the touch. This material should be of higher quality than aluminum alloy. He kept it. Finally, Sumu turned to look at something on the bedside table. A flashlight. Black plastic shell, metal head, with a few batteries placed next to it. Sumu picked it up and tested it. It still worked. Strong light, able to shine over 10 meters. His eyes lit up. A flashlight. This thing wasn't much use during the day, but at night, especially in that kind of pitch-black fog, it was definitely a magic tool. Last night, when those weird bats crashed into the cable car, if there had been a flashlight, maybe he could have seen what they looked like, even aimed his gun at them. Sumu didn't hesitate to put the flashlight and the batteries into his backpack. Then he searched the other rooms. He found 2 more flashlights and several packs of batteries. He took everything. Chapter 26, Hotel and Bronze Treasure Chest. Thus, Sumu kept searching and walking, his load growing to 20 kilograms. Most of it was electronic parts he had dismantled, like graphics cards, cooling components, and even some old phones that didn't require unlocking. At this point, he arrived in front of a hotel. Sumu stood in front of the 4-story building, looking up and inspecting it. The outer walls were covered with light yellow tiles. Although it was a bit old, it was well maintained. Above the door hung a red sign. Red Bean Hotel in large letters, the kind of font that was popular in the 90s, with some areas already peeling off, revealing the rust underneath. It was the most eye-catching building on the entire street. Sumu withdrew his gaze and quickly calculated in his mind. He had searched through over a dozen houses along the way, but had only found one gray treasure chest. He wasn't sure if it was just bad luck or if the drop rate for these chests was always this low. However, based on his experience over the past 2 days, it seemed that the more dangerous places had a higher chance of dropping good items. Yesterday, there were 2 silver treasure chests, one in a goblin nest surrounded by goblin spawn, and the other in a place where hundreds of adult goblins were fighting minotaurs. And now, in front of him, this hotel had 4 floors, and was one of the more crowded places in the resort. The number of zombies inside could not be small. High risk, high reward. This logic should hold. Also, places like this usually stored some supplies. And logically speaking, hotels should have a canteen, or at least a small shop. The supplies in the residential houses he had previously searched were too scattered. Things like rice and flour were useless to him, without a stove or a pot, he couldn't cook. But a hotel was different. Such places definitely had instant foods like noodles, biscuits, and bottled water. At worst, he could grab a couple of fire extinguishers and be prepared for some emergencies. Moreover, standing here, he also noticed the amusement park over there. Although he could only see a few spots, he observed that there were many zombies over there. Yes, very many. At a glance, there were at least 40 or 50. He had reason to suspect that the zombie outbreak here happened when there were a lot of people out for a daytime stroll. Therefore, even if there was only one second-tier mutated creature nearby, he felt that going there would probably yield no results. That way, he could avoid the disappointment of having no rewards. Sumu made up his mind. And this time, it was perfect for practicing with this Red Bean Hotel, familiarizing himself with the rhythm of fighting in such a dense building. He could also check to see if there were any good items to be found. With that thought, he gripped his axe tightly and walked toward the hotel door. The glass door was a push-and-pull style, without a lock. Sumu gently pushed, and the door opened. A musty smell mixed with a faint scent of blood rushed toward him. The lobby wasn't very large, probably about 100 square meters. Directly ahead was the service desk, with a marble countertop and a wall of keys behind it. To the left was a resting area, with a few sets of leather sofas and glass coffee tables. A few yellowed magazines were thrown on the tables. To the right was a staircase, with no elevator installed. Sumu scanned the room. No zombies. At least not in the lobby. Of course, after scanning the area, he didn't spot any treasure chests either. He stepped lightly, moving further in. It seemed the only way was to search each room one by one. But when he searched the residential houses earlier, he used his disassemble skill to break down the doors, which made very little noise. But there was still some sound. Now, these were hotel room doors, and if he dismantled them, the doors would be gone. If there were zombies inside, they'd rush out immediately. Moreover, dismantling the doors would take 3 minutes, wasting time. There were 4 floors here, with at least 30 rooms. That was too much time wasted. But soon, Sumu smacked his forehead. Other residential houses didn't have keys, but this was a hotel, and surely the front desk would have them. Sumu moved around behind the service desk. The drawer slid open, a few pens, several notebooks, a box of paper clips, a calculator. No rune cards. Sumu frowned, his gaze sweeping over the counter, and he quickly noticed a string of keys in the corner, not a single key, but a bunch, all connected by a metal ring, with at least 10 hanging from it. They were probably the master keys. He reached out, took them, and weighed them in his hand. They were pretty heavy. He grabbed the keys in his axe, then raised his gun. Sumu headed toward the second floor. The staircase was dimly lit, with only the faint green glow of the safety exit signs on the wall. Sumu lightened his footsteps, walking up step by step. Second floor. The corridor was very long, with tightly closed doors on both sides. The light tube above his head was off, only a little light came in from the window at the end of the corridor. Sumu glanced at the tags on the key ring. 201, 202, 203. All matched. He walked to the door of 201, took a deep breath, and gently inserted the key into the keyhole. Turned. Click. The door opened. Sumu did not push the door immediately, but leaned his body to the side against the door, and used the axe to gently push the door open a crack. Inside was very dark, the curtains were pulled tightly. The next moment, a thing rushed at him from inside. For this kind of situation, Sumu was already prepared, because he had met it in previous searches. He almost formed muscle memory. His body slightly leaned back, avoided the hand the zombie grabbed at him, at the same time his right hand swung up the axe, and fiercely chopped down at the rushing figure. Puff. Puff. 2 dull sounds that almost overlapped. The axe blade precisely chopped into the zombie's skull, splitting its whole head into 2 halves. Instant kill. Sumu looked at the corpse lying on the ground, feeling a little emotional. Locking the weak point, this talent was really too bugged. No matter how the other rushed, no matter how he chopped, he could always hit the vital point. And now with extra attack added, it was equal to 1 axe chopping out the damage of 2 axes. Not to mention level 1 zombies, even level 2 normal monsters probably could not take many hits. Killed LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. 0.1, mosquito leg. After waiting a bit, seeing no other movement, he then opened the whole room. His gaze quickly swept across the whole room. Double bed, bedside table, wardrobe, TV cabinet, independent bathroom. The quilt on the bed was piled messily, several clothes were thrown on the ground. When his gaze swept here, his gaze suddenly froze beside the bedside table. There, against the wall, was placed a silver shining box. Bronze treasure chest? Sumu's eyes lit up. Chapter 27, the silver treasure chest that was taken away. He quickly stepped forward, squatted down, both hands pressed on that silver bronze box. That's right, it was a bronze treasure chest. Exactly the same as the one opened yesterday. Sumu took a deep breath and opened it. Inside lay quietly 2 things. A yellowed blueprint and a chest rig. He first picked up the blueprint. Obtained, fog dispelling lamp, white. Fog dispelling lamp, LV1. Type, cable car built-in hanging accessory. Effect, after building, can dispel the darkness inside the cable car, and illuminate the situation within 10 meters around at night. Required materials, high-strength glass essence times 10, strange crystal times 10, tungsten wire *3. Area occupied, about 1.5 square meters, can be placed on top of the cable car. Sumu looked at this blueprint, his eyes lit up. Expand the vision in the dark night. Although only 10 meters, but this was already very good. You must know last night he could not see even a little thing outside. This made his firearms have no use at night, because weak point attack required him to be able to see. This 10 meters distance at least could let him see some things, then his trump card at night became more. Put it away. Then he picked up that equipment. Obtained, tactical chest rig, white. Type, equipment. Armor value, +3. Weight, 0.8 kilograms. Effect, after equipping, provides slight physical protection. At the same time, there are 3 pockets on the chest rig, can respectively place items. Items placed in it, taking out speed increases by 30%. Durability, 50/50ths. Sumu's eyes lit up. This thing was good. Although the armor was only +3, far worse than the level 2 bulletproof vest on his body, but these 3 pockets were too practical. He had played many shooting games, knew the function of tactical chest rigs, could hold magazines, could hold grenades, could hold first aid kits. When needing to take quickly in battle, taking from the chest rig and digging from the backpack were completely 2 concepts. And this thing was light, did not take space. Sumu immediately put the chest rig on his body. Adjusted the tightness, quite fitting. The 3 pockets were on both sides of the chest and right in front, size moderate, just able to stuff in a pistol, ammunition, and some small items. He tried it, taking the pistol out from his waist side. Put it into the right pocket. Then take it out again. It was indeed much faster than pulling from the waist. And this chest harness is worn outside the bulletproof vest, 2 layers of protection, although the vest already covers the upper body, an extra layer can't hurt. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. A good start, Sumu's confidence surged even more. But he still searched the room once more. Opening the nightstand drawer, a few travel guides, a pen, a charger. Opening the wardrobe, 2 bathrobes, several hangers. Bathroom, toothbrush, toothpaste, comb, small shampoo bottles, and 2 unused soaps. Sumu put the soaps and small shampoo bottles into his backpack. These things won't fill the stomach, but they will definitely be useful later. Especially soap, in this kind of place, staying clean is staying alive. On the TV stand, there were 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of biscuits, 2 cups of instant noodles, and a box of condoms. Sumu's eyes lit up. Exactly. This kind of place is where supplies are concentrated. He stored the items, Sumu's gaze moved to the light bulb above. Then he disassembled it. Disassembly 30s. After waiting slowly. Disassembly succeeded. Obtained tungsten filament *1. Just as expected. He stored the tungsten filament. Then he left the room and walked toward 202. Same procedure, open the door, turn sideways, rush in, sweep the view. Next, he opened doors one by one. 203, 204, 205. Most rooms had zombies, some 1, some 2. Sumu collected them all, each worth 0.1 experience, though small, little by little it adds up. Each room also had supplies, mineral water, biscuits, instant noodles, occasionally chocolate and bread. Wooden boxes were dropped by every zombie, inside randomly yielding iron ingots, glass essence, sometimes fuel. Sumu's backpack became fuller and fuller. Until he reached room 208, gently inserted the key into the lock. Turned it. Click. The door opened a crack. Sumu didn't push immediately, but pressed sideways against the door, slowly pushing it with his axe. The scene inside made him pause for a moment. The room was similar to the ones he had searched before, double bed, nightstand, wardrobe, TV stand. The difference came from the bathroom. The bathroom had semi-transparent glass partitions, frosted glass, impossible to see clearly inside, but a figure could be vaguely seen, not a corpse, perhaps a human figure, a woman-like figure. She was standing under the shower head tilted back, letting the water run over her face and hair. Steam blurred the glass. Didn't look like a zombie, but Sumu's gun was still aimed in that direction. He didn't relax his vigilance. In this world, anything is possible. Do zombies take showers? No. But what if they do? He didn't make a sound, nor did he lower his gun. After that, he glanced toward the bed inside the room, because in the instant of opening the door, he had noticed a flash of silver there. Only because there was a sound from the bathroom, he didn't look immediately, but instead focused on the bed, because no matter what treasure is in front, he always checks danger first. And now looking again, it was indeed correct. By the bed, a silver shining box was placed there. A silver treasure chest. But it was already open. The lid flipped aside, inside empty. Clearly, the contents had already been taken. Then he focused again on the person inside the glass in front of him. At this moment, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Then, she seemed to sense something, pausing her movement. Through the frosted glass, Sumu could see her figure, looking outside. The next second, she saw Sumu standing in the room. And the dark muzzle of his gun in his hand. Her eyes instantly widened, mouth open, about to scream. But just as the sound was about to come out, she forced herself to hold it. Inside the bathroom, she tightly covered herself with a towel. Two eyes, firmly staring at Sumu. "You, what are you doing?" The voice was full of shock, shame, and anger, kept very low. But it was clear it was a woman's voice. Chapter 28, Cooperation. Sumu didn't move the gun's muzzle. "Human? Have you ever seen a zombie talk? Bastard!" The woman gritted her teeth, her ears turning red with anger. It was a misunderstanding. Sumu's gun didn't move, and his gaze didn't shift either. The woman, on the other hand, was so angry her ears were flushed, yet she didn't turn away, even knowing it was a misunderstanding. "I don't have the habit of leaving my back exposed to others," Sumu said indifferently. The woman bit her lip, staring hard at him. After a while, as if she had figured something out, she opened the bath towel, stared at Sumu, and picked up some clothes, acting like it didn't matter. "If you want to look, go ahead. But if you dare do anything to me, I'll drag you down with me, even in death. Don't doubt it." With that, she began to fumble around, putting on her clothes inside. The glass door was frosted, so although the details were unclear, the outline of her figure could still be vaguely seen. Sumu could see her putting on clothes piece by piece inside. He didn't move his gaze, nor did he lower his gun. Soon, the bathroom door opened. The woman stepped out, keeping a wary eye on Sumu, though her movements were casual. She looked about 24 or 25, with delicate features, fair skin, and still bearing a faint redness on her face from the steam of the bath. Her long hair was damp, hanging over her shoulders, and the tips of her hair were dripping, wetting the clothes on her shoulder. She wore a simple white t-shirt and dark-colored casual pants, an ordinary outfit. But the lazy, post-bath aura combined with her exquisite face would definitely make any man's gaze linger on her for a long time. But Sumu's gaze only stayed on her face for a moment before shifting to her hands. Her left hand was drying her hair, and her right hand was holding a grenade. Green, oval-shaped, with just one pull, it could explode. Sumu's pupils contracted. He had never seen one in real life, but he had seen plenty in films. In this environment, it wasn't impossible for her to have a grenade, although it was unexpected. Especially since she had clearly opened a silver box. The woman's gaze also fell on Sumu's face. The two locked eyes for 2 seconds. She spoke first, her voice calm but carrying an obvious warning. "I told you, if you dare, we both die together." She bit her lip, and the word dare left an unspoken implication behind it. Sumu glanced at her, his voice calm. "You haven't even pulled the safety pin of your grenade." The woman froze for a moment, instinctively lowering her gaze to her hand. The safety pin was still firmly in place. She knew how these things worked. You had to pull the safety pin to use it. But pulling it didn't necessarily mean you had to throw it right away. Yet hearing Sumu's words, she realized that if he really wanted to do something, she wouldn't even have time to pull the pin. Her face stiffened slightly. But she didn't release the grenade from her hand. Sumu holstered his gun. This motion caused the woman to pause for a moment. She stared at Sumu, warily asking, "What are you going to do?" Sumu pointed at the open silver box on the ground. Did you open it?" The woman nodded. At this point, denying it would be pointless. Sumu looked at her and suddenly asked, "Can we make a deal?" Lin Yue. The woman's expression froze again. She studied Sumu's face carefully, and after a few seconds, a look of realization flashed in her eyes, followed by a complicated expression. Sumu. The way she said his name had a slightly peculiar tone. They weren't old acquaintances, they had only met last night. It was this man who had exchanged 3 terribly stinky quilts for her breakthrough symbol. Later, he used 2 barrels of fuel to exchange for 3 of her blueprints. A con man. She had, of course, seen his profile picture, and that face definitely wasn't easy to forget. Sumu nodded. "If there are any good blueprints inside, I can trade something for them." Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. "Is this a threat for a trade?" Sumu shook his head. "No. If you think like that, you can wait until we're back at the cable car before making a deal with me. I won't force you." He spoke calmly, with no hint of a threat in his words. For Sumu, even though he knew the other person must have something valuable, he still had his own bottom line when it came to doing business. Lin Yue looked at him, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. After a few seconds, she nodded. "I can trade with you, but not here." Sumu didn't press further. "That's fine. As long as I have priority for the trade." Sumu paused, then asked, "By the way, how did you know there was a silver treasure chest here?" This was the question he cared most about. He had searched through every room along the way. If Lin Yue had started searching from the first floor, she would have encountered him earlier. But in fact, he only met her at room 208, and the previous room showed no signs of being searched. He didn't believe in some miraculous luck where she randomly opened a door and found a silver chest room without any zombies inside. Lin Yue's expression tightened slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. That's classified. Sumu gave her a quick glance. If she wasn't going to tell him, he couldn't force it out of her. But from her expression, he could roughly guess, her talent must be related to information. And how did it feel? Familiar. Lin Yue draped the towel over her shoulder, her tone becoming cautious again. Alright, if you want to trade with me, leave this place now. Sumu didn't move. No rush, I have one more question. Lin Yue pinched her fingers, her hand grenade almost cramping from the tension. Last night, you used fuel to escape the danger zone, which must have taken a lot of time. How did you end up here? Sumu remembered clearly that the creepy bats had attacked for at least 2 hours. If Lin Yue had used fuel to escape last night, she would have landed in this area much earlier. Sumu glanced at the silver treasure chest. Earlier, in the small shop in Peacetown, when he was searching the bronze treasure chest and then looking for supplies, he noticed that the treasure chest would disappear 10 minutes after it was looted. Though not certain, he suspected that all treasure chests must have a similar rule. And since Lin Yue seemed to know about the silver treasure chest here, she must have landed nearby much earlier, meaning they could never have crossed paths. Lin Yue froze for a moment. 2 hours? Then she seemed to think of something, her lips curling into a faint smile. Who said fuel is only for running away? Don't you know, the things that attacked us last night, they're afraid of light? That should have been discussed on the forum. Afraid of light? Sumu furrowed his brows. Last night, he had been studying how to capture the creepy bats, and then he went to sleep, so he hadn't paid attention to the discussions in the channel. Lin Yue saw the frown on his face, and the amusement in her eyes became even more obvious. So, you managed to hold on for 2 hours while those things attacked you. Wait, you said it was 2 hours, even though they attacked you, you didn't give up? Is the second-level cable car's defense that strong? Sumu's brow furrowed even tighter. This person, she had turned his words around on him. However, he had at least gained some intelligence. The creepy bats were afraid of light. And Lin Yue didn't seem to be lying, because she could easily check it in the channel herself. But he had read the description of these creepy bats, and it didn't mention anything about them being afraid of light. Was it because the information wasn't detailed, or did all these nocturnal creatures fear light? Maybe it wasn't written in the attributes because it was common knowledge, so there was no need for extra notation. With this in mind, Sumu didn't say anything more, turning to leave. But just as he was about to leave, Lin Yue suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute. Lin Yue stopped him. Sumu turned to look at her. Lin Yue looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then asked, Do you want to trade this hand grenade in my hand? Sumu raised an eyebrow. You can trade with me now. Lin Yue shook her head. Not right now. Then what is it that you want? Smart. Lin Yue's lips curled into a smile. It's nice to talk to smart people. Sumu didn't respond, waiting for her to continue. Lin Yue looked at him and slowly said, To tell you the truth, inside this silver treasure chest, this grenade is actually the least valuable item. There's a blueprint inside, and I believe you'll care about it a lot. But, not that I'm underestimating you, do you really have something of equal value to trade? Sumu fell silent. Thinking back, he really didn't have anything he could offer for trade. The blueprint was definitely something he couldn't part with. The only thing he could trade was the level 2 bulletproof vest on him, but that was a life-saving item, he couldn't possibly trade it. Food? He didn't think the other party lacked any. After using so many blueprints to trade for fuel last night, she must still have stock. Lin Yue noticed his silence and a sly glint flashed in her eyes. I know a place with good things. But that place is very dangerous. If you're willing to cooperate with me. Sumu looked at her. Do you have specific information? If you agree, I'll tell you. Sumu thought for a moment. This woman's talent was definitely information-related. And somehow, it felt a bit like his daily intelligence. I can agree to that. But if it's too dangerous, I have the right to choose not to go. Lin Yue nodded. Don't worry. If it's truly dangerous, I'll go with you. I wouldn't let myself die too, right? She paused and added, Before we go, I can tell you clearly, there's only a level 2 monster there. But I suspect it's at least of green quality. There may be other mutated monsters around as well. Sumu frowned. Level 2? Other mutated monsters nearby? Why did that sound so familiar? How do we split the loot? 50-50. Sumu shook his head. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. I give you the information, don't ask for too much. Sumu looked at her seriously. We'll split according to contribution. Otherwise, we'll both hold back, and that could cause problems. When facing such monsters, we must go for the kill with a single blow. Lin Yue thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Sumu was somewhat surprised that she was so generous. But then he thought about it, she had grenades in hand. And since she was willing to trade them, she must have stock. This woman, she seemed even wealthier than him. How did she manage to do that? Lin Yue looked at him seriously. Alright, I can tell you the exact location. But I do have grenades. If you betray me, we'll both die together. Sumu smiled. This woman, why does she always talk about dying together? Don't worry. I have principles. Lin Yue looked at him, her eyes complex. I hope so. Chapter 29, Amusement Park, Dense Horde of Zombies. At the edge of the forest, Sumu and Lin Yue stood side by side behind a thick banyan tree, their eyes scanning the more than 20-meter wide open space ahead, landing on the amusement park in front of them. That was the area with the spinning swing and the fast surfing cars. A giant mechanical arm lifted high, the seat hanging from the end swaying slightly in the wind, producing a creaking metal sound. The surfing car tracks wound and twisted, with several colorful cars skewed along the tracks, some even flipped over to one side. But none of that was the main point. The main point was the figures wandering between the amusement rides. Zombies. A dense horde of zombies. Sumu roughly counted, and just within his line of sight, there were no less than 200. They were dressed in various clothes, some wore tourist shorts and t-shirts, some were in staff uniforms, and some were young people dressed in cosplay outfits. At this moment, all of them had turned into a uniform grayish-white tone, their skin shriveled, their movements stiff. They weren't gathered together, but were scattered throughout the entire area, wandering in twos and threes. Some walked back and forth under the spinning swing. Some were slowly moving between the surfboard tracks, while a few stood at the highest point of the tracks, looking up, as if enjoying the sunlight that didn't exist. Each one was in that strange standby state, their bodies slightly swaying, heads turning occasionally, empty eye sockets scanning the surroundings, but without any clear target. Sumu was very familiar with this state. When searching residential areas before, the zombies wandering in the streets were just like this. When no target was found, they were like a group of soulless puppets, mechanically repeating simple actions. But the moment there was any disturbance, it would come as a frenzied attack. In such a situation, anyone who dared to step into this area, even just stepping on a stone or making a small sound, would face being surrounded and beaten by more than 200 zombies. No one could get out alive. Sumu withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Yue beside him. Do you think in this situation, we can get to the place you mentioned? Lin Yue frowned, staring at the area for a long time before slowly speaking. This is even more troublesome than I imagined. She took a folded map out of her backpack and unfolded it. It was a guide map of Hongdo Resort, printed in color, marking the locations of various areas. However, Lin Yue changed tone. Leading these zombies away shouldn't be so difficult. She looked up at Sumu, her eyes carrying a certain confident analysis. I studied the behavior patterns of these zombies. They are sensitive to sound and to the smell of blood. We can use these two aspects. She pointed to another building on the map. This is the service center, on the east side of the amusement park. If we can go there and use the broadcast, most of the zombies can be drawn to one spot. Then we can go to the target location. Sumu looked at the map, frowning. Service center? Are you sure? Lin Yue paused for a moment, then followed Sumu's gaze. On the map, the location of the service center required passing through the carousel and flying chair areas. And from their current position, both areas also had many zombies wandering. Though not as dense as here, passing quietly through them was almost impossible. What about the second method? Sumu asked. Lin Yue bit her lip, silent for a few seconds. The second method is more troublesome. Using the smell of blood to attract zombies, but the range is too small, only a small part can be attracted at once. The zombies here are too scattered, attracting them one by one with blood is too time-consuming. And... She paused, adding helplessly, we also don't have anything to make blood smell. We can't just kill someone on the spot, right? Sumu nodded. Indeed, the range attracted by blood is limited, and it requires a constant supply of fresh blood to maintain the effect. The zombies here are so scattered, using this method would take most of the day. And if something goes wrong during the process, being surrounded by a few zombies would be a big problem. So the only method we can use now is the first one? Sumu said. Lin Yue shrugged, then looked at him with a slightly appraising look. Since you said to divide loot based on contribution, I provide the intel, naturally I should get a share. But you must have equivalent contribution, otherwise you might get nothing. To balance the value of my intel. She paused. This task of attracting zombies, can you do it? If yes, we split 50-50. Sumu shook his head. Too dangerous. 50-50 with you doesn't seem worth it. Lin Yue raised her eyebrows, seemingly expecting this answer. After all, to cross this area and reach the service center to start the broadcast was indeed very dangerous. She thought for a moment, then slowly said, at most, I'll give you 10% more than me. She paused, then added, and you need to know, even if we can lure most of the zombies to a designated spot, it doesn't mean there won't be problems later. That second-level mutated creature might not be attracted by the sound, we still have to face it. Sumu listened to her analysis in silence for a few seconds. Then he nodded, alright, it's settled then. I'll lure them away, and when it comes to the distribution, I'll take 6, you take 4. Lin Yue was about to say something, but then she saw Sumu suddenly change the subject. By the way, you still haven't told me, where exactly is this place? I can't just blindly listen to your side of the story and do something this dangerous. Lin Yue glanced at him, then raised her hand and pointed into the distance. That location. Sumu followed the direction of her finger and looked ahead. Deep in the amusement park, among a cluster of colorful amusement rides, there was a building with a distinctly different style. Its gray-black walls, sharp spires, and narrow Gothic windows gave it an eerie feel, with some worn-out decorations hanging by the porch. The Haunted House of Red Bean Resort. Sumu stared at the direction thoughtfully. At first, he thought the information she had was the same as his own daily intelligence about the same place. But now it seemed he had overthought it. His information pointed to the pirate ship area, while Lin Yue's target was the haunted house. Different locations, different targets. He pulled his gaze back and started rummaging through his backpack. Lin Yue assumed he was preparing the supplies for the service center and didn't ask further. She kept her eyes fixed on the haunted house, mentally planning the route ahead. But she soon realized something was wrong. Sumu pulled out a phone from his bag. It wasn't an ordinary phone, it was one with a cracked screen, stained with black blood. Then he took out a coil of rope. Lin Yue looked at him, confused, unsure of what he was up to. Sumu tightly tied one end of the rope to the handle of an axe and the other end to the phone, making a tight knot. Then he weighed it in his hand, seemingly testing how secure it was. Lin Yue couldn't hold back anymore. What are you doing? Without lifting his head, Sumu replied, can you climb trees? Lin Yue was stunned, no, but. Forget it, doesn't matter. Before Lin Yue could react, Sumu was already on his feet. He gripped the axe, with the phone tied to it, in his right hand, and swung it hard. The axe whooshed through the air, spinning as it flew toward the amusement park ahead. Lin Yue's pupils shrank. You. Chapter 30, is this something a human can do? She almost screamed instinctively, but as soon as the sound left her mouth, she quickly forced herself to suppress it. She didn't want to attract zombies. But it was already too late. The axe carved an arc through the air, precisely crossing over the empty space of more than 20 meters and heading straight for the most densely packed group of zombies. And Sumu didn't even bother looking at the result. He turned around and ran, quickly dashing to the nearest large tree. Using both his hands and feet, he climbed it in just a few moves. He grabbed a thick branch and turned around, extending his hand to Lin Yue. Hurry up, get up here. Lin Yue was completely stunned. She hadn't even processed the thought that Sumu has lost his mind when a sharp sound came from afar. Ding 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 ding. The alarm sound of an Apple phone. In the open space above the amusement park, the sound was almost unbearable. Lin Yue's face turned pale. It's over. This thought flashed through her mind. Bastard. Lin Yue didn't have time to think anymore. She could only reach out and grab Sumu's hand. The next moment, a tremendous force pulled her up, and she was effortlessly yanked up the tree trunk. The two of them squeezed together on the same thick branch, their bodies pressed close. Lin Yue didn't care about the awkward position. All her attention was on the scene unfolding in the distance. It even left her completely frozen in place. She saw the zombies in the distance moving. At first, only a few of the closest ones stopped in their tracks. The hollow eye sockets turned toward the direction the sound came from. Then more and more, like a tide, surging from all corners toward the place where the phone was. Under the spinning big pendulum, on the surf car tracks, even the distant carousel area, all were moving that way. Not slowly, but running fast. In just a few seconds, the once dense zombie horde, like a tide, ran toward the direction about 80 meters away from them. Even behind them, that sparse forest, where a few stray zombies were wandering, was now also drawn by the sound, staggering toward that direction. At this moment, she noticed the axe Sumu had thrown earlier. That axe had fallen at least 70 or 80 meters away. Not 20 meters, not 30, but 70 or 80 meters. And the landing point was terrifyingly precise, directly stuck in a zombie's head. The blade was deeply embedded in the skull, and the zombie didn't even have time to react, falling straight down. And the phone tied to the axe was hanging on the zombie's side, the alarm sound spreading through the area without obstruction. Lin Yue stared at the scene, her mind completely blank. After a long moment, she turned her head with difficulty, looking at Sumu right beside her. How did you do that? Her voice was a little dry. Sumu calmly looked at the zombie with the axe in its head, and said lightly, just like that. He raised his hand, making a light throwing motion. Lin Yue was silent. 70 or 80 meters. an axe, thrown 70 or 80 meters, still precisely stuck in a zombie's head. Is he even human? She suddenly remembered Sumu's expression when he asked, "Can you climb a tree?" That was not a question, but a notice. From the start, he never planned to use any broadcast, he already had his own plan. Couldn't you have told me beforehand? Lin Yue gritted her teeth and whispered. Sumu casually replied, I just remembered, wanted to test it. Lin Yue. Test? Test with lives? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Anyway, the result was indeed good. The phone alarm had attracted at least 90% of the zombies. Now, almost no wandering figures could be seen in the haunted house direction. If careful, they could sneak over quietly. But she lowered her head, suddenly realizing a problem. The two of them were still cramped on the same branch. Sumu held the tree trunk with one hand, and the other hand still held her wrist, never letting go since he pulled her up. Her whole body was almost leaning against him, clearly feeling his body heat, and that faint mix of sweat and blood scent. No, it was not just that. This posture, her back pressed against his chest, his chin almost above her head, warm breath gently brushing her hair. Lin Yue's face flushed red. She wanted to break free, but any small movement made the branch sway. Looking down, it was at least 3 or 4 meters above the ground, not enough to hurt, but too much noise could attract the zombies still nearby. You, let go first, she whispered, trying to sound calm. Sumu glanced down at her, as if realizing the awkwardness of their position. He let go. But the branch was small, letting go still left them pressed together. Lin Yue felt her ears burning. She could only turn her head, pretending to watch the distance, but her mind was a mess, seeing nothing. Silence lasted for several seconds. Sumu suddenly spoke, voice low, do you have a handy weapon? My axe is gone. Lin Yue froze for a moment. I have a big wrench in my bag. Lend it to me for a while. We must not make much noise in the haunted house. Of course, if I find a handy weapon, I'll return it to you. Lin Yue responded with a nod and fell silent again. She could feel Sumu's gaze on her, as if he was measuring something. It made her even more uneasy. After a while, those zombies in the distance had completely gathered near the phone, pressing tightly together, creating a strange and horrifying scene. Around them, it had grown completely quiet. We can go down now, Sumu said. He jumped down from the tree first, movements light, landing almost silently. Lin Yue stood on the tree, looking at the ground, hesitating. This height not very high, but not very low. Jumping down wouldn't hurt, but the posture would surely look bad. Need help? Sumu looked up at her, add 0.5 more. Lin Yue's original feeling of gratitude vanished instantly. No. She bit her teeth, took a deep breath, and leapt down. Landing steadily. No falling, no spraying, not even a stumble. Sumu was a little surprised. Normally, in this kind of situation, wouldn't the other person get hurt? Then he could reasonably take advantage when she's injured. Lin Yue patted the dust from her hands, dug a large wrench from her backpack, and handed it to Sumu with an annoyed expression. Sumu took it smoothly, weighed it in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked up at Lin Yue, by the way, with so many zombies here, you must still have some ace up your sleeve to be confident going in, right? You know I have a gun, but most likely can't use it. But I have some experience dealing with first-level zombies. Sumu's words were simple. Either she shows her card now, or she's just a dead weight. Lin Yue rolled her eyes at Sumu and took a grenade from her chest. I have this, is that enough? Sumu frowned, are you crazy? That's a haunted house. If you explode it, not only might it hurt us both, but the noise alone will instantly attract all zombies. Then we'll really be trapped. I know that, of course. Lin Yue then took a talisman from her bag. Chapter 31 Silent Barrier Talisman. Light blue, palm-sized, with silver lines tracing complex patterns, faintly shimmering with flowing light. This talisman works to block all sound within 20 meters, lasting 20 minutes. Sumu's eyes lit up. He took the talisman, carefully checking its attributes. Silent Barrier Talisman, white. Type, consumable. Effect, after use, all sounds within a 20-meter radius around the user cannot pass outside the barrier. Sounds from outside cannot enter, but this has no effect on sounds inside the barrier. Lasts 20 minutes. Good stuff. Sumu felt a stir in his heart. With this, any fight in the haunted house, his gun could be used. Even using a grenade might be okay, though he would avoid it unless necessary. He looked up at Lin Yue. Did this also come from a silver treasure chest? Sumu was a little surprised. Why did this person get such good things from these chests? Lin Yue looked at Sumu, rolled her eyes again, and shook her head. Don't try testing me here, no. I got it from someone else. I don't know if they got it from a chest or if it's their talent. Who is that person? Sumu asked directly. In his mind, if they could find that person, and if it's a talent, buying more of these talismans would make dealing with large groups of monsters much easier. His talent can locate treasure chests, which are often guarded by monsters. Just use the silent barrier to block sound. He could calmly clear monsters and open boxes without worrying about attracting more enemies. Lin Yue stretched out one finger. The meaning was very clear. Sumu frowned. Are you taking advantage of the situation? Just one message, and you want 10%? No, Lin Yue shook her head, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. What I mean is, I'll take 10% more of the final resources. You wish. Sumu sneered, since the other party is selling this, I just need to watch the channel and I'll naturally be able to buy it. Lin Yue looked at him, smiling without speaking. That smile carried a sense of, try it if you can. Sumu furrowed his brows tightly. Hearing this, Sumu furrowed his brows even more. This thing would come in handy for him on the pirate ship later, it was a necessity. And he glanced at Lin Yue and quickly started calculating in his mind. It wouldn't hurt to agree to her now, and once they entered the haunted house, if they really encountered that level 2 mutated creature, who would do more work was still uncertain. After handling the monster, they could definitely renegotiate the split. Thinking of this, Sumu glared at her and said, fine. Hearing Sumu's answer, Lin Yue showed a smile of triumph, then said, the person's name is Zhou Zhenghua. Upon hearing the name, Sumu felt it sounded somewhat familiar, and after thinking for a moment, he remembered. Zhou Zhenghua, the retired soldier who was quite active in the channel, organizing everyone to land at the same spot, and had some leadership skills. Looking at the path the other person seemed to want to take, it seemed he wanted to lead everyone. Sumu wasn't sure if he could make a trade with him. He tried sending a message, hoping to trade the talisman paper, but the other party seemed to be busy, or maybe didn't notice, and completely ignored him. Sumu looked up and glanced at Lin Yue. Lin Yue had an expression of, just as I expected, and with a smiling face, she said, what's wrong, he didn't reply to you. Sumu remained silent. Lin Yue took out another identical talisman from her bag, waving it in front of Sumu's eyes, if you want it, I still have one. For the resources we get later, I want 80%. Shameless merchant, Sumu muttered through gritted teeth. Naturally, he would not agree. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, her smile suddenly turning dangerous, we both know who the real merchant is. Think back to when you traded 3 stinky sheets for my breakthrough talisman, saying food was scarce. Later, you swapped 2 barrels of fuel for 3 blueprints. Cough, cough. Fine, fine. Hearing her bring up this matter, Sumu coughed awkwardly, interrupting her, let's go into the haunted house first. Lin Yue snorted and didn't say anything further. The two cautiously peeked out from behind a tree, scanning the surroundings. In the distance, those zombies were still clustered around the phone, packed tightly together, with the occasional distant growl echoing. But they were far enough to not pose any threat. Nearby, the road leading to the haunted house was indeed empty. Let's go. Sumu whispered, taking the lead. Lin Yue followed closely behind. They lightened their footsteps, sticking to the shadows of the buildings, moving quickly and quietly through the area. They didn't encounter any zombies along the way. Soon, the gray-black haunted house appeared before their eyes. A typical horror-themed building, the exterior painted dark gray, windows sealed with wooden boards, and a broken spiderweb decoration hanging from the porch. The door was a heavy wooden one, slightly ajar, with a cold, eerie air seeping through the crack. Above the door, a crooked sign read in blood-red letters. Horror Haunted House. Sumu stopped, took a deep breath. He held a wrench in one hand and reached for the handgun at his waist with the other. He eventually decided to go with the handgun. After all, Lin Yue's intel said there was a level 2 mutated creature here, and it was likely green quality or higher. A wrench, a close-range weapon, would be far too dangerous in a confined space against that kind of monster. Stick close to me. He whispered, don't stray too far, but also don't stay too close. I'm not used to turning my back on others. Lin Yue nodded. She didn't know when, but she had also drawn her equipment, a round shield with a diameter of about half a meter. The silvery metal surface shimmered faintly, with reinforced patterns along the edges. Sumu glanced at it. Other people's equipment cannot view attributes. It seemed to be already equipped, unable to check. He did not ask further, and withdrew his gaze. Lin Yue did not explain either, she just raised the shield in front of her, the other hand holding a grenade. Of course, the pin was still in. This charm can only be used for 20 minutes, it cannot exceed this time. After speaking, the other party threw the charm, and it stuck to the wall of the haunted house. The next second, a faint, transparent film spread from him, covering about 20 meters around. Silent barrier activated, remaining time, 1959. Go. Sumu took a deep breath and reached out to push the slightly ajar wooden door. Creak. The door hinge made a harsh friction sound, but inside the barrier, it only sounded to them, without escaping outside. Behind the door was darkness. Complete, dense darkness, like an abyss swallowing all light. Sumu took a flashlight from his backpack and turned it on. The snow-white beam pierced the darkness, illuminating the scene ahead. A narrow corridor. Strange picture frames hung on both walls, all depicting twisted human faces, the eyes hollowed out, as if something inside was peering out. Broken chandeliers hung from the ceiling, the frames rusted, wires exposed. At the end of the corridor, a turn was faintly visible. Sumu gripped his pistol and stepped forward. Behind him, Lin Yue held the shield, walking at his side. Chapter 32 Haunted House. Behind the door was darkness. Complete, dense darkness, as if able to swallow all light. The flashlight beam could only light up 5 or 6 meters ahead, further it vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by something. Sumu gripped his pistol and stepped forward. Beside him, Lin Yue held the shield, following at his side, keeping about half a meter distance. Feet on the ground made faint rustling sounds. Sumu looked down. The floor was covered with thick dust, with messy footprints. He did not know if they were left by previous visitors, or something else. Strange picture frames hung on both walls. The flashlight scanned, twisted human faces appeared one by one. Some were screaming, some were crying, some had completely misplaced features, eyes on the mouth, mouths crooked to the ear. Most strangely, the eyes of these faces were hollow, revealing black holes, as if something was peeking out from inside. Sumu moved the flashlight away and continued forward. Broken chandeliers hung from the ceiling, frames rusted, wires exposed, swaying slightly as they passed, making soft creaking sounds. The corridor was long. Much longer than it appeared from outside. Sumu counted his steps, walked about 20 meters, ahead was still a turn, with the same strange picture frames on both sides. This haunted house is deeper than imagined, he whispered. His voice echoed in the empty corridor, carrying a strange buzzing sound. Lin Yue did not answer. Sumu glanced at her. She was staring tightly at a painting on the left, the shield held high, almost covering half her face. What is it? That painting. Lin Yue's voice tightened, I just saw its eyes. Move. Sumu shone the flashlight on it. A screaming male face, the eyes were 2 black holes. No movement at all. Light trick, Sumu said, this kind of haunted house likes these small tricks, using shadows to make illusions. Lin Yue took a deep breath and nodded. The two continued forward. After walking another 10 meters, a turn finally appeared ahead. Sumu slowed down, pressed against the wall sideways, extending the flashlight to shine. A narrower corridor. On both sides, there were no longer picture frames, only tightly closed doors. Yellowed notes were stuck on the doors, with blurred words, vaguely readable as morgue, dissection room, specimen room, and the like. At the end of the corridor, a larger space could be faintly seen. This haunted house is quite professional, Sumu said. Lin Yue followed, glanced at the door signs, and twitched the corner of her mouth. Have you been to a haunted house before? Once, Sumu said casually while walking forward. In college, I went to the haunted house at Happy Valley with my roommate. It was arranged just like this, corridors, rooms, props that suddenly jump out. At first it was a little scary, but later, after getting used to it, it felt boring. He paused, the flashlight sweeping over a door marked morgue, but those had real people acting, chasing you. Here, probably no real people, right? Hearing this, Lin Yue relaxed a bit, that's good. At least we don't have to worry about someone jumping out to scare us. People, yes, not a problem, Sumu said. He stopped, looked back at Lin Yue, the flashlight casting his face from below, making it look eerie, but you think, could it be here? Lin Yue's pupils shrank slightly. Don't say that, her voice trembled noticeably. Say what? Sumu raised an eyebrow. This is not our original world. There are zombies, goblins, and ghost bats. Seeing a ghost, isn't that normal? Lin Yue tightened her hand around the shield. Sumu continued, think about it, that level 2 mutant, what if it's not a zombie, but a real ghost? Will the grenade in your hand work on it? Will the gun in my hand work? Lin Yue fell silent. A few seconds later, she gritted her teeth, you say good things, and you say bad things. What exactly do you want? Sumu shrugged, nothing, just a reminder. But since it's level 2, don't worry too much. No matter how strong, it's manageable. We can handle it. Lin Yue. She was about to speak when suddenly. Clatter. Something fell straight from the ceiling, landing right in front of them. It was a skeleton. Pale bones, hollow eye sockets, with a few rotting pieces of cloth hanging on it. It hung there in front of them, less than half a meter from Lin Yue's face, swaying slightly with a transparent thin string. Lin Yue's pupils widened instantly. She bit her lips hard, forcing back the scream that had already rushed to her throat. Her whole body shook, the shield nearly slipping from her hands. Sumu glanced at her. This woman, she could endure quite a lot. He was about to speak when his peripheral vision caught something in the darkness ahead. A huge silhouette. The flashlight beam shone, revealing a figure, at least 2 meters tall, standing silently, motionless. Sumu's pupils contracted slightly. He gripped his gun, keeping the flashlight locked on that direction. Was that a monster? No, it looked more like a humanoid patched together from many fragments. A massive body, at least twice the width of a normal person. Its skin was an unnatural gray-white, stitched densely with thick black lines, as if sewn from countless body fragments. Its head was wrapped in layers of burlap, completely hiding its face. The burlap was stained dark red, like dried blood. Only at the eye positions were 2 indentations faintly visible, with something glowing slightly inside. On its left hand rested a huge axe. The axe was almost as tall as it was, with a wide blade glinting coldly. The handle was a heavy iron chain, one end attached to the axe, the other end attached to the wall. A chain. Sumu saw the chain, an iron chain as thick as a wrist, extending from the monster's waist. The metal ring fixed to the wall. The chains were taut, clearly pulled tight. And just as he saw all of this clearly, that figure moved. It suddenly lifted its head, the head wrapped in burlap turning towards the direction where Sumu was. Fast. Too fast. Despite its massive body, its movements were shockingly quick. In the blink of an eye, it charged forward at least 3 meters. The chains rattled loudly, and the metal ring on the wall let out a creaking sound, straining under the pressure. Sumu hesitated not at all. He pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots exploded in the narrow corridor, deafening. But under the cover of the silence barrier, the sound only echoed within the haunted house, not reaching outside. The bullet struck the monster's head precisely. But the figure only staggered slightly and continued charging forward. Another 2 meters. The chains were even tighter now. Sumu's face remained expressionless, his fingers pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 Then 12 gunshots almost blended into one continuous roar. His arm rose slightly with the recoil, but his gaze remained locked on the approaching figure. Every bullet hit the same spot, that head wrapped tightly in burlap. The monster's movements finally stopped. Its massive body swayed, and its forward momentum came to a sudden halt. Then, like a small mountain, it crashed to the ground. Bang! The ground shook. The chains were dragged back with a loud clatter, falling to the floor and making a dull metallic thud. Kill LV2 Elite Great Axe Bearer, Blue, Experience plus 30. The system's prompt sounded in his ear. Sumu exhaled slowly, his hand still gripping the gun tightly. Everything had happened so quickly. From the time he fired to the moment the monster fell, it was only a second or two. It wasn't until now that he felt his heartbeat accelerate, adrenaline surging through his veins. Beside him, Lin Yue was completely stunned. She held her shield, still in a defensive stance, but her eyes were wide, her mouth slightly open, staring at Sumu in disbelief. You. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Sumu ignored her and shone the flashlight on the fallen corpse. The light cut through the darkness, clearly outlining the monster's figure. It was indeed a monster. No, rather than a monster, it was more like a patchwork. Its huge body was at least 2 meters tall, sewn together from various scraps. Some pieces were grayish-white skin, others dark brown muscle, and some even exposed bone fragments. Thick black stitching was all over it, like a broken doll patched up with pieces. Its head was wrapped in burlap, completely hiding its face. At this moment, the burlap had been torn apart by bullets, exposing the blurred flesh and blood underneath. Dark red liquid oozed from the wound, forming a small pool on the ground. On the left, the great axe lay quietly. The blade gleamed coldly in the dark, and the iron chain on the handle extended all the way to the metal ring on the wall. The ring had been deformed, the edges cracked, almost ready to snap. Sumu stared at the chain, a chill running down his back. If it weren't for this chain. With the monster's speed during its charge, it covered at least 5 meters in 2 seconds. If he had been even half a second slower, or if the bullets hadn't hit the critical spot, that great axe might have cleaved into his head. But he didn't dare think too much about it. Killing this monster didn't mean the danger was over, and the gunshots would definitely attract more creatures in the haunted house. But still, he glanced sideways at Lin Yue. Give me the grenade. Lin Yue was stunned for a moment, her brows furrowing. What for? Sumu shook the gun in his hand. I've run out of bullets. Are you sure there's only one of these monsters? If another one comes, with your reaction speed, we're dead for sure. Lin Yue's face changed slightly. She instinctively looked around. There were several tightly closed doors in this space. Who knew what was hidden behind them? After hesitating for 2 seconds, she still took a grenade from her waist and handed it to Sumu. Then, she took another one from a different pocket, holding it tightly in her hand. Don't think of tricking me. She stared at Sumu, her eyes alert. I said, if we die together. Sumu was a bit speechless at her caution. At a time like this, she was still thinking about dying together? He said nothing, took the grenade, and pulled the safety pin directly. The sound of the metal ring hitting the ground was especially clear in the quiet space. Lin Yue's eyelid twitched, and her hand holding the grenade gripped even tighter. Sumu held the grenade in his right hand, raised a flashlight and wrench in his left, not starting to carefully search the room. Instead, he waited. No danger now. The gunshot just now, if there were anything else, it would have been attracted already. After half a minute, Sumu breathed out, and Lin Yue nodded too. But both still scanned every corner of the room again. At this time, Lin Yue walked over to the monster. What kind of monster is this? Her voice trembled. But she still cautiously approached, looking at the corpse, her eyes full of horror. Sumu didn't answer, his eyes already popped up the monster's information. Giant axe, LV2 blue. Race, stitched corpse. Strength, 72. Constitution, 65. Agility, 28. Spirit, 5. Skills, charge, short explosive speed, skull crush, giant axe attack has a chance to deal double damage. Note, a monster sewn from multiple corpses, extremely strong, bloodthirsty. Usually bound by chains as a guard. 72 points of strength. Sumu frowned slightly. This stat is about 4 times a normal level 1 zombie. If he fought head-on, with his 26 strength, even with talent, he would not stand a chance. Not to mention the 65 constitution, thick skin, normal attacks would probably not break through. But fortunately, he glanced at the gun he had put in his tactical chest rig. M500 revolver, LV3 green quality, base firepower 22. Combined with lock weak point and extra attack, equivalent to 12 shots all hitting the head, killing directly. Of course, more importantly, the chain restricted its speed. Without the chain. Lin Yue leaned over and saw the stat panel. Her pupils shrank suddenly. 72 strength? 65 constitution? Her voice changed tone, if there were no chain. She paused, turned to look at Sumu, her eyes complex beyond words. How did you do it? It was so dark, I couldn't even see what it looked like, yet all bullets hit its head. Sumu didn't answer. He could not say he had a talent any attack locks monster weak points. And at that moment, he didn't even aim deliberately, just pulled the trigger instinctively. Luck, he said. Lin Yue stared at him, clearly not believing. But she also knew, this kind of question could not be asked. She took a deep breath, forcing herself calm, and began to examine the surroundings. The flashlight's beam swept across the space. It was more like a large exhibition hall than a room. Around were all kinds of strange props, rusty surgical beds, glass jars filled with formalin, various torture tools hanging on the wall. And in the center of the room, behind the monster's corpse, a huge turntable stood quietly. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. That's it. Sumu looked over, there was a turntable behind the monster. The turntable, about a person high, metal, surface modeled, looked old. It was divided into 6 sections, 3 colored, 3 pure black. Colored sections marked with different patterns, a scroll, a book, a fruit. The patterns were delicate. Bright in color, it made people feel good just by looking at it. But on the black squares, there was nothing. Pure, thick, impossible to see through black. Above the spinning wheel, there were words. Wheel of luck and misfortune. Half good luck, half misfortune. Warning, extremely dangerous. Chapter 34, Rich Rewards and Bottom Line. Lin Yue read these words, her face grew serious. Half good luck, half misfortune. She murmured at her lips. And at this time, Sumu turned to him. This wheel, I want to spin 2 colorful areas. Do you have any objections to this distribution? Also, I go first. After I reach the first one, it will be your turn. Lin Yue raised her eyebrows. Why? That monster is handled by me. Sumu pointed to the corpse on the ground. Lin Yue was silent for a moment, then frowned. Didn't you see the line of words? Extremely dangerous. Do you know what misfortune would be? She pointed to the corpse beside her. I even suspect this monster was created by previous people spinning misfortune. If we hit misfortune, we may face something even more terrifying. Sumu nodded. I know. So I spin first. Lin Yue stared at him, her eyes complicated. She always felt this guy had some hidden cards. But she also knew, arguing at this moment was useless. He had indeed done the most work, even if she still had grenades. If they really fought, she might not benefit. Fine. She gritted her teeth, but after your first spin, if you hit good luck, I spin the second, the danger probability becomes March 5th. That is unfair. That's your problem, Sumu said, you can also choose not to spin. Lin Yue was silent. A few seconds later, she said, okay, all things on the wheel belong to you to spin. I want all the items on the ground. Sumu shook his head, impossible. The previous distribution plan was use 6, me 4, Sumu said, but you did the most to kill the monsters here, used all your bullets. You saw how strong this monster was. 72 strength, 65 constitution. If it weren't for that chain, we might already be dead. So I take 7, you 3. Lin Yue paused, knowing this distribution was already quite good. He didn't say 82 points, even if she got some advantage. Then she pointed at the wheel, this wheel, I give it all to you. The things on the ground, you still want a 7-3 split with me? Sumu looked at her calmly, you know the wheel is dangerous. I naturally can't spin everything. What's given to you is given to you, the ground things are the same 7-3, no argument. Lin Yue bit her lip. She knew this distribution was the best she could fight for. After all, he had absolute control. If they really fought, her few grenades might not scare him. Fine. She finally nodded, then let's divide the things on the ground first. Who knows what you'll spin on the wheel? If it's extremely dangerous. Sumu had no objection. The two walked to the corpse of the giant axe wielder. Beside the body, quietly lay a box, not an ordinary wooden box, but a metal box with a faint blue glow. Lin Yue's eyes brightened. Sumu squatted and opened the box. 3 lights shone into their eyes at the same time. The first item was a dark blue armor. Metallic, with complex patterns on the surface, it looked much higher quality than his white bulletproof vest. Obtained, impact-resistant bulletproof vest, LV2 blue. Type, armor. Armor value, plus 50. Weight, 3.5 kilograms. Effect, when equipped, reduces damage from heavy weapons by 20%. Durability, 200/200. The second item was a yellowed blueprint. Obtained, crafting table blueprint, white. Type, building blueprint. Effect, can make crafting table, LV1. Crafting table can be used to make equipment items and repair damaged equipment. The third item was a blue plant. Palm-sized, deep blue all over, thin leaves with fine serrated edges. The whole plant was covered by a faint halo of light. It looks truly extraordinary. Acquired, blue-silver grass, green. Type, cultivable plant. Effect, after successful planting, it can assist in battle. When mature, it releases the skilled blue-silver bind, it entangles the target with its roots, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Growth cycle, 10 days. Growth conditions, must be planted in at least 0.5 cubic meters of soil, watered once per day, and kept under light. Prefers shade and avoids direct sunlight. Note, cannot use skill during the seedling phase, requires careful care. 3 items, all good. Sumu looked at these things, knowing that even without that wheel, this was a huge profit. Blue armor, plus 50 armor value, with a passive ability that reduces force by 20%. His white bulletproof vest only gives plus 15, this is over 3 times better. And blue quality reduces damage from lower tier creatures more effectively, wearing this would likely make him invulnerable to even a normal level 1 zombie. Crafting station blueprint. He already had a crafting table to make basic items like traps. But this crafting station was clearly for creating and repairing equipment. With this, he could craft his own weapons and armor in the future, no longer relying solely on luck with treasure chests. Blue-silver grass. A cultivable combat plant. Blue-silver bind, a control skill that lasts for 3 seconds. Although it's just green quality, it's a control skill. In battle, 3 seconds of control could decide life or death. To sum it up, Sumu wanted everything. Sumu turned his head and glanced at Lin Yue beside him. She was also staring at these 3 items, her eyes full of longing. Their gazes met in the air. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Sumu clearly saw Lin Yue tighten her grip on her shield, while her other hand suddenly moved towards her waist, where a grenade was tucked. She was also on guard. Also prepared. Also calculating. A thought flashed through Sumu's mind. If he turned hostile now, could he take her down in a few seconds? The answer quickly appeared, not even 1 second. 56 points of strength, combined with target weakness and additional attack, 1 axe would be enough to take her life. Even if she pulled the grenade, there wouldn't be time. But he quickly dismissed the thought. A bottom line. One must have a bottom line. He had to maintain his bottom line, or in this world, he would become a heartless killing machine. And this woman was more useful alive than dead. She had information-related talents, courage, and brains. There would be many opportunities to cooperate in the future. For these 3 items, no, even for just one, it wasn't worth killing her. He withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "We'll divide based on contribution. I'll choose one first, is that okay?" Lin Yue was stunned for a moment. She clearly didn't expect Su Mu to remain so calm in this situation. If it were anyone else, seeing these 3 precious items and with only her as the competitor, they would have likely already had murderous thoughts. She secretly let out a sigh of relief, and the hand gripping the grenade loosened slightly. "You choose," she said. Chapter 35, The Power of Rules. Su Mu's gaze swept over the 3 items. Blue armor, a basic need. With this, his survival ability would increase drastically. And since he was soon heading to the pirate ship area, facing that level 2 mutated creature and the monsters around it, the thicker the armor, the better. Crafting station blueprint, important. But with his experience using the crafting table, he knew that as long as he stayed alive, he would eventually get one of these. Plus, the crafting station required quite a few materials, so even if he got it now, it wouldn't be of much use for a while. Blue-silver grass, valuable, but it needed time to grow. He didn't even have a place to plant things right now, so even if he got it, it would just sit there. He reached out and took the blue armor. "I'll choose this one." Lin Yue's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She actually wanted this armor the most. But she didn't say anything and reached for the crafting station blueprint. In the end, both of them looked at the blue-silver grass at the same time. "How do we divide this?" Lin Yue asked. Su Mu thought for a moment. This grass is still a seedling, it can't be used for skills yet. Once it's grown, it'll be worth more. If you want it, you can trade something for it. I'll take 70% of its value. I don't have anything. If you had something. Su Mu pulled out the white bulletproof vest he had swapped earlier from his bag. This. LV2 white armor, plus 15 armor. It's not as good as blue, but it's still something that could save your life. Lin Yue glanced at the armor, then at the blue-silver grass, shaking her head. Not enough. The value of blue-silver grass is far more than that. And after it's grown, it can be traded for even better things. Su Mu knew she was telling the truth. He thought for a moment. Alright then, let the blue-silver grass stay with you for now. Once it's grown, I'll trade you something of equal value. As collateral, this grenade will be mine. He pulled out the grenade he had previously taken from Lin Yue, reattached the safety pin, and weighed it in his hand. Lin Yue stared at him, gritting her teeth. She knew the collateral was fair. Although the grenade wasn't as valuable as the blue-silver grass, it was enough for temporary security. And if the other side really wanted to rob her, they could act right now without needing to play these tricks. Fine. She nodded. Su Mu put the grenade into the pocket of his tactical vest. Then he said, "We're done here. I'm going to spin the wheel now. Do you want to leave?" Lin Yue carefully placed the blue-silver grass into her bag, then glanced at the massive axe next to the corpse before looking at Su Mu. "You're definitely going to disassemble them once I leave, right? Don't forget, the blueprint for disassembling the purple ones was sold by me to you." Su Mu smiled. "You have a disassembly skill?" Su Mu's meaning was clear. Even if he was disassembling, there would still be a cut for her. Lin Yue raised an eyebrow. "Who said I don't?" She walked over to the giant axe and placed her hand on it. "Do you want to disassemble the giant axe, Blue? Disassembly will take 1 minute. 1 minute. She said, "If we do it together, it'll only take 30 seconds. Su Mu walked over and looked at her. This woman had indeed sold him blueprints for things she already had. That made it even scarier, considering how much stuff she had brought. He thought to himself. He also placed his hand on the axe. "Do you want to assist in disassembling the giant axe, Blue?" "Confirm." 2 faint glows spread from both of their palms, covering the entire axe. 30 seconds later, the giant axe turned into a beam of light and vanished, replaced by 4 metal chunks the size of a palm. Obtained, alloy chunk times 2. Su Mu looked at Lin Yue, who now also had 2 chunks in her hand. "One for each," Lin Yue said. Su Mu nodded, not caring about the distribution, and put the alloy chunks into his bag. Then it was time for the corpse. Both of them simultaneously used disassembly. 30 seconds later, the corpse disappeared, leaving behind a pile of nutrients, much larger and heavier than the usual ones dropped by ordinary monsters. Obtained, advanced nutrients times 3. Su Mu looked at the 3 heavy portions of nutrients in his hand, each one 3 times the size of regular nutrients. Advanced nutrients, green. Type, special material. Effect, can be used to cultivate high-quality plants, significantly speeding up their growth, and has a chance to improve the plant's quality. Not bad. But still, 1 for each, he gets 1.5, and Lin Yue gets 1.5. Nutrients can't be split into halves, they can only be taken alternately. Sumu takes 2 portions, Lin Yue takes 1, and next time she'll get more. Finally, Sumu picked up something next to the corpse. It was a notebook, with a leather cover, already yellowed and brittle. Both of them looked at the notebook. But Sumu was faster, grabbing it in his hand. Lin Yue gritted her teeth. See what it is. Obtained, yellowed notebook. Sumu flipped it open, and inside, the pages were filled with crooked handwriting, like a person's diary. Lin Yue leaned in to take a quick look, frowning. What is this? A diary. Sumu said, it's probably something from this monster's life. Does this thing need to be split? Sumu asked. Lin Yue said, I don't have the habit of reading other people's diaries, you can keep it, but, no. Wait, when you're done reading, give it to me. Sumu heard the contradiction in her words and he smiled faintly and didn't say much, putting the notebook into his bag. At this point, everything around the body had been divided up. Lin Yue glanced at the fortune wheel, then looked at Sumu. You really want to spin it? A 50-50 chance, are you sure? Sumu didn't answer. Instead, he waved his hand at her. If you want to leave, you can go. Lin Yue was stunned for a moment, then understood. He didn't want her to see the result of the spin. She pouted, said nothing more, and turned to walk outside. After walking a few steps, she turned back. Don't die. After saying that, she quickened her pace and disappeared at the end of the hallway. Sumu watched her leave, then turned his gaze toward the wheel. The fortune wheel. Half of it was good luck, the other half bad. Extremely dangerous. He smiled faintly, took a few steps closer, and carefully observed the wheel. There were 6 sections, 3 colorful, and 3 pure black. On the colorful sections, the patterns were clearly visible. On the black sections, nothing could be seen. Pure darkness, as if it could devour all light. Sumu stared at the black sections for a few seconds, then shifted his gaze to the edge of the wheel. There was a slight indentation. Extremely slight. It was so subtle that the naked eye would never detect it. It was right at the junction of the colorful and black sections, almost blending in with the wheel's texture. Sumu's gaze lingered on that indentation for a moment. He could see this, the rules really didn't make sense. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. This is what they mean by always getting the best part when facing an unknown blind box-like event with mixed good and bad? Not relying on luck, but on observation. He could see the details that others couldn't, the subtle flaws of the wheel, the tiny shifts of the needle, and even some inexplicable guidance. He reached out his hand and pressed on the slight groove of the wheel. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Note, the wheel must be spun 3 times, and it cannot be manually stopped, otherwise, the needle will directly point to bad luck. Sumu didn't hesitate. He spun the wheel. The wheel began to spin, and the needle rapidly swept across each section. Colorful, black, colorful, black. Sumu watched quietly. After 3 seconds, the wheel slowly came to a stop. The needle came to rest steadily on the first colorful section, exactly where his finger had pointed. The colorful section with the blueprint drawing. And as the needle stopped, a yellowed blueprint appeared in his hand. Sumu looked down. Tactical missile blueprint, blue. Type, external weapon blueprint. Can craft, tactical missile launcher, LV-1 blue. Required materials, 50 iron ingots, 20 high-strength glass essence, 30 weird crystals, 10 alloy blocks, 5 chips, 2 motors, 1 TNT, 1 black aluminum powder. Missile attributes. Attack range, 5,000 meters. Base firepower, 2,000. Explosion radius, 10 meters. Note, extremely powerful, use with caution. Sumu. Chapter 36, Accidentally, Everything Got Spun. Tactical missile? If this thing can really be made, then what monsters should we fear? One shot and all level 2 or 3 monsters will be turned to dust. But when he saw that long list of materials, he calmed down again. 50 iron ingots? He only had a few dozen. 30 weird crystals? He only had 3. Alloy blocks, chips, motors, these were even rarer. Having the blueprint but not the materials was the same as having nothing. But at least there was hope. Sumu carefully stored the blueprint and looked back at the wheel. The first item was so good, the others wouldn't be bad either. He naturally wanted to see what else could come out. Besides, with Lin Yue's cautious personality, she probably wouldn't come to spin it. Then he looked at the wheel again. After the first spin, the sections on the wheel changed. The 3 originally colorful sections now only had 2. And the black sections, still 3. Which means, now the wheel had 2 colorful and 3 black sections. A 2/5 chance of good luck. To him, it was the same. He observed the wheel again. Soon, he noticed another slight indentation on the remaining 2 colorful sections, even finer than before. almost invisible to the naked eye. But he saw it just like that. He reached out, touching the second indentation. He turned it. The dial spun again. 3 seconds later, it stopped. The pointer steadied on the second colored square. Congratulations, power fruit, blue. A fruit the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Deep purple all over, with a faint halo flowing on the surface, giving off a tempting fragrance. Power fruit, blue. Type, consumable. Effect, permanently increases strength by 30 points when eaten, with no side effects. Note, this fruit is effective only on the first use per person, repeated use has no effect. 30 points of strength. Sumu's pupils contracted slightly. His current strength was 26 points. Eating this fruit would instantly become 56 points. Without any hesitation. He bit it directly. The flesh melted in his mouth, turning into a warm flow that surged through his limbs and bones. Then, a strong heat rose from his belly, spreading rapidly to every cell of his body. Sumu could clearly feel his muscles swelling, tearing, and reorganizing. He looked down at his arm, the muscles there surged wildly as if alive, and under the skin, countless tiny snakes seemed to crawl. A few seconds later, everything calmed, returning to normal. Sumu clenched his fist. The moment he clenched, the veins on his forearm bulged sharply, muscles rising and swelling visibly, the original lines becoming clear and distinct, each muscle fiber tightly woven by invisible power. Not just the forearm. He felt the entire arm changing, the biceps bulging high, stretching the short sleeve fully, the deltoid expanding outward, making the shoulder wider, even the forearm's flexors and extensors became defined, each muscle like a carefully carved marble statue. That sense of strength was not the balanced kind built in a gym. It was explosive, wild strength, as if with one punch he could smash through a cow. Sumu stared at his arm, clearly seeing the muscles twitch slightly, a sign of overwhelming power. He could even feel his blood rushing faster in the veins, each heartbeat delivering stronger energy throughout his body. He slowly relaxed his hand. As the fist loosened, the bulging muscles calmed, veins sank under the skin, and the arm returned to normal thickness. But the texture after the change remained, no longer loose, but firm and defined even when relaxed. Sumu clenched again. Bang! Muscles rose again, veins bulged once more. Between a fist and a release, it was like two completely different people. Interesting, he murmured. Speaking, he opened the panel. Name, Sumu. Level, 2, 0.1/200. Strength, 56. Constitution, 8. Agility, 8. Spirit, 17. Armor, 53. 56 points of strength. This number already surpassed half of that giant axe wielder's. Sumu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Only one last chance remained. He looked at the dial. Now only one colored square remained, with 3 black squares. A 1/4 chance. Sumu carefully observed the last colored square. Sure enough, there was an indentation, even more subtle than the previous 2. He reached out, touching the indentation. He turned it. The dial spun. This time, it spun especially slowly. The pointer passed black, 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 then slowly approached the last colored one. Sumu stared at the pointer, unmoving. Finally, the pointer steadied on that colored square. Congratulations, Profession Skill Book, Battlefield Doctor, blue. A light blue skill book appeared in his hand. Profession Skill Book, Battlefield Doctor, blue. Type, Profession Skill Book. Effect, using it allows changing profession to Battlefield Doctor, blue. Class transfer conditions, reach level LV3. Career skills. Note, after the career change, you will gain exclusive attributes for growth in that profession. Combat medic? Healer profession? Sumu looked at the skill book, feeling a bit conflicted. With his current attributes, switching to a combat medic would obviously be a waste. 56 points in strength, combined with weakness lock and extra attack, he would be far better at violent output than healing. But career change books are rare and hard to come by. Forget it, the requirement is level 3 to use it. By the time he reached level 3, maybe he could get a better one. He stored it in his backpack. 3 spins of the wheel, all good luck. Sumu took one last look at the wheel. At this moment, there were only 3 slots left, all black, a dead silence of black. He turned around and walked outside. Stepping out of the haunted house, the sunlight outside was blinding. Sumu squinted his eyes to adjust to the light, scanning the surroundings. No sign of Lin Yue. This woman, truly cautious. She had promised to wait for him to come out, but in the end, she still hid away. Sumu didn't care and quickly walked over to the wall, reaching up to tear off the silent barrier talisman. The talisman still showed the remaining time. 9 minutes and 32 seconds. As expected, as long as the item wasn't used up, it could be recycled and reused. The only pity was that the time was still ticking. He hadn't mentioned it before, but this was the moment he had been waiting for. He carefully put the talisman away, then looked up at the back of the area. The pirate ship. The location marked on his daily intelligence. The bronze treasure chest and level 1 lucky big wheel were just below the pirate ship. From the haunted house, it was only about 20 meters away. But there was a fake mountain in between, completely blocking the view. Over there was also a level 2 mutated creature. But with his current strength, 56 points in strength, blue armor, grenades, and this silent barrier talisman, with more than 7 minutes of remaining time, he should be able to handle it. Sumu was about to set off when he heard soft footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Lin Yue walking out from the distant forest. "Done spinning?" she asked, her eyes showing curiosity and wariness. Sumu nodded. "How was it?" "It's fine." Lin Yue stared at him, clearly trying to read something from his expression. But there was nothing on Sumu's face. She couldn't help but ask, "What good stuff did you get?" Sumu glanced at her, no comment. Lin Yue snorted, not asking further. Instead, she looked toward the haunted house. Sumu said, "Your turn." Actually, when he said this, Sumu felt a bit uneasy. After all, he had already used up all 3 of his spins. He couldn't exactly say, "I'm out of spins now," could he? But his face showed no signs of anything unusual, and he just looked at her calmly. Lin Yue was silent for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head. "Forget it. I'm not as crazy as you. This thing can spin out good stuff, but the chance of encountering misfortune is too high. And you've already spun once, clearly you've had good luck. If I spin again, the odds of bad luck are already 2 to 3. I'm not willing to gamble." She paused and looked at Sumu. "Unless you're willing to help me handle the monsters that might show up inside. In that case, I could try spinning." Sumu was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected her to be so straightforward, directly revealing her card and laying out the conditions. This made him feel a bit guilty inside. But at the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she wasn't planning to spin after all. "In that case," Sumu said, "I'll go for my second spin." Lin Yue's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? 1/3 chance of bad luck, and you still want to spin?" Sumu's face remained calm. "I've always had good luck." Lin Yue stared at him, her gaze complex. In her mind, this guy must have some hidden cards. Either he could deal with the monsters spun out, or he had a way to avoid disaster. In any case, he believed he could handle the danger brought by misfortune, so he dared to gamble. But she didn't think she could do the same. She didn't have the confidence for that. "Fine," she gritted her teeth, "I'll let you have it this time. But, you owe me a favor." Sumu smiled. "I don't owe you any favors. If it really doesn't work out, you can try again. It can't be that your luck is always this bad, right?" Lin Yue's face instantly darkened. She knew her luck wasn't great, she was well aware of that herself. Sumu looked at her expression, his smile deepened, then he turned and walked towards the haunted house. He walked into the doorway and glanced back. Lin Yue had already retreated to a distant tree, staring at him from afar. He stood behind the door for about a minute, pretending to turn again, then walked out calmly. Lin Yue peeked her head from behind the tree, looking at him in disbelief. "You really turned?" Sumu nodded. "And you turned to good luck again?" Lin Yue quickly walked over, looking him up and down. He was perfectly fine, not even his clothes were out of place, let alone any signs of a fight. "You're this lucky?" Her voice was full of suspicion. Sumu smiled. "Just a gamble, turning a bike into a motorcycle. 2/5 chance, pretty high, right?" Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressing her shock and confusion. She stared at Sumu, trying to find any flaw on his face. But all she saw was a faint, inscrutable smile. "All right," Sumu said, "it's done, we part ways now." He glanced at the time. Another 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and the silent barrier symbol had about 7 minutes left. He still needed to go to the pirate ship. After speaking, he walked in the opposite direction, completely ignoring Lin Yue behind him. He took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and looked back at her. By the way, he gave a mischievous smile. "Actually, the spinning wheel has a bug. If you spin the pointer gently, very slowly, you can control it to land on good luck. You can even block it with your hand, forcing it to stop." Lin Yue was stunned. "Really?" "Of course." Sumu said seriously. "What, you think I did it by accident?" With that, he waved his hand and quickly disappeared behind the rockery. Lin Yue stood still, staring at his back, her brows furrowed. Could it really be that simple of a bug? And could he really be so kind-hearted? But no matter what, she had to check it out. She hesitated for a few seconds, then turned around and walked back into the haunted house. It was still pitch black inside. She turned on her flashlight and quickly walked through the hallway to the spinning wheel. The wheel was still there. But the sections on it. There were only 3 left, all black. All the good luck sections had been spun away. It really did have a bug. Lin Yue froze for a moment, then instinctively reached out to press the wheel. A prompt appeared. All good luck rewards on this will have been taken. Do you wish to continue spinning? Note, the wheel must spin 3 times, and it cannot be manually stopped, or the pointer will immediately point to misfortune. Note, the remaining sections are all misfortune. Spinning it will randomly trigger misfortune events, including but not limited to summoning monsters, curses, attribute reductions, etc. Lin Yue. She gritted her teeth hard, Sumu. But soon, she forced herself to calm down. That guy was playing with her. But soon, she calmed down again. But if it wasn't a bug, how did he manage to land on good luck 3 times in a row? 3 times in a row, with a probability of 1/2, 1/3, 1/6, landing on good luck 3 times was a 1 in 36 chance. What kind of miraculous luck was that? Lin Yue stood in the dark, staring at the wheel that only had misfortune left, her emotions extremely complicated. Finally, she could only stomp her foot in frustration and turn to leave. She walked out of the haunted house, the sunlight blinding her. She glanced back at the eerie building, murmuring to herself. How can anyone be this lucky? Chapter 37, Where's the monster? As for Lin Yue's later complaints, Sumu was completely unaware. But he could guess, with her personality, she would definitely go back to the haunted house to check immediately after he left. So, before he left, he deliberately said those words. He wasn't really expecting to trick her, but he was afraid she would guess things based on her own talent. From what he knew about this sly merchant, the other party definitely wouldn't believe his made-up story and would want to verify it personally. And when she saw the rules on the wheel, she would surely sigh in relief. After all, if there was a bug, she didn't use it, and relying on luck with the other party was obviously more acceptable. Once she accepted that, her first thought would naturally be that the other party was too lucky, and she wouldn't speculate too much. Of course, there was another reason, he was just teasing this sly merchant. But these little episodes were soon tossed aside in his mind. At this moment, he had already left the haunted house area, took a wide detour, and was sneaking toward the pirate ship. Along the way, Sumu stayed highly alert. In his right hand, he held the last grenade, the one mortgaged from Lin Yue, the safety pin half pulled, ready to be fully pulled at any time. In his left hand, he gripped the silent barrier talisman with 5 minutes left and a big wrench. He had already thought it through. If there were level 2 monsters near the pirate ship, or the terrain was too complex to observe, he would not hesitate, just stick the talisman and throw the grenade. Would the grenade destroy the treasure chest and wheel? He didn't care. That blue-quality giant axe monster in the haunted house left too deep an impression. 72 strength, 65 constitution, if it weren't for the chains restricting it, if he didn't have a handgun, if his reflexes weren't fast enough, he would already be dead. He didn't want to face that kind of monster a second time. Besides, his handgun was out of bullets, only 1 grenade left. If he met the same kind of thing, he wasn't sure he'd be this lucky again. So the strategy was simple, blow it up if you can, and run after. It didn't matter if the chest and wheel were destroyed, survival came first. With this thought, Sumu bypassed the fake hill and finally saw the pirate ship area. Then he looked at the scene before him, and he froze. Not because there were too many monsters, but because there were none at all. The pirate ship stood quietly under the sunlight, the red and blue hull faded, the huge ship hanging on supports. The ticket gate fence was closed tightly, and beside it was a sign with a few words. Equipment under maintenance, temporarily closed. The sign was crooked, covered in dust. Sumu stood at the edge of the fake hill and carefully scanned the area. No zombies. Not a single one. Those gray-white figures that should have been wandering here were all gone. He remembered the zombies he had lured away with his phone alarm, some had indeed run in that direction. But even so, normally, a few should have been left behind. Yet here, not a single one. Obviously, during the zombie outbreak, this place was under maintenance, and with few visitors nearby, there naturally were few zombies. Sumu observed a little more, confirmed nothing abnormal, and then turned his eyes to beneath the pirate ship. There, a bronze treasure chest lay quietly, right under the shadow of the hull. Next to the chest was a half-human hide wheel, about the same size as the one in the haunted house, but dark gold in color, not so creepy. Sumu frowned slightly. The intelligence said a level 2 mutant prowled here. But now, where was it? He observed a bit. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. The pirate ship was right behind the haunted house. Although he walked more than 200 meters to get here, most of it was to bypass the fake hill. The straight line distance from here to the haunted house was probably only 40 or 50 meters. It was just that the fake hill in between completely blocked the view. And the giant axe wielder he killed in the haunted house before. LV2 blue quality, exactly level 2. So, the intelligence report saying there is a LV2 mutated creature wandering around, could it be referring to that one? Sumu thought more and more that it made sense. That is to say, if Lin Yue hadn't taken him to the haunted house, he could have bypassed the fake mountain entirely, come here directly to take the treasure chest and the spinning wheel, and never encounter the terrifying stitched corpse. Thinking of this, Sumu felt a little amused and upset at the same time. He recalled today's experience. First he met Lin Yue, then she pulled him to the haunted house, fought to the death, almost lost his life, and finally realized that the place she was going to, and the place he was going to, had the same guarding monster. What is this? Misfortune leans on fortune? No. He thought carefully, if he hadn't met Lin Yue today and came straight to the pirate ship, what would have happened? Most likely, he would have seen not a single zombie here, happily taken the treasure chest, then went to the resource spinning wheel to draw a prize, and that would be it. Because the giant axe wielder was still locked in the haunted house, it wouldn't affect him at all. So strictly speaking, it was Lin Yue who led him to the place with monsters, making him fight a tough battle. But then he thought, if it weren't for Lin Yue, he wouldn't have gotten that blue armor, wouldn't have gotten the crafting table blueprint, wouldn't have gotten the blue silver grass, and wouldn't have gotten that strength fruit. By this calculation, he actually gained a lot. And Lin Yue? She risked her life to lead the way, but in the end only got a crafting table blueprint, half a portion of feed, half a piece of alloy, and a blue silver grass that needs time to grow. The biggest gain, that lucky spin wheel, she spun it 3 times in a row for good luck, and he took everything. And if it weren't him, but Lin Yue going alone, judging by her reactions, she would probably be doomed. The same intelligence about a level 2 monster, one extremely dangerous, the other didn't even see a monster. How can a person be this unlucky? Chapter 38 Resource Spin Wheel. Sumu shook his head. Putting away these messy thoughts, Sumu began to carefully observe the surroundings of the pirate ship. Although it looked like there were no zombies at all, he dared not be careless. What if there were invisible monsters? What if there were ones lying on the ground not moving? He waited a few more minutes, confirmed there was nothing unusual, then carefully stepped out from behind the fake mountain. He stepped lightly, hugged the shadow of the building, moving closer to the pirate ship step by step. The fence at the ticket gate was not high, he climbed over it with one hand. In the shadow under the ship, a bronze treasure chest lay quietly, covered with dust. Sumu did not immediately open it, but first walked around the pirate ship, checking every corner for hidden monsters. Safe. Only then did he squat down, placing both hands on the treasure chest. Open. 2 beams of light entered his eyes at the same time. The first item was a pair of leg guards. Dark gray cloth, padded knees, each side had a palm-sized pocket. Felt solid, but very light. Obtained, tactical leg guards, white. Type, armor. Armor value, +5. Weight, 0.8 kilograms. Effect, when equipped, provides weak physical protection for legs. Left pocket allows quick access to cold weapons, daggers, short knives, etc. Use speed increased by 30%. Durability, 50/50ths. Sumu's eyes lit up. Good stuff. He had opened a tactical chest rig before, allowing quick access to handguns and grenades. Now there were tactical leg guards, allowing quick access to cold weapons. He put the leg guards on without hesitation. Adjusted the tightness, fit perfectly. The left pocket was exactly on the outer thigh, hand could reach it easily. He tried to put the large wrench inside, no, too big. But a dagger or short knife would fit perfectly. He thought, need to get a dagger later. Sumu looked at the second item. A yellowed blueprint. Obtained, level 3 protective cable car blueprint. Type, cable car upgrade blueprint. Effect, can upgrade LV2 cable car to LV3, upgrade direction is protective type. Required materials, steel ingots ×9, tempered glass ×1. This is not the previous kind of universal blueprint, but one with a fixed direction. Sumu looked at the material requirements on the blueprint and frowned slightly. Steel ingots ×9, tempered glass ×1. He didn't have either of these items. Steel ingots should be an upgraded material from iron ingots, and needs to be dropped by higher level monsters. Tempered glass, similarly, should be an upgraded version of glass essence. He had to figure out a way to get them. Sumu carefully put the blueprint away and turned to the last item in the treasure chest. A box of self-heating hot pot. Red packaging with the words spicy tender beef printed on it, along with a cartoon cow giving a thumbs up. Sumu's eyes lit up. Self-heating hot pot. Today, he had only eaten bread, biscuits, and chocolate. While they filled his stomach, they left his mouth dry and tasteless. Seeing this self-heating hot pot, his salivary glands immediately started working. He'd have it tonight. He then stood up and walked toward the nearby spinning wheel. Unlike the cursed spinning wheel in the haunted house, this one had no eerie bad luck aura. It was just a regular lottery machine. Dark golden metallic texture, about half a person's height, with intricate patterns on its surface. The wheel was divided into 6 sections, each with a different symbol painted on it. Iron ingots times 10, tempered glass essence times 3, compressed biscuits times 10, steel ingots times 3, a small book, and a blank area. 6 sections, except for the book, there was only a finger-width gap. Sumu saw the description above the wheel. Resource spinning wheel. Consuming cursed crystal will rotate it once, randomly obtaining materials from the sections. First rotation, consumes 1 cursed crystal. Second rotation, consumes 10 cursed crystals. Third rotation, consumes 100 cursed crystals. And so on, each rotation's cost increases by 10 times from the previous one. Note, once the materials are drawn from the wheel, they will not be replenished. The draw ends when all materials are gone. This is not the cursed spinning wheel. So, not all spinning wheels are called lucky and unlucky wheels. Normal spinning wheels should be like this. Even if you don't win, you won't encounter any danger. The worst case is just drawing a blank, getting nothing. When Sumu had previously seen the lucky and unlucky wheel, he thought all spinning wheels should be like that, half good luck, half bad luck, and one wrong move would trigger a deadly crisis. Now, seeing this normal resource spinning wheel, he realized that the lucky and unlucky wheel wasn't the usual kind. Thinking of this, Sumu suddenly realized how unlucky Ling Yue was. If she hadn't met him, she would first have to face the level 2 blue quality giant axe wielder. With her strength, she would most likely lose. Even if she won by some stroke of luck, she would probably suffer heavy losses. Then she would encounter the lucky and unlucky wheel. Given her personality, upon seeing the description of half good luck, half bad luck, she would probably hesitate, but in the end, she wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to take a chance. After all, the allure of a spinning wheel is too great. Then, a 1/2 chance of drawing bad luck. With her luck, Sumu was almost certain she would draw bad luck. And what would that bad luck be? Summoning monsters? Casting curses? Diminishing attributes? No matter which one, given her situation at the time, she would most likely die right there. Sumu shook his head. How could someone be this unlucky? He pulled his thoughts back and looked at the resource spinning wheel again. The sections were about the same size, but upon closer inspection, the section with the small book was actually a little narrower than the others, taking up only about 1% of the entire wheel. The other sections, including the blank one, each took up about 20%. This meant that the chance of landing on the small book was only 1%. If luck wasn't on his side, he might need to spin it 6 times. The first time costs 1 cursed crystal, the second time 10 cursed crystals, the third time 100 cursed crystals, the fourth time 1000 cursed crystals, by the 6th time, it would require 100,000 cursed crystals. It takes a full 100,000 eerie crystals to get the most precious item. Sumu was somewhat speechless. The designer of this wheel must be very good at math. However, he was more curious about whether his talent, facing unknown blind box type events with mixed outcomes, he could always obtain the best part through observation, would be useful for this wheel. Literally speaking, mixed outcomes means both good and bad results. Does it have to be exactly half and half? He glanced at the eerie crystals in his backpack, only 3 left. He had killed many eerie bats in the haunted house and dismantled the giant axe bearer before, collecting a total of 8 crystals. He used 5 crystals to make a small quiver, leaving 3. He could only spin once. No matter if it worked or not, he had to observe and give it a try. Sumu walked around the wheel, carefully examining every detail. Soon, he noticed a very tiny detail. At the bottom of the wheel, the coin slot, was a groove about the width of a palm, meant to hold eerie crystals. On the edge of the groove, there was a tiny, almost invisible bump. It was extremely subtle. If he hadn't been deliberately looking for it, he would have never noticed. Sumu reached out and pressed on the bump. Nothing happened. He thought for a moment, then took out 1 eerie crystal from his backpack and pressed it onto the bump, sliding it into the groove. The eerie crystal fell into the coin slot with a faint click sound. The patterns on the surface of the wheel faintly lit up. Sumu did not immediately spin it, instead, he focused on the pointer on the wheel. He noticed that when his gaze fell on the section with the small book illustration, the pointer seemed to tremble slightly. It was extremely subtle. If he hadn't been staring, he would have never noticed. A slight smile curled at the corner of Sumu's lips. As expected, it worked. He took a deep breath, then reached out and spun the wheel. Chapter 39, Purple Profession. The wheel began to spin, the pointer quickly passing over the various sections. Iron ingot, glass essence, mineral water, compressed biscuits, steel ingot, small book, empty space. According to the rules, the wheel must be spun for more than 3 full rotations, and it cannot be stopped manually. Sumu quietly watched. After 3 full spins, the wheel slowed down. The pointer slowly passed over the iron ingot, the glass essence, the mineral water. Then, it steadily stopped at the small book. Seeing this, Sumu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Not only did the first spin land on the best outcome, but more importantly, this result allowed him to make a judgment. The rule skill in his talent was far stronger than he had imagined. When facing unknown blind box type events with mixed outcomes, he could always obtain the best part through observation. This meant that the mixed outcomes inside did not necessarily have to be a perfect 50-50 of good and bad, but as long as there was bad, he could always observe and get the best part. Sumu even suspected that the tiny changes he observed were intentionally created by this rule, not by the wheel's own design. This skill was far more powerful than he had thought. With this in mind, Sumu couldn't help but feel a little excited, but he quickly forced himself to calm down and looked at the small book in his hand. A dark golden skill book appeared in Sumu's hands. On the cover, there was an image of a spear, not a firearm, but a cold weapon-long spear. The silver-white shaft, the blood-red tassel, and the sharp spearhead gleaming with a cold light. Sumu's pupils contracted slightly. Purple? He hurriedly checked the detailed information. Profession Skill Book Spear Master, purple. Type, Profession Skill Book. Effect, after use, you can change to the Spearmaster, purple, profession. Promotion condition, level reaches LV3. Profession description, a combat profession using a spear as a weapon, skilled in breaking through the front lines in large-scale attacks. After promotion, strength growth is greatly enhanced, and you gain the professional skills breaking army strike and sweeping thousands, etc. Note, purple quality profession. Great growth potential. Purple. Sumu took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He had previously drawn a blue quality, Battlefield Doctor, from the Lucky Wheel, which was already very good. Unexpectedly, in this ordinary wheel, he actually drew a purple quality professional skill book. Gunmaster, just from the name, you know it's a violent damage profession. Compared with the Battlefield Doctor, a healing type, this one is obviously more suitable for him. 56 strength, combined with lock weak point, and extra attack, plus Gunmaster's profession skill. Sumu already dared not imagine how strong he would be then. He carefully put the skill book into his backpack, placing it with the blue one. Both can only be used at level 3. If he does not find something better before level 3, he will learn them directly. After finishing this draw, Sumu looked at the wheel again. Now one item in the grid was missing, the little book was gone, replaced by an empty slot. But the other supplies were still there. He glanced at the 2 remaining strange crystals in his backpack. To draw a second time, he needed 10. Not enough. If possible, he would try for that tempered glass. There were 3 pieces there, enough to at least solve one material. But there is no if. Looks like another task in the future is to collect strange crystals, so that when facing this kind of wheel, he will not even lack crystals for the first draw. Sumu shook his head. He did not linger here. After all, although there were no zombies for now, his position was exposed in the open area, too dangerous. Quick retreat. Sumu moved lightly, following the shadow of the fake mountain, quickly leaving the pirate ship area. He chose a relatively safe spot. A big banyan tree, with dense branches and leaves, a trunk so thick 2 people could not hug it together. Located at the edge of the resort, at least 200 or 300 meters away from zombie clusters, with a clear view and easy movement in or out. Sumu climbed the tree in a few moves, finding a thick enough branch to sit on. Then he looked at the map. 3 retreat points, the nearest on the east side of the resort, about 2 kilometers from his current position. With his current strength, he could run there as long as he did not encounter a zombie horde. But he did not hurry. He needed to think about one question. Where exactly to get tempered glass essence and steel ingots? The cable car needs these 2 items to reach level 3. Since he already had the blueprint, it is naturally better to prepare materials as early as possible. Sumu leaned against the tree trunk, analyzing quickly in his mind. The first thing he thought of was the car he had seen before. Compared with other things, disassembling that car would take a full 10 hours, the longest time, likely yielding high-level materials. Also, cars are mainly made of steel, so the chance of getting steel ingots should not be low. Another option is killing level 2 monsters. Sumu preferred killing level 2 monsters. After all, disassembling a car takes 10 hours, too long. And killing monsters can not only get materials but also gain experience points. But the problem is, killing level 2 monsters among such dense zombie groups is too hard. He did not even know if there were level 2 ones in that group. Still, it is worth a try. He touched the grenade at his waist, the one exchanged from Lin Yue, intact and safe. If he threw a grenade into the middle of that zombie group, the experience gained could show whether there were level 2 monsters inside. If there were, one explosion would hit many, and the experience would be clearly abnormal. But grenades are for survival. Although this thing has a delay in real danger, using it against monsters near treasure chests is extremely convenient. Also, a key problem, throwing a grenade here would attract more zombies. Even if he killed those monsters, he wouldn't have a chance to pick up the boxes they exploded. The surrounding area was packed with zombies, and getting close meant certain death. If he could get a few more grenades, he could totally use them to level up. Find an area dense with zombies, throw one grenade, blow up a bunch, and then quickly run away. Thinking about this, he started thinking about the grenades in Lin Yue's hands. That woman still had at least one. No, with her merchant-like nature, she probably had more than two. Although he didn't know exactly where she got them from, it was definitely unusual for her to have so many grenades so early on. But that wasn't important, what mattered was that she still had them. But getting her to trade them out. Chapter 40, The Irresistible Blueprint. Sumu looked at the book Battlefield Medic, Blue, in his backpack. This profession book was useless to him now. The purple tier gun specialist was right there, who would still need a blue tier healer. It should be something that the other side couldn't refuse. With that thought, Sumu opened the private chat and sent a message to Lin Yue, "Are you there? I've got a business deal." Originally, he thought the other side would take a while to reply, but to his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, she responded, "You still have the nerve to contact me?" Sumu naturally knew what she was referring to. The cursed roulette and the nonsense about bugs he had said before leaving. With Lin Yue's personality, she must have gone back right away to check, then found out she'd been played. He didn't respond to that. At times like this, an explanation would only put him at a disadvantage. Instead, he went straight to the point, "There's a business deal, are you in?" "No deal," Lin Yue replied quickly, "I don't do business with merchants. Unless you return my roulette spins." Seeing this, Sumu knew that she actually wanted to trade, but was using the situation to leverage for better terms. The meaning was clear, if they were going to cooperate again, the ripoff had to be addressed. Sumu obviously wouldn't accept this loss. "I asked you before, and you said it was too dangerous and wouldn't spin." She sent a hee-hee. Sumu frowned. This person was taking advantage of the fact that he had something to ask for. After all, not long after they parted ways, he was already offering a deal, clearly making it urgent, so she was using the opportunity to raise the price. A merchant truly was a merchant. He didn't waste more words and directly sent over the attributes of Battlefield Medic, Blue. Now the bargaining chip was in his hands, he didn't believe this book wouldn't tempt her. However, Sumu was disappointed. After sending it, the other side still didn't respond. But Sumu wasn't anxious. He believed that this profession book was definitely a huge temptation. Also, he knew Lin Yue's personality, and probably now she was pretending to stay calm, not responding to show she wasn't interested, in order to gain an advantage. Because if it were him, he'd do the same. But now the bargaining chip was in his hands. If she didn't want to make the trade, someone else would. Without saying another word, Sumu directly posted the profession book's information on the public screen. As soon as the message appeared, the entire channel exploded. Holy crap! A profession book? What is this? Can I change my profession? Blue quality. I don't even have white talents, and people are already getting blue profession books? Big boss, please carry me. Please let me join your group. Where can I get this? Please share a guide. Sumu, big boss, I'll trade all my wealth for it. Sumu's private chat was instantly flooded, and the message notifications were flashing wildly, impossible to keep up with. He quickly enabled the block messages from strangers feature. Less than 3 seconds later, a message from Lin Yue popped up. "What are you doing?" Sumu smiled and replied, "Making a deal. If you don't want to buy, someone else will." The other side was silent for a few seconds, then sent, "What do you want?" Sumu directly asked, "Do you have any tempered glass essence or steel ingots?" The other side quickly replied, "I have a few tempered glass essences." But there were no steel ingots. Sumu frowned. A few pieces of tempered glass essence? This woman actually has them. He continued asking, "Do you have any information about steel ingots?" "No." Lin Yue replied, "But." Sumu waited for her to continue. "But I have a rough idea of some places that might have them." Lin Yue said, "But it's just a possibility, not necessarily accurate." "Speak." "If I tell you this information, I want priority purchasing rights for that profession book." Sumu thought for a moment and readily agreed, "Okay." After all, right now, there were probably very few people in the channel who could afford this profession book. At the same time, there wouldn't be anyone else who could offer something satisfactory to him. This woman has grenades in her hands, and that's useful to him right now. With Sumu's confirmation, Lin Yue quickly sent a long message. Based on my analysis, to obtain steel ingots and tempered glass essence, you should target monsters above level 2. And it might not be just level 2, it should be level 2 or higher, green quality or above. Another method is to decompose. But decomposition has its rules. Did you notice that when you normally decompose, some things take unusually long times, almost unreasonably long? Sumu squinted slightly. He certainly noticed. The car, 10 hours. Lin Yue continued. For example, when I decomposed this piece of tempered glass essence, it was taken from a balcony railing, less than a square meter of tempered glass, and it took more than an hour to decompose. Yet when I decomposed a refrigerator, which is much larger, it only took less than 30 seconds. So I estimate that to decompose the steel ingots you need, you'd have to find something made of steel, and the decomposition would require a lot of time. I haven't encountered it yet, but think about it, have you? Sumu stared at the message, deep in thought. A car. Just as he thought. Got it. He replied, then, what do you want in exchange for this profession book? There was silence on the other end for a long time. It took a full 2 minutes before Lin Yue replied. The value of this profession skill book is too high. In the early stages, it's basically impossible to find someone who can offer equivalent resources. Sumu furrowed his brow. Is this going to be on credit? He was about to refuse when Lin Yue sent another message. But I can exchange it with a blueprint. Don't worry, this blueprint is more practical and of a higher grade than the ones I exchanged with you before. It's even a blueprint that you can't refuse. Of course, that's not all. I can also give you a piece of intelligence, though this intelligence might take some time to be useful. And of course, that's still not enough. I know you must be looking for something from me. You can just ask directly. Sumu stared at this message, his heart slightly shaken. A blueprint. From her mouth, it was described as higher grade, more practical, meaning it's not the same level as the blueprints from yesterday. And she said it's something you can't refuse, proving that this blueprint is indeed extraordinary in value. But the question is, where did Lin Yue get so many resources? Sumu remembered last night when she acquired thermal materials, trading blankets for blueprints certainly made her a profit. But can she really earn this much just from that? Probably not. Even if she gathered a batch of thermal materials quickly, the quantity wouldn't be too large. After all, in the early stages, people could barely collect food, let alone think about collecting thermal materials for such cold nights in hot weather. And she already had more than 6 blueprints yesterday. Now she still has. That means her stock of blueprints is terrifying. Not to mention the higher level ones, which means she may have also learned a portion of them. Sumu then thought of what she said about the intelligence taking some time. Her talent, could it be similar to his? But just an intelligence-related talent, though. After thinking, Sumu felt this woman was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. But now was not the time to explore that. He directly asked, what is that blueprint? Lin Yue did not say much, she directly sent the blueprint over. The moment Sumu's eyes landed on the screenshot, his vision suddenly lit up. Chapter 41, Checking the Cards. 9mm bullet manufacturing blueprint, green. Type, consumable blueprint. Effect, can make 9mm bullets. Required materials, copper times 0.1, gunpowder times 0.1. Production quantity, 1 per time. Bullet feature, after hitting target, 30% chance to trigger a minor explosion, causing extra damage. Note, must be used with guns of the same grade or higher, otherwise explosion effect cannot trigger. Bullet blueprint. Just a few simple words, instantly making Sumu understand why the other party was so certain this was a condition he could not refuse. He now had a gun in his hand, and the thing he lacked most was bullets. And he had just told Lin Yue that he had run out of bullets. Without bullets, the M500 in his hand was just a piece of useless iron. And this blueprint directly solved that problem. Although the materials mentioned copper and gunpowder which he currently had none of, at least he now had a direction. This blueprint was indeed something he could not refuse. One could even say, if the other party only used this to exchange for the profession book, he would seriously consider it. Let alone the other conditions proposed. Obviously, this cunning merchant was determined to get this profession book. Sumu did not hesitate and directly stated his demand. I want all the grenades you have. The other side was silent for a few seconds, then replied. The grenades I can provide are only 3. 1 I already gave you, the other 2 are with me. But for this profession book, I can give them all. 3? Less than what he needed, but more than he expected. He originally thought the other party would have at most 2, but unexpectedly there were 3. Sumu's mind moved. He asked, these grenades, where did you get them? Are there related blueprints? This time, the reply came quickly. Previously you asked me a question, consider it a gift. Now this question involves my privacy, you also must answer a question. Sumu frowned slightly. What do you want to ask? He had made up his mind, if the other party's question involved his core secret, he would never say. Lin Yuwei's question came quickly. This profession skill book of yours, did you get it from that wheel of misfortune? Sumu was stunned for a moment. This question. He breathed a sigh of relief and directly answered, yes. At this moment, in a hidden corner on the other side of the resort, Lin Yuwei looked at this reply, her face showing it just as I thought expression. But at the same time, a strong frustration surged in her heart. That wheel. She gave up. If she had mustered courage to spin it once, could she have gotten such a good thing? No, she knew her luck very well. If she went, most likely misfortune. That giant axe wielder was already terrifying, what if an even stronger one came, it would not be worth it. But the problem was, that guy not only spun, he spun 3 times all good luck. Still. Lin Yuwei took a deep breath, suppressed her complex emotions, and replied. Those grenades, I got them from silver treasure chests, 3 of them. Sumu looked at this message, slightly stunned. What kind of privacy was this? He had already guessed it, and even thought the other party had blueprints for this. But he did not retort, just casually said, good luck. But this casual sentence was like poking a hornet's nest. The other side sent an angry, gritting teeth emoji. Only 3 grenades from silver treasure chests, you say good luck? Sumu was stunned, then sent a question, are 3 grenades not right? After sending, he regretted it, because he just saw the word only. Originally, he thought this thing came in a set. Unexpectedly, it was all like this. According to the silver treasure chest he opened, it seemed quite comprehensive. In his mind, normally, he should have received things like armor, weapons, skill books, or blueprints. But instead, this lady had all 3 slots filled with grenades. Though grenades are good, they still fall short when compared to those other things, especially early on, with all 3 items being this. How could this person be so unlucky? At the same time, he thought, luckily, he had opened the giant axe holder's box earlier, and luckily, it was himself who opened it. He shook his head. Sumu decided not to dwell on the matter further, instead changing the subject and saying, give me the other 2 grenades, and then help me with one thing. The trade will be considered complete. The other person was silent for a few seconds before replying. Okay. But if it's something dangerous, the resources will be split 50-50. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. Sumu replied. Where should we meet? Sumu glanced at the time. It hadn't been long since they had separated, so he said. Just at the small forest we were at earlier. All right. The private chat ended. Sumu jumped down from the tree, stretched his arms and legs, then headed toward the direction of the small forest. About 10 minutes later, the 2 arrived at the forest one after the other. Sumu stood in the tree and waved to Lin Yuwei, but she didn't come up. Let's trade quickly. Lin Yuwei looked up, her tone blunt. Sumu nodded, and Lin Yuwei handed over a blueprint and 2 grenades. Sumu took them and looked at them carefully. The blueprint was indeed a 9mm bullet crafting blueprint, green, and the grenades were genuine. What about the tempered glass essence? Sumu asked. It's on the cable car. Lin Yuwei replied, I can't carry it with me, I'll give it to you once we return. Don't worry, since I promised, I won't go back on my word. Sumu nodded, not in a rush. The tempered glass essence could only be used back at the cable car, so there was no rush for now. But from her words, he got a piece of information. She had already obtained the tempered glass essence yesterday. This meant that her disassembly skill had been acquired yesterday, and it wasn't obtained through a trade. This woman certainly had many secrets. Sumu didn't dig deeper and put the blueprint and grenades into his backpack. Lin Yuwei looked at him, slightly raising her eyebrow. You've got the stuff, what about the professional book? I'll give it to you once it's done. Sumu said naturally. Lin Yuwei gritted her teeth but didn't say anything more. What do you need help with? She asked. Sumu didn't answer immediately but instead took out a grenade from his waist. It was the same one Lin Yuwei had given him earlier. Then, he pulled the safety pin. Lin Yuei's pupils contracted sharply. What are you doing? Sumu ignored her, raised his arm, and threw the grenade in a curve toward the distant square, the one where the zombie horde had been attracted by the phone's ringtone earlier. I need to check the cards. Sumu casually said. Check the cards? Lin Yuei's voice changed pitch, quickly realizing, could this thing be faked? She cursed under her breath. There was no time to think more. She took 3 steps at a time, rushing to the tree and extending her hand toward Sumu. Pull me up. Sumu reached out and pulled her up the tree trunk. He even said, I was going to let you up from the start, you insisted on staying below. Lin Yuwei glared at him fiercely, too lazy to argue. Does this person ever tell others what he's doing? Also, who checks goods with a grenade? There are only 3 of them. If one is used for a check, wouldn't there only be 2 left? Her thoughts weren't fully formed yet. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from the distance. Flames shot into the sky, mixed with severed limbs and black blood mist. In that instant, at least 200 to 300 zombies were blasted apart, and the shockwave overturned everything around it. More zombies were knocked down by the shockwave, struggling to get up. Sumu stared fixedly at the system prompt. Killed LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. Killed LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. Killed LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. Kill LV2 zombie, experience plus 1. Kill LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. Kill LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. The tips kept scrolling for 10 seconds. Sumu quickly calculated in his mind. A total of about 300 zombies were killed, with only around 15 of them being LV2 zombies. Experience points in total, 285 LV1 zombies times 0.1 is equal to 28.5 points, 15 LV2 zombies times 1 is equal to 15 points. Total, 43.5 points. He glanced at his current experience bar, 77.2/200. He still needed 122.8 points to reach LV3. Checking the goods? Lin Yue's voice came from the side, with a hint of disbelief. You call this checking the goods? Sumu didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the distant square. After the explosion, it was a mess. The ground was covered with limbs and severed arms, and black blood formed small streams. But more zombies, those that weren't hit by the explosion, were rushing toward that area from all directions. In the direction of the amusement park, countless gray-white figures were moving quickly, all drawn by the explosion sound. The 15 LV2 zombies' dropped boxes were now lying in the middle of the pile of corpses. But no one dared to pick them up. You're using this thing to level up? Lin Yue understood his intentions, but then pointed at the woods behind her. Look, the zombies over there are starting to move too. Sumu followed her gaze. A few zombies, once wandering sparsely at the edge of the woods, were now moving toward the square. Although they were far away, they had no clear target, but they had been drawn by the explosion and were starting to converge. If another grenade were thrown, it would definitely draw them all over. I told you, it's just to check the goods. Sumu put away the last 2 grenades. 2 grenades were not enough to level him up to LV3. Besides, there were too many LV1 zombies here. Even if all of them were blown up, the experience would be too little, and the items were uncollectible. To find something, he needed to throw it where there were dense LV2 zombies, maximizing the benefits. What he really needed was steel ingots. Since he couldn't get them by killing LV2 monsters, there was only one path left: disassembly. That car would take 10 hours to disassemble. It was already close to 12 noon, and if he started now, it would be evening by the time he finished. And the danger at night, he had already experienced yesterday. But if someone helped with the disassembly, the time could be cut in half, 5 hours. By 5 p.m., it would be done, and it wouldn't be dark yet. This was the real reason he asked Lin Yue to come. Sumu voiced his plan. Lin Yue listened and frowned slightly. 5 hours of time, plus the blueprints and grenades they had already gotten, could be traded for a blue job skill book. She quickly calculated in her mind. The blue job skill book, she had been lurking in the channel all night yesterday but didn't see anyone selling it. She knew the value of this thing better than anyone. And while 5 hours of time might be boring, it wasn't dangerous. As long as they found a safe house to stay in, it would be fine. Okay. She nodded, but you have to tell me, do you have any other job skill books? Sumu glanced at her, but didn't answer. From his silence, Lin Yue got her answer. A complicated feeling surged in her heart: regret, envy, and a sense of unexplainable emotion. That fortune wheel. If she had dared to spin it back then, would she have also gotten such a good item? No. She was very clear about her own luck. If she had spun it, it was highly likely that misfortune would have struck. That giant axe wielder was already terrifying enough, and what if something even worse had come? But the problem was, that guy didn't just spin once, he spun 3 times, and all 3 times were good luck. How could anyone's luck be that good? She took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions in her heart, and followed Sumu back. The two returned to the small town they were in earlier. Sumu found a house, the door was open, they could go straight in. Inside, there was an old Santana, rusty and with flat tires. This one, Sumu said. The two walked up to the car, simultaneously placing their hands on the hood. Do you want to help dismantle the Santana car? It will take 10 hours. You cannot move during this time. Confirmed. 2 faint lights spread from their palms, covering the entire car. Next comes a long wait. The two moved 2 stools and sat by the car. At first, neither spoke. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. After about half an hour, Lin Yue suddenly spoke, "That diary, should we take it out and read?" Sumu was stunned for a moment, then dug out the yellowed notebook from his backpack. Lin Yue moved her stool closer, leaning in. There was a little distance between them, but Sumu could still smell a faint fragrance, the scent of shower gel. He instinctively looked at himself. The smell of blood, sweat, and dust from the journey. This woman, in this environment, actually had the mood to go to the inn and take a shower? Not sure if it was bravery or cleanliness obsession. Muttering silently, Sumu opened the diary. But when he saw the first sentence, his pupils suddenly shrank sharply. Chapter 43 Content. First page. January 9, 2026, cloudy. It is the second day since I came to this world. Because of hunger, I had to go out to search for supplies. I have seen those terrifying monsters. But I know if I stay in the house any longer, I will die sooner or later. Luck is good, I found some wild fruits and did not encounter those monsters. Just a few lines. But Sumu's pupils contracted sharply. From the first sentence, the second day after coming to this world, this person, like them, was also transported here. He previously thought this monster might have been a native resident of this world. But now it seems completely different. Someone entered this game earlier than them. And died here. Beside him, Lin Yue also realized this. She did not speak but gestured something in her palm. After a few seconds, she suddenly said, "Did you notice, these words are not Earth's writing?" Sumu was stunned and looked at the handwriting again. Looking carefully, it was indeed strange. The stroke structure of these characters is different from any writing he knows. But strangely, he could understand it, instinctively thinking it was Chinese characters. Lin Yue said, "This may be the rules of this world. As long as the writing is left by intelligent beings, the rules automatically translate it." She paused, her voice becoming serious, "But this shows one thing, before we came here, other civilizations had already been here." Sumu nodded. This guess makes sense. The two continued reading. Day 3. I was extremely hungry, so I decided to go to the small town to search. Today was unlucky, I encountered those green monsters with clubs in the town. I saw them tie up a person and smash his head like an animal, then carried him away like cured meat. They are too strong, not a match at all. Fortunately, they did not notice me. I hid there for several hours before daring to come out. Perhaps I am not doomed. On the road, I found some supplies. It seems these were collected by the person who was carried away earlier. In the next dozen entries, the diary's owner gradually explored ways to survive in the apocalypse. He encountered various monsters, some like huge crawlers, tongues that could shoot several meters, some like humanoids wrapped in bandages, giving off a rotting smell while walking, others that could freely crawl on walls, eyes degenerated, hunting by sound. The diary did not write the names of these monsters, only simple descriptions. But Sumu and Lin Yue grew more and more alarmed as they read. These descriptions are too similar to certain things they knew. Lickers, tyrants, Silent Hill nurses. One even mentioned huge tentacles and an existence that cannot be looked at directly. Day 22. I found a secret place. It is hidden under an abandoned church, the entrance is very hidden. I don't know what is inside, but I know, if this keeps going, I will die in the mouth of some monster sooner or later. I organized the equipment I got during this time, and decided to explore it tomorrow. If I succeed, maybe I can get rid of this kind of life. If I fail, then just fail. The diary ends here. The rest is all blank. Sumu closed the notebook and was silent for a long time. This person lived 22 days in the apocalypse. For an ordinary person with average talent and no wild survival experience, this is already the limit. But in the end, he still died in that secret place. This is probably the daily life of normal people in this world. Struggle to survive, then walk to death. Next to him, Lin Yue was also silent. After a long time, she spoke, her voice a little low. Have you noticed, the monsters he described all match the characters in games or movies on our Earth? Sumu nodded. Goblin, Minotaur, Zombie, Licker, Tyrant, Silent Hill Nurse, Cthulhu. One or two might be coincidence, but so many, definitely not. Lin Yue said again, if according to what he said, the daytime monsters can be traced and defeated. But the night ones? She did not continue. Sumu understood her meaning. The night bats, the huge outlines faintly seen in the mist, and those incomprehensible phenomena, they seem more like rules, not something measured by strength. But at least we are different from them, Sumu said, we have the cable car. Lin Yue looked at him and nodded. The diary owner never mentioned a cable car, clearly there is a difference. But from her expression, it is clear this matter weighed on her heart like a stone. Sumu did not say more. This world is very cruel. But because of that, every second must be used to improve oneself. He has cheats, golden fingers, chances others don't have. If even he has no hope for the future, might as well restart. After reading the diary, Lin Yue said nothing, silently moving the bench back to its place. Sumu did not disturb her, and opened the chat channel by himself. The number at the top right of the channel had dropped from 892 this morning to 751. In just half a day, nearly 150 people died. But it can be seen that the number is starting to stabilize. Yesterday many people were still watching, not going down to search for supplies. But today, most people, even all people, will choose to descend. Even in teams, even only in the wild, the dangers of this world will not decrease because of that. The trading information in the channel moved quickly. Someone sold iron ingots, someone wanted food, someone shared experience, and someone sent a help signal. Sumu looked at them one by one, but found nothing he needed. Just as he was about to close it, a private message popped up. Sender, Zhou Jinghua. Brother, sorry, I didn't see the message before. Are you trading the silent barrier talisman with me? Using that job skill book? Sumu looked at this message, slightly raising his eyebrow. Zhou Jinghua, the veteran who organized everyone to descend in the channel. He had indeed asked before if the other had the silent barrier talisman, but the other did not reply. Unexpectedly now, the other actively reached out. Only, the other obviously misunderstood, thinking he wanted the blue job skill book. Sumu thought for a moment and replied. That job book has been traded to someone else. But I still want the silent barrier talisman, I can trade other supplies, is that okay? Chapter 44 Life Job. After sending the message, Sumu waited for a while. Zhou Jinghua's reply did not come fast. As expected, he returned late. Trading is fine, but what I want to exchange is food. Food? Sumu thought for a moment. Okay, what price? Sumu asked. 15 portions of food, 1 piece. Sumu's eyebrows immediately furrowed. 15 portions of food for one consumable that only lasts 20 minutes? This price is not just expensive. It is the second day of the game, most people are still worrying about daily food. 15 portions of food are enough for one person to eat for 4 or 5 days. In the channel, 3 portions of food can be exchanged for an iron ingot, 10 portions can get some blueprints. One piece of a 20-minute silent barrier talisman, asking for 15 portions is basically robbery. He was silent for a moment, not replying immediately. The other side seemed to realize the price might scare people away and sent another message. Don't worry, I'm not asking for too much. You probably found me because of Lin Yue, right? Yesterday I traded with her, she bought at this price. I won't cheat you. Sumu turned his head and looked at Lin Yue sitting not far away. She was leaning against the wallboard, eyes closed pretending to nap, long hair falling on her shoulders, breathing steady. Sunlight squeezed through the window gap, casting a thin stripe of light on her face. Sumu did not ask. With Lin Yue's character, even if he asked, she would only say something like, that is her business. And since Zhou Jinghua could produce more than one of these talismans, he probably wouldn't, like Lin Yue, get 3 of the same thing from one treasure chest. That probability is too low. More likely, he has a way to mass-produce them. Just like Lin Yue guessed before, his talent probably lies in this area. People like this, for customers who can buy talismans long-term, are probably thinking about long-term cooperation. No need to cheat over such a small thing. Thinking of this, Sumu looked at Lin Yue again. This woman, clearly such a shrewd merchant, knowing the price is unreasonable, still went to raise the price. Simply hateful. He shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and replied, I don't have that much food in reserve. This price is non-negotiable, only food exchange. Zhou Jinghua's attitude was firm. I suppose you can get a profession book and trade with others, you should have plenty of resources. I want nothing else, only food. For you, this should be the easiest thing to provide. Sumu felt helpless. That is true. A blue profession skill book, to anyone, could not be gotten by pure luck. Anyone who can take out such a thing must have enough material reserves. Even he would think so. He looked at the food in his backpack. After searching the small town and the zombie drops, he had only about 30 portions. This trade would take almost half. But the silent barrier talisman is truly useful. If he didn't have that talisman today in the haunted house, he would not have gone. Nor gotten so many resources. And in the future, in similar situations, this thing is a life-saving card. Sumu gritted his teeth, cleared 15 portions of food from his backpack, 5 bottles of mineral water, 5 breads, 5 cookies, a complete set. The trade was completed. A light blue talisman appeared in his hand. Silent barrier talisman, white. Remaining use time, 20 hours. Sumu carefully put the talisman into the left pocket of his tactical vest. That pocket is for quick access, speed increased by 30%. At critical moments, half a second can decide life or death. After this, he still could not help asking, "Can I ask, where did you get this?" After asking, he felt it unnecessary. Most likely, the other would not answer this kind of question. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingwei replied quickly. "I can tell you, but it requires a trade. Use food or equivalent information to exchange." Sumu was a little surprised, and asked, "Why do you need so much food?" He remembered Zhou Xingwei also took a team today to search for supplies. With his identity as a retired soldier and his organizational skills, getting food shouldn't be too difficult. He had previously exchanged silent symbols for food, and now, he was exchanging intelligence for food. This wasn't normal. Zhou Xingwei was silent for a few seconds before sending a message. To help others. Sumu furrowed his brow. At first, he felt there was something wrong with this statement. In this environment, who isn't focused on themselves first? Who has the time to care for others? Furthermore, why should someone use their own supplies to help others? But after a moment of thought, considering the other party's identity and the fact that this was only the second day of entering this world, it wasn't impossible that some people still held on to the kindness of the peaceful era. For these kinds of people, Sumu would not mock. This is kindness, not being a saint, because the other person was helping others with their own abilities, not giving away other people's things. It's just that Sumu didn't have high hopes for it. In this kind of world, how far kindness can go is an unknown. Then forget the food exchange. Sumu said, "I'll trade intelligence with you. What do you want to know? Do you want to know who I traded this thing to?" "No." Zhou Xingwei said, "I don't care who you traded it to, and I can guess. Since you can contact me, it's definitely related to Lin Yuwei. In the beginning, only she could consume what you have. Originally, if you were to trade this with me, I might have to ask Lin Yuwei to help. After all, the symbols I have can only be consumed by her." Hearing this, Sumu had only casually mentioned a possibility earlier. But he didn't expect to hear such strange intelligence. Does Lin Yuwei really have that many resources? Does Zhou Xingguo really believe that only she can consume these things? However, Sumu didn't dwell on it for now. He couldn't figure it out anyway. He then asked, "Since the condition you proposed includes an intelligence exchange, what exactly do you want to know?" "I want to know where you got that professional skill book from." Zhou Xingguo said, "Of course, the place you got it from must be empty by now." "What I mean is, was it opened from a treasure chest, or is there another way?" Sumu didn't hesitate. This intelligence would be discovered by others sooner or later. And Lin Yuwei also knew, the later he said it, the more likely this shady merchant would take it for trading. It was spun out of a roulette. Sumu said. Then he briefly explained the details of the misfortune roulette. Of course, he didn't mention the regular resource roulette. There was a level 2 blue quality monster guarding the roulette, he added. Zhou Xingguo was silent for a while, then replied, "I didn't expect such a thing to exist. Looks like I need to pay more attention when searching in the future. But this thing, more than anything, relies on luck." Sumu didn't respond to this question. Then Zhou Xingguo sent another message, "Since you told me this, I must fulfill my part of the trade. This symbol paper wasn't opened from a treasure chest. It's my talent, or rather, it's not exactly a talent, it's my profession. I obtained it differently from others. Most people get various talents, but mine is a life profession, a rune crafter. I can use spiritual power to craft symbol paper, and I can make 3 pieces every day." Sumu frowned upon hearing this. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. He had thought everyone only gained talents, not professions like this. But thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. What he knew was based on limited information, and the channel had only been showing talents, so he subconsciously thought that's all there was. Maybe there were rare life professions or even combat professions. But this was truly remarkable. Having a profession at the beginning, doesn't that give a bigger advantage over others? But then he relaxed, because at this stage, professions could be obtained through promotion books. But talent is temporarily absent, you could say it has both good and bad sides. However, this world is far more complicated than it seems on the surface. Chapter 45 Explosion Sounds. The deal was made, and the two ended their conversation. Closing the private chat, Sumu continued flipping through the channel. Time passed second by second. Since reading the diary, he and Lin Yuwei hadn't said much. One leaned against the wall pretending to nap, the other sat on a bench watching the channel, each occupying a corner of the house, neither breaking the silence. Messages in the channel scrolled quickly. Today most people chose to land, some in teams, some alone, some heading to towns, some staying in the wild. Death numbers were still rising, but slowed considerably. Through the channel, he noticed 2 notable teams. One was led by Zhou Xingguo. They had the most people, using coordination and discipline, holding steady on the town's edge. Though monster killing efficiency was low, casualties were minimal. The other was a 5-person talent team. All had combat talents, fireballs, wind blades, strength boosts, working smoothly together, able to handle 2 to 3 zombies alone. Someone boasted about their achievements in the channel, drawing envy. Besides them, there were some scattered teams. Sumu could only judge their situation from fragments on the public screen. He glanced at the decomposition progress bar. Remaining time for decomposition, 1 hour 12 minutes. Just over an hour left. After a full day from morning to now almost non-stop. The small breakfast of bread was long digested, and his stomach began to rumble. Sumu touched his backpack, taking out a self-heating hot pot. Red package box, with the words spicy tender beef printed, and a cartoon cow giving a thumbs up. He hesitated a moment. Eating in the cable car would fill the small space with hot pot smell for days. Tonight was unpredictable. If monsters attacked, fighting while smelling hot pot was absurd. Better eat now. Sumu tore open the package, put in the heating pack, added water, and closed the lid. Hiss. Steam came out of the vents, carrying strong spicy fragrance. Nearby, Lin Yue's nose twitched. She opened her eyes, saw the steaming hot pot in front of Sumu, and her eyes widened. You, where did you get this thing? Sumu didn't look up, opened from a treasure chest. Lin Yue stared at the hot pot, lips moving slightly. But she didn't speak, just turned her face aside and closed her eyes again. The smell was too powerful. Spicy, fresh, with the unique smell of beef fat, layer upon layer invading her nose. In a world of only bread and biscuits, this smell challenged willpower. Sumu opened the lid, picked up a piece of beef with his fork. Tender. Spicy. Delicious. He exhaled hot air, then picked up a piece of white noodle. Lin Yue's eyelashes trembled. Sumu ate a piece of lotus root, the crunch echoing loudly in the quiet house. Lin Yue swallowed. Sumu finally looked at her. The woman still leaned against the wall, eyes closed, but her ears were red. Lips pressed tight, chin slightly tense, as if struggling with something. Sumu thought, come eat some? Lin Yue didn't move. Don't want it, fine. Sumu lowered his head to continue eating. A few seconds of silence. I'm eating because I came to help you. Lin Yue's voice drifted from the side, serious tone, this meal should count as yours. Sumu twitched his mouth. Such a big bowl, he couldn't finish it anyway. Okay, it's mine. Come over. Lin Yue finally stood, moved the bench, and sat over. Movements natural, expression calm, but her eyes kept on the hot pot, betraying her thoughts. Sumu handed her the fork. Lin Yue took it, pinched a piece of beef and put it into her mouth. Then her expression instantly became rich, first satisfaction, then enjoyment, then quickly restrained, returning to that calm look. Not bad, she said. Sumu did not expose her. The two ate like this, taking turns. A box of self-heating hot pot was not much, sharing made it faster. But maybe because it had been too long since she ate hot food, Lin Yue ate especially carefully, chewing every bite for a long time. Halfway through, she suddenly asked, your shooting is so good, what did you do before? Sumu thought for a moment. He was just an ordinary office worker before, the only skill may be reading more novels than others. But he could not say, I read many novels, right? Programmer, he said casually, I did military training in the army for a while in college. Not exactly a lie. College military training was indeed in a military camp, although he learned nothing except standing in posture and marching. Lin Yue glanced at him, her eyes scanning over his head. Your hair doesn't look like a programmer. Sumu. He said grumpily, and you? What do you do? Accountant. Lin Yue said. Sumu froze, then blurted out, no wonder. No wonder what? Sumu smiled, no wonder you are so good at business. But in his mind, no wonder such a crafty merchant. Lin Yue rolled her eyes, did not respond. The two fell silent for a while. I am not fully doing accounting. Lin Yue suddenly said, I am a manager in the company, but what I do exactly, even if I tell you, you won't understand. Sumu did not ask further. And you? Lin Yue asked back, what kind of programmer are you? Writing bugs. Sumu said. Lin Yue rolled her eyes again. Forget it, if you don't want to say, don't say. She lowered her head and pinched a piece of luncheon meat, anyway, I don't want to know. Sumu smiled, casually asked, being a manager, rely on family? As soon as he spoke, he felt this question was a bit rude. Lin Yue paused, the luncheon meat she pinched fell back into the box. No one, she said, her tone very plain, I was alone since childhood. Sumu was silent for a moment. Same, he said. Lin Yue looked up at him, a flash of surprise in her eyes, but quickly lowered her gaze and continued eating. Then how did you live alone before, she asked, her tone much more casual. Work, off work, read novels. Sumu said, sometimes go out on weekends. Pretty boring. Me too. Lin Yue said, work, off work, overtime. Sleep at home on weekends. They looked at each other, both seeing a shared quiet understanding of misfortune. After the hot pot, though not friends yet, at least they were no longer just crafty merchant and easy mark. Sumu checked the time. Remaining time to disassemble, 18 minutes. Almost there. He opened the map and looked at the location of retreat points. The two nearest retreat points, one on the east side of the amusement park, one north of the town. The amusement park just exploded, don't know the situation, definitely cannot go. The north one is relatively safe, but takes over 30 minutes to walk. Withdraw together later? Sumu asked. Lin Yue was about to answer. Boom! A deafening sound came from far away. Chapter 46, How did I follow his words? The whole house shook, window glass buzzed, dust fell from the ceiling. Sumu felt the ground trembling under his feet, much stronger than the grenade before. They instantly stood up, faces changed at the same time. Sumu ran up the second floor in 3 steps at 2 steps, Lin Yue followed closely. Push open the window, look toward the sound. In the direction of the amusement park, a huge fireball was rising. Thick smoke wrapped the fire, shooting to the sky. In the black-gray smoke, fragments of buildings flew scattered. The shockwave from the explosion pressed the surrounding trees down in all directions. Even from this distance, Sumu could still see the dust rising over there. What exploded over there? It wasn't a grenade, it wasn't regular explosives. That noise, it was at least missile level. In the distance, the zombies scattered all around seemed to be switched on by some invisible force, all rushing towards the amusement park. On the streets, in the forest, amidst the ruins, grayish-white figures emerged from every corner, gathering into huge surges, all running frantically towards the explosion's epicenter. Sumu and Lin Yue exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same thought. Whatever that is, it's not something they can get involved in. Get down. Lin Yue was the first to turn around, quickly finish disassembling, head north. The two rushed downstairs and ran to the side of the Santana. The disassembly progress bar had reached 97%. Sumu stared at the number, his peripheral vision sweeping outside the window. The zombies on the street had almost moved on, but there were still scattered grayish-white figures in the distance. 98%. 99%. 100%. Disassembly complete. 2 beams of light disappeared simultaneously from the car. Sumu now held 5 heavy metal blocks and an engine weighing about 50 kilograms. Obtained, steel ingots times 5. Obtained, car engine times 1. He quickly stuffed the steel ingots into his backpack and lifted the engine with one hand. His strength had now reached 56 points. His carrying capacity was 560 pounds, or 280 kilograms. As long as the weight on him didn't exceed 140 kilograms, his speed wouldn't be affected at all. On the other side, Lin Yue also had 5 steel ingots and a gearbox that was larger than her upper body. That thing weighed at least 30 to 40 kilograms. Lin Yue's face changed, and she wrapped both hands around the gearbox. Her face turned red, but she couldn't lift it at all. Without a word, Sumu walked over and lifted the gearbox with one hand, tucking it under his armpit. Run! He shouted and rushed out the door first. Lin Yue froze for a moment, her eyes falling on the gearbox under his arm, which weighed at least 30 kilograms. Then she looked at his bulging backpack and the engine he was holding in his hands. This guy, just how strong is he? She quickly did the math. The engine weighed at least 50 kilograms, the gearbox at least 30 kilograms, and with the supplies in the backpack, it was easily over 100 kilograms. But he was running as if he was carrying 2 sacks of rice, long strides, quick pace, completely unaffected. 100 kilograms meant at least 200 pounds of weight. Converted to attribute points, that would be at least 20 points in strength. But no, 20 points would be the limit for carrying capacity, and the movements would be very slow. He could still run, which meant he was carrying less than half of that limit. This meant he had at least 40 points in strength. Based on his previous performance, it was very likely he was level 2, but does the increase at level 2 really make that much of a difference? The thought only lasted an instant. Seeing that he was already far ahead and wasn't waiting for her, she gritted her teeth and sped up to catch up. The two of them followed their planned route, avoiding the densely packed areas of zombies, and rushed toward the northern retreat point. Along the way, they encountered a few lone zombies. Sumu didn't even put down the engine, holding the gearbox and the engine with his left hand while his right grabbed a wrench, swinging it casually. Thud. Killed LV1 zombie, experience plus 0.1. His footsteps didn't slow down at all. Lin Yue followed behind, watching him swing the wrench with no hesitation, hitting every time without even aiming, feeling waves of shock in her heart. This person, she didn't feel much when he had a gun before, but now without bullets, just a broken wrench, and he could kill zombies in one blow? And each strike hit the vital spots with incredible precision. Suddenly, she felt a little scared. If, during their previous dealings or interactions, this person had any ill intentions, she didn't dare to think further. The sun began to tilt westward, the light turning yellow. The two of them finally reached the northern retreat point. In a corner of a dense forest, a swirling portal quietly hovered on a dirt slope, its edges glowing with a dark purple hue. Sumu set down the engine and gearbox, letting out a long breath. We've arrived. Lin Yue also sighed in relief, about to speak when. Yo, I told you to wait a little longer, didn't I? And now look, here comes a fat lamb. A slick voice came from the stairway. Sumu turned his head to look. 5 men appeared, emerging one by one from the stairway, blocking the path downstairs. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his face, a strong build, and holding a steel pipe in his hand. The other 4 were similarly big, clearly all part of the same group. The bald man scanned Sumu briefly, then his gaze fell on Lin Yue, sizing her up from head to toe, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, one that made people uncomfortable. Open the bag, let us check, the bald man said, weighing the steel pipe in his hand. Hand over half of your supplies, and we'll let you go. Be smart, don't make us force our hand. Lin Yue's expression changed, and she instinctively reached for her waist, but it was empty. The hand grenades were all with Sumu. She looked at Sumu, signaling with her eyes for him to take out the grenades and intimidate them. When she saw him, she froze. Sumu, she realized, had already held a grenade in his hand without her noticing. But his hand was hidden behind his back, concealed so tightly that it didn't look like he was preparing to intimidate anyone at all. What startled her even more was, the safety pin had already been removed. His fingers tightly pressed the safety clasp, his thumb resting on the pull ring, his posture exactly the same as when he had thrown grenades before. He was counting. Lin Yue could hear his lips moving, silently mouthing a few numbers. 3. 2. Sumu looked at her. That look was calm as if he were asking, "What's for dinner tonight?" Hit the ground. His voice wasn't loud, but Lin Yue heard it clearly. Her brain hadn't even registered what was happening when her body had already reacted. She collapsed onto the ground. It was only when she hit the ground that she realized, why did I listen to him? Chapter 47, Decisiveness and Rewards. At this moment, she suddenly remembered, it was definitely because the last 2 times when they told her to climb trees and she didn't listen, things turned out badly. She had no choice but to act now, instinctively listening to him. She was about to wonder if this was some kind of psychological manipulation, but it was too late to think more about it. At that moment, the grenade was thrown. The bald man saw something flying towards him and instinctively raised his hand to block, thinking it was some hidden weapon. The grenade hit his forehead, bounced off, and landed by his feet. What is this? Before he could finish speaking. Boom! The fire burst open, and fragments flew everywhere. The 5 men didn't even have time to scream, engulfed by the explosion. Flesh, shattered bones, and severed limbs were sent flying in the shockwave, splattering blood all over the trees and the ground. Lin Yue covered her head with her hands, pressing her body tightly to the ground. The shockwave of the explosion swept over her head, the heat burning her skin. Her ears rang, and everything was muffled. A few seconds later, everything returned to calm. Sumu released his ears from his hands, stood up, and shook his head. The sound of the explosion echoed across the empty rooftop, making his eardrums ache. He walked toward the pile of wreckage. All that remained on the ground were 5 puddles of crushed meat and a few torn pieces of clothing. The 5 men's backpacks were scattered in the blood-stained puddles, covered with bits of meat and bone fragments. What was strange was that next to each corpse, there was a wooden box. It was exactly like the ones that dropped after a monster's death. Sumu squatted down and opened each of the 5 boxes one by one. Inside were 5 backpacks, the same ones the men had been carrying. Obtained, Mountain Backpack ×1, contains several supplies. Obtained, Mountain Backpack ×1, contains several supplies. 5 backpacks, all packed with supplies. It was clear these had been stolen from others. Sumu, with a blank expression, picked up each backpack and placed them to the side. Behind him, Lin Yue slowly rose. She looked at the 5 puddles of bloodied remains on the ground. A wave of nausea surged in her stomach. But what shocked her even more was Sumu's reaction. This person, right now, was squatting in a pool of blood, calmly flipping through backpacks smeared with torn flesh, as if rummaging through trash for a water bottle. Hands steady. Eyes unblinking. Which programmer could do this? You. Lin Yue spoke, her voice a little dry. You just killed them like that? Sumu did not lift his head. They tried to steal my stuff and blocked the retreat point. If I didn't kill them, should I just give them half the supplies? Lin Yue fell silent. It wasn't that she sympathized with them, she meant that it was just too straightforward. After the others finished speaking, Sumu had thrown grenades immediately. Not just them, even he hadn't had time to react. But thinking about it, there was no point in reasoning with these people, the biggest solution was the best solution. At this moment, Sumu didn't say more. Although he also felt a bit nauseated, disgusted by the bloody smell here. But he forced himself to adapt because he knew it was no longer a peaceful era. If he wasn't ruthless, he would probably be the one to die. And these guys were obviously just small-time thugs. Who knew if they had picked up a gun or something? His armor was high, but it might not withstand bullets, especially if a weak spot was hit, so he didn't bother talking. He gave them no chance at all. After all, keeping looters like this would only make the cable car system worse and threaten himself. Since he encountered them, there was no reason to let them go. He packed all 5 backpacks, along with the engine and gearbox, and carried them to the teleport vortex. Before stepping into the vortex, he looked back at Lin Yue. The sky is getting dark, not leaving? Lin Yue glanced at the sun slanting west, then at the 5 pools of bloody mess on the ground, took a deep breath, and quickly followed. One in front of the other, they stepped into the vortex. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came. When Sumu opened his eyes, he was already back in his cable car. The cramped space, corners stacked with supplies, the workbench against the wall. Everything was the same as when he left. Sumu put the things down and exhaled a long breath. Outside the window, the sun was sinking below the horizon. The last light stained the sky dark red, like someone had thrown a bucket of blood on the sky. In the distance, the amusement park direction was no longer visible. Sumu stared in that direction for a few seconds, then looked away. Then he counted today's gains. First, equipment and blueprints. Fog dispersing light blueprint, white, requires 10 glass essence, 10 weird crystals, 3 tungsten wires. It can clear the darkness inside the cable car and illuminate 10 meters at night. Tactical chest rig, white, tactical leg guards, white. Collision grade bulletproof vest, LV2 blue. Armor plus 50, shock absorption 20%, one of the toughest gains today. Tactical missile blueprint, blue. Base firepower 2000, explosion radius 10 meters, range 5000 meters. Sadly, the material list is scary long, can only drool over it for now. 9mm bullet crafting blueprint, green, copper and gunpowder, with 30% chance of a minor explosion. With this, his M500 is no longer scrap. Silent barrier talisman, white, 1 left, lasts 20 minutes. Life-saving in critical moments. Professional skill book, gunmaster, purple, requires level 3 to use, purple quality, just thinking about it is exciting. Then materials. Alloy block ×2, steel ingot ×5, obtained from dismantling cars, now only missing the 5 blocks in Lin Yue's hands. And a pile of scraps from dismantling phones, refrigerators, air conditioners, Snapdragon chips, battery blocks, camera modules, speakers, aluminum alloy, copper wires, cooling elements, motors, RTX 5060 graphics cards, piled in the corner, full, unsure when they'll be used. 3 phones that could still turn on, but with low battery, at least usable. Several boxes of common medicine, cold medicine, fever medicine, antibiotics, bandages, all taken from drawers in those houses. 1 engine, 1 gearbox, together almost 100 kilograms. As for food, originally only about 30 portions were found in the small town. 15 were spent on exchanges, not much left, but those 5 fat sheep blocking the door contributed a lot. Flipping through their backpacks, there were 40 to 50 portions of food alone, plus tape, screwdrivers, insulated cups, and all sorts of stuff. Clearly stolen from others. But unfortunately, no firearms or the like. Overall it was a waste of a grenade. But if it came again, Sumu would still act without hesitation, because he did not want to gamble. Then, gathering the food together, he roughly estimated, now he had about 120 portions and more than 40 bottles of water. Enough to eat for a month. Unfortunately, that blue silver grass was taken by Lin Yue, still needed cultivation before use. Oh, and the crafting table, also with Lin Yue. This thing is very useful early on, need to find a way to trade for it. Thinking of this, Sumu also remembered the other 5 steel ingots and 1 tempered glass essence, also in that woman's hands. Adding what he had, just enough to upgrade the cable car to level 3. Chapter 48, Shrewd Merchant. He glanced at the book, Battlefield Doctor, Blue, hesitated a bit, but still took it out and sent it to Lin Yue's chat. Almost instantly, a reply came. A trade request popped up, 5 steel ingots, 1 tempered glass essence, neatly placed in the trade bar. You collected these things, should be materials for the level 3 cable car, right? Lin Yue sent a message, already upgrading to level 3 so soon? Sumu's mouth twitched, replied, no, just preparing early. What if it's needed later? Keep wealth hidden, so no one covets it. She sent a hee-hee emoji, probably believed him. Trade completed. Sumu looked at the neatly organized 9 steel ingots and 1 tempered glass essence in his backpack, took a deep breath, opened the level 3 cable car upgrade blueprint. Detected materials in cable car, steel ingot ×9, tempered glass essence ×1. Detected additional usable components, car engine ×1, gearbox ×1, refrigeration unit ×1, phone, disassembled Snapdragon chip, battery block, speaker, display, ×1. Can consume 10 strange crystals to fuse engine and gearbox into cable car power system. Effect, slightly increase speed and allow more flexible speed control. Can consume 5 strange crystals to fuse refrigeration unit. Effect, slightly cool the cable car while consuming fuel. Can consume 2 strange crystals to fuse phone touchscreen and electronics. Effect, add a small control screen to the cable car, can slightly adjust parameters. Sumu looked at these 3 options, he really had no choice. Now only 2 strange crystals in hand, collected from killing strange bats last night, none gained today. And he had no intention to wait to gather more strange crystals. Nothing could stop him from upgrading now. After all, these extra functions are just icing on the cake, he would not put the cart before the horse. And thinking carefully, the first only slightly increases speed, more flexible control sounds trivial. The second, slight cooling, his cable car already has winter warm, summer cool feature, can survive -15 to +40 degrees, the cooling function is purely icing. But the third, a control screen, can slightly adjust cable car parameters. Though not sure exactly what it can adjust, still better than nothing. And uses the fewest strange crystals, no waiting needed. Sumu chose the third without hesitation. Selection successful. Cable car upgrade begins, estimated time, 8 hours. 8 hours? Sumu frowned. Upgrading to level 2 before only took 2 hours, this time quadrupled. But thinking about it, normal, level 1 to 2 is a small upgrade, level 2 to 3 is a bigger leap. Time naturally takes longer. He glanced out the window. The sky was completely dark, thick fog swirling, nothing could be seen. 8 hours, it would not be finished until 3 or 4 in the morning. No way, just wait. At this moment, the room also became pitch black. Right, the fog lamp. Sumu took the blueprint from the equipment sorted inside the cable car. Fog lamp, LV1. Type, cable car built-in accessory. Effect, after construction, can drive away the darkness inside the cable car and illuminate the surrounding 10 meters at night. Required materials, high-strength glass essence ×10, strange crystal ×10, tungsten wire ×3. Occupied area, about 1.5 square meters, can be placed on top of the cable car. Too bad there is no strange crystal, but even if there was, could this thing be installed? If installed, his trap would be useless. But on the other hand, do these monsters really fear light? That woman wouldn't make up an excuse, would she? Sumu recalled the explanation Lin Yue gave when she met him before. Thinking of this, he started searching the chat records for relevant messages. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few discussions. He scrolled down the bibliography bit by bit. Scrolling, a message from a few days ago caught his attention. Lin Yue, selling oil lamps. Pure handmade, long burning time, effectively drive away darkness and monster attacks, verified. 1 food for 1 lamp, first come first served. Below were hundreds of replies. I want a lamp. Are there more? I give 2 portions of food. Boss, still have stock? Please. Sumu paused, scrolling up. Lin Yue had been selling oil lamps continuously since last night. Not just 1 or 2, but everywhere, selling. He roughly calculated, at least 200 to 300 lamps were sold. 1 lamp per food portion, that's 200 to 300 portions of food. And she was not alone. In the chat records, Zhou Jingguo was also helping sell, along with some unknown names. Together, they sold at least 700 to 800 oil lamps last night. 700 to 800 portions of food. Sumu's eyelid twitched. Looking at the time more carefully, these were sold after he sold fuel late at night. Damn, she said she would run away, and I believed it. And the result? She made his fuel into oil lamps and sold hundreds of food portions. And he exchanged 2 barrels of fuel for 3 blueprints, still thought he earned. Damn. Scoundrel. This is the scoundrel among scoundrels. More importantly, last night he said how he was lucky to encounter the elite strange bats in the second wave, and in the end, everyone used the oil lamps, and the monsters all ran to him. Sumu got angrier and angrier, opened Lin Yue's chat box, and typed 2 words and sent. Oil lamp. The meaning was simple, he knew how much she earned from him. Lin Yue replied quickly, casually. You are already at level 2 cable car, still need oil lamps? I cannot make them here. But making is not hard, you decompose glass essence, get many glass shards containers. Add some water, some fuel, some rice, twist a rag into a rope, put it in, light it, done. Sumu. But if you want to take this out to make money, it might be hard. Lin Yue added, this burns a long time, those sold yesterday, probably not finished yet. Sumu ground his teeth, staring at the screen. Damn, is this what I meant? He wanted to ask why this scoundrel earned so much behind his back, and the other casually said, "Do you want to try too?" leaving him speechless. But despite the anger, Lin Yue's words gave him a reminder. In this world, not everything requires blueprints. Many daily items, if you know the principle, can be handmade. Like the oil lamp, glass shards plus water plus fuel plus rice, twist a rag into a rope, light it, and it shines. Although not as useful as the system's fog lamp. But it is cheap, everyone can afford it. This woman, her mind is really sharp. Sumu took a deep breath, keeping this matter in mind. Chapter 49, Sharpened Wooden Arrows. While flipping through these, he opened the trading channel, sending a purchase request. Looking to buy wooden arrow blueprint, can exchange with food, price negotiable. After sending the message, private chats exploded. But when he clicked to check, it was all nonsense like "Big Boss wants guidance, can I borrow some food, I have iron ingot, want to trade?" None were selling blueprints. Sumu swiped through one by one, about to close it, when a familiar avatar popped up. Chen Jun. Brother Su, I saw your message in the channel, you should not be busy, right? Do you still need wood? Sumu replied, yes. The other party sent 10 pieces of wood, seemingly following his advice, without cutting too much. Sumu directly traded 5 food items to him. Just as he was about to close, the other said, Brother Su, that wooden arrow blueprint. Sumu's eyes lit up at this, you have it? No, Chen Jun replied quickly, but may I ask one thing, do you really need the blueprint? Would the arrows I carve work? Sumu paused. Right. Items made from the blueprint have system attribute bonuses, but normal physical items should also work, right? He thought a moment and asked, can you make it? I can, but I have no tools. Chen Jun said, I can carve with an axe, but it's slow. A handy knife would be better. Try making one first, I'll see if it works. Okay, wait for me. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Chen Jun sent a trade request. A wooden arrow appeared in the trade window. Sumu held it and looked, it was just a sharpened stick. Rough, but barely recognizable as an arrow. Ordinary wooden spike, gray. Type, consumable. It really could be made. Sumu paused, then tried putting it in a small arrow magazine. Arrow magazine loading. 1/100th. It fits. Although this thing looks crude, its damage is probably low, but it's better than nothing. And the magazine auto-aims and auto-shoots, hitting anywhere within 100 meters. Even if each arrow does little damage, the quantity matters. And now he had no better alternative. If you make these in bulk, how many can you produce in an hour? Sumu asked. With an axe not easy, mainly awkward to handle. With a knife, 20 arrows per hour is possible. Chen Jun paused, if looks don't matter, just shootable, 30 per hour is doable. 30 per hour? Sumu's eyes brightened. He looked at the workmanship of the arrow just now, crude but straight enough, tip sharpened. Doing this with an axe shows Chen Jun's skill is good. But. Then he asked, one piece of wood, roughly how many arrows? About 30. Hearing this number, Sumu was even happier. One piece of wood equals 0.5 food, yet could make 30 arrows. Sumu thought and said, make a batch first. Price 30 arrows for 3 food items, does that work? Yes. Perfect. Chen Jun's excitement came through the screen, Brother Su, how many do you want? Take as many as you have. Sumu glanced at his food storage, adding, but I don't have much food, long-term exchange with food won't last. Later might switch to other items, then you can trade for food yourself. No problem, no problem. Chen Jun quickly agreed, I'll start making, contact you when done. Closing the private chat, Sumu leaned on the pile of supplies, letting out a long breath. The wooden arrow problem was solved. Although handcrafted items lack system bonuses, the quantity satisfies hunger. Magazine has a 100-meter range. The auto-aiming function is right there, even if each arrow doesn't deal much damage, once enough are gathered, it's an unstoppable firepower. And this thing costs almost nothing. Chen Jun can get wood by chopping trees, and making arrows just requires time and manpower. 30 arrows in exchange for 3 portions of food, no matter how you calculate it, it's a good deal. Brother Su, I've made 20, can you take a look and see if it's good? A trade request popped up, and the 20 wooden arrows were neatly arranged in the slot. Sumu casually picked up one and took a look. It was a little worse than the first one, but the arrowhead was nearly as sharp, only the shaft was a bit rougher. Ordinary wooden spike, gray. Just like before. Not bad, Sumu replied, 2 portions of food, right? Yes, yes, yes. Chen Jun quickly confirmed. The trade was completed. Sumu placed all 20 wooden arrows into the quiver. Quiver load, 21/100. Still short by 79 arrows. Keep working, I'll take whatever you make, Sumu said. As for the tools, I'll think of something, see if I can get a knife or something. Alright. Chen-jun said eagerly, I'll get to work then. After turning off the private chat, Sumu spent 5 portions of food to exchange for a hatchet on the public channel. Then he traded it to Chen-jun. What surprised Sumu was that Chen-jun asked about the price and traded 5 portions of food with him. Sumu didn't refuse. After completing all of this, Sumu glanced out the window. In the thick fog, there were vague strange sounds and silhouettes. He took a look and didn't pay much attention, instead leaning on the pile of supplies, closing his eyes to rest. It had been a tiring day, and his stamina had been drained. The cable car upgrade still had more than 6 hours left, so it was the perfect time to take a break. Based on his judgment from last night, these things usually only swarmed in at midnight. It was time for him to rest quickly. Just as Sumu was about to close his eyes and take a quick nap, a message popped up. Sender, Zhou Zhanghua. Sumu frowned. He opened the message and quickly scanned it. Brother Su, do you have any medicine? Anti-inflammatory medicine, wound medicine, iodine, anything like that. I need a lot, and I can exchange them for silent runes. But I don't have stock right now, it'll be a couple of days before I can get them to you. Sumu's frown deepened. To put it plainly, this was asking him to extend credit. According to his business principles, credit was never extended. In these times, who could say if they'd survive tomorrow? Verbal promises were as worthless as scrap paper. But the other party was Zhou Zhanghua, a rune master, a living profession, someone who could consistently produce 3 runes a day. Such a person was indeed worth making friends with. However, just by a few words, how could he know if the other was truly a rune master? Nowadays, everyone could give themselves a title, and based on that, he wasn't about to just give away supplies. He thought for a moment and replied, I don't extend credit here. But if you're willing to tell me why you need so many medicines, I can consider helping. There was a moment of silence on the other end. About half a minute later, Zhou Zhenghua's message came through. We encountered a high-level monster. LV2 blue quality, liquor. Chapter 50, Strange. Sumu's pupils shrank slightly. Liquor. He had seen a similar description in that journal, a huge crawler, with a tongue that could flick out several meters, astonishing speed, and the ability to move freely on walls and ceilings. LV2 blue. He had just killed a similarly ranked giant axe monster in the haunted house today, and he knew how terrifying such monsters could be. 72 points of strength, 65 points of endurance. If that chain hadn't restricted its movement, he might not have walked out alive. Although Zhou Zhanghua and his group had many people, facing a monster of this level, human wave tactics wouldn't work at all. The liquor's speed was too fast, and ordinary people would be like lambs to the slaughter in front of it. What are the casualties? Sumu asked, adding, no offense, just want to get an idea of how many medicines are needed. 13 dead. Zhou Zhenghua's message carried a heavy fatigue. We haven't even finished counting the wounded, but it's estimated to be at least 30. Sumu remained silent. 13 people died, more than 30 were injured. Did you all manage to escape? Sumu asked, I want to know, you must have used some special method, right? So many people, facing that kind of monster, and still able to retreat. It wasn't that Sumu looked down on them, but knowing how terrifying these monsters were, the fact that only 13 had died was obviously abnormal. There was silence again on the other side. Then, Zhou Zhanghua sent a message. You and Lin Yue asked the exact same thing. Sumu froze for a moment. From your questions, it's clear that you must have encountered this level of monster, or at least have come across related information. Otherwise, normal people wouldn't ask, did you escape, but would ask, how did you fight it? After all, logically speaking, with so many people, they should have been buried in the sea of bodies. Sumu didn't argue. We have indeed encountered it, he admitted. Zhou Zhanghua didn't press for more details about their situation, but simply said. That explosion, we caused it. Sumu's pupils contracted sharply. The deafening, earth-shattering sound that evening, the fireball shooting into the sky, the shockwave that could be felt from kilometers away. He had originally thought it was caused by a devourer or something even more terrifying. After all, such power could not be produced by an ordinary explosive. He never expected it to be caused by Zhou Zhanghua and his team. Can you tell me what kind of explosive you used? Sumu asked. This information could offset some of the value of the medicine. Of course, if you're unwilling to share, it's fine. He added, I've seen the effects of that explosion. It was definitely not something an ordinary bomb could achieve. Zhou Zhenghua's reply came quickly, seemingly without any intention to hide. One of our team members can make liquefied gas tank bombs. It's made from those household liquefied gas tanks, and as you saw, the power is huge. Sumu. Liquefied gas tank bombs? Homemade? He had already been stunned by Lin Yue's oil lamps today, and now here came another shock so soon. This world truly isn't just about system blueprints for making things. The knowledge and experience accumulated in the real world are just as vital for survival here. I don't have much medicine on hand, Sumu replied, then rummaged through the bag to find the few medicines he had collected today. Cold medicine, fever medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, antibiotics, iodine tincture, band-aids, a small pile scattered together. He thought for a moment, kept a few for emergency use, and packed the rest, about 20 or so, then placed them on the trading bar. This is all. There was a long silence on the other side. At this moment, in a cable car on the other end of the wire, a middle-aged man with a square face and a stern expression was staring at the medicine suddenly appearing before him, his arm still oozing blood from the bandages wrapped around it. Behind him, the small cable car was packed with 3 or 4 injured people, all waiting for medicine. Zhou Zhenghua stared at the 20 or so items of medicine in the trading bar, his lips moved slightly. He had previously searched every pharmacy and house in the small town, only finding a few boxes of expired cold medicine and half a bottle of iodine tincture. Yet this person casually brought out so much. And this was considered not much? No wonder they had turned those houses upside down and found nothing. Thank you. He sent a message with just 2 words. Sumu replied quickly, it's a normal trade. You'll just need to give me 2 symbols later. Of course, if you're willing to help me make a liquefied gas tank bomb, I'll provide the tanks, and you won't need to give the 2 symbols. Zhou Zhenghua looked at this message and gave a bitter smile. Let's talk about that later. He replied, I need to deal with the injured first. All right. Sumu didn't say much. He knew that the other side was definitely swamped with work at the moment. Just as he was about to close the chat window, Zhou Zhenghua sent another message. By the way, pay attention tonight. We encountered something strange. Sumu's fingers stopped. Strange. This word carried a completely different weight when it came from Zhou Zhenghua's mouth. A veteran who had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, for him to use the word strange to describe something. Can you tell me more about it? Sumu asked. I'm not even sure what it was. Zhou Zhenghua's speech slowed, as if he was organizing his words, but it looked very strange. Everyone in our team felt the same way. It appeared after we blew up the gas tank, standing in the ruins of the explosion, watching us through the firelight. What did it look like? An old man. Zhou Zhenghua said, an old man, with wrinkles so deep on his face, it looked like they were carved by a knife. He wore a set of gray clothes, standing in the ruins, surrounded by flames and thick smoke, but he had no injuries at all. He was looking at you? Yes. Just standing there, watching, motionless. The expression on his face. Zhou Zhenghua paused for a few seconds. How should I put it? It was like he was smiling, but not really. It was that kind of expression you get when you see something really interesting. But that expression, on his face, it made you feel uneasy. Sumu stared at these words, a chill running down his back. An old man, standing in the ruins after the explosion, watching a group of people through the fire and smoke. No, not just watching without expression. He was smiling. That kind of smile you only see when something interesting catches your attention. And then? Sumu asked. Then we withdrew. Zhou Zhenghua said, that feeling, it's hard to describe, but everything about it felt wrong. Several young men in our team, full of vigor, said that feeling was like having a gun pointed at the back of your head, but when you turned around, there was nothing there. It didn't chase you? No. Just stood there, watching us run. After we ran far enough and looked back, it was gone. Sumu remained silent for a while. I understand. Thanks for telling me all this. Turning off the chat window, Sumu leaned against the pile of supplies, his mind a tangled mess. An old man. Ruins. A strange smile. What was that thing? Chapter 51, He Came. According to the diary, the monsters that appear at night are mostly from the strange tribe, strange bats, and those enormous tentacles that flicker in the thick fog. But those only appear after dark. When Zhou Zhenghua and the others blew up the gas tank, it wasn't even fully dark yet. So, this thing wasn't from the strange tribe? Or perhaps the strange tribe doesn't only appear at night? He thought for a long time but couldn't come to any conclusion. In the end, he opened the trade channel and exchanged some food for an oil lamp. Lin Yue had mentioned something like this: broken glass, water, oil, rice, torn cloth twisted into a rope, all of it lit up to give light. It was crude but could indeed shine. Sumu placed the oil lamp in a corner of the cable car and lit it. The dim yellow glow spread out, filling the entire cable car with a warm, soft light. He didn't know if this would help against the strange creatures. But Lin Yue had said that those strange bats were afraid of light. If that old man was also from the strange tribe, maybe it would have some effect. And Sumu glanced out the window. The thick fog swirled, and nothing could be seen. But he knew that on this cable line, there were nearly 1,000 cable cars. Some were lit, some were pitch black. He didn't want to be the brightest, but he also didn't want to be the only dark one. The early bird gets the bullet. If that thing really comes down the cable line, with so many lit cars, why would it choose him? Having done all this, Sumu finally closed his eyes. Tonight was bound to be a sleepless night, but he had to force himself to sleep for a while. Who knows what might happen in the second half of the night? He adjusted his posture, the grenade tucked in the right chest pocket, the wrench resting by his leg. The thud-thud sound outside continued, dense and rhythmic. The flame of the oil lamp flickered slightly, casting a faint yellow light on the glass. Sumu closed his eyes, slowly adjusting his breath. Sleep. No matter what that thing is, what's meant to come will come. Before that, he needed to conserve his strength. In a haze, Sumu felt the cable car shake slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes, his hand already reaching for the wrench. Outside the window, it was still thick fog and darkness. The kerosene lamp was still burning, the flame flickered once, then steadied. The tap-tap sound continued, no different from before. Sumu stared out the window for a few seconds, seeing nothing unusual. But he felt something was wrong. He lowered his head and glanced at the system panel. Cable car upgrade time remaining, 3 hours 21 minutes. Still early. He checked the cable car's durability again. 100%. No change. Nothing outside the window. Sumu furrowed his brow, observing for a while longer. After confirming nothing was wrong, he closed his eyes again. But this time, he slept lightly. Light enough that every sound outside the window made him furrow his brow slightly. Light enough that he could feel the cable car gently swaying in the wind, hearing the faint hiss of the kerosene lamp burning. Light enough that he could feel something was watching his cable car through the thick fog. In the middle of the night, Sumu was awoken by a sound. It wasn't the usual tap-tap of the impact, but a much heavier thud. 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 It sounded like something was knocking on the cable car's doorframe, one after another. Sumu snapped his eyes open, his right hand already gripping the wrench and grenade at his waist. He stared at the cable car door, not moving. Outside the window, the thick darkness remained, the flame of the kerosene lamp flickering, casting a dim yellow light across the cabin. The doorframe was empty. And the sound had stopped. Sumu glanced at the system panel. Cable car upgrade time remaining, 31 minutes. Cable car armor, 40/40. Durability, 100%. No change. He looked again at the door. Perfectly intact, no signs of damage. Sumu furrowed his brows. He opened the chat channel, wanting to see if anyone else had encountered a similar situation. 2 unread messages. The first was from Lin Yue, sent about 20 minutes ago. Did you hear any strange sounds? Sumu replied, yes. It sounded like something was knocking on the door. The reply came almost immediately. You're only replying now? You can still sleep? You're so calm. Sumu didn't respond to that, asking instead, did you hear it too? I heard it. Not just me. Lin Yue said, I observed the activity in the channel. A lot of people heard it, but since nothing happened, they thought it was just like the collision sounds from yesterday. But I noticed that since midnight, every half hour, someone dies. Very punctual. Sumu's finger paused. In this environment, death was normal: starvation, freezing, even suicides. After all, everyone knew the nights were cold, food was important, and warmth was crucial. People would search for supplies. But searching was one thing, finding supplies was another. So death was normal, but regular death was abnormal. What do you mean? I mean nothing else. Lin Yue replied quickly, I'm just telling you an observation. From 1 a.m. until now, the deaths in the channel are very regular. About one every half hour, very punctual. Sumu stared at the message, a chill running down his spine. Half an hour apart. Regular death. At this time, most people were asleep, who would be counting the death rate? Unless she had been watching. Knowing Lin Yue's personality, she must have been watching for at least 2 or 3 hours, confirming the pattern, before saying it so confidently. Was there a monster attack tonight? Sumu asked, like the bat-like creatures from yesterday? No. Lin Yue replied. Sumu's brow furrowed even tighter. No vampire bats, no collisions, no battles. But people were dying regularly. He recalled the knocking sound earlier. If he hadn't woken up, would that sound have continued? What if he hadn't opened his eyes? Will the things outside the door come in? He closed the chat with Lin Yue and opened the second unread message. Zhou Xinghua. Only 3 words. He is here. Sumu stared at these 3 words, and all the hair on his body stood up. He glanced at the sending time. 1:17 a.m. Now it is 3:42 a.m. More than 2 hours ago. Sumu immediately replied, "What's going on?" No reply. He sent another, "Are you still there?" Still no reply. Sumu looked at Zhou Jinghua's avatar, still lit. The person should be alive, but just not replying. He waited a few more minutes, still no response. Sumu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He opened the channel and started scrolling through the chat history. Chapter 52 Liver Emperor. In the early morning channel, messages were fewer than during the day, but people kept talking. Compared with yesterday when everyone cried and begged for supplies, today the scene changed a lot. More people began to calm down, discussing the next plan. If those things attack the cable car like yesterday, what do we do? My cable car was already smashed to pieces yesterday. If another wave comes today, I'm dead. Can anyone help me? How to help? The cable car is this small, 1 per person, nobody can enter another's. Yeah, I tried. 2 people held hands to enter when landing, but in the end, each returned to their own car. This broken system won't let you visit. Someone found the first rule of the survival guide: no one can enter the cable car without your permission. Think carefully about this rule. No one can enter without your permission. Reversed, does it mean if you allow it, others can enter? The channel was quiet for a moment, then exploded. Holy crap! Makes sense. I tried. I let my friend try to allow me in, but nothing happened. Are you sure your friend allowed it? Of course. He said in private chat come in, but I still couldn't. No prompt appeared. Maybe the method is wrong? Just saying isn't enough, the system must have an interface? Has anyone tried climbing over? Once this question appeared, the channel became lively. Climb over? Cable cars are in mid-air, how to climb? Cable cars are only 10 meters apart, the cable is above. If someone can climb along the cable. Are you crazy? Hundreds of meters high, what if you fall? Better than being smashed to death by monsters, right? Yeah. And those empty cable cars, so many died yesterday and the day before, now only 800 people left in the channel, at least 200 cable cars are empty. Climb into empty cars, no one inside, maybe no permission needed, just can enter and stay. When this idea appeared, many people lit up. Indeed, the cable cars of those who died hung empty on the ropes. If there was a way to climb over, it would be like getting a ready shelter for free. But how to climb? The cable is so high, slippery, no protection. Can tie yourself with rope, move slowly across? Do you have such a long rope? I don't, but can figure out a way. Tear sheets and twist into rope, enough? The channel discussion became more heated, some even started organizing a rope climbing team, planning how to cooperate. Sumu looked at these messages and slightly nodded. These people think fast. Finding a way to live in despair is human instinct. Climbing the cable rope is dangerous, but compared with waiting to die in broken cable cars, it's a feasible plan. He did not join the discussion, just kept scrolling. After watching a while, things seemed to move in a good direction. But looking closely, some problems could be seen. Is someone knocking on the door? It seems like something is knocking on my side. I heard it too. Just now, it went thud, thud, thud. It scared me to death. You guys heard it too? I thought it was just my imagination. What's going on? Who's knocking on the door? I don't know, it stopped on my side. It stopped on mine too. Could it be something from yesterday? The sound is similar. Damn, don't scare me. My cable car can't handle the same kind of torment as yesterday. These messages are scattered in the chat log, and if you don't pay close attention, they're easy to miss. But when you put them together, it's really chilling. Sumu took another glance at Zhou Jinghua's profile picture, it's still lit. He thought for a moment, then sent a message to Qinjun, "Are you there?" After about a minute, Qinjun replied, "Boss, what's up? If there's something, just say it." Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. "Nothing, just wanted to check if you're okay." "I'm fine." Qinjun sent a smiley face, "I just finished sharpening a batch of arrows, my hands are all blistered. But it's okay, I'm tough, I can handle it." Sumu glanced at the time, then at the trade request that had come through. Qinjun requests trade, wooden arrows x217. Sumu was stunned for a moment. 217 arrows? He remembered that just a few hours ago, Qinjun had only made 20 for him. Even if he made 30 per hour, he couldn't have made over 200 in a few hours. Unless, he hadn't slept at all. He glanced at the cable car's upgrade progress, just a few minutes left, meaning that since they had contacted each other, nearly 8 hours had passed. If he'd been working the whole time, 30 per hour would indeed add up to more than 200. This guy is a real hard worker. Sumu confirmed the trade, and 217 wooden arrows neatly appeared in front of him. He first filled the small arrow box. The box can hold 100 arrows, and it immediately jumped from 11 100ths to 100/100. The remaining 100 or so arrows, he stacked in a corner. 22 servings of food. Sumu placed the food in the trade window. Make sure to rest, don't collapse from exhaustion. Thanks, boss. Shenjun accepted the food and was full of energy. I'm fine, I can't sleep anyway. It's so creepy outside at night, those sounds, better do something to distract myself. Sumu thought for a moment, then added, the level 1 cable car can't handle any big stuff. Use the food when you need it, don't hold back. Got it. I'll listen to you, boss. Sumu closed the chat box and took another look at the cable car upgrade progress bar. Time remaining, 59 seconds. But then he suddenly noticed something. Just now there were 11 arrows, and before bed he remembered there were 21. That means something must have approached while I was sleeping. Sumu quickly checked but found no kill record. It can withstand 10 arrows, damn it, it must be something big. He took a deep breath, shook his head, and didn't think too much more about it. He just stared at the countdown, the numbers ticking down second by second. 29, 28, 27. Ding. Cable car upgrade complete. Chapter 53, Cable Car Level 3. The entire cable car suddenly jolted. Sumu felt the floor beneath him stretch. It wasn't an illusion, it was really stretching. The space that was originally only 2 meters long and 2 meters wide seemed to be pulled by invisible hands from all sides, expanding in all directions. 4 cubic meters. 8 cubic meters. 12 cubic meters. 16 cubic meters. The walls were getting thicker. What used to be a thin layer of iron sheet was now rapidly thickening like new metal had been poured over it, growing to the size of a fingernail. The metallic sheen became deeper, and the red and white paint shone with a cold light under the lamps. Even the glass was changing. The ordinary window glass had now become thick and tough, as if it had been reinforced with a transparent armor. The most noticeable change was the control panel. What used to be just a simple operating interface now had an additional palm-sized touchscreen. The screen glowed with a soft blue light, displaying various parameters of the cable car. Sumu took a deep breath and opened the system panel. Vehicle, cable car. Level, 3. Armor, 100. Carrying capacity, 16 tons. Space, 16 cubic meters. Iron rollers, durability 100. Fuel, 1L. External weapons, small arrow box, 100 out of 100, animal trap X1. Features, warm in winter, cool in summer, can withstand external temperatures from -15 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius. The armor jumps directly from 40 points to 100 points. The space expands from 4 cubic meters to 16 cubic meters. The weight limit increases from 4 tons to 16 tons. Sumu looked at these numbers, his heart slightly shaken. Previously, even a square meter of space made it difficult to turn around. Now, 16 cubic meters, equivalent to a room that is 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Enough to fit a bed, a table, and still have plenty of room to stack supplies. Unfortunately, the screen seemed to be just a control terminal and did not bring additional features. Sumu thought for a moment and probably understood. Features like these need something special, like fire and ice cotton, to activate. Ordinary electronic components can only provide basic functions. But that's not important. The important thing is, it can be upgraded. Just as he was looking at the panel, the familiar prompt sound rang in his ears again. It wasn't the soft prompt of the 3 talents choice, but the cold, mechanical sound he had heard when he first arrived in this world, echoing through the entire cable line. Cable line number 886 area announcement. Detected that a survivor has upgraded the cable car to LV3, achieving the Pioneer achievement. Area function update. 1. Dormitory function is now open. 2. Team function is now open. Detailed functions have been added to the cable car module and personal module. Please check them yourself. Sumu frowned slightly as he listened to the announcement. He instinctively glanced at the chat channel. Sure enough, the messages were exploding. Someone reached level 3? Who? Who is it? Big shot. Please, take me under your wing. The dormitory function. We can finally enter someone else's cable car. Team up to share attribute boosts? This is too awesome. Is the LV3 big shot here? Please take me. I'll exchange all my belongings. Sumu looked at the messages wildly scrolling on the screen, his frown slowly relaxing. Thankfully. His name wasn't mentioned in the announcement. He leaned back against the wall and sighed in relief. He didn't want to become the target of everyone's attention. Low-key development was the way to go. However, Sumu didn't rush to study the new features. Instead, he focused his gaze on the 3 golden cards that appeared in front of him. The cable car had reached LV3, and the talent 3 choice was the real highlight. Your cable car is currently LV3, and you have 1 talent selection opportunity. Sumu's spirit lifted, and he looked at the 3 golden cards before him. But this time, there was no flame icon on the cards. I forgot to wash my hands, Sumu mumbled, looking at the 3 options that flipped over. Option 1, information type. After killing more than 3 of the same type of monster, you can obtain detailed drop rate information when scouting that monster again. Option 2, personal type. Obtain fireball skill, and weak fire control ability. Option 3, construction type. When crafting equipment or buildings, if the total value of the required materials is less than 1 creeping crystal, no materials will be consumed, and no crafting time is required. Daily limit of 1,000 times. Sumu's gaze swept over the 3 options, his brow slightly furrowing. Option 1, information type. Being able to view the drop rate of monsters could be useful, knowing which monster drops what materials could help him farm more efficiently. But the problem is, you need to kill more than 3 of the same type of monster to unlock it. Since he could already kill 3 of them, it meant that these monsters were no longer a threat to him. At this point, looking at the drop rate seemed a bit like closing the barn door after the horse has bolted. If it were directly scouting, he would have chosen it without hesitation. But the kill 3 prerequisite cut the value of this ability by more than half. Option 2, personal type. Fireball and weak fire control ability. Ranged attacks sounded good. But the problem was, he could soon change his class to a gunslinger, that was a purely physical class with strength as the main attribute. His spirit wasn't low, but compared to strength, it was far behind. Even if he learned fireball, the damage would probably not be very high. And the word weak is very subtle. Zhou Jinghua, the rune master, could only make 3 talismans per day. This ability. Option 3, construction. When crafting equipment or buildings, if the total material value is below 1 glimmer crystal, no materials are consumed, and no crafting time is required. The daily limit is 1,000 times. Sumu looked at this option and fell into deep thought. Less than 1 glimmer crystal. This range is too small. Just upgrading or crafting an item, the material value is already more than 1 glimmer crystal. This ability will basically be useless in the later stages. He was about to give up, his finger already reaching for option 2. Then he stopped. Wait. He remembered the blueprint in his bag. 9mm bullet crafting blueprint, green. Required materials, copper ×1, gunpowder ×1. Would these materials be worth more than 1 glimmer crystal? Sumu quickly recalled. A glimmer crystal drops when he kills a glimmer bat, but sometimes it doesn't drop. As for copper and gunpowder, although he didn't have any right now, logically, these materials should be worth far less than a glimmer crystal. After all, the quantity was obvious. Sumu's heartbeat began to quicken. He re-examined the description of option 3. When crafting equipment or buildings, if the required materials total value is below 1 glimmer crystal. Bullets, could they count as equipment? They should, right? Consumables are also a type of equipment. And there's the daily limit of 1,000 times. That's 1,000 bullets. Sumu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The value of this ability isn't in what it can do now, but in what it can do when paired with blueprints. As long as he has low-value blueprints, bullets, arrows, basic tools, he could mass-produce them. No material consumption. No crafting time. This is the true transformation. I'm betting on it. Chapter 54, New Function. He didn't hesitate any longer. Option 3. Selection successful. The gilded card turned into light points, merging into his body. Sumu immediately pulled out the 9mm bullet crafting blueprint from his bag, took a deep breath, and focused his mind. Detected 9mm bullet crafting blueprint, green, would you like to craft? Confirm. Required materials, copper ×1, gunpowder ×1. Current materials, none. Total material value estimate, below 1 glimmer crystal. Talent mass production triggered, no material consumption, no crafting time required. Do you wish to craft? Sumu's pupils contracted. It really works. Craft. In the next moment, a golden bullet appeared in his hand. The brass-colored shell, the sharp tip, gleaming coldly under the light. 9mm bullet, green, ×1. Effect, 30% chance of triggering a small explosion after hitting the target, dealing additional damage. Must be paired with a green tier and compatible firearm. Sumu held the bullet, a slight smile on his lips. He had won the bet. Next, Sumu quickly walked up to the crafting station. He opened the crafting interface. However, aside from a trap crafting option, the entire crafting menu was empty. Sumu frowned, staring at the crafting interface for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped his forehead. The crafting station is for basic items, like animal traps, wooden arrows, and the like. But bullets, this kind of item, belongs to the equipment category, and what's needed is a forging station. A forging station is what's used to craft and repair equipment. And that item is currently in Lin Yue's hands. Damn! Sumu cursed, leaning against the wall, looking frustrated. Just this last step. Without a forging station, even with the blueprint and talent, he could only stare helplessly. The daily free quota of 1,000 bullets would be wasted. He opened the chat box with Lin Yue, his finger hovering over the input bar, but he didn't type anything. How should he start? With how smart that woman is, if he even mentions the forging station, she'll immediately guess he desperately needs it. At that point, forget about getting it for free, she might skin him alive. Shameless merchant. Sumu cursed again in his mind and started thinking about his wording. Maybe ask about something else first, casually bring up the forging station? Or use something else as bait to make her offer it first? While he was thinking, the system interface suddenly popped up a prompt. Lin Yue requests to dorm together, would you accept? Sumu froze. What the hell? He hadn't even reacted yet. Lin Yue cancelled the cabin sharing request. Sumu stared at the screen, his mind full of question marks. Before he could send a message asking, Lin Yue's message popped up first. It really is you. Lair. Sumu's brow twitched, a bit nervous inside, but he made sure to keep a calm face. What did I lie about? Go check the 2 new features that were released. Sumu furrowed his brow and opened the system panel, looking for the explanation of the newly unlocked features. Cabin sharing feature explanation. To invite someone into your own cabin, you must meet one of the following conditions. Invitation process. The inviter initiates the cabin sharing. The invitee confirms both enter the teleport vortex from the same retreat point. The invitee is teleported to the inviter's cabin. Requesting cabin sharing follows the same process. Permissions explanation. The cabin owner has absolute control over the cabin. The invitee cannot harm the owner inside the cabin. Without the owner's permission, the invitee cannot take any items from the cabin. The owner can terminate the cabin sharing at any time and expel the invitee from the cabin. Special permissions. If the cabin's level reaches LV8 or the player has the Pioneer achievement, the first to upgrade the cabin to LV3, they can directly invite someone into the cabin. If the other accepts, they can directly enter. The same process applies to the requester. Cabin invite limit is 1. Sumu read through it and raised an eyebrow. These rules are completely one-sided. The invitee is basically just a guest in the cabin. No, not even a guest, more like a tenant who could be kicked out at any time. This kind of unbalanced cabin sharing would probably only be accepted by those whose cabins were destroyed and had no other choice. But his attention was quickly drawn to the second feature explanation. Team up feature explanation. Survivors of LV3 or higher can form a team, with a current limit of 2 people. When in a team. No damage between teammates cannot hurt each other. Shared experience. When within 100 meters of each other, experience from monster kills is shared evenly. Resource distribution. The distribution ratio can be customized. Team up restrictions. Teaming is free both inside and outside the cabin, but after teaming up inside the cabin, players cannot leave the team until they return to the cabin. After reading it, Sumu understood. If you team up inside the cabin, you can't backstab, but it's dangerous if you team up outside. The no damage rule between teammates was pretty good though, so there's no risk of accidental harm. After reading both explanations, Sumu finally understood what Lin Yue's cabin sharing request was about. She was testing him. Players with the Pioneer achievement can directly invite others to share a cabin, without the need to form a team or enter from the same retreat point. Her request was just to see if the system would show a message like, the other party does not meet the conditions. If it did, it meant she was wrong. If the request went through directly, it meant the other person was the one who had upgraded to LV3. And her request was successfully processed, although she cancelled it immediately. The answer was clear. This woman is too quick with her mind. Damn it, if I had known that, I would have just accepted it earlier, and watched you burn yourself. Sumu closed the feature explanation and opened the chat window with Lin Yue again. Alright, I'll come clean. I won't pretend anymore. I upgraded the cabin to LV3. Shameless. Sumu stared at those 2 words, the corner of his mouth twitching. He had planned to argue a bit, but after thinking about what he had said earlier, like oh no, I just prepared in advance, and now being caught, there was nothing to argue about. He stayed silent for a few seconds, quickly calculating in his mind how to steer the conversation toward the crafting station. Just then, a trade request popped up. It was from Lin Yue. In the trade window, there was a crafting station blueprint clearly displayed. Chapter 55, Come at Me. Sumu was stunned. He glanced at the price column, empty. Nothing at all. He only needs to click confirm to get the blueprint for free. Sumu stared at the empty price field, his finger hovering over the confirm button, but he didn't press it. Free things are often the most expensive. He knew this truth all too well. What do you mean? Sumu asked. No need to guess. Lin Yue replied quickly, I know this is what you need the most right now. Otherwise, with your personality, after I mentioned you leveling up and showing you the new features, you definitely wouldn't have come to talk to me again with such a shameless face. Sumu read the message, 1,000 wild curses running through his mind. Was I that obvious? But then he thought, it's not that he was too obvious, it's that this woman was too sharp. From yesterday to today, every step had been calculated to perfection. He was still thinking of how to retort when Lin Yue's next message came. You've just leveled up to cable car level 3, and your next goal must be to level up your personal rank. What you lack the most right now is bullets. You have the blueprint, but what about the materials? Copper and gunpowder, you can gather a bit from the channels, but as for the crafting table, I'm the only one who has it. So your target is definitely me. Sumu was left speechless. Is this woman an accountant? A supervisor? He seriously suspected she had studied psychology. No, wait, leaders seem to be good at reading people's minds. He gritted his teeth and replied, in this case, shouldn't you ask for an arm and a leg? Yes, I should ask for an arm and a leg. Sumu looked at this message, then glanced at the empty price field. What does this mean? Asking for an arm and a leg? So I didn't ask for anything, Lin Yue said. Sumu was even more confused, isn't this contradictory? Not contradictory. Lin Yue replied, because what I want, you can't give me right now. What is it? The dormitory right. Sumu almost popped his eyeballs out. What kind of new thing is this? To put it simply, you need to reserve a dormitory slot for me. Lin Yue explained, if one day my cable car can't hold up, I'll send you a request, and you must accept it. Sumu stared at this message, thought for a moment, and then realized. His cable car currently had a pioneer achievement, which allowed him to invite others to join the dormitory without needing a team, without needing to enter from the evacuation point at the same time. If Lin Yue's cable car was destroyed, or if she encountered a fatal danger, as long as someone on the cable car mountain sent a request, he could confirm it, and she could teleport directly to his cable car. It was like adding an extra life. This woman really does ask for an arm and a leg. The value of this dormitory right was far beyond what a crafting table blueprint could compare to. But Sumu thought for a while and still pressed confirm. There were 3 reasons. First, he really needed the crafting table, and it was an urgent need. Second, although Lin Yue was sharp, she wasn't foolish. Since she regarded this dormitory slot as her life-saving card, she wouldn't waste it easily. That means, before her cable car was truly in danger, she wouldn't come bothering him. Also, she wasn't bad-looking. I'm a serious person. Of course, the third, and the most important reason, even if she really came, the ownership of the cable car was in his hands. If she had any crooked intentions, he could kick her out at any time. This deal could never go wrong. The transaction was completed. The crafting table blueprint appeared in his hands. Sumu didn't say much. Before closing the chat box, he typed one line. A woman who's too smart is a bad thing. Lin Yue's reply was just a few words. I just want to survive. Sumu looked at this message, stayed silent for a few seconds, and didn't reply. Yeah. She just wants to survive. In this world, who doesn't? He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and opened the cable car settings. Finding the dormitory rights section, he turned off the switch that allows others to initiate dormitory requests and only kept it open for Lin Yue. A promise must be kept. And he didn't want anyone else finding out that he was the one who leveled up to level 3. Low profile always comes first. After finishing these tasks, Sumu took out the crafting table blueprint and took a deep breath. Do you want to craft crafting table, LV1? Consume iron ingots X3, high-strength glass essence X1, wood X5. Confirm. Materials disappeared from the backpack, and a soft light gathered inside the cable car. This time, it took less than 5 minutes for a slightly larger metal workstation to appear in front of him. The surface was more spacious, the structure more complex, and there were several pull-out drawers on both sides. Sumu eagerly opened the crafting table interface. Sure enough, there was an additional section called Equipment Crafting. He clicked into it, and the 9mm bullet crafting blueprint, green, was clearly listed. Sumu rubbed his hands together and clicked on the crafting interface. Unlike the crafting table, the crafting workstation's interface looked more like a control panel, with a numeric keypad to directly input the crafting quantity. He took a deep breath and typed 999. Detected 9mm bullet crafting blueprint, green. Do you want to craft 999 units? Each unit requires copper X1, gunpowder X1. Current materials, none. Estimated total material value, less than 1 wicked crystal/unit. Talent mass production triggered, no material consumption, no crafting time required. Do you want to proceed with crafting? Craft. Crackling sounds. The sound of bullets hitting the ground exploded in the cable car, like a heavy rain hitting a tin roof, dense, crisp, and continuous. Golden bullet casings bounced, rolled, and collided on the floor, producing a pleasant metallic sound. 999 bullets poured out of the crafting workstation, piling up into a small mountain at Sumu's feet. Sumu squatted down and picked up a handful of bullets, letting them slip through his fingers. The copper-yellow luster shimmered under the light, each one new and hard, the tips gleaming with a cold, sharp light. He picked up one carefully and examined it. The casing was smooth, the primer intact, and the bullet head sharp, exactly like the system's production. 9mm bullet, green, X1. Effect: after hitting the target, there is a 30% chance to trigger a minor explosion, causing additional damage. A grin spread across Sumu's face, one that he couldn't hold back. He took out the handgun from his chest rig, loading it one round at a time. Click. 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 The cylinder was filled with 6 rounds. He clicked it shut and weighed it in his hand. It felt heavy, full of power. The remaining bullets, he divided into 3 pockets of his tactical chest rig. Their item retrieval speed was increased by 30%, and reloading was half a second faster. The rest were packed into a plastic bag he had found earlier and piled in the corner of the cable car. After finishing all this, Sumu leaned against the wall, resting the M500 on his knee, his gaze drifting through the glass toward the dense fog outside. It was still pitch black outside. But he could feel that something was circling in the black fog. Sumu stared at those blurry shadows, his finger gently tapping the gun's body. Come on. Chapter 56, is this even considered? He waited for them to come. Now he had a gun. 1 round wasn't enough, then 10 rounds. If that wasn't enough, 100, 1,000 rounds. With the talent mass production in hand, he could craft as many bullets as he needed. Sumu stared out the window, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Come on. However, 1 minute passed. Not even the knocking sound. It never appeared again. Something was wrong. Sumu glanced at the burning oil lamp. Was this thing really that effective? His arrow magazine had a range of 100 meters, and it had never triggered before. But he couldn't put out the lamp, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see outside. He could only fire randomly. Sumu was a bit speechless. He waited another hour. The sky outside began to lighten, the thick fog slowly dissipating, and the shadow of the strange bats disappeared one by one in the morning light. Nothing happened. No knocking sound, no strange old man, no giant weird bats. Not even a proper attack. Sumu leaned against the wall, holding the M500, which was fully loaded with bullets, a look of frustration on his face as he stared at the sky outside slowly brightening. He had the bullets. He looked down at the handgun resting on his knee. He looked again at the pile of bullets at his feet, which had formed a small mountain, and his lips twitched. In the end, he could only put the gun back into its chest holster and rub his sore neck. Forget it. If it doesn't come, it doesn't come. He gathered up the scattered bullets and pulled out the purple-colored Profession Skill Book from his backpack, glancing at it. Profession Skill Book, Sharpshooter, purple. Class change requirement, level 3. His personal level was only at level 2, far from enough. He needed to figure out a way to level up today. He carefully put the skill book away and glanced at the pale sky outside the window. Sumu was about to check the information for the day when a message popped up. Zhou Xinghua. He clicked on it, and the other side didn't answer the question from last night but instead asked, "Do you have something going on over there?" Sumu paused, frowning slightly. "Do you think there should be something happening here?" Zhou Xinghua didn't answer directly but started speaking on his own. "Last night, a lot of people died." Sumu glanced at the number of people in the top right corner of the channel. From last night until now, about 30 or so people were gone. It wasn't a small number by usual standards, but compared to the hundreds who died yesterday afternoon and the night before, this number seemed calm. He didn't interrupt, waiting for the other to continue. "In our team, more than 60 people escaped from that explosion last night." Zhou Xinghua's message came slowly, as if carefully considering every word. By the end of the night, more than 20 were gone. Almost half. Sumu's brow furrowed tighter. More than 60 people, and over 20 died in one night. This ratio was far higher than the overall death rate in the channel, which wasn't normal. Is it that thing? Sumo immediately thought of the thing Zhou Jinghua had mentioned last night. After all, it was the only abnormal factor. It should be. Have you seen it? Sumo asked. There was silence for a few seconds, then a message came, dripping with a bitterness that seemed to gnaw at the words. No. I actually wish it would come. But unfortunately, it never showed up. Sumo frowned. Then how do you know it did it? This time, the silence lasted even longer. It took nearly half a minute before Zhou Jinghua replied. Because after seeing that thing yesterday, everyone was extremely cautious. Only a few didn't take it seriously. I kept asking everyone about their situation, and I noticed a pattern. Basically, every half hour or so, one of us dies. He paused, then sent another message. I checked the chat logs, and before they died, they all heard a knock on the door. But strangely, not everyone who heard the knocking died. I compared. It seems that those who turned around to look at the sound were fine. But if they were facing away from it. He didn't finish the sentence. Sumo stared at the message, his back slightly chilled. Facing away. He remembered that in the early morning, he had been facing away, only to wake up later and find himself facing the door. The moment he heard the knocking, he had his eyes open, staring at that door. So, did that thing never enter? Is your theory accurate? Sumo asked. Not accurate, Zhou Jinghua replied. Because last night, I kept testing. I forced myself to face away from the sound, trying to lure it out. But nothing happened. Sumo was stunned. He knew that facing away might cause trouble, yet he deliberately did it? Are you crazy? He couldn't help but ask. Only by luring it out can we kill it. Zhou Jinghua's message was as cold as a block of iron. Since we'll face it sooner or later, it's better to face it early. Otherwise, more people in the team will die, and they won't have any chance, but I have that chance. Sumo fell silent. He thought about the time in the middle of the night when Zhou Jinghua hadn't replied. It turned out that the other wasn't asleep, but had been facing away from the door in the dark, waiting for that thing to come in. He didn't know how to evaluate this behavior. Stupid? Brave? Or stubborn? But at least, he wouldn't do that. No, that's not right. Sumo suddenly thought of a question. If it only kills your people, then how do you explain the knocking sound I heard? He heard it last night. And not just him, the arrows he shot, although they didn't hit any targets, the quiver automatically fired, which meant there was definitely something within the attack range. That's what I wanted to tell you. Zhou Jinghua's reply slowed down. This matter might have been caused by me. What do you mean? I analyzed it. That thing might lock onto its target through the action of seeing it. Anyone who has seen it gets targeted by it. I asked others in the channel who haven't seen it, none of them heard the knocking. He paused. But you heard it. And so did Lin Yue. Sumu's fingers froze. So, it's because you told me what it looked like? Does that count? Sumu felt it was a bit ridiculous, but in this world, anything was possible. Chapter 57, Simple Pressure Can Explosive Device. Yes. Zhou Jinghua said, by describing it to you, it was like you indirectly saw it. But fortunately, you didn't see it with your own eyes, so when it came for you, the rules might not be completely. You heard the knocking, but didn't suffer a real attack. Sumu was silent for a moment. This ability was too strange. Just by describing it with words, it could transmit gaze. The rules of this thing were more complicated than he imagined. However, he thought for a moment, that thing must have come to find him last night too, but it only took 11 arrows before leaving. Although those were just ordinary wooden arrows, with limited damage, it at least proved one thing. This thing could be hurt by physical attacks. If that's the case, then things are much easier. As long as it shows its health bar, it can be killed. The real fear was being forced to take passive hits. Sumo instinctively touched the handgun on his waist. If that thing dared to rush over, his fully loaded M500 would be just perfect for the job. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. That wasn't just talk. The only thing that worried him was the thing's elusive nature. If it suddenly appeared from behind, and he didn't react in time, it could indeed be dangerous. But if it's inside the cable car, that thing would have to break through the cable car's armor before it could harm him. And with the LV3 cable car's 100 points of armor, it would take quite some time for it to get through. Besides, it wouldn't dare to come out during the day. So, it's not a big problem. While Sumu was thinking about this, Zhou Jinghua sent another message. So I need your help. Sumu frowned. Help? To actively hunt that thing down? Without thinking, he prepared to refuse. That thing was too elusive, making the first move was too dangerous. He had a handgun, which was enough to deal with the monsters during the day, steadily leveling up. Even if what that thing dropped was valuable, could it be better than the abilities he could gain from leveling up? And at night, when it came, that would be when he was at his strongest. If he couldn't win, he would have nothing to say. So, it wasn't worth taking the risk. Seeing he didn't reply, Zhou Xinguo quickly sent another message. I'm sorry to drag you into this. I just wanted to trade something with you. Sumu didn't respond immediately. The other party then initiated a trade request, 2 silence runes. These are from yesterday. Zhou Xinguo said. Another one has already been traded to Lin Yue. Sumu took the runes and asked, so, what do you want to trade? Anything for attack or defense. Sumu raised an eyebrow. The other party knew that he had traded with Lin Yue, but Lin Yue clearly hadn't told him the specifics of the trade, at least she didn't say he had a gun. That woman really had a good sense of cooperation. But on second thought, she might just want to sell at a higher price. What will you trade? Sumu asked. He did have a white bulletproof vest from his trade-in that he could offer. In fact, he could even lend it to Zhou Xinguo for now. After all, Zhou Xinguo was going after that unstable element. The sooner that thing is taken care of, the more at ease he will feel, and the whole cable will also be more stable. And the other party has a mute charm, which is very powerful. But Sumu won't do anything for free. That is his bottom line. He can be merciful, but not cross the line. He can sell at a lower price, but not give it away for nothing. Otherwise, every time there's a little trouble, people will come knocking. Once this door is opened, it will lead to the cycle of just a simple favor, and in the end, he'll become a doormat. A gas cylinder bomb, Zhou Xinguo said. Sumu thought for a moment, then agreed. Though now he had plenty of bullets and wasn't as desperate for bombs as he was last night, this thing was powerful. Sometimes it could have unexpected effects. It's always good to be prepared. And, he originally planned to help the other side anyway. The transaction was completed quickly. By the way, let me say this again, this thing has a big flaw. It doesn't have a launcher, and it requires a lot of force to reach the place you want to throw it. Plus, once ignited, it's unstable, and you can't predict how long it will take to explode. We've suffered losses with this before, so be careful. Sumu simply replied, got it. Then he looked at the liquefied gas cylinder. Simple gas cylinder explosion device. Type, consumable. Description, made from a liquefied gas cylinder and ammonium fertilizer. Extremely powerful, use with caution. Note, handcrafted, no system bonus. No stable ignition time. After lighting, throw it as soon as possible. Sumu picked up the canister and weighed it, at least 20 kilograms. For an ordinary person, this thing couldn't be used like a grenade, they wouldn't even be able to throw it far. But with his 56 strength, throwing it was no problem at all. The only issue was the unpredictable detonation time. This thing had no stable fuse, so once ignited, when it would explode was all down to luck. But he wasn't expecting it to be a conventional weapon. It's just for preparation, and if it sits in a corner gathering dust, that's fine too. Sumu placed the white bulletproof vest he had changed out of on the trading shelf. Thanks, Zhou Xinguo said as he took the gear, his tone noticeably lighter. By the way, Sumu remembered what the other party had said earlier, why do you think only you can kill that thing? Sumu remembered the first thing Zhou Xinguo had said. Zhou Xinguo was silent for a moment before replying, because I'm level 2. Upon hearing this, Sumu paused for a moment, but wasn't surprised. The explosion yesterday had certainly left the level 2 licker unable to escape, and with the experience from the surrounding zombies, it was enough for a level 1 person to level up to 2. Was there anything special about leveling up? Sumu asked, taking the opportunity, for example, how did your attributes increase? Zhou Xinguo didn't hide anything, I gained 10 attribute points, mostly towards physique. 10 points. The same as when Sumu leveled up to 2 last time. But the distribution was different. Clearly, the other party must have gotten a physique-type evolution charm, though it could also have been a random one, but they chose to focus on physique. However, Zhou Xinguo was getting cocky. Sumu thought the other party was so confident because they believed leveling up to level 2 had caused some kind of qualitative change. But these 10 attribute points, while much stronger than an ordinary person, weren't really that amazing. He shook his head, only mentally noting the number. Then he said, thanks. The other side replied with no need, and ended the conversation. Chapter 58, Another Cable. After closing the chat window with Zhou Xinguo, Sumu hesitated for a moment, then clicked on Lin Yue's profile. Were you attacked last night? No, Lin Yue replied quickly, then asked, why the sudden concern for me? Sumu cursed inwardly, who the hell is concerned about you? He just wanted to figure out whether that thing was targeting him. After all, from what was said, that thing should not have been too dangerous if it hadn't seen him in person. This must have been judged based on Lin Yue. Could it be that the level 3 cable car upgrade attracted it here? Did Zhou Xinhua contact you? Lin Yue's message came again. Sumu didn't reply. I advise you, Lin Yue continued. Don't go hunting that thing with him unless you're absolutely sure. Sumu naturally would not go. But hearing that, he naturally replied, why, do you care about me? Lin Yue sent a hee-hee. After a while, she continued, afraid you'd die, then yesterday's deal couldn't be fulfilled. Sumu also replied with a hee-hee. The two were silent for a while. Have you thought about, Lin Yue suddenly said, why no other monsters attacked last night? Sumu's fingers paused. You mean? I mean, there must be a reason those things didn't attack. Lin Yue slowed her speech. Either they found better prey, or something made them afraid to come near. Sumu understood her meaning. That ghost creature, high level, at least the ones outside didn't dare to come. That's all I'll say, how to judge it yourself. Lin Yue sent no more messages. Sumu closed the chat window, leaned against the wall, staring at the sky gradually brightening outside the window. The fog was still thick. But on the distant horizon, where the dense fog met the morning light, he faintly saw a long, vague outline. Like a long snake. Slowly moving through the fog. Sumu stared in that direction for a long time but couldn't see clearly. This world, truly terrible. He withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and opened the daily intel. Current uses, 1. Use it? Confirm. Intel, at 32.7 kilometers from your current cable car location, on the West Mountain slope, there is a blood jinseng. L2 level mutant activity detected in this area. Please stay safe. Blood ginseng? Sumu slightly raised his brow. Not a treasure chest, not a lottery, but something he had never heard of. Judging by the name, like a rare natural treasure. He remembered his never used, gathering, skill, just right to use now. But more than 30 kilometers away. At cable car speed of 5 kilometers per hour, it would take more than 6 hours to reach. With only this intel, today's luck wasn't very good either. He shook his head. Sumu looked at the sky, then at the time. He didn't want to speed up deliberately. That would be too obvious, not just to humans, but to other things too. Moving with the whole cable line was the least noticeable way. 6 hours wasn't long anyway, just enough to catch some sleep. Last night's knocking had kept him from sleeping well, now sleepiness was strong. Sumu put his pistol within reach, leaned on a supply pile, and closed his eyes. This time, he slept deeper than before. But still remained alert, every sound outside, every slight sway of the cable car, made his eyelids twitch slightly. Luckily, during the day, those things were not around. When Sumu opened his eyes again, 4 hours had passed. He looked at the time, a little past 9 in the morning. Outside, sunlight already pierced through the thin fog. Sumu stood up, stretched, and instinctively looked into the distance. Then he froze. The fog had thinned. Not completely gone, just much lighter, like a thin veil between heaven and earth. Distant mountains, forests, rivers, all roughly visible. What really stunned him was, about a kilometer ahead, another cable line. A long, endless line of cable cars, parallel to theirs, disappearing into the distant thin fog. Red and white carriages glimmered with the same metallic shine in the morning light. Each carriage separated by about 10 meters, hanging neatly on the cable, like beads on a string. Sumu stared at that cable line for several seconds, then opened the chat channel. Sure enough, messages had exploded. Whoa! Did you see? There's another cable line next to us. Saw it. About 1 kilometer to our left. So there are other cable cars? Not just our line? Obviously, the world has billions of people, one cable only 1,000, how many lines do you think there are? Then we have almost 2,000 people? Feels much safer. More people, more strength, easier to team up later. Sumu looked at these messages, frowning slightly. Most people were cheering, thinking more people is a good thing. After all, humans are social animals, the more people, the stronger the sense of safety. But one message stopped his scrolling finger. A person named Zhao Lei posted a message. More people is necessarily good? Have you thought about whether monsters will increase too? And who said the ones on that cable are really humans? The channel instantly fell silent. After several seconds, someone replied. Zhao Lei, shut up. Can you speak properly? Exactly. Who are you trying to scare? What the hell? Although everyone was cursing, Sumu noticed that the cheering voices were obviously fewer. He understood this reaction. Zhao Lei's words were indeed uncomfortable, but he spoke the truth. Would monsters grow stronger because of higher population density? No one knew. More importantly, would the people on that cable really be friendly? Their cable line, so far, had a fairly good overall atmosphere. Though there were 5 troublemakers blocking the doors, at least there had been no large-scale violent incidents. In the channel, people traded when needed, teamed up when needed, still fairly normal. But what about the other cable line? Did they have someone like Zhou Jinghua to organize people? Did they have scum like those 5 troublemakers? Were they cooperating to survive or following the law of the jungle? Sumu shook his head, no longer thinking. Face the soldiers as they come, cover the water as it flows. Thinking more was useless. He turned his gaze to below the cable car. At this moment, the cable car was not very high, about 200 to 300 meters from the ground. The jungle below was clearly visible, a dense green sea of tree canopies, with occasional bare rocks and winding streams. Faintly, he seemed to see something moving quickly under the canopy. Couldn't see clearly. Too fast, just a flash, like the back of a large animal, or something he didn't want to think about. Sumu withdrew his gaze. Chapter 59 Preparation. He had studied the cable car's height, it was not fixed. Sometimes it would rise to thousands of meters, with clouds underfoot, seeing nothing. Sometimes it would drop to about 100 meters, even being able to count the leaves on the ground. This height was not safe, but not dangerous. He glanced at the map, the green coordinate point getting closer. Just over 10 kilometers left. Time to prepare. Sumu squatted down, starting to check what he would take. First, 2 grenades. He got them from Lin Yue. He put one in the left slot of his waistbelt, the other in the right pocket of his tactical vest, easy to reach, saving half a second at critical moments. Then the pistol. M500 was loaded with 7 bullets, he added 3 quick loaders, putting them in the left pocket of the vest. 3 loaders, 18 bullets, plus 7 in the gun, enough for most situations. Then he glanced at the pile of yellow bullets at his feet, took a backpack, put all the bullets inside. Heavy, you could feel the weight on his shoulders. Water. 1 bottle of mineral water, in the side pocket of the backpack. Food. 2 chocolate bars, 1 pack of compressed biscuits, for emergencies. Monsters might drop food, but just in case. Nylon rope. Found in previous supplies, 20 meters long, rolled and hung on the backpack. Not sure if it would be used, but carrying it couldn't hurt. 2 phones. Found earlier, both only had about 10% battery. He wrapped them in plastic bags and put them in the backpack. With the axe, they could be used as remote alarms to distract monsters. At last, he glanced at the purple professional skill book and put it in as well. It could only be used at level 3. Today's goal was to reach level 3. Sumu slung his backpack over his shoulders and weighed it in his hands, about 40 to 50 kilograms. For his 56 points in strength, this weight was like nothing, it didn't affect his movement at all. He was about to check the map again when he suddenly remembered something. He clicked on Lin Yue's profile picture. You said you owed me some information. Time to give it to me, right? Don't think that just because I didn't bring it up, you wouldn't say anything. No credit at all. Lin Yue, who's the one who doesn't keep their word? The reason I haven't told you is because this information is extremely dangerous. After sending that, as if afraid of being misunderstood, she quickly added another message. I thought you wouldn't want to take that risk. I didn't want to give it to you, and then have you say I tricked you. It would ruin everything. Stop with the nonsense, Sumu said. How would I know if I would go if you don't tell me? Fine, Lin Yue replied, her message dripping with a sense of I knew you'd say that. There's a LV5 mutated creature. Sumu fell silent. Level 5. Although he knew that level didn't mean everything, and that the difference between levels could be huge, a second-level great axe and a second-level liquor weren't on the same level, but the number 5 itself was enough to make anyone hesitate. He really couldn't go. But to have information about a level 5 creature. Sumu quickly calculated in his mind. What's there? A silver treasure chest or something higher, he asked. No need to guess. There's no treasure chest information, Lin Yue replied. But I can tell you, it's an arms depot. Arms depot. Sumu's eyes lit up. Though he had enough bullets for now, his pistol was too limited, it could only hold 6 shots, and its effective range was only 50 meters. If he could get a submachine gun or even a sniper rifle from there. The idea was tempting. But he quickly calmed down. At least not until he reached level 4 or 5 would he risk it. Even if he reached level 5, if the talents he got weren't strong enough, he wouldn't go either. Based on his experiences so far, the better the rewards, the more dangerous it was. Even if there were no treasure chests in that arms depot, he could guess with his toes that there would definitely be good stuff there. But the precondition for getting good stuff was, you had to live to take it out. And with Lin Yue's bad luck, the information she gave would probably be at least 20% more dangerous. But from this conversation, Sumu did confirm one thing. Lin Yue's talent was probably related to acquiring unknown information. It might even be somewhat similar to his own daily information ability. He closed the chat window, glanced at the cable line faintly visible in the distance, and then shifted his gaze back to the channel. It was still early, and he thought he might try his luck to see if he could find anything useful. Messages scrolled by quickly, but most of them were fragmented trades: iron ingots for food, glass essence for water, someone selling clothes taken off zombies. Sumu flipped through them, not seeing anything worth grabbing. Until one message made him stop his finger. Did you hear? One of the 5-man talent team leveled up to level 2. Really? So fast? They said it themselves. Can't be fake. They're recruiting now, but only taking people with talent. Only taking talent? No ordinary people? They said that teams with talent work more efficiently. Ordinary people can't help much. Sumu looked at these messages, his brow slightly furrowed. He remembered that team, all members had combat-related talents: fireball, windblade, strength enhancement, and they worked well together. They could handle 2 or 3 zombies on their own yesterday. Now someone had reached level 2. This meant they would be even stronger and expand faster. It had come to pass. Compared to the approach of Zhou Jinghua, who was willing to take ordinary people along, this team chose another path, a group of elites sticking together. Weaklings move aside. In the apocalypse, this is only natural. Resources are limited, and dragging a deadweight only holds oneself back. But for ordinary people, this is undoubtedly a signal: the strong are starting to band together, and the rest are left to fend for themselves. No one in the channel opposed this team's actions. Maybe they dare not, after all, 5 gifted ones are already a considerable force at this stage. Or maybe they just accepted it, the law of the apocalypse, the strong rule, nothing more to say. Sumu shook his head. The appearance of such an organization is not good news for him. It's not that he fears they might threaten him; with his current strength, he has nothing to worry about. The problem is, once these organizations are formed, good things will definitely be traded internally first. What reaches the market is only what they leave behind. If he wants the good stuff, he must either offer chips they cannot refuse, or forget it. As long as his level rises fast enough, the initiative will always be in his hands. Sumu turned off the channel and glanced at the map. 2 kilometers to the green coordinate. He could already see the rough outline ahead. The so-called West Mountain was not some deep forest. At the foot of the mountain was a sparse group of buildings, not rural mud houses, but suburban homes with courtyards, red roofs, and white walls. A few even had signs saying farm stay. The mountain itself was not high, roughly 400 to 500 meters, covered with dense trees. Around the middle, a winding path and a few pavilions were faintly visible. It should be a scenic area. Sumu stared at the forest for a long while, seeing no signs of movement. The intelligence said there were LV2 mutated creatures. For safety, he certainly wouldn't wait to land at the exact spot. He glanced below the cable car, right now passing over a dense forest, the canopy thick like a green carpet. The ground was invisible, and he could not see what was in the woods. He waited for the cable car to move forward until the forest thinned and the outline of the ground could be vaguely seen, then pressed confirm. Now he was about a kilometer from the target point. The cable car doors opened, a purple-black vortex appeared. Sumu took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the gun, and stepped in. Chapter 60, Cat Demon. The moment the weightlessness faded, Sumu already held his gun tight. His vision was not fully clear, but the sound of wind and rustling leaves rushed into his ears. He aimed forward, eyes scanning quickly around. Then he froze. Less than 10 meters ahead, a creature squatted at the edge of the trees. It was about the height of an adult's knee, covered in dark red fur, the color of blood soaked and sun-dried. Its body was slender, for limbs on the ground, front limbs clearly stronger than the back, claws dug deep into the soil. A long tail swayed slowly behind, splitting into 2 tips like 2 thin daggers. Most striking were its eyes, vertical pupils, amber, giving a chilling glow in the shade. Ears pointed, each with a tuft of long hair at the tip, like 2 antennas. Like a cat. But not a cat. A flash appeared in Sumu's mind. Cat Demon from DNF. Exactly this. Dark red fur, split tail, pointed ears. He had seen countless times in the game, but never faced one in reality. Now the cat demon noticed him too. Vertical pupils contracted sharply, ears flattened, back arched, a low growl from its throat. Next second, it pushed off with its hind legs and leapt at Sumu. Fast. Much faster than a zombie. But Sumu reacted faster. He didn't use a wrench, fired directly, not knowing its level, using his strongest attack. Bang! 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 Extra attack triggered. The 4 shots almost merged into one continuous sound. 2 attacks in total. The first bullet hit the cat demon's head, exploding a blood hole on its forehead. The second shot followed immediately, hitting the same spot. The cat demon's leap stopped abruptly in midair, as if an invisible hand had slapped it, and it fell straight to the ground. It twitched twice and then stopped moving. Kill LV2 cat demon, white, experience +1. In fact, when the first attack landed, the kill prompt for the cat demon had already appeared, but Sumu just instinctively fired a second shot before stopping. After the kill, Sumu didn't look at the wooden box, nor did he check the corpse. He turned and ran. The gunshot was too loud in the quiet forest. Nobody knew what it might attract. His experience was, shoot and run, never stay in place. He crouched low and quickly passed a few large trees, then hid behind a bush. He listened carefully for a while. No footsteps. No growls. No sounds of branches breaking. He waited a few more seconds, then slowly stood up and found a thick tree. In just 2 or 3 movements, he climbed up. Standing on a strong branch, he finally had time to observe the surroundings. It was a mixed forest, with pine trees and broadleaf trees mixed together. There were quite a few clearings, and sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. No zombies. At least within his line of sight, not a single one. He scanned the area again. No wandering gray-white figures, no stiff and slow movements, not even traces of bodies. In this forest, it seemed there were only cat demons. Sumu sighed in relief and opened the system panel to check the kill record from earlier. Cat demon, LV2. Strength, 15. Constitution, 26. Agility, 23. Mentality, 8. Skills, pounce, swiftly leaps toward the target, causing heavy damage, tear, claw attack with a chance to cause bleeding. 23 points of agility. Sumu raised an eyebrow. This speed was indeed much faster than a zombie's. If it weren't for the pistol, relying only on the wrench for close combat, it probably wouldn't be so easy to deal with. He glanced at the experience bar. 77.2/200. A level 2 cat demon only gave 1 point of experience. To level up to level 3, he'd need to kill over 100 more. A long way to go. Sumu didn't rush to pick up the box. Instead, he opened the map to check the location of the retreat points. When he looked, his brow furrowed. There were 3 retreat points, all ahead of him. The closest one was in the northeast, about 7 kilometers away in a straight line. The other 2 were even farther, one at 9 kilometers and one at 11. 7 kilometers. In the previous 2 drops, the closest retreat points were only 1 or 2 kilometers away. This time, it was directly 3 or 4 times farther. Sumu leaned against the tree trunk, quickly calculating in his mind. Does this mean that as the cable car moves forward, the retreat points will keep getting farther away? If so, he would have to stay out in the wilderness longer, face more monsters, and take on greater risks. After a bit of thought, Sumu shook his head. There was no good solution by thinking too much right now. He could only focus on quickly leveling up in the early stages, running faster, and killing more fiercely. He shook his head and slid down the tree, crouching low and retracing his steps. The cat demon's body was still lying in the same spot, next to a palm-sized wooden box. Sumu crouched down, picked up the box, and opened it. Obtained, cat demon's tooth ×1. Just 1 tooth. No food, no water, no materials. Just a tooth, about the size of a fingernail, with dried blood on its root. This thing must be some kind of material. Sumu put the tooth in his backpack and continued forward. The next part of the journey, he moved carefully. Chapter 61, What kind of plant bleeds? The density of cat demons in the forest was much higher than he had expected. He hadn't even walked 500 meters when he encountered 3 of them. One was alone, crouching by a tree root licking its claws, while 2 others were moving together through the bushes. Sumu didn't fire. He noticed a pattern. These cat demons reacted to gunshots very differently from zombies. The zombies will rush over when they hear a sound, but the cat demons are exactly the opposite. After shooting and killing the first cat demon, he noticed that the noise around him, which was somewhat at it before, became eerily quiet after the gunshot. They are running away. Sumu tested a few times. He quietly approached a lone cat demon with a wrench, swung it down, and it was killed instantly. No noise around. But when he shot and killed the second one, there was a clear sound of rapid movement from the bushes. The other cat demons were fleeing. These creatures are afraid of gunshots. This discovery made him decide to use the gun as little as possible. It wasn't because he was worried about the bullets, there were plenty of bullets now, but because he didn't want to scare away all the cat demons around him. He still wanted to level up these things. So for the rest of the journey, Sumu spent most of his time using the wrench. A cat demon was crouching under a tree, with its back facing him. He crept over, raised the wrench, and swung it down. Thud. Thud. Killed LV2 cat demon, experience +1. A cat demon peeked its head out from the bushes and made eye contact with him. Before the demon could pounce, Sumu had already thrown the wrench. The wrench spun through the air and accurately hit the cat demon on the head. Thud. Thud. Killed LV2 cat demon, experience +1. Two cat demons walked across the forest clearing, one in front of the other. Sumu waited for the first one to pass and then rushed out, swinging the wrench at the second one. After dealing with one, the first one just turned around, and the wrench was already there. Thud. Thud. Experience +1. Experience +1. Occasionally, when he encountered groups of 3 or more or especially agile ones that were difficult to get close to, he would pull out his gun. One shot was enough. Although these cat demons had about 26 points of constitution, they couldn't withstand a bullet. Based on his guess, without armor, his M500 with a base firepower of 22 should be able to deal 22 damage to a creature with 22 constitution, and hitting a vital spot would deal 44. Of course, this was just his guess, because the damage wasn't displayed, and there was no detailed information about the monsters, so there was no data to back it up. After the gunshot, there was always a disturbance in the surrounding bushes, followed by a rapid silence. Like this, while fighting, more than an hour passed, and his experience bar increased to 108.3/200. 31 points of experience. 30 cat demons killed. He stopped, leaned against a tree, and drank some water while reflecting on his discoveries during this journey. The density of cat demons in this forest is very high, but there are almost no other monsters. Along the way, he didn't see a single zombie. This meant that different kinds of monsters have territorial boundaries and don't mix together. Another discovery was that the proportion of second-level monsters was much higher than before. In the previous zombie area, the ratio of first-level to second-level monsters was about 20 to 30 to 1. But here, for nearly every 3 cat demons, one was a second level. Although they were all LV2, there was a significant difference in attributes. He had encountered one that was noticeably bigger, with strength close to 25 and agility over 20. It was much harder to fight. Sumu looked in the direction of his target. There were less than 100 meters left to the coordinates of the blood jinseng. He didn't continue forward but stopped and climbed the tree with the best view. Based on his previous experiences, treasures like this must be guarded by powerful creatures. The intelligence report mentioned a LV2 monster, but he suspected it was at least green quality, or even possibly blue. He lay on the tree branch, staring at the area ahead for a full 5 minutes. It was a relatively open forest clearing with sunlight streaming down, making the ground brightly lit. In the center of the clearing was a large rock, with a patch of low bushes growing beside it. But the blood ginseng was nowhere to be found. He could only rely on the green dot marked in the intelligence to determine that this should be the location of the blood ginseng. Sumu kept his eyes on it, then scanned the surroundings again. Nothing. No wandering cat demons, no hidden figures. Not even a small animal could be seen. The open space around was eerily quiet, only the rustling of the wind through the tree canopy could be heard. Where is that LV2 monster? He waited for a while, yet nothing happened. Either it was hidden too deeply for him to find, or it wasn't here at all. Perhaps the previous times were just lucky encounters where monsters happened to be guarding the area. Sumu wasn't willing to gamble. He patted the grenade at his waist and then glanced at the position of the blood ginseng. Walking straight up was too risky. What if the monster was buried underground, or could turn invisible? Approaching would be a gift on a plate. Use the grenade. But he wasn't planning on throwing it directly on the blood ginseng. What if it blew up the fruit? That would make this whole trip pointless. Sumu slid down from the tree, stepped back 20 meters, and found a spot where he could see the open space but wouldn't be immediately spotted. Then he pulled the pin of one grenade and threw it towards the edge of the open space, about 5 meters away from the blood ginseng, where a plant stood. The grenade traced an arc and landed in the bushes. It landed precisely at the root of the plant. Weakness lock activated. Boom! The earth, rocks, and broken branches were blasted into the air. The shockwave knocked the surrounding bushes askew, and smoke rose as high as a person. Sumu raised his gun, staring intently at the direction of the blood ginseng through the smoke. The smoke slowly began to dissipate. In the center of the open space, the large stone was still there, the bush was still there, but a large pit had been blasted into the ground, and thick smoke was billowing up. There was nothing else around. No monster rushed out, no roaring sounds, no movement at all. Sumu waited for a while more. Still, nothing happened. Either the monster was killed by the grenade, or it wasn't here at all. He slowly stood up, gripping his pistol tightly, and began to walk step by step toward the open space. The muzzle was always pointed in the direction of the blood ginseng, his steps were light, and every few steps, he would stop and sweep the area. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. There was nothing. Despite that, Sumu remained cautious, holding his weapon and ensuring he could shoot at any target he found. The muzzle remained pointed toward the blood jinseng, his steps light, stopping occasionally to scan the surroundings. He kept moving forward. The air still carried the scent of gunpowder, and in the distance, birds could be faintly heard fleeing from the explosion, flapping their wings and soaring into the sky. But here, everything was oddly quiet. No insects, no wind, and even his own breathing seemed unnervingly loud. Until Sumu reached the coordinates, he still hadn't spotted any monsters. He furrowed his brows, scanning the area. Originally, he thought that when he reached the spot, he would have to dig like searching for wild vegetables to find the blood ginseng. After all, this thing should be buried in the soil, and the exposed part, he didn't recognize at all. However, when he looked down at the ground, he was stunned. Not because he couldn't find it, but because it was too obvious. Because, what kind of plant bleeds? Less than half a meter from his feet, a dark red liquid seeped from the surface of the soil, as if someone had cut a vein deep beneath the earth, and blood was slowly oozing out through the cracks in the soil. The red was thick, not like juice, but more like fresh blood. What was even more strange was that just by smelling that scent, Sumu felt a burst of freshness rush to his head, and his entire spirit was instantly lifted. He crouched down and gently tapped the soft soil with a wrench. With a soft plop, the surface layer of earth collapsed, revealing a fist-sized pit beneath. Shrapnel. Shrapnel from the grenade was embedded in the walls of the pit, and a few thin roots nearby had been cut off, with the cut ends oozing the dark red liquid. At the bottom of the pit, a red, ginseng-like plant lay quietly. About the length of a palm, the main body was full and rounded, its surface covered with delicate lines, resembling dried-up blood vessels. Several root-like tendrils, the thickness of fingers, extended from the main body. One of them had been severed by shrapnel, and the broken end was still oozing blood. Good luck. Sumu hadn't expected that the shrapnel from the grenade had grazed this thing. If it hadn't been for this, he probably would have had to dig for it in this empty field for half the day. This thing was buried deep in the pit, at least several dozen centimeters, and its top leaves were no different from ordinary weeds. Without a close look, it was impossible to tell. He picked up the blood ginseng along with the severed root, but didn't examine it right away. Instead, he quickly stuffed it into the outer pocket of his backpack. Then he scooped up some damp soil and filled the pocket to the brim, carefully covering the blood ginseng with the earth. The smell this thing emitted was too fragrant. Just a whiff had nearly made him lose control and want to eat it directly. If it was left in the backpack, the smell would surely spread out, and if it attracted something unwanted, it would be troublesome. Covering it with soil would at least suppress the scent. There was another reason he didn't check it here. The explosion had just occurred. Although the cat demons in this forest were afraid of gunfire and explosions, he wasn't sure if there were other monsters. More importantly, the intel said there was a LV2 monster here, but he hadn't encountered it on his way. When he was near this area, he had only killed a normal level 2 cat demon, no different from the ones he'd encountered before. By rights, with such a rare treasure nearby, there should be a more terrifying monster guarding it. Either he was overthinking it, and there was no strong guardian monster here, or, like the goblin nest he encountered earlier, the guardian monster had temporarily left for some reason. No matter what, the explosion might have drawn the guardian monster back. Sumu zipped up his backpack, turned around, and walked away without looking back. He ran for a full kilometer until he saw a cat demon licking its claws on a tree root, and then he stopped. These monsters were afraid of loud noises. Since even they hadn't been disturbed, it meant that the area was safe now. Sumu casually used a wrench to kill the cat demon, earning 0.1 experience, and then climbed up a sturdy tree in just a few movements, sitting on a solid branch. Only then did he take the blood ginseng out of his backpack and carefully examine it in his palm. Blood ginseng, purple. Type, heavenly material and earthly treasure/consumable. Quality, purple. Effect, after consumption, greatly enhances vitality and blood, permanently increases physical attributes. The medicinal power is extremely domineering, please take cautiously. Overconsumption may cause a reverse flow of vital energy, with severe consequences. Purple. Sumu's pupils contracted slightly. This was the first time he had seen something of purple quality. The gunslinging professional book he had spun out of the lottery was purple, but it required level 3 to use. However, this blood ginseng was something that could immediately enhance strength. Greatly enhances vitality. Vitality in the game usually referred to health, which in terms of attributes should be physical strength. But unlike the strength fruit from before, this one had the extra note, take cautiously, with a special emphasis on severe consequences. The strength fruit added 30 points of strength, but there was no such warning. This meant that the medicinal effect of the blood ginseng was far more intense than the strength fruit. Sumu looked down at the root that had been severed by the shrapnel. About the thickness of a finger, the break no longer oozed blood, as if it had scabbed over. He hesitated for a moment, then dug out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and rinsed off the dirt before placing it into the bottle, gently swishing it around. The clear water instantly turned a light red, and that fresh fragrance once again wafted out. Sumu took out the root. He screwed the cap back on and gave it a shake. Then, he tilted his head back and took a small sip. The moment the liquid touched his throat, a surge of heat exploded from his stomach, as if someone had set a fire inside his chest. His heart suddenly thumped, hard and fast, the pounding sound echoing in his ears. The blood rushed through his body, as if it were heated, flooding from his heart to his limbs, and every pore seemed to be releasing steam. It was uncomfortable. The feeling was strange, like soaking in a scalding hot spring. The skin burned, reddening and aching, but the muscles relaxed completely in the hot water, and every nerve seemed to groan. The sensation lasted for about half a minute before the heat slowly faded away. Constitution +5. Sumu widened his eyes. Just soaking a root, drinking a sip of water, and his constitution increased by 5 points? He looked down at the bottle, which had turned a faint pink, then glanced at the root he had dipped. The redness on it had clearly faded quite a bit, but it was still there. He took another sip. This time, the heat came faster, but also left quicker. His heart raced a few beats before calming, and his body only felt slightly warm. Constitution +1. Another sip. Constitution +1. The effect was decreasing. Sumu frowned, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a look. The water was still a faint pink, but the sap inside the root had clearly been mostly absorbed. Chapter 63, The Blue Venomous Cat Demon. He picked up the root, pinched it with his fingers, then scraped the surface with his nails, squeezing out the remaining sap, stirring it into the water. Then, he took another sip. Constitution +3. Another sip. Constitution +1. Another sip. Constitution +1. He repeated the process, squeezing out the last bits of sap from the root, drinking it bit by bit. Until the water had turned from faint pink to nearly clear, and the root had faded from dark red to grayish white, losing all effect. Sumu glanced at the panel. Constitution, 824. Although his constitution was still far below his strength, it wasn't as distorted as before. More importantly, 16 points. Sumu looked down at the whole blood ginseng in his hand, his throat tightening. This was just one of its roots. But he didn't act on impulse. The last sip almost made his heart leap out of his throat, and his veins felt like they were about to burst from the pressure. Though he managed to get through it, if he kept going, it could really turn out like the description said. Reversing chi and blood, with severe consequences. Know your limits. Sumu wrapped the whole blood ginseng in wet soil again and stuffed it into the deepest part of his backpack. He would wait until his body could handle it or until he found some kind of aid before using it. For now, pushing it too hard would be too risky. But even just this harvest was already worth it. Sumu leaned back against the tree branch and let out a long breath. The next step was to head straight to the evacuation point and gain some experience along the way. He slid down from the tree, checked his direction, and headed northeast toward the nearest evacuation point. On the way, he didn't rush, killing monsters as he went. The cat demons in this forest were indeed dense. He couldn't walk more than 100 meters without encountering one or two. Sumu had already figured out their habits. If they heard gunfire, they would run, but as long as there wasn't too much noise, they would go about their business. Once he got used to the wrench, its efficiency was higher than the gun. One swing, one kill, clean and smooth. But the experience gain was slow. A level 1 cat demon gave 0.1, and a level 2 gave 1. After almost an hour of walking, killing nearly 60, the experience bar only rose from 107 to a little over 150. Sumu noticed something. On his journey, the average level of the cat demons he encountered seemed to be around level 1 to 2. Sometimes you can encounter level 2 monsters, but never have I seen a level 3 one. Above green quality, there's not even a shadow of one. Is it because of the geographical location? Or is this forest just not suitable for high-level monsters to survive? I'm not sure. But compared to the zombie area before, the monster level distribution here is definitely different. The ratio of level 1 to level 2 monsters in the zombie area was about 20 to 1. Here, it's roughly 3 to 1, with the proportion of level 2 monsters much higher, but there's a gap as the levels increase. Either way, it's a good thing for me. At least I don't have to worry about suddenly encountering something I can't fight. But there is one thing that's bothering me: the evacuation point is much farther than I thought. The straight line distance on the map is only 7 kilometers, but this is a mountain forest. Right now, I'm on a mountainside, and to reach the evacuation point in the northeast, I first have to descend the mountain, then cross a flat area at the foot of the mountain before I can reach the marked point. At this speed, it will take at least 2 or 3 more hours to get back. At least I can level up along the way, so the trip won't be a waste. Sumu wiped the bloodstains off the big wrench on the weeds and continued walking forward. After walking for about half an hour, the mountain slope began to flatten, and the trees became sparser. Through the gaps between the trunks, he could already see the outline at the foot of the mountain. It was a village. No, to be accurate, it was a ruin. The remnants of houses scattered across the flat land at the foot of the mountain, like a toppled block tower. Some roofs had collapsed, exposing the dark beams inside. Some walls were still standing, but they were covered with cracks and vines. Others were just foundations, most of which had been swallowed up by weeds and shrubs. It didn't look like it had just been destroyed. The degree of weathering on the bricks and stones, the thickness of the vines, and the mottled marks on the walls, it looked more like it had been eroded over a long period of time or perhaps aged rapidly due to some kind of force. It could be both. Sumu stopped, crouching behind a bush, carefully observing the ruins. Then, he saw the cat demons. Not just one or two, but a whole group. They wandered in twos and threes across every corner of the ruins. Some were lying on collapsed rooftops basking in the sun, some were moving between the ruins, some were crouching on the well platform licking their claws. At a glance, there were at least 20 of them. And most of them were level 2. Sumu's gaze swept over the cat demons, and he was about to calculate whether to go around them when suddenly his gaze froze. In the center of the village, in front of a relatively intact ancestral hall, squatted a cat demon that was noticeably much larger. That thing was at least 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary cat demon, covered in dark green fur, not the kind of green you'd see in leaves, but the kind of moldy, poisonous green. Its fur stood on end like steel needles, and its eyes were blood red, with vertical pupils that were twice as wide as an ordinary cat demon's, glowing with a cold light in the shadows. The most striking feature was its mouth. There were 2 curved fangs on either side of its mouth, extending from its upper jaw, about the length of a finger, and their tips gleamed with a dark green light. Saliva dripped from its fangs, falling to the ground and making a faint hissing sound, corroding the earth into small pits. Sumu's pupils contracted slightly. Poisonous cat demon, LV2 blue. Race, mutated beast. Strength, 58. Constitution, 48. Agility, 62. Spirit, 12. Remarks, a mutated form of the cat demon, with extremely strong poison and incredible speed. It is recommended to kill it from a distance, do not engage in close combat. Sumu looked at this data, quickly comparing it with the giant axe-bearer from before. Strength 72, Constitution 65, Agility 28. This poisonous cat demon's strength and constitution were about 1/3 lower than the giant axe-bearer's, but its agility was over 30 points higher. 62 agility, more than twice the speed of an ordinary cat demon. Speed type. He glanced again at the poisonous cat demon, then noticed, beside it, on the steps of the ancestral hall, was a silver-white box, quietly lying there. Silver treasure chest. Sumu's gaze swept back and forth between the treasure chest and the venomous cat demon. Should I attack? He quickly analyzed it. The venomous cat demon's constitution was 52 points, which was quite a bit lower than the giant axe wielder's 65 points. The giant axe wielder went down after just 1 round of bullets. And the giant axe wielder obviously had tough skin and thick muscles. If the venomous cat demon was like the previous cat demon, with no armor, it should only take a few shots. Unfortunately, there was no armor visible, so this was just his guess. This might be in the detailed attributes section. Should I go for it or not? The temptation of the silver treasure chest was just too great. Damn it, if I don't fight level 2 monsters, this isn't how I should be hiding. Fight it is. Chapter 64, Kill. Sumu quickly made his decision. But he couldn't be reckless, he needed a good position. He circled the ruins, finally finding an old locust tree in the southeast corner. The tree's trunk was thick enough that 2 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, nearly 10 meters tall, with lush branches and a wide field of vision. The most important thing was that this tree was about 30 meters away from where the venomous cat demon was, with no major obstructions in between, and the crown of the tree was high enough that the cat demon couldn't jump up to this height. Ordinary cat demons can only jump 2 to 3 meters, and while this one was stronger, 10 meters was still too much for it. Sumu unloaded his backpack and extra gear, only keeping his handgun, bullets, and that last grenade. He climbed up to 6 or 7 meters high in a few moves, found a thick enough branch to sit on, and hid his body behind the leaves. He peered through the gaps in the leaves. The venomous cat demon was still squatting in front of the shrine, its scarlet eyes half open, seemingly napping. The surrounding ordinary cat demons didn't show any signs of change. Sumu took a deep breath and pulled the last grenade from his waist. He pulled the safety pin, counted 3 seconds in his mind, then aimed at the venomous cat demon's head and threw it with all his strength. The grenade traced an arc in the air, accurately falling toward the venomous cat demon's head. Just as the grenade was about to hit its head, the cat demon moved. Its reaction was so fast it seemed like it hadn't been napping at all. Almost at the same moment the grenade left Sumu's hand, the cat demon suddenly opened its eyes, its scarlet vertical pupils locking onto Sumu's direction. Then it moved. Even so, the grenade still hit its head, but it didn't explode. Sumu didn't even see how it moved. All he saw was a dark green blur that shot out from its original position, its speed so fast it left an afterimage in the air. The grenade bounced once and hit the stone steps of the shrine, bouncing again. Boom, the explosion sounded just as the venomous cat demon had already run at least 15 meters away. Shrapnel and fragments scattered everywhere, and several nearby ordinary cat demons were blown to pieces, screaming and collapsing to the ground. But the venomous cat demon, it wasn't injured at all. Sumu clearly saw several pieces of shrapnel graze its back, leaving scratches on its dark green fur, with dark green blood oozing out. But that was it. The majority of the grenade's blast was dodged. It didn't avoid the blast by being out of range. It had already run out of the kill zone before the grenade even hit the ground. That reaction speed. Sumu didn't have time to think further. The venomous cat demon had already turned towards his direction, its scarlet eyes full of fury. It lunged at him. It was incredibly fast. A distance of 30 meters, which would take an ordinary person several seconds to cover, seemed to only take the demon the blink of an eye. Sumu raised his gun and shot. Bang! 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 7 bullets poured out. The first 2 hit. He could feel the subtle pull effect when the weakness lock took effect. But by the third shot, that sensation disappeared. Because the cat demon had dashed into the shadow of the tree crown. Branches and leaves blocked his view. Even though it was just a moment, that brief obstruction made his talent fail. Without vision, there was no aiming. 6 shots fired, and the venomous cat demon had already reached the tree. It didn't stop. Its hind legs kicked hard, the whole body launched like a cannonball, leaping toward Sumu. 4 or 5 meters. It jumped 4 or 5 meters high. Its claws almost brushed the soles of Sumu's feet, leaving 4 deep scratches on the tree trunk. At the edges of the scratches, dark green poison seeped into the bark, hissing as it corroded, white smoke rising, and a sharp, stinging smell hit the nose. Sumu didn't even have time to feel fear. He stared fixedly at the cat demon. It missed the strike and fell back to the ground, and the moment its limbs touched the ground, it sprang up again for a second attack. This time, it jumped even higher. Sumu didn't retreat. He grabbed a branch above with one hand, swinging his whole body out, the other hand holding a large wrench, smashing down with the momentum. The wrench hit the venomous cat demon's head with a dull bone-cracking sound. The cat demon's body twisted, deviating from its path, and it crashed heavily to the ground, rolling twice. It didn't die. Sumu could hear its painful roar on the ground, the scratching of its claws on the earth harsh like metal scraping. But he couldn't stop to confirm. He swung back to the branch, pulled a rapid loader from his chest, and loaded the cylinder. 1 shot. 2 shots. Only time for 2. The venomous cat demon had already risen from the ground. A clear dent was on its head, dark green blood running down, covering half its eye. But its movement was barely slower, the crimson single eye fixed on Sumu, letting out a low growl from its throat. It lunged again. This time, Sumu didn't dodge. He sat on the branch, holding the gun with both hands, the muzzle aimed at the attacking cat demon. 2 shots. Bang bang. The 2 gunshots almost sounded as one. The first bullet hit the cat demon's forehead, shattering the dented skull. The second followed, entering the same hole, exploding inside the skull. The venomous cat demon froze midair. Its body seemed paused, stopped less than 2 meters in front of Sumu, frozen for a moment. Then it fell straight down, crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Killed LV2 blue venomous cat demon, EXP plus 30. Sumu gasped, his hand holding the gun still trembling slightly. He looked down. The 4 claw marks on the tree trunk were deep enough to fit a finger, the edges corroded black by the poison, still rising white smoke. If that claw had scratched him just now, it would have hurt badly, especially since it looked poisonous. Chapter 65, Level 3 Agility Breakthrough Rune. He didn't think further, quickly refilled the cylinder, muzzle down, scanning around. Those ordinary cat demons had been disturbed by the explosion. A few were running toward this tree, not slow. But Sumu was no longer panicked. Compared to the venomous cat demon, these things moved like they were strolling. He aimed at the first cat demon reaching the tree and pulled the trigger. Bang. Headshot. Instant kill. Second one. Bang. Headshot. The third tried to circle from the side, but barely took 2 steps before he shot it down. 1 shot each, clean and fast. Easily killed these cat demons. He jumped down from the tree. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the system notification sounded. Current EXP 194.2/200. Just 5.8 more. Sumu glanced at the panel, then at the cat demon corpses on the ground. Kill 6 more LV2, and he could level up. But there was no rush. His eyes fell on the venomous cat demon's corpse next to it. A metal box faintly glowing blue lay quietly. A blue quality box. Sumu walked over, squatted down, and opened it. 3 beams of light entered his eyes at the same time. The first thing was a tooth. It was a whole size bigger than an ordinary cat demon's tooth, entirely dark green, with fine lines on the surface, and the tip sharp like a blade. It felt heavy in his hand, faintly smelling of blood. Venomous cat demon tooth, blue. Type, special material. Effect, can be used for weapon enchantment or equipment crafting, adding venomous property. Attacks have a chance to poison the target, causing continuous damage. Sumu put the tooth away. This thing would be useful when crafting equipment later. The second thing was a talisman. On the light silver paper, complex patterns were drawn, with a faint flowing light flickering. Sumu glanced at it, and excitement rose in his eyes. Level 3 Agility Breakthrough Talisman. Type, consumable. Effect, when LV2 experience reaches 200/200, using it will break through to LV3 and force the upgraded attribute points to favor agility. A level 3 breakthrough talisman. Sumu almost laughed out loud. He was worried about leveling up without a breakthrough talisman, and now it came to him. Agility type, although he wanted strength the most, agility was also good. He had just experienced how terrifying a 62 agility venomous cat demon was. If he could get similar stats, his combat power would leap qualitatively. The third thing was a red glass bottle the size of a finger. The bottle was small, the liquid inside glowing red like concentrated blood, with a slight fluorescence in sunlight. There was no label, but as soon as Sumu picked it up, a system prompt appeared. Small healing potion, blue. Type, consumable. Effect, instantly restores 20% constitution and injuries. Effective below level 10. Note, regrows severed limbs, repairs organs, clears toxins. As long as you're not dead, it can pull you back. Sumu read the words, his pupils slightly contracting. Healing injuries. This was not a game, injuries were real. If your leg was broken, you really couldn't walk and it would hurt. He had already known this from chat channels. And this potion could restore broken legs, shattered organs, and nerves corroded by toxins. This was like gaining half a life. Sumu carefully placed the potion in the innermost pocket of his chest pouch and zipped it up. He would not use it unless absolutely necessary. He stood up and glanced at the experience bar. 194.2/200. Only 5.8 left. Get the treasure chest first, then level up. He walked quickly through the ruins, squatted at the steps of the shrine, and pressed both hands on the box lid. Opened. The silver treasure chest lid lifted. Inside were only 2 items, but each made his eyes light up. The first was a dark gun barrel, about half a palm long, with fine threads on the surface and a standard muzzle thread at one end. He picked it up to inspect, and the system prompt immediately appeared. Universal silencer, green. Type, firearm accessory. Effect, greatly reduces gunshot sound when installed. Fits most firearms. Durability, 100/100. Note, functional accessory, no attribute bonus. Removable and reusable. Sumu's eyes lit up. A silencer. This came just in time. Previously, the loud gunshot was his biggest headache. It would attract monsters or scare them away. With a silencer, he could shoot freely while staying hidden, neither alarming prey nor drawing unwanted trouble. He immediately screwed the silencer onto the muzzle of the M500. The threads fit perfectly, and after tightening, the gun looked longer and colder. He waited. The center of gravity moved slightly forward, but it was not a big issue. Try it. He raised the muzzle, aimed at a dead tree trunk in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Bayou, bayou. A very short, muffled sound, like someone lightly tapping a table with a fist. The muzzle slightly lifted, the recoil still present, but the sound was suppressed to an extremely low level. Sumu nodded in satisfaction, shifting his gaze to the second item. It was a scroll. Not an ordinary, yellowed piece of paper like a blueprint, but a special scroll with thicker texture and gilded edges. Its surface shimmered with faint ice blue patterns, and holding it in his hand, he could feel a slight coolness. One-time use free scroll, green. Type, consumable. Effect, upon release, within a 10-meter radius centered on the user, all monsters below blue quality will be briefly frozen. The control time decreases based on the target's level and rank. For LV1-5 common monsters, the freeze lasts up to 3 seconds, for LV5-10 common monsters, up to 2 seconds, for blue and above quality monsters, the effect is greatly weakened, possibly only causing a slowdown. Usage, tear the scroll to activate, no mental energy consumption required. Note, one-time use, the scroll disappears after use. Sumu carefully stored the scroll away. He knew too well the value of control-type skills. 3 seconds of control could change life or death in battle. Especially when facing speed-based monsters. If that poisonous cat demon had been frozen for even a second, he wouldn't have needed to fight so dangerously. Moreover, this item provided area control. At a critical moment, it could not only save his life but also create excellent output opportunities in group battles. 2 items, both maxed out in functionality. One solved the stealth issue, the other solved the crowd control issue. The silver treasure chest, no loss at all. Chapter 66, Level 3. After packing up the items, Sumu stood up, his eyes scanning the surrounding ruins. The cat demon corpses, which he had silenced with a suppressor, lay scattered around. Most of them hadn't been disassembled yet. But now, he couldn't bother with collecting them. The experience bar still needed 5.8 more points. He would level up first. He glanced around. On the east side of the ruins, there were still a few cat demons wandering. One level 2 cat demon was sitting on a collapsed chimney, licking its claws, while 2 level 1 demons were rubbing their heads together under the wall. Sumu raised his handgun, now equipped with a suppressor. Pooh! The level 2 cat demon on the chimney tilted its head and fell from the height, crashing into the rubble with no movement. Killed LV2 cat demon, experience +1. Current experience, 195.2/200. The 2 level 1 cat demons under the wall were startled by the sound of their companion's fall. They perked up their ears and looked around but couldn't hear the gunshot, unable to tell where the danger came from. Bayou, bayou. For light gunshots almost sounded in unison. The 2 cat demons fell to the ground at the same time. Killed LV1 cat demon, experience +0.1. Current experience, 195.3/200. Killed LV1 cat demon, experience +0.1. Current experience, 195.4/200. Only 4.6 left. Sumu didn't stay in the ruins any longer. Instead, he retraced his steps. When he came down the mountain earlier, he had noticed areas with a higher density of cat demons. Now, he would return, brushing through them, just enough to gather the experience. He moved quickly, his steps light and steady. With the suppressor installed, his tactics had completely changed. Before, he had to be careful of the sound of his gunfire, avoiding it when possible, and most of the time relying on close combat with a wrench. But now, it was different. He could shoot while walking, like shooting at a moving target range. A cat demon peeked out from the bushes. Pooh! It collapsed. Experience +0.1. 2 cat demons were chasing and playing under a tree. Pooh! Pooh! They fell one after another. Experience +0.1. Experience +0.1. A level 2 cat demon crouched on the tree trunk, vigilantly looking around, as if it had sensed something was wrong. Sumu stopped, raised his gun, and aimed. This creature's reaction speed was much faster than that of a level 1 demon. The moment Sumu pulled the trigger, it quickly shrank behind the tree. But it was still a beat too slow. The bullet pierced its ear and exploded in its skull. The body fell from the tree and crashed into the pile of fallen leaves. Killed LV2 cat demon, experience +1. Current experience, 198.7/200. Only 1.3 left. Sumu quickened his pace and found the last lone level 2 cat demon at the mountainside. Pooh! Killed LV2 cat demon, experience +1. Current experience, 199.7/200. Only 0.3 left. He scanned the area but didn't see any other cat demons. Just as he was about to continue forward, Yu Guan caught a glimpse of something moving in the grass a level 1, very small, like it had just grown up, crouching behind the bushes, trembling. The gunshots just now, though muffled by a silencer, and the sound of its kind falling one after another, had clearly scared it. Sumu raised his gun. PFF. Killed LV1 cat demon, experience +0.1. Current experience, 199.8/200. Still short by 0.2. He waited a while, but did not encounter any new cat demons. Almost. Sumu frowned and opened the system panel to check the experience bar. 199.8/200. Kill 2 more level 1s, or 1 level 2, and it would be enough. He quickened his pace, heading toward the evacuation point. The map showed a large forest ahead. If nothing went wrong, the cat demon's density would not be low. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, another level 1 cat demon appeared ahead. Bayou, bayou. Experience +0.1. Current experience, 199.9/200. The last 0.1. Sumu slowed down, eyes sweeping through the forest. A level 1 cat demon was lying on a rock, basking in the sun, completely unaware of the danger approaching. He raised his gun, aiming at the furry head. PFF. Killed LV1 cat demon, experience plus 0.1. Current experience, 200/200. Experience full, ready for level breakthrough. Sumo exhaled slowly, put away his pistol, found a thick tree, climbed up in a few moves, and sat on a sturdy branch. He took out the light silver level 3 agility breakthrough talisman, blue, and examined it for a moment in his hand. The talisman's surface shimmered, the silver lines moving as if alive, slowly flowing on the paper. Holding it, he felt a slight warmth, like it was breathing. Level 3 agility breakthrough talisman, blue. Effect: when LV2 experience reaches 200/200, using it allows breakthrough to LV3 and forces the newly gained attribute points toward agility. Sumu took a deep breath. Use. The talisman turned into a silver light, merging into his body. Like the last upgrade, a warm sensation rose from his abdomen and spread quickly through his limbs and bones. But this time the feeling was gentler, not the violent tearing and reshaping before, but a slow, continuous soaking. The white light flowed inside, like countless small streams, washing over every inch of flesh, every bone. He could clearly feel his body undergoing some subtle change, not strength growth, but lightness. Yes, light. His whole body was becoming lighter. Limbs felt as if extra weight had been removed, joints more flexible, muscles contracting and relaxing faster. Even breathing felt lighter, air moving in and out of lungs with less resistance. He tried to clench his fist. The strength wasn't explosively higher, but the speed of the fist was clearly faster from brain signal to fist clench, almost no delay. This lasted about 10 seconds, much shorter than last time. The white light faded, and everything returned to calm. Sumu opened his eyes, moved his body. The light feeling remained, like several kilograms had been lifted off, movements far more agile than before. He opened his personal panel. Name, Sumu. Level, 30/400. Race, human. Hunger, 72. Strength, 58, was 56 plus 2. Constitution, 25, was 24 plus 1. Agility, 14, was 8 plus 6. Spirit, 18, was 17 plus 1. Not bad. Although the panel still looked somewhat odd, compared to before it was much better. Sumu nodded in satisfaction, then turned attention to more important matters. Pick talent. Chapter 67, Level 3, New 3-choice selection. He had reached Level 3. Leveling up personally meant a new talent choice opportunity. Sumu took a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, opened the cap, and carefully washed his hands. Water droplets fell between fingers, pooling into a small puddle on the cable car floor. Ritual sense. Last time he upgraded in the cable car without washing, the lucky icon didn't appear. This time he learned washed is better than not. After finishing all this, he took a deep breath and opened the talent selection screen. 3 gilded cards floated in front of him. Then he smiled. On the second card, that familiar flame icon appeared again, with the word luck written inside. As expected. Washing hands works. The cards flipped one by one, and the 3 options were clearly displayed before him. Option 1, information type gain trap sensibility. Within a radius of 50 meters, automatically detect all hidden traps, ambushes, and disguised danger zones. Passive effect, no need to activate. Option 2, personal type gain dynamic vision ability. Eyes can track fast-moving objects, see rapidly changing scenes clearly, greatly improving the ability to catch agile targets. Rule-based ability. Option 3, construction type gain basic talisman crafting ability. Can create low-level talismans, including silent barrier talisman, radius 20 meters, lasts 20 minutes, visual shielding talisman, single target, lasts 30 seconds, olfactory shielding talisman, single target, lasts 1 minute, tactile shielding talisman, single target, lasts 30 seconds, taste shielding talisman, single target, lasts 1 minute. Crafting consumes mental energy, daily limit 3. Sumu's eyes scanned the 3, his heartbeat slightly quickening. Option 1, information type, trap sense. Automatically detect traps and ambushes within 50 meters. This ability is very useful when exploring unknown areas, especially places that might have monster lairs. Passive effect, no need to activate, easy and effortless. Option 2, personal type, dynamic vision. Can track fast-moving objects, see rapidly changing scenes clearly. Rule-based ability. Option 3, construction type, craft low-level talismans. Silent barrier talisman, isn't this exactly what Zhou Xinghua has been selling? He even spent 15 portions of food to buy one before. Visual shield, olfactory shield, tactile shield, taste shield. These are talismans targeting the 5 senses. If he chooses this, he can make them himself, no need to buy from Zhou Xinghua. Sumu's gaze fell on option 3, pupils slightly contracting. Dynamic vision. Rule-based. No specific parameters. How fast can it track objects? How fast can it see scenes? Nothing written. But the 3 words rule-based say it all, no reasoning, no argument. He remembered fighting that venomous cat demon before. 44 points of agility, because his eyes couldn't keep up with its speed. The gun went empty a few times, only because the demon twisted too fast in the air, he couldn't see its posture, had to fire by feel. Although he won in the end, it wasn't a beautiful victory. Without the weakness lock ensuring hits, the battle result could have been completely different. But with dynamic vision, Sumu's breathing grew slightly rapid. If he could see the trajectory of those fast-moving objects, then his weakness lock talent could reach full power. Fixing his only flaw. If the eyes keep up, the hands will follow naturally. Weakness lock will handle the rest. No matter how fast the monster, it would have nowhere to hide before him. And this ability isn't just for battle. When exploring, fleeting shadows in the distance, things suddenly jumping out in the dark, he could see everything clearly. Sumu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to choose immediately, and moved his gaze back to option 3. Crafting talismans. Isn't this Zhou Jingguo's ability? Silent barrier, 5 cents shielding talismans, exactly the same. He had once thought Zhou Jingguo was a life profession talisman maker, but now it seemed the other probably got this ability through a 3-choice talent. He remembered seeing someone showing off Fireball in the channel before, similar to the choice in his last selection. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Every time he saw these 3-choice options, could it be that they were randomly drawn from the ability pool of other people on this cable line? Zhou Jingguo's talisman-making ability, the intelligence ability Lin Yue might have, that 5-person talent team's Fireball skill, all had appeared in his options. Once or twice might be coincidence, but so many times, most likely not. Sumu leaned against the wall, lost in thought. No matter what, this discovery for him was only information for now. Knowing where these abilities came from had no direct effect on his choice of talent, but in the future when he met those with special abilities, he could probably guess what the other side's hidden card was. Sumu shook his head and pulled his thoughts back. No more hesitation. He reached out his hand and tapped toward option 3. Choice successful. The gilded card turned into points of light and merged into his body. Sumu blinked his eyes. There was nothing special in feeling. No warmth, no sting, no any change on the body. He tried to quickly move his eyeballs, the same as before, no difference. He tried again to stare at a bird flying past outside the window. That bird did not fly fast, he could already see it clearly. No change. Sumu frowned. Was it because he had not met a high-speed moving target, so he could not feel it? Forget it. Rule-type abilities are like this, usually you cannot feel them, only when you use them do you know how strong they are. He put this matter aside for now and turned his gaze to another thing equally important. Class change. Chapter 68 Class change. He took out that skill book from the deepest place of his backpack. The long spear on the cover shone with a cold light under the sunlight, the silver-white spear body, the blood-red tassel, the sharp spear tip. Clearly it was just a drawing, yet it carried a fierce aura rushing at his face. Class skill book Spear Master, purple. Type, class skill book. Effect, after use can change class to Spear Master, purple. Class change condition, level reaches LV3. Sumu held the skill book in his hands, took a deep breath, and thought slightly. Changing class into Spear Master meant his main weapon in the future would be a long spear, belonging to a close combat class. But according to his weak point lock, pairing with a long-range class would be better, yet he thought again, so-called long-range class, he could completely use firearms to make up for it, no need to separately change into a long-range class. And the most important thing was that he now did not have a class change book for a long-range class. And in this world, turning resources into real strength earlier was the hard truth. And the long spear was a mid-range weapon, compared to other close combat weapons it had a larger attack range. This meant he could stand at a safer position to output, while enjoying the double damage brought by extra attack. Therefore he did not hesitate to perform the Spear Master class change. Class change. Sumu said in a deep voice. The skill book turned into a dark golden light and surged into his body from his palm. This time the feeling was stronger than any time before. The dark golden light flow was like a living thing, drilling into the skin from the palm, spreading rapidly along blood vessels and meridians. Not warm, but burning hot, like a red-hot iron bar branding from the inside. Every inch of muscle, every bone was being reforged, rearranged by some kind of power. Sumu gritted his teeth and tightly grabbed the tree branch under him. He could feel that something was awakening inside his body. That was a kind of instinct, not a skill learned later, but an instinct carved into the bones, as natural as breathing. The way to hold the long spear, the angle of the thrust, the timing of the sweep, the rhythm of the charge, this knowledge poured into his mind like a tide, no need to think, no need to practice, as if he was born knowing it. At the same time, his body was also changing. The muscles that had swollen because of the strength fruit now became more compact. Not that exaggerated lines trained in the gym. It was more compact, more fluid, as if every bit of strength had been compressed to the extreme, without a trace of extra fat. Bones made faint crack sounds. He could feel his spine straightening, shoulder blades shifting, even the joints in his fingers realigning. Everything was changing to suit combat better. The most obvious change was in his hands. Palms became rough, knuckles thickened, and a few hard calluses appeared in the tiger's mouth area, marks left by years of holding a gun. Although his body had not lived through such years, the power of the job change etched these experiences directly into his flesh and blood. The whole process lasted about 30 seconds. The dark golden light faded. Sumu breathed heavily, sweat covering his forehead. He looked down at his hands. Indeed, they had changed. The lines on his palms were deeper, fingers longer and stronger, and when he clenched his fists, he could feel explosive power gathering. He opened the panel. Name, Sumu. Level, 30/400. Race, human. Class, gunmaster, purple LV1, class bonus, strength plus 30, constitution plus 20, agility plus 15. Hunger, 75. Strength, 88. Constitution, 45. Agility, 29. Spirit, 18. Armor, 53. Stamina, 133/133, constitution plus strength. Stamina regen, 9 per minute, 0.2 times constitution. Class passive long spear mastery, using a spear, deal an additional 20% strength damage. Class skills. 1. Combo, active, chaining skill, stab target, unlock next stage on hit, 7 moves total, each hit increases next move's damage by 10%. Cooldown 12 seconds. Hitting reduces all skill cooldowns by 1 second. On the 7th hit, target is knocked back 10 meters, costs 10 stamina. 2. Thrust, active, anticipation skill, after a short charge, dash forward 10 meters, knock the first enemy in path into the air, causing 1 to 3 seconds control, depends on target level and rank, and 150% strength damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. Costs 20 stamina. 3. Sweep armies, active sweep all enemies within 5 meters, deal 120% strength damage and knock back 1 to 5 meters, depends on target size and level. Cooldown 20 seconds. Costs 30 stamina. Remaining skills locked, require reaching level or obtaining skill book. Sumu looked at the skill bar again. Looking at these skills, he quietly calculated in his mind. There was dash control, burst damage, area knockback, though only 3 skills, their functionality was already very complete. Thrust and air knock for start control, combo for full output, sweep for finish or control, the combo logic was very clear. But to truly unleash this class's damage, the key was using the first skill well. Combo. According to the description, it should be somewhat difficult to hit the target. If not executed well, it might only hit once, making it a useless skill. But if all 7 hits landed, the damage would transform drastically. Still, come to think of it, wasn't this skill perfect for him? Sumu's lips curved slightly upward. With the talent, all attacks lock onto monster weak points. As long as the enemy was in his range, could they really escape? Meaning, for him, combo had no risk of breaking the chain. Every strike would hit. Hitting all 7 layers was guaranteed, each shot adding 10% damage was guaranteed. And the passive battle harden reduced all skill cooldowns by 1 second per hit. With his accuracy, this passive triggered almost at its limit. Combo had no cooldown, 12 seconds combo, 15 seconds thrust, 20 seconds sweep. One full combo reduced all skills by 7 seconds. Cooldowns became 5 seconds, 8 seconds, and 12 seconds. With the 3-second control from thrust and air knock, entering first, thrust knocks up, then Gale combo fills 7 shots, followed by return horse sweep knockback. When the enemy lands, moving around, thrust and air knock cooldown is ready again, ready for another round. A complete combo, leaving almost no room for the opponent to resist. The most important thing is that the effect of reducing cooldowns from consecutive attacks can continue indefinitely. If there are more skills after this. Sumu took a deep breath. This profession, it's amazing. Is this what an A-class profession is like? But then he quickly thought again. No, it's only powerful because it's in my hands. It's based on that talent that locks onto weaknesses. Without this talent, the gun expert is just a melee class that relies on skill. The combo has to be maintained by yourself, skills need to be aimed by yourself, airtime has to be calculated by yourself. No matter how good you are at controlling, mistakes can still happen. But with weakness lock, everything changes. Chapter 69, Out of Sight, Out of Mind. Every shot hits the weak point, every skill lands perfectly. The combo never breaks, the cooldown is always refreshing. In his hands, this profession's potential far exceeds what's written on the stat panel. Sumu suppressed his excitement and continued reading. But this thing seems to consume stamina. Stamina? This wasn't shown before. He reopened the panel, and sure enough, under the attributes section, a new line appeared. Stamina, 133/133, Constitution plus Strength. Stamina recovery, 4.5 points/second, Constitution times 0.1. Stamina is the sum of strength and constitution. His strength is 58, constitution is 30, for a total of 88 points. Recovery speed is constitution times 0.2, meaning 6 points per minute. Sumu calculated the stamina consumption for the combo he just did. 20 points plus quick stab 10 points plus sweep 30 points equals 60 points. He could only do 2 combos, this restriction is definitely significant. But considering the power of this combo, this limitation is completely acceptable. And as his constitution increases later, this weakness will be resolved. What really made Sumu snap back to his senses, though, was something else. His attributes seemed to have changed. He clearly remembered that before upgrading, his attributes were Strength 58, Constitution 30, Agility 15, Spirit 18. But that was with the Breakthrough Seals bonus. Now looking again. Strength 88 plus 30. Wait. 88? Sumu stared at the panel for a while, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. Class attribute bonus, Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 15. Just the class change added 65 points to his attributes. Class change also adds attributes. Sumu took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He remembered the attributes of the monsters he saw before. The level 2 blue giant axe wielder had 72 strength. At that time, he thought that number was ridiculously high, even a 5-person squad of the same level would be doomed to failure if they encountered it. But now he understood, it wasn't that the monsters were too strong, it's that survival in this world wasn't calculated by ordinary human standards. Before class change, no matter how high your attributes were, they were still just the limit of a normal person. After class change, you truly step into the realm of the extraordinary. Those monsters, perhaps, were themselves some kind of professionals or mutants. Their attributes were designed based on the standards for post-class change. And ordinary people, without class changes, would naturally be crushed by them. No wonder a level 1 goblin could easily kill a D-class talent holder. No matter how high the talent bonus, it's still stacked on the base of an ordinary person. But goblins are solidly mutated creatures, their attribute starting points are different. Sumu leaned against the tree trunk and let out a long sigh. So, class change is the real starting point in this world. Reaching level 3, obtaining a class book, completing the class change, this is the true threshold for entering the extraordinary. Before that, everyone was just a regular person struggling to survive in this brutal world. Including himself. Without that daily information talent, without getting resources in advance, without struggling all the way to level 3. He would probably be just like those people in the channel, still worrying about a bottle of mineral water. Sumu shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. Just as he was thinking, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. Cable number 886 area announcement. A survivor has completed their class change in this area. Achievement Pioneer unlocked. Area feature update. 1. Treasure chest drop rate increased. Chance of bronze and higher quality chests appearing slightly increased. Lasts 3 days. 2. Monster drop adjustment. Chance of monsters dropping profession transfer books slightly increased. Lasts 7 days. The announcement echoed through the entire cable line. Sumu froze for a moment. Already an announcement? He glanced at his profession bar. Gunmaster, purple. So the first person to transfer also gets an achievement reward. But the announcement said survivors in this area have completed a profession transfer, without naming anyone. That's good. He didn't want everyone to know he was the first to transfer. Sumu opened the chat channel, wanting to see everyone's reaction. Sure enough, the message had already exploded. Profession transfer? What is that? I haven't even reached level 1, and they're level 3? And already transferred? Pioneer achievement. Big shot, show your face. Treasure chest drop rate increased. Nice. Messages flew fast. Some were shocked, some envious, some discussed the new feature, some tried to figure out who the pioneer was. Some guessed Zhojingua, because he's strong at organizing and kills the most monsters. Some guessed the leader of the 5-person talent team, because they're the most efficient. Others guessed some hidden big shot who had been quietly developing from day one. Before, Sumu sold a profession skill book in the channel, Blue, called Battlefield Doctor. Could it be that buyer? Possible. After all, there's only this one profession book scene. Healer profession could be first to transfer? Impossible, healer has no combat power. What if they're a combat healer? Combat healer is still a healer, can they be first to kill monsters and reach level 3? Sumu watched these discussions, twitching the corner of his mouth. He had already traded the Battlefield Doctor book to Lin Yue. If Lin Yue used it to transfer, she would be the second to transfer, not the first. But he didn't explain. Let them guess. As he watched, more messages asking for news popped up. Sumu glanced but ignored them. No need to answer this kind of thing. Just as he was about to close the channel, another message popped up. Sender, Zhao Hongyuan. Sumu remembered this name. Previously discussed in the channel, the leader of the 5-person talent team is called Zhao Hongyuan. All members have combat talents and work well together. Yesterday, they could handle 2 or 3 zombies independently. Today 3 people reached level 2, in the spotlight. Zhao Hongyuan, that Battlefield Doctor profession book, who did you sell it to? No greeting, no polite words, not even a please. Like asking a question that should naturally be answered. Sumu raised an eyebrow, didn't reply. A few seconds later, another message popped up. Zhao Hongyuan, I'm asking you. Sumu stared at the line for 2 seconds, his finger paused on the screen. Then he clicked Zhao Hongyuan's avatar and chose to block. Clean and decisive. First, the book was given to Lin Yue, a transaction between the two. No matter the purpose, he had no obligation to reveal the buyer's information, basic professional ethics. Second, if the tone were normal, even just adding please, he might have carefully refused politely. After all, it's better to stay friendly with someone who can organize talents. But this superior tone. Sumu shook his head. Too lazy to argue, too lazy to teach manners. Blocking was the easiest solution, out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 72nd Profession Slot. Closing the chat box, he was about to get up and stretch, when a familiar alert sound rang in his ear, not the soft alert from talent selection, but a solemn, formal system announcement tone. Detected, you are the first survivor on Blue Star Cable to complete a profession transfer. Achievement unlocked, Professional Expert. Reward, unlock the second job slot. You can choose an extra job to transfer into. The transfer conditions are the same as the first job, reach LV3 and use the corresponding job transfer book. Note, dual job system activated. You can freely switch between 2 jobs, share attribute bonuses, skills have independent cooldowns. Congratulations on transferring. For 3 days, the chance of obtaining weapons for this job from monster drops, treasure boxes, or roulette is increased. Sumu froze. Second job slot? Dual jobs? He instinctively glanced at his job panel. Originally there was only one position, gunmaster, purple, and now next to it appeared an empty slot, with the words not transferred in gray. This means he can choose one more job besides gunmaster. And the attribute bonuses of both jobs stack, skills have independent cooldowns. This means in battle he can use all gunmaster skills first, then switch to another job and use a full set. If chosen well, the 2 job skills could form a combo. Sumu's eyes slowly lit up. Gunmaster is a melee physical job, focused on strength and constitution, good at frontal breakthroughs and area damage. If he chooses a ranged job, like archer, gunner, mage, then he can handle both near and far, use gunmaster combos up close, use the other job skills to kite from distance. Or choose a support job to heal and buff himself. Field medic is ready-made. Though its blue quality is lower, it can heal, cure poison, remove debuffs, and save lives excellently. Or choose a control type job and max out the control chain. Gunmaster already has thrust knock-up control and sweep knockback if paired with ice, stun, or similar control skills. Sumu took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Thinking about this now is too early. He only has 2 job books. Purple Gunmaster is already used, Blue Field Medic was given to Lin Yue. The remaining book, he glanced at his empty backpack. He needed another one. And it couldn't be random. The choice of the second job affects future combat potential. It must be careful. Best to complement Gunmaster, either add ranged damage, survival, or control. But rushing now is useless. Job books are rare and unpredictable, must wait for opportunity. Sumu shook his head, put the matter aside for now, and continued toward the retreat point. The forest was quiet. Sunset light passed through the canopy, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Occasionally the wind rustled leaves, like someone whispering in the distance. Sumu walked slowly, gun on his back, holding M500. Even with a job weapon, the pistol's advantage in ranged attack was still irreplaceable, especially against agile monsters or when he had no long gun. Ahead appeared another cat demon. Level 2, crouching on a tree root licking its paw, unaware of danger. Sumu raised the muzzle and aimed. With the silencer, the shot sound was very low. When he pulled the trigger, only a short pop was heard, like a fist lightly hitting a table. The bullet flew from the barrel, hitting the cat demon's head precisely. Then Sumu saw something he had never seen before. 42. A number floated above the cat demon's head, bright red, striking in the sunset. Critical hit. Weak point damage. Sumu froze, finger paused on the trigger guard. Before, when killing monsters, the system only prompted killed XXX, EXP plus X, never showing exact damage. But now. He glanced at his attribute panel. He glanced again at the corpse of the cat demon in the distance. After reaching level 3, he could even see the damage values? No, wait. It wasn't the change from leveling up, it was the job change. After the job change, more data-related information was unlocked. He shot directly 40 critical damage. This confirmed Sumu's earlier guess about the firepower value. Of course, it also confirmed that the true start of survival began only after the job change. Sumu took a few more steps forward and found another cat demon. Level 1, smaller in size, was dozing off on a rock. He raised his hand and fired. 38. Another critical hit. 38 damage. A level 1 cat demon's health was about 40 points. A well-aimed shot to the vital spot could take it out in one hit. He kept walking and killing, and the experience bar slowly climbed. When he killed the 9th cat demon, a gray box dropped on the ground. Sumu opened it. Obtained, spear, gray, ×1. A grayish spear appeared in his hand. The shaft was rough, and the tip was covered with rust, clearly something pulled out of a garbage pile. Spear, gray. Type, class weapon. Sharpness, 6. Durability, 30/30ths. Note, the lowest quality class weapon. But at least, it's a spear. Sumu casually equipped it. The spear disappeared from his hand, as though it merged with the void. He focused, and the spear reappeared, materializing in his palm. Move again, it disappeared. Move again, it reappeared. Smooth, as natural as breathing. Sumu looked at his hand, then at the gray spear, lost in thought. Sumu looked at his hand, then at the gray spear again, deep in thought. When he equipped the handgun before, it didn't have this feature. The gun had to be drawn from his waist, reloaded manually when the bullets were used up. But now, this gray spear, once equipped, could be summoned and recalled anytime, like an extension of his body. He opened the system panel and carefully examined the equipment description in the inventory. Class weapon, can be summoned and recalled at will after equipping, does not occupy backpack space. Summoning is limited to class weapons only. So that's how it is. After the job change, the rules for the equipment bar changed. When he equipped the handgun and armor before, he could see them in the panel, but he still had to physically retrieve them. Now it's different. Class weapons can be summoned directly from the void, use them when needed, and recall them when done. This human spear unity feeling was the true meaning of the job change. Sumu stored the gray spear and continued walking forward. With the spear in hand, he decided to temporarily stop using firearms to grind monsters. Skills needed real combat to get familiar with, and the cat demons ahead were the perfect sparring partners. A few minutes later, another cat demon appeared in front of him. Level 2, crouching on the roots of a tree, licking its claws, completely unaware of the impending danger. Sumu tightened his grip on the spear and stepped forward slowly. The cat demon's ears perked up, sensing something, and it quickly turned its head. Amber vertical pupils met Sumu's gaze, and it let out a low growl from its throat. It pounced. The speed wasn't slow, but in Sumu's eyes now, it was nothing special. Combo. The spear thrust through, the tip of the spear precisely piercing the cat demon's lower jaw. The cat demon's body exploded within its skull, a surge of dark energy bursting out. Killed LV2 cat demon, experience +1. Sumu retracted the spear and instinctively glanced at the skill bar. The cooldown for combo showed as 9 seconds, which he knew. But at this moment, 9 seconds. Sumu was stunned. Wait. He clearly remembered that when he used the thrust earlier, the cooldown started at 12 seconds. But from the time he fired the spear to the cat demon's death, it only took 2 seconds at most. How did the cooldown jump to 9 seconds? Did he remember wrong? Or misread it? Sumu furrowed his brow but didn't rush to draw conclusions. He continued walking forward. After walking for about 5 minutes, another cat demon appeared in sight. Level 2, lying on a stone soaking up the sun, its tail lazily swishing behind it. Sumu slowed his steps and stopped about 10 meters away from the cat demon. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the cat demon, and gently tapped his fingers on the gun handle. First, confirm the cooldown. He glanced at the skill bar. Thrust, available. Then, he made his move. Quick stab. The spear lifted, its tip striking the cat demon's chin. Just like before, one shot, and it was dead. The cat demon's body spun once in the air, then crashed heavily to the ground. Sumu didn't look at the corpse but instead stared intently at the skill bar. The thrust icon darkened, and the cooldown timer started counting down. 12, 10. Stop. 10 seconds. Sumu's pupils shrank slightly. From firing to kill, it took at most 1 second. But the cooldown had dropped from 12 seconds to 10 seconds. This meant that in that 1 second, the cooldown had advanced by 2 seconds, effectively saving 1 second? Sumu stood still, staring at the skill bar, his mind racing. Extra attack. His talent, any attack hitting triggers an additional attack. That shot just now appeared to be 1 shot, but in reality, the system judged it as 2 attacks. And the cooldown rule is every hit reduces all skill cooldowns by 1 second. In other words, that shot actually counted as 2 hits. So the cooldown was reduced by 2 seconds. Sumu took a deep breath, his heartbeat accelerating. If this is true. He continued walking forward, finding the third cat demon. A level 1, crouching in the bushes chewing on something. The cooldown dropped by 2 seconds. Sure enough. A smile slowly curled at the corner of Sumu's mouth. Extra attack, counted as 2 hits. This means that every time he uses a skill, it's actually like using it twice. Every time a skill hits, it triggers the extra attack, and each extra attack reduces all skill cooldowns by 1 second. What does this mean? The cooldown of Quick Stab is 12 seconds. If all 7 attacks land, it reduces the cooldown by 14 seconds. And his single target control, Thrust, originally had a cooldown of 15 seconds. If he lands all 7 hits, the cooldown drops by 14 seconds, leaving only a 1 second gap. This would allow a seamless connection from Thrust to Quick Stab, forming a loop. This is insane. In this case, even blue-level monsters could be dealt with. After walking for about 30 minutes, Sumu kept grinding monsters and confirmed that the skill indeed reduces cooldown by 2 seconds each time. And now, a shadow of dark green appeared ahead in the forest. It wasn't an ordinary cat demon. The creature was about half a human's height, covered in dark green fur, not the kind of green found in leaves, but more like a moldy, toxic green. The hair on its back stood upright, resembling steel needles. Its eyes were crimson, and the vertical pupils emitted a cold, eerie glow in the shadows. The most striking feature was its mouth. There were curved fangs on both sides of its lips, extending from the upper jaw, about the length of a finger, their tips gleaming with a dark green shine. Poisonous cat demon. Level 2, blue quality. Sumu stopped and surveyed the surroundings. There were no other cat demons, just this one, isolated. He gripped his spear tightly, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Before, when encountering something like this, he would have to use a handgun, grenades, climb trees, and plan for a while. Now, he hefted the spear in his hand and stepped forward slowly. The poisonous cat demon noticed him too. Its crimson vertical pupils locked onto Sumu, and it let out a low growl from its throat. It arched its back and tensed its hind legs. Sumu didn't wait for it to make the first move. Thrust. The spear shot upward from below, the tip precisely piercing the poisonous cat demon's chin. The cat demon's body was launched upward, its limbs flailing in the air, saliva dripping from its fangs, tracing an arc in the air. Thrust, hit. Control time, 1.5 seconds. The poisonous cat demon reached the highest point, then began to fall. Sumu didn't wait for it to land. He took a step forward and thrust his first shot while the demon was still in the air, not using a skill, but a regular attack. This shot was angled sharply, not a direct thrust, but a diagonal swipe from below. The tip of the gun slid from the cat demon's belly to its chest, leaving a deep blood groove. Dark green blood gushed from the wound, glowing strangely under the sunset. Then the combo skill followed. The first shot hit. Combo first move, hit. Subsequent damage plus 10%. The venomous cat demon screamed in the air, trying to grab the gun shaft with its claws. But its body was completely out of control, limbs flailing in the air, touching nothing. The second shot. Sumu flipped his wrist, the gun tip drew a half circle in the air, stabbing into the cat demon's ribs from the left. The angle was tricky, the force precise, the tip passed through the rib gaps and pierced the lung perfectly. Combo second move, hit. Subsequent damage plus 20%. The cat demon's body stiffened suddenly. It opened its mouth, trying to spit venom, but its body had no leverage in the air, and venom dripped from its mouth, corroding its own body black. The third shot. Sumu didn't stab but tapped the cat demon's chest with the tip, light as a dragonfly on water, yet the moment the tip entered flesh, a dark force exploded inside the demon. Combo third move, hit. Subsequent damage plus 30%. The cat demon's eyes widened sharply. Its mouth opened and closed, over and over, a confused gurgling sound coming from its throat. Dark green blood flowed from its mouth, mixed with shattered pieces of internal organs. Sumu noticed that when the third shot hit, the cat demon's health bar was already empty. Chapter 72, No Solution. Killed LV2 green venomous cat demon, EXP +3. But he did not stop. The fourth shot. The gun tip slashed across the cat demon's neck, not stabbing, cutting. The sharp blade cut through skin, muscle, and trachea, dark green blood gushing out. The fifth shot. The tip pierced the cat demon's back neck, coming out through its throat. The sixth shot. With a wrist twist, the tip stirred half a circle inside the cat demon's skull. The seventh shot. He pushed the spear, sending the cat demon's body flying into a big tree, sliding down soft and limp. Then a thrust, the dead cat demon's body flew into the air again. He did not continue the combo skill. Sumu sheathed his gun, standing in place, staring at the badly beaten corpse on the ground. In total, 9 shots, which seemed long, but actually took only 4 seconds, and yet the thrust combo was complete. The venomous cat demon was already dead at the third shot. A blue quality level 2 monster, something he previously had to use a pistol, grenades, and terrain advantage to barely handle, now was gone before he even finished a full combo. The gap between a job changer and a non-job changer was absurdly huge. He remembered fighting that blue giant axe before. 72 strength, 65 constitution, a chain limiting its movement. He fired 7 bullets from his pistol, each hitting the head, barely killing it. At that time, he thought he was strong. After all, most people in the channel were still worrying about a bottle of water, while he could solo a blue quality level 2 monster. But looking back now, what was that strong? Back then he had no job bonus, no job skill, no job weapon. Only a green quality pistol and 2 rule type talents carried him. Even killing a chained monster took so much effort. And now? A blue quality level 2 monster, dead before a combo was finished. He didn't even use the sweep finish, the second combo, or switch to a ranged weapon. This is a job change. The leap from ordinary person to extraordinary being. But soon, Sumu shook his head again. The boost from a job change is indeed huge, attribute increase, skill unlock, weapon summon at will, anyone would be transformed. But what really made him change fundamentally was not the gunmaster job itself, but his talent. Weakness lock. Extra attack. Without these 2 talents, the spear master is just a fairly decent close combat class. But with them, Sumu recalled the feeling when he used thrust just now. If there were no weakness lock, what would this skill be like? He had tested it alone before. Activating thrust with no target, his body would rush forward uncontrollably for 10 meters, the whole process about 2 seconds. If there was a monster very close within 10 meters in a straight line, he could rush to it in a little over 1 second, but if there was nothing on the line, he would rush out like a fool, unable to stop, exposed in danger. And with weakness lock? When he dealt with that cat demon just now, the moment thrust activated, the spear tip teleported, precisely pointing to the vital spot. No need to aim, no need to predict, once he struck, it hit. A skill that originally required careful timing, otherwise it would miss or even send himself into danger, was forcibly turned into a divine skill that must hit. Not to mention the cooldown reduction brought by extra attack. Sumu thought again of combo. This skill called combo is actually more like a complete set of spear techniques. 7 forms, each form with different angles, force, and methods. Lift, thrust, point, cut, pierce, turn, send, every form needs to be adjusted in real time according to the opponent's posture and reaction. Without weakness lock, this set of skills would be very hard to use. First, you must judge where the opponent's vital spot is. Head, neck, heart, different monsters have different weaknesses, and the same monster's weakness also changes under different postures. Second, you must predict the opponent's movement. Which way will it dodge? Will it block? Will it counterattack? Every judgment needs time, and when you finish judging, half a second is gone. After all 7 forms, just the time for judging and adjusting would take several seconds. But a monster knocked into the air only has 2 seconds of control time. When you finish judging, it has already landed, the combo already broken. Not to mention the connection between each form. After the first lift, the angle and height the opponent is thrown will affect the second form's angle. After the second thrust, the opponent's landing point and posture will affect the third form's choice. Every form needs to adjust the next form based on the previous result. A normal person using this combo, just reaction time alone would exhaust the control window. But Sumu does not need to judge, does not need to predict, does not need to adjust. Weakness lock helps him do all judgments. The spear tip finds the vital spot by itself. He only needs to do one thing: strike. Strike at the fastest speed. After finishing the first form, before the brain reacts, the hand is already doing the second form. After all 7 forms, it is just a little over 2 seconds. 2 seconds. The monster just lands, the combo is already finished. Then connect the final hit knockback, smashing the opponent away. During the knockback, the cooldown of thrust is already ready because of extra attacks reduction. Directly charge forward, then connect another set. The whole process flows like clouds and water. The opponent from start to end does not land, does not counterattack, has no room to resist. This is the true power of the Spear Master with talents. The class itself can only be considered strong. A-grade foundation, excellent skill design, good attribute bonuses. But what truly makes it unsolvable are those two rule-type talents. Chapter 73 Corpse. Without weakness lock, thrust may miss, combo may break, sweep may hit off. Without extra attack, cooldown reduction is not so fast, the connection of combos will have a gap. Two talents raise the upper limit of the Spear Master class to a height even he does not know where the top is. Sumu walks on the forest path in the dusk, the curve at the corner of his mouth cannot be pressed down. This class, these talents, are simply tailor-made for him. Sumu puts away the long spear, walks to the corpse, and picks up the dropped box. Opening. Obtained, Venomous Cat Demon Fong ×1, blue. Obtained, Small Healing Potion ×1. Looking at the items, Sumu frowned slightly, fewer things dropped, and the quality was not high. Was it because of the level increase? He shook his head, that was unlikely, after all, the experience from this thing was reduced tenfold. He put the items away and kept moving forward. After reaching level 3, the efficiency of gaining experience dropped sharply. Level 2 cat demons only gave 0.1 experience, level 1 even needed 2 to get 0.1. Before, he would have lost interest in wasting time in this forest. But now it was different. The gunmaster profession's martial skills needed to be honed in real combat. Every shot's angle, strength, timing, none could be captured by numbers on a panel. The system gave the framework, but filling it and mastering it depended on himself. Sumu gripped his spear tightly and continued deeper into the forest. For over an hour, he barely stopped. Cat demons, goblins, occasionally a lone zombie, he attacked whatever he saw. Thrusting at first, ending with a combo, occasionally sweeping to clear things jumping from the side. After so much fighting, his technique became more skillful, his reactions faster. Later, he didn't even need to think about which technique to use, his body judged itself, where to point the spear, how much force, how to turn the angle, all as natural as breathing. More importantly, he noticed his perception of danger changing. Before, encountering sudden situations, he first needed to see clearly, decide, then act. Now it was almost instinct, the spear summoned from nowhere, his body already moving. From sensing to acting, almost no delay. This was what the job change brought. Not a number increase, but the awakening of combat instinct. Of course, there was a cost. High-level fighting low-level monsters gave absurdly low drops. Over an hour of fighting, killing at least 40 or 50 monsters, level 1s didn't even drop a bottle of water, level 2s occasionally dropped something, a few fangs, a few pieces of hide, one lowest level small healing potion. On the first day, that would have been a good haul, but now, Sumu didn't even glance at it. Better than nothing, he thought, tossing the items into his bag and moving forward. The forest gradually thinned, and the land began to flatten. According to the map, he was near the foot of the mountain. Ahead was a patch of shrubs, and beyond that, the open farmland, the evacuation point at the far end. Sumu quickened his pace, about to cross the dense forest ahead. A strong smell of blood hit him. Not faint, not subtle, but fresh, strong, almost tasting of rust, a massive smell of blood. Sumu froze, summoning his spear from nowhere, holding it. He stepped lightly, lowered his posture, moving toward the source of the smell. Through 10 meters of shrubs, an open space came into view. 7 or 8 cat demons were in a circle, burying their heads in something, eating. Dark red fur glinted strangely in the sunset, chewing and tearing sounds mixed, like some beast whisper. Blood covered the ground, drag marks extending in all directions, some dragged into nearby shrubs. Sumu's gaze passed the cat demons, landing on what they were eating. Corpses. Human corpses. 4, no, 5. Scattered on the ground, some already torn beyond recognition, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Shreds of clothing mixed with blood and flesh, barely recognizable as dark-colored uniforms. Guts scattered around, fought over by the cat demons. Sumu gripped his spear, expressionless, stepping forward. The cat demons noticed him. The one closest to the edge lifted its head, amber vertical pupils locking onto Sumu's eyes, and a warning hiss came from its throat. The others also stopped chewing one by one, turned around, arched their backs, flattened their ears, and took attacking stances. 8 cat demons. 6 level 1, 2 level 2. Sumu did not use any skill. The long spear swept horizontally, the shaft whistling as it hit the frontmost cat demon, sending it flying into a tree trunk, sliding down limp, dead. The second one leapt, the spear tip thrust in, entering its eye socket and exiting the back of its head. The third tried to sneak in from the side, Sumu sidestepped, the spear tail swung back, smashing its skull, the crack of bone clear. After a dozen seconds, all 8 cat demons lay on the ground. Sumu collected his spear and walked toward the 5 bodies. Up close, the details were even more shocking. The bodies had been eaten badly, some with abdominal cavities hollowed out, organs gone. Limbs were full of bite marks and torn wounds, in some places bones were exposed. Most of the skin on the faces was ripped off, leaving only blurred flesh and broken bones. But Sumu's gaze fell on marks that should not be here. Chop wounds. On the shoulder of one body, there was a deep cut from the collarbone down to the chest. The cut was neat, the edges smooth, made by a sharp blade not split, but chopped. The cut was deep, almost splitting the entire shoulder, the bone surface flat, severed by a single strike. Another body had several thin cuts on its arm, like something extremely sharp had slashed it. Not claws, cat demon claws leave torn, jagged wounds. These wounds had neat edges, uniform depth, caused by a blade or sword. Sumu crouched, carefully examining the angles and positions of the wounds. These chop wounds were on the front and side of the bodies, some on the arms left from blocking stances. Some on the torso were direct, fatal hits. They fought before dying. Not with monsters, but with people holding blades. Sumu stood and scanned the surroundings. There were fresh scratches on the tree trunks, not claw marks, but blade cuts. The blade cuts were low-angled, slashed from bottom to top, shallow but clear. On the ground lay several cut tree branches, the breaks flat, completely different from the uneven tearing caused by cat demon bites. Someone ambushed this team here. After killing them, the blood smell attracted the cat demons, who chewed the bodies into this state. Even more evidence was that their backpacks were all gone.